Basic healing increases the speed of applying bandages by 10%. Basic swordsmanship, a single strike that deals physical damage to monsters. Xiao Fan looked at the human top-secret skill library on his phone, which the entire internet worshipped as divine, and nearly choked on his own spit. 10 years after the Black Fog invasion, billions of people across the globe are fighting for their lives in the game Cloud Sea, and this is what they call custom-created skills. His hands trembled as he continued to scroll down. There were no fireballs, no flying on swords, no resurrection crosses, not even the most basic healing spell. Because in this world, concepts like mythology, immortality cultivation, and online gaming culture simply do not exist. Everyone's imagination is strictly confined to the laws of physical reality. If I get seriously injured in the game, I have to rely on a skill just to speed up my stitching and bandaging. What kind of healer class is this? Xiao Fan gasped. On the podium, the homeroom teacher was shouting a desperate warning: never deviate from the skill chains provided by the state. If you try to invent your own skills and the system audit fails, at best your development will be stunted, and at worst, you will suffer brain death. The entire class sat in dead silence, memorizing those primitive basic attack skills as if they were holy scriptures for survival. Yet sitting in the back row, Xiao Fan could not help but let his lips curl into a wild grin. If the people of this world only know how to use blades and guns for physical extermination, then with my decades of memories of Earth's online games, fantasy novels, and immortality cultivation, would not I be able to conjure forbidden spells in the game whenever I want? Therefore, to create your own skills in Cloud Sea, you must strictly adhere to system data and innate characteristics. On the podium, the female teacher with black-rimmed glasses pushed up her spectacles, her tone growing sterner. The failure rate for novice self-created skills in our country is as high as 88%, and most of the remaining ones are useless. Remember, if you die in Cloud Sea, you die in reality too. On your first time entering, absolutely do not attempt to create skills on your own. Since the Black Fog invasion began, the pioneers of the Dragon Kingdom have paid with countless lives to learn through trial and error and organize the complete skill chains. What you need to do is memorize them by heart. The more skill chains you remember, the better your chances of survival after entering Cloud Sea. She scanned the entire class, now a random check. The classroom fell into instant silence as all the students bowed their heads in unison. The teacher's gaze locked onto the last row. Xiao Fan, recite the skill chain for vertical and horizontal triple blades. At this moment, Xiao Fan was immersed in a beautiful blueprint of handcrafting forbidden spells, staring blankly at his phone screen, completely unresponsive to the teacher calling his name. His deskmate Chubby hurriedly poked him hard with his elbow. "Fan, she is calling you." Xiao Fan jumped to his feet looking completely dazed, which drew a wave of stifled laughter from the classroom. You are about to enter Cloud Sea, yet you are not even memorizing the skill chains. How will you survive in the future? Do you think this honors the martyrs who sacrificed their lives? The teacher said, frustrated by his lack of ambition. Xiao Fan flushed. It was not that he did not want to learn, but that he did not understand this world at all. 3 days ago, he was still an office worker on Earth who drowned saving a child. When he opened his eyes again, he had transmigrated to this planet called Blue Star. Although he had just checked the so-called top-secret human skill database on his phone, the bizarre settings of this world still struck him as absurd. 10 years ago, an unknown black fog descended upon Blue Star, frantically devouring land and population, and humanity had no way to fight back. It was not until the first player walked out of the black fog that the only glimmer of hope was brought forth: Cloud Sea. Those swallowed by the black fog enter the world of Cloud Sea and become players. Here, as long as you meet the system's requirements, you can create skills and equipment out of thin air. And killing the ferocious beasts within the game grants nuclear power. Nuclear power is the foundation of everything. Leveling up, crafting items, and even temporarily leaving the game to return to reality all require the consumption of nuclear power. Alright, sit down. The teacher interrupted Xiao Fan's train of thought and turned her gaze to the cold, aloof girl with a high ponytail in the middle of the first row. Chen Zue, you recite the vertical and horizontal triple blades. The girl stood up upon hearing this. Vertical and horizontal triple blades is the third link of the yellow tier blade art, Fatal Strike. The first link is basic blade art, the second is straight strike, the third is vertical and horizontal triple blades, the fourth is bloodthirst, and the fifth is fatal strike. Upon entering Cloud Sea for the first time, having strength greater than 3 and stamina greater than 4 is sufficient to create the first link, with no specific characteristic requirements. Very good, sit down, the teacher nodded with satisfaction. You have 7 days left until you enter Cloud Sea. Let me remind you again, the choice of your skill chain directly relates to your future. Ring-a-lings. The school bell rang, and Xiao Fan felt a sense of relief. Although he had inherited the memories after transmigrating, He had yet to fully grasp this entire new knowledge system. Fan, have you decided which skill chain to choose? His chubby deskmate leaned over and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Xiao Fan shook his head. Never mind choosing, he had not even fully understood the concept of a skill chain yet. Seeing the expectant look on the chubby kid's face, Xiao Fan understood. Have you decided what to pick? The chubby kid lowered his voice, looking smug. My dad dropped 5 million to buy me a profound tier skill chain. The deposit was paid yesterday and I will get it tomorrow night. That is awesome, Xiao Fan gave a cooperative thumbs up. Skill chains are divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow tiers. The school only provides the lowest yellow tier ones. If you want high-end gear, you do not just rely on talent but also on your father. The chubby kid's family was wealthy, and spending 5 million on a profound tier chain was definitely a massive investment. No problem, once I get into Cloud C, I will have your back. The chubby kid patted his chest firmly. Thanks. After parting ways with the chubby kid, Xiao Fan walked home. The original owner's parents died in Cloud C when he was 8. Since then, he had been adopted by his uncle, Xiao Yi, and lived in an old residential complex in Sea City. His uncle had twins, and with his aunt and himself, a family of 5 was squeezed into an apartment of less than 90 square meters. As he reached his door and was about to pull out his keys, his uncle's voice suddenly came from inside, and Xiao Fan stopped in his tracks. I am not going to the hospital anymore. Annan and Leal are about to start high school, so make sure they eat well. Physical health affects the initial attributes upon entering Cloud C, so do not be too frugal. The room went quiet for a moment, then my aunt said, filled with concern, but you were in pain all night. Your body cannot take any more. I am fine, I have been strengthened in Cloud C, it is not that easy for me to collapse. My uncle sighed. Xiao Fan is about to enter Cloud C soon and buying a starter weapon costs money. How much is left at home? About 20,000 or so. Silence. I will go borrow some more tomorrow. A starter weapon is a matter of life and death for the kid, we cannot skimp on that. I know. Outside the door, Xiao Fan took a deep breath and pushed the door open to enter. Uncle, Aunt, I am back. In the cramped kitchen, the two of them turned at the sound and squeezed out a smile. Xiao Fan's back. My uncle stepped out of the kitchen, wiping his hands. By the way, have you decided which skill chain to choose when you enter Cloud C? Xiao Fan shook his head, not yet. My uncle frowned, the skill chain is critical. You are going in soon, you need to decide quickly. I know, I will have it picked out in these next 2 days. Xiao Fan nodded. Let us eat first, my aunt said as she walked out with the dishes. After dinner, Xiao Fan returned to his cramped bedroom. His cousin Xiola and cousin Xiao Annan were still doing physical training and would not be back early. He immediately took out his phone and searched for information on Cloud C and skill chains. After browsing for a moment, Xiao Fan put his phone down, looking dazed. Data shows that Cloud C is similar to the online games from his past life, but the items, equipment, and skills inside all need to be created by the players themselves. If this setting had existed on Earth in his past life, players would have absolutely taken the game to the next level. But here, Xiao Fan stared at the skill chain list on the screen. Basic blade technique. Basic sword technique. Basic spear technique. Basic healing. He looked at the skill descriptions. Basic blade technique, a strike that causes damage to monsters. Basic sword technique, a thrust that causes damage to monsters. Basic healing increases the speed of applying bandages. Xiao Fan, you can create your own skills, but the players here are so unimaginative. Could it be limited by attributes? He did not believe it and kept digging into the data. After a long time, Xiao Fan gasped, his eyes full of shock. He finally found the blind spot. Although Blue Star's technology is on par with Earth's, their culture has suffered a severe disconnection. There are no myths, no legends, no Xianxia cultivation stories, and before Cloud C appeared, people did not even know what a game was. The imagination of people on Blue Star is extremely limited. Creating skills entirely relies on basic reality and logic. So it is not that Cloud C limits flashy skills, it is that people here cannot even imagine them. Xiao Fan stood up abruptly, his heart pounding like a drum. With the countless memories of online games, cultivation, and mythology from Earth, the skills he could craft would be more than just thousands. After a good while, he managed to suppress his overwhelming joy. Everything will wait until I enter the game. Xiao Fan only wished he could enter Cloud C right now. Time flew by. Tomorrow is the day to enter Cloud C. If you need a starter weapon, turn in $30,000 tomorrow. The teacher dropped this line and turned to leave the classroom. Xiao Fan walked out of the school in silence. $30,000. The excitement that had just risen in Xiao Fan's heart was instantly extinguished. After eavesdropping on his uncle and aunt's conversation last time, he knew exactly what this money meant for his family. In the early stages of Cloud C, a starter weapon is crucial for killing monsters and leveling up. Even with government subsidies, a weapon made with 20 core power still costs 30,000. He simply did not have that much. When he got up last night, the stifled groans of pain from his uncle's room and his aunt's quiet weeping were still ringing in his ears. He truly could not bring himself to ask for that 30,000. On Blue Star today, most employers only recognize players who have been strengthened in Cloud C. Students who have not entered the game can barely find their way. If I want to make money, I have to enter Cloud C. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. Once I am in the game, I will definitely find a way to make money to pay for my uncle's medical treatment. As he was nearing home, a sharp sound of breaking glass suddenly came from the house. "Old Xiao," his aunt screamed. Xiao Fan's expression changed, and he rushed into the house to find his uncle collapsed on the floor in agony, his aunt with red, tearful eyes desperately protecting his head. He immediately dialed emergency services and stepped forward to help him up. "The hospital. The situation is very serious. We must treat it immediately, otherwise you might not be able to stand for the rest of your life," the doctor said with a grave expression. On the hospital bed, his uncle struggled to sit up. "It is fine, I will just go home and lie down for a few days, let us skip the treatment." "Old Xiao, I am begging you. Annan and Leal are still young, if you are crippled, what will they do?" His aunt wept as she held him down. His uncle opened his mouth, then finally looked at Xiao Fan with a face full of guilt. "Xiao Fan, it is your uncle's incompetence, your starter weapon. Medical treatment costs money, so the 30,000 for the weapon was naturally off the table." "Uncle, medical treatment is what is most important," Xiao Fan interrupted him earnestly. "Do not worry about the treatment. If I do not have a starter weapon, I will just go into the healing class." Upon hearing this, his uncle Xiao Yi looked away, his eyes turning red. Tomorrow was the day to enter Cloud C, and his aunt did not let Xiao Fan stay long, urging him to go home and rest. Passing by a pharmacy, Xiao Fan took out his remaining pocket money to buy hemostatic medicine, alcohol, and bandages. Cloud C limits the entry of metal weapons and ores, but ordinary medical supplies are not restricted. Returning home, he stuffed the medicine along with the dried food, water, and clothes his aunt had prepared earlier into his backpack. "Everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow." "Fan, you are really going for the healer class." In the classroom, the chubby boy looked at him in total disbelief. When the teacher collected the weapon fee earlier, only 3 out of the 50 students in the class did not pay, and Xiao Fan was one of them. In Cloud C, without a weapon, you have to rely on healing to earn core power, which makes leveling up extremely slow. Xiao Fan nodded. "It levels up slowly, but it is safe. If you do not have money, I will lend it to you. Healers do not even have the power to fight back when they are in danger, where is the safety in that?" Xiao Fan felt a hint of warmth but still shook his head to refuse. This was not about saving face, but a carefully considered decision. The healing skills in Cloud C right now are as primitive as real-life surgery. When you are injured, you still have to rely on bandages, stitches, or even operations, and the skills just speed up the wound healing process. The instant heals and continuous restoration fountains from the online games in my past life. That is what true healing is. He made up his mind to create real healing skills in Cloud C. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that if he were ever severely injured, he would not have to be carried onto an operating table. Seeing his firm expression, the chubby boy slapped his chest hard. "Fine, team up with me once you are in the game. I am aiming for a profound grade skill chain, so I will take care of you. I guarantee no one will dare to bully you. Then I shall rely on your protection, Brother Zhang." "Easy, leave it to me." Not long after the head teacher left, the whole class was notified to gather on the playground. After 10 years of research, humanity has built login devices, so players no longer need to enter the dangerous black fog and can log into Cloud C from anywhere at any time. Students, a final reminder. All mature skills require repeated verification by the state, so do not blindly create your own and honestly choose from the established skill chains. The principal kept repeating the warnings on stage, but the students below were already unable to contain their excitement. "Director Lee, activate the login devices." The man beside him pressed the button. The next second, everyone on the playground vanished into thin air. After a dizzying spin, Xiao Fan opened his eyes and found himself in a vast white space. A mechanical system voice rang in his ears. "Welcome, player, to Cloud C. Would you like to create a character?" "Yes. Please name your character." "Jiachen." "Character creation successful. Please create a skill for your character." An editing box popped up. Xiao Fan decisively closed it. He had learned in class that creating a skill must match one's own attributes and traits, and blindly fabricating one would only lead to failure. View personal information. ID Jurchen. Level 10. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 6. Intelligence 9. Spirit 8. Agility 6. Constitution 8. Trait Saintly Mother. Skill none. Equipment none. Core power 0. The initial cap for the 5 main attributes in Cloud C is 10 points. Perhaps because he had transmigrated, Xiao Fan's intelligence and spirit were extremely high. On Blue Star, people did not even have the concept of a mage, and only thought that intelligence and spirit affected mana capacity and fatigue resistance. But Xiao Fan knew these two directly determined spell damage and healing potency. With these stats, he was perfectly equipped to create healing skills. But what does this Saintly Mother trait mean? Xiao Fan stared at the panel, feeling it was particularly jarring. On Earth, this was not exactly a compliment. What an insult. Is it because I died saving someone in my previous life that I get a Saintly Mother title upon transmigration? Thanks, but enough with the insults. Innumerable healing skills flashed through Xiao Fan's mind, but Cloud C had a core rule. The more a created skill matches one's own traits, the higher its rating. Just making up an ordinary healing skill would reach yellow grade at best, but if it could perfectly align with the Saintly Mother trait, it could potentially even reach sky grade. How do I combine Saintly Mother and healing? Xiao Fan's mind raced and his eyes lit up. Got it, create skill. Please create a skill for your character. Xiao Fan finished writing it down quickly and clicked confirm. Skill creation finished. Upon verification, this skill has never appeared in the game, so it requires system review. There is a chance of failure. Would you like to continue? Only unprecedented, original skills required review. Xiao Fan was not sure if a skill that was completely detached from reality would pass the audit. Take the risk, worst case it fails, and I will just create a new one at level 5 with 10 core power. He decisively clicked continue. The few seconds of waiting felt incredibly long, and Xiao Fan stared intensely at the system interface. Finally, a crisp notification tone rang out. Congratulations player, skill creation successful. Would you like to view it? View. Xiao Fan did not hesitate for a second. He was excited not just because the skill succeeded, but because it confirmed a golden rule. In Cloud C, skills detached from reality really work. This meant he could bring over all those dazzling skills from the online game novels of his past life. While others were still relying on bandages and stitches when injured, he could just cast a healing spell. While others were still hacking at each other with blades, he could start casting magic. As long as it fits the attributes and traits, there are no job restrictions at all. Simply invincible. After the initial excitement, Xiao Fan began to examine the skill he had just created. Skill name Saint's Aura. Skill grade Heaven tier. Skill description Passive skill. Every time you restore 10 health points to a target, your maximum mana permanently increases by 1. Creation attributes Intelligence 8, Spirit 8, Physique 8. Creation trait Saint Unique. Good heavens, it is actually a Heaven tier skill. The attribute requirements are so high, thank goodness I had a few extra points. Xiao Fan felt a lingering sense of fear mixed with his excitement. As far as he knew, the higher the skill grade, the more demanding and numerous the attribute requirements would be. Those yellow tier skills at most required 2 attributes, with requirements around 3 or 4 points to learn. Yet the Heaven tier skill he created required 3 different attributes, all at a staggering 8 points. In a situation like this, even if someone knew about this skill, they would not be able to learn or create it. Not to mention that the skill's Saint trait was a unique requirement. In other words, even if someone met the attribute requirements, they could not learn it without possessing the Saint trait. As expected of a Heaven tier skill, the requirements are too harsh. Congratulations to the player for creating a Heaven tier skill. A region-wide announcement is being broadcast. Would you like to hide your ID? The system's voice chimed. Xiao Fan took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and after a moment's thought chose to hide it. Although Saint's Aura was a Heaven tier skill, it was completely useless for leveling up in the early game. Only once his mana pool built up, and he created more skills in the late game, could he truly realize its overpowered nature. Before that, he did not want to attract unnecessary trouble by exposing himself. Hide ID. System, congratulations to the mysterious player for creating a Heaven tier skill. This is a special announcement. System, congratulations to the mysterious player for creating a Heaven tier skill. This is a special announcement. System, congratulations to the mysterious player for creating a Heaven tier skill. This is a special announcement. The system's voice echoed through every corner of Cloud C. Instantly, whether they were in intense dungeon battles, bustling gathering spots, or quiet, empty corners of the wild, all players froze for a moment. After a brief silence, the world channel exploded, like a lake hit by a massive boulder. Heaven tier, am I seeing things? A heaven tier skill, how is that even possible? My god, someone actually created a heaven tier skill. Following those other four, someone else has created a heaven tier skill. I wonder who that expert is. Begging the great expert to let us observe the heaven tier skill. I want to watch too. What? Investigate, hurry up and investigate, find this mysterious player at any cost. Within each national faction, player leaders issued their orders. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a heaven tier skill for the first time. You are rewarded with 1 extra free skill creation opportunity. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a heaven tier skill for the first time. You are rewarded with 500 nuclear energy. Creating a heaven tier skill for the first time actually gives an extra free skill creation chance. Xiao Fan was incredibly excited looking at the system prompt. There is no need to explain how strong it is to have one more skill than others in the early stage. After thinking about it, Xiao Fan decided not to create a second skill right away. His attributes were not high yet, and his traits were too limited, so creating skills had significant restrictions. It is better to wait until his attributes are higher and he has more traits later. As for the second reward, Xiao Fan curled his lip. Stingy, how extremely stingy. 500 nuclear energy might look like a lot, but everything in Cloud C requires it. You need nuclear energy to buy experience for leveling, to buy extra attribute points, and even equipment and items have to be created with it. Without nuclear energy, you are not even fit to breathe in Cloud C. Everything was ready. Enter game. A gentle breeze brushed past, and Xiao Fan caught the scent of fresh wood. He looked around and found himself standing in front of a forest, surrounded by classmates. Fanzai, you are finally in. As soon as Xiao Fan appeared, a chubby figure squeezed through the crowd to reach him. What took you so long to create a basic heal? I was getting familiar with the game interface inside. Xiao Fan did not explain much and instead asked, "How is your mysterious tier skill chain?" At that, the fatty's face immediately fell. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. That expression on the fatty's face was not right. Do not even mention it, the 5 million my dad spent went to waste. What happened? Xiao Fan asked. Sighed. The fatty sighed, his tone filled with frustration. The first skill in that mysterious tier skill chain required 6 points of agility, but I only have 5. I was just 1 point short. There was no other way, so I had to choose a different skill chain. Xiao Fan patted the fatty on the shoulder to comfort him. It is okay, you have only learned the first skill. Even though the skill chain is fixed, you do not have to follow the subsequent skills, you can just choose others. It is not that simple. Skill chains are the optimal combinations chosen by the state. If I just mess around with skill combinations later, they might not even be as strong as this chain. The fatty hung his head, looking listless. Xiao Fan, at worst, just create your own skills. For creating skills is not that easy, oh right. The fatty paused suddenly, then switched to an excited look. Do you know, just now some expert created a heaven tier skill. It is a shame you came out late and missed the system broadcast. That is the 5th heaven tier skill in Cloud C. Too bad that expert hid their ID, I do not know who it is. Xiao Fan rubbed his nose. If nothing else, that person was him. If I could create a heaven tier skill, I would be willing to pay 5,000 nuclear energy for it. The fatty sighed in admiration. Xiao Fan, you kid, you want to have your cake and eat it too, huh? Everyone quiet please. Following the principal's voice, the noisy venue instantly went quiet. All students have logged into the game, so now I will announce the exam rules. Do you see the Cloud C forest behind me? You will form groups of 5 and enter the forest to hunt beasts. You have 5 hours and the final ranking will be based on your scores. The beasts inside are all level 1 to 2. As long as you are careful, there will be no danger at all. Hunting a level 1 beast gives you 1 point and a level 2 beast gives you 4 points. Your scores will determine which beginner village you enter later. I hope all students return safely and achieve good results. Now start forming your groups. Students who have formed groups should go to the right to line up. If you need to purchase beginner weapons, find Teacher Chin. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the crowd moved, and everyone began looking for friends to team up with. Fan, let us find 3 more people to join us. The fatty said, looking around to find suitable candidates. Xiao Fan, we need 1 more person, are you in? Xiao Fan, we are missing a healer here, want to join us? Xiao Fan, do you have a team yet? In just 10 minutes, 5 teams had already come to invite Xiao Fan. My charm is actually this high. Xiao Fan felt quite pleased. In the original owner's memories, he was a very introverted person who did not like talking to others and was basically invisible in class. Except for his deskmate, the little fatty, he had practically no friends. Xiao Fan had originally assumed no one would look for him to team up, so he did not expect so many people to want him on their team. After thinking it over, Xiao Fan realized that those people were looking for him because he was one of only 3 people in the class who chose the healing specialty. Since everyone was entering the game for the first time, it was inevitable that they would be afraid of getting hurt, and having a healer in the party would provide a sense of security. After all, Cloud Sea was not a game in the traditional sense. If you died inside, you really died. However, as soon as those people heard he wanted to bring the fatty along, they would turn around and leave. "Damn, these people are so realistic," the fatty said with a resentful expression. He had asked several people to team up, but they had all refused. In the class, aside from the 3 healers, the most popular person was the school beauty, Chen Zuwei. Watching Chen Zuwei being surrounded by her classmates, a trace of envy crossed the little fatty's face. It is said that the Chen family has a century-old Earth-grade skill chain. The characteristics of this chain can only be activated by members of the Chen family. The Chen family became the #1 family in Heicheng because of this skill chain, so Chen Zuwei must have chosen her family's Earth-grade skill. Xiao Fan. The Black Mist only appeared 10 years ago, so where would a century-old skill chain come from? They are really crazy. If only the school beauty could team up with me. The fatty was still daydreaming when he suddenly saw Chen Zuwei walking through the crowd toward him, and his body went rigid instantly. "Oh my god, Fan, look, is Chen Zuwei walking towards me? Oh no, she must be here to team up with me. What do I do? Should I reject her or reject her or reject her?" Xiao Fan pursed his lips and said, "None of those 3 options seem easy to pick." "Fatty, Xiao Fan, Zhang Mo, do you two have a team yet?" Chen Zuwei stopped in front of the two. With a height of 170 cm, her oversized school uniform could not hide her upright posture and slender legs. "Class monitor, neither Fan nor I have a team yet." The little fatty immediately stepped forward, looking like a total pushover. "My team happens to be missing 2 people. Would you like to join?" Chen Zuwei asked, her eyes glancing at Xiao Fan. "Yes, of course we would, as long as you do not mind having us, class monitor." The little fatty nodded frantically. "Good, come find me after you have picked up your weapons," Chen Zuwei said before turning and walking away. With his head held high, the fatty grabbed his weapon amidst the envious and jealous gazes of everyone, and dragged Xiao Fan to find Chen Zuwei. Beside Chen Zuwei, there was already a boy and a girl. The girl was about 165 cm tall, had a well-proportioned figure, and wore her hair in 2 large braids. While not as stunning as Chen Zuwei, she was still quite pretty. It was Chen Zuwei's best friend, Zhang Huanhuan. The boy was about 190 cm tall, with wheat-colored skin, a sturdy build, and a neat crew cut. He looked decent enough, but his demeanor was a bit gloomy. It was the sports representative, Zhang Kao. Zhang Huanhuan held a whip, Zhang Kao wore a pair of boxing gloves, and Chen Zuwei carried a long sword. The yellow-grade skill chains provided by the school did not include skills for fists or whips. Clearly, Zhang Huanhuan and Zhang Kao were using higher-level skill chains. And as for Chen Zuwei, just as the fatty said, she must have chosen her family's Earth-grade skill chain. Seeing the fatty with his shield and Xiao Fan with nothing in his hands, Zhang Huanhuan and Zhang Kao exchanged looks, and Zhang Huanhuan curled her lip. "Zuwei, with the strength of the 3 of us, we could easily compete for first place in this exam. Is it really a good idea to bring these 2 along?" They were classmates, so Zhang Huanhuan did not want to say anything too harsh, but her meaning was clear. She did not want to team up with Xiao Fan and the fatty. "Yeah, Zuwei, Huanhuan and I both have mysterious grade skills, plus your Earth grade skill. If we just find 2 more classmates with mysterious grade skills, first place would be ours for the taking." Zhang Kao frowned and looked at Xiao Fan and the fatty. Zhang Mo's shield is of little use for killing monsters, and although Xiao Fan is a healer, given our strength, we do not really need one for this exam. We would be better off finding someone with a damage-dealing specialty to help boost our score. The fatty turned bright red from what they said. It was blatant disdain. Xiao Fan did not look too good either. At the end of the day, Chen Zuwei was the one who invited them to join, not the other way around, yet here they were making a scene. It was just that his first skill was useless in the early stages. Otherwise, he would have taken the fatty and left long ago. "If you 2 are not happy, you can leave the team. I am not forcing you." Chen Zuwei's voice turned cold. The 2 of them were stunned, as if they could not believe Chen Zuwei would actually kick them out just for Xiao Fan and the fatty. "Do not be angry, Zuwei, we were just joking. We are all classmates, we did not say we would not team up with them." Seeing that Chen Zuwei was angry, Zhang Kao immediately changed his tune. Although Zhang Huanhuan still looked unhappy, she did not say anything more. The team formation finished quickly. And as the exam began, various teams entered the forest one after another, leaving only the principal and the dean behind. Oldly, do you think the person who created that heaven-grade skill today could be one of the new players? The dean was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Impossible. Cloud C has only ever seen 4 heaven-grade skills, each one created through the blood of countless players. How could these new players who have not even experienced game combat create one? Besides, those 4 heaven-grade skills were all created only after reaching the 5th ring of the skill chain. The limitations for creating skills on the first ring are too restrictive. It is basically impossible to create a heaven-grade skill. The principal nodded after hearing the dean's analysis. You are right, it is just that everything happened so coincidentally today. A heaven-grade skill appeared right when these new players were creating their own, so I could not help but think about it. It is indeed a coincidence, the dean agreed. I wonder which powerhouse created a heaven-grade skill today. We will know sooner or later. The principal did not continue the topic and turned to look at the forest in front of him. Who do you think will take first place in today's exam? The principal asked with interest. Need you ask? It will definitely be that girl from the Chen family. Her Earth-grade skill chain is already strong, and the first ring of their family's chain is an Earth-grade skill itself. It'd be strange if she did not win. Just as the dean finished speaking, the data on the scoreboard in front of them changed. The names of Chen Zuwei and her 4 team members instantly appeared at the top of the list. Inside the Cloud Sea forest. Zuwei, you are truly amazing. Zhang Yunyuan grabbed Chen Zuwei's arm happily, her voice filled with admiration. Zhang Keo's eyes also sparkled with excitement, so this is an Earth-tier skill. Its power is truly extraordinary. Class monitor, you are mighty. The fatty also hurried over, grinning as he gave a thumbs up. Chen Zuwei smiled, her clear, beautiful eyes looking at Xiao Fan as she spoke softly. This time it is all thanks to Xiao Fan. If he had not warned me in time, I would not have been able to react at all. Not bad at all, Fan, your reaction was so fast. The fatty laughed loudly and gave Xiao Fan a heavy pat on the back. Xiao Fan was not calm on the inside, but he smiled on the surface and said, I just happened to spot those 3 beasts. Before the 5 members of the squad lay the corpses of 3 cat-sized rats. Iron-eating rat, a tier 1 beast. Just a moment ago, not long after the 5 of them entered the forest, they were targeted by these 3 iron-eating rats. All 5 were entering the game for the first time, and because they had no experience, no one noticed the 3 beasts trailing them. Finally, at the moment the 3 beasts launched their sneak attack, Xiao Fan sensed something was wrong and quickly warned his teammates. Chen Zuwei reacted extremely quickly and immediately used her Earth-tier skill. The skill had splashed damage, and the 3 iron-eating rats were slain by her in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan appeared calm on the surface, but in reality he had already broken into a cold sweat. Luckily, when I entered the game, I maxed all 5 attributes to 10, otherwise I might not have been able to detect these 3 beasts. Besides the 5 free attribute points you get when leveling up, the only way to increase attributes additionally is to spend core power to buy them. 5 core power equals 1 attribute point. Xiao Fan's heaven-tier skill was completely useless in the early stages, so for his own safety, he decided to push his 5-dimensional attributes to 10 first. You can see your teammates' game levels in a party, so to keep his secret, Xiao Fan did not spend core power on experience to level up. Instead, he bought attribute points. Now his character information had completely changed. ID Jiachen. Level 10. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Spirit 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Trade Saint. Skill Halo of the Saint. Equipment Nuns. Core Power 435. After all 5 attributes reached 10, he could clearly feel the changes in his body, and his alertness was much higher. That was why he was able to discover the iron-eating rats the moment they launched their sneak attack. What good is finding them if you cannot beat them? You will still die. Zhang Yunyuan rolled her eyes. Chen Zuwei's face turned icy cold, and she pulled her arm away from Zhang Yunyuan's embrace. If Xiao Fan had not warned us, we might have been killed by the beasts right now. Instead of thanking him, you're pushing him away. That is too much. Seeing that Chen Zuwei was genuinely angry, Zhang Yunyuan quickly apologized. Zuwei, I was wrong. I will not talk about Xiao Fan anymore, okay? Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered with this woman. If his skill was not useless in the early stages, he would have acted alone long ago. Alright, we have seen how dangerous the game is. We need to be careful on the road ahead and not be careless. Chen Zuwei instructed seriously. Everyone nodded busily. In Cloud Sea, killing beasts does not grant experience. The 3 iron-eating rats only dropped 3 points of core power. In other words, 1 tier 1 beast provides only 1 point of core power. 1 core power equals 1 experience point. It takes 10 experience points to reach level 2, meaning you only need to kill 10 beasts to level up once. According to Chen Zuwei's monster killing speed, leveling up should be fast. And that was exactly the case. In less than half an hour, the squad had already killed 10 tier 1 beasts and accumulated 10 points of core power. I have an idea, Zhang Kao suddenly stopped in his tracks. What kind of idea? Zhang Yunyun turned back to ask. The exam is mainly about the number of beasts killed by the squad. Zuwei is our main force, so I suggest we give her the 10 points of core power to level up first. This will greatly increase our squad's speed in killing beasts. Hearing this, Chen Zuwei shook her head. We are a team. Everyone contributed to killing the beasts, so this core power should be split equally. Xiao Fan actually thought Zhang Kao's point made sense. I agree with Zhang Kao's suggestion. I agree too, the fatty hurriedly raised his hand as well. I agree as well. Zuwei, you leveling up also improves our squad's strength, which is a win-win for us. We can just take less of the later core power. Seeing that his teammates all agreed, Chen Zuwei did not act coy and directly used the 10 core power to buy 10 experience points, reaching level 2. Chen Zuwei was indeed stronger after leveling up, and she went all out killing monsters along the way. Watching Chen Zuwei's figure killing a monster every step of the way, to be honest, Xiao Fan felt a bit envious. He felt like using that chance to create a skill right away to make a damage-dealing skill and dominate everything. But then he remembered that singular saint trait and held back. Enduring now is just for the sake of being invincible later, Xiao Fan consoled himself. 3 hours later. Xiao Fan, it is your turn to level up this time. Chen Zuwei retracted her long sword and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Yeah, Xiao Fan nodded and did not act modest, directly using the 10 core power points Chen Zuwei transferred to him to buy experience. In the team, Chen Zuwei, the fatty, Zhang Yunyun and Zhang Kao had all reached level 2, leaving only him. Ding, congratulations, your character has reached level 2. Xiao Fan checked his character info. Besides the 5 additional free attribute points, his health and mana had also increased, but nothing else changed. ID Jiachen. Level 2 0. HP 1. MP 1. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Spirit 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Trade Saint. Skill Halo of the Saint. Equipment Nuns. Core Power 435. Xiao Fan noticed that it actually took 100 experience to get from level 2 to level 3, considering it only took 10 to get from 1 to 2. It jumped 10 times higher. It seems that leveling up in this game gets harder the further you go. Additionally, there was one more thing that made Xiao Fan very frustrated. His skill Halo of the Saint had not restored a single point of mana yet. The squad was too strong, they just bulldozed through tier 1 beasts, and tier 2 beasts also fell quickly through their cooperation. No one had even been injured yet. This should have been a good thing, but Xiao Fan could not be happy because that made his Halo of the Saint completely useless. It seems having teammates that are too strong is not entirely a good thing. Xiao Fan sighed and was just about to continue walking forward. Suddenly, he felt a dangerous presence in the forest locking onto them. Everyone be careful, something is coming. Upon hearing this, Chen Zuwei and the other 3 immediately picked up their weapons and scanned their surroundings vigilantly. They had already experienced just how keen Xiao Fan's danger perception was. As a chilling rustling sound approached from the distance, Xiao Fan and his 4 companions instantly tensed up, forming a defensive formation with their backs to each other. Over there, Xiao Fan pointed toward the bushes to the southeast. Chen Zuwei and the others turned their heads in response, only to see a colossal creature tearing through the vegetation and winding toward them at an astonishing speed. It was a giant python covered in dark green scales, with a dull, eerie luster flickering between them. Its bucket-thick body stirred up a fishy stench as it slithered forward. Most chilling of all were its emerald vertical pupils, which were cold and devoid of any emotion. Names Green-Eyed Pattern Python. Level 3 Field Boss. HP 1. It is actually a level 3 field boss. Zhang Yunyun's voice trembled uncontrollably, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her whip. We are only level 2. Did not the principal say the Cloud Sea Forest only had level 1 or 2 beasts? Why is there a level 3 field boss here now? The books say field bosses have massive attack power and are absolutely not something we can handle. Zhang Kao's voice carried a sob, as if he were on the verge of a breakdown. Can we still run away? The little fatty's hand holding the shield was shaking. Chen Zuwei took a deep breath, forcing down her inner fear, and shook her head. Its movement speed is far beyond ours. It is too late to run. Xiao Fan looked at the giant boss in front of him, cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he forced himself to calm down. What should we do? While he was thinking, the green-eyed ink-patterned python lunged toward them. It raised its massive serpent head high, its crimson tongue flicking rapidly in the air, emitting a blood-curdling hissing sound. Immediately after, the python's enormous tail swept toward the four of them. Spread out and take turns drawing its attention. The others should attack whenever they get a chance and hit it at its vital spot. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan spoke up to coordinate them. Chen Zuwei and the others had no time to think. The moment Xiao Fan finished speaking, they subconsciously moved to do exactly as he said. The four of them rapidly changed formation, positioning themselves on all four sides of the green-eyed ink-patterned python. The moment the python's tail swiped through empty air, the little fatty gritted his teeth, looked at the shield in his hand, and stepped forward to slam it against the beast. -3 HP. An embarrassing number appeared above the python's head. "Oh my god, how are we supposed to fight this?" the fatty shrieked. Chen Zuwei reacted the fastest, seizing the opportunity to use her skill on the python. -12 HP. A bit better than the fatty, but not by much. With her skill on cooldown, Chen Zuwei saw another opening and swung her sword again. -9 HP. Seeing this, Zhang Kao and Zhang Yunyun also hurriedly used their own skills. -9 HP. -8 HP. In this round of attacks, the four dealt a total of 41 points of damage, not even scratching a tenth of the python's health. Seeing this, all four were filled with despair. "Help me," the fatty's shrill, pig-like scream echoed. Since he was the first to attack, the python's aggro was locked onto him. Xiao Fan saw this and yelled out quickly, "Quick, swap the aggro." Hearing this, Chen Zuwei immediately thrust her sword toward the python's vital spot. -15 HP. The python's defense was still too high. Chen Zuwei was a step too slow. With a scream, the fatty was sent flying by a heavy strike. At the critical moment, he managed to use a skill to mitigate some of the damage, but even so, more than half of his health was gone. Luckily, the aggro was drawn by Chen Zuwei, and the python did not continue attacking the fatty. Xiao Fan rushed over, pulling out a bandage to try and heal the fatty. The fatty looked at him in disbelief. "Brother, I have internal injuries, what is a bandage going to do?" Xiao Fan paused, then proceeded to apply the bandage regardless. Only after seeing that the fatty's health had not increased by even a point did he regretfully let go and turn to look at Chen Zuwei and the others. Following Xiao Fan's method, the three of them had chipped away 100 points of the python's health, but he noticed that the situation was dire. The python was too fast, and Xiao Fan's kiting strategy was pushed to the absolute limit. Without the fatty, the three of them could not afford a single mistake. "Xiao Fan, we cannot hold on much longer." Chen Zuwei was covered in dirt and disheveled, having completely lost her goddess-like poise. "I am thinking of a way." Xiao Fan was mentally exhausted. He opened the game interface and looked at where he could create skills. "It seems I can no longer save that chance to create a skill." Each of the four had only one skill and their attacks were too singular. Aside from Zhang Yunyun's whip, which could barely be considered ranged, everyone else was melee. In this situation, unless they had a ranged support skill, they would never be able to handle the python. I originally wanted to accumulate more traits before creating a skill, but now I have no choice. Xiao Fan sighed. "Create skill. Please create a skill for your character." Xiao Fan quickly finished drafting the skill and clicked confirm. Skill created. Upon inspection, this skill has not appeared in the game before and requires system verification. There is a chance of failure. Do you wish to continue? Confirmed. Skill under review, please wait. A scream echoed. Xiao Fan looked up and saw that Zhang Yunyun had made a mistake. Fortunately, Chen Zuwei reacted in time and drew the aggro away. "Xiao Fan, please think of something." Chen Zuwei's face was pale and her stamina was severely drained. Xiao Fan's face also paled. Looking at the interface in front of him, he was anxious to the extreme. Hurry, just hurry up." "Congratulations, player, skill creation successful. Would you like to view it now?" Finally, the heavenly sound of the system rang out. "View?" He replied without hesitation. Skill name Matriarch is Grace upgradable. Skill grade Heavenly. Skill description: after active activation, consumes 50 mana to expand a domain of pure radiance centered on the caster. All friendly units within the range immediately gain 30 points of Holy Shield, movement speed is increased by 50%, all negative status effects are removed, and they gain Grace for 15 seconds, restoring 5 health per second. Cooldown 120 seconds. Created attributes: Intelligence 10+, Spirit 10+, Physique 10+. Created trait Matriarch Unique. Seeing the 3 10s in the created attributes, Xiao Fan gasped. That was too close. If he had not bought those attribute points earlier, this skill might have failed to create. Indeed, the more powerful the skill, the more cautious one must be. Xiao Fan took a deep breath. He had originally wanted to create a weakness skill to potentially limit the python's movements, which would have made dealing with it much easier. However, he only had the matriarch trait at the time and feared the skill would fail because it did not align with his trait. In the end, he chose to create matriarch as grace. Although it does not have a weakness effect, the 50% speed boost and the removal of all negative status effects should be more than enough. Chen Zuwei was completely exhausted at this moment. Not just physically, but mentally as well. Her hand holding the sword had grown limp, and her entire body ached. The jadeite ink python still had 350 HP left, and she simply could not hold on in her current state. Zhang Yunyuan and Zhang Kao on the other side were in even worse shape. Zhang Yunyuan could barely stand. To be honest, it was already a miracle that the 5 of them, all level 2 novice players, had survived this long next to a level 3 wild boss. It is a pity that we are going to lose after all. Zuwei, take the aggro. Zhang Kao's voice was thick with exhaustion. Chen Zuwei instinctively raised her sword and stabbed it into the jadeite ink python in front of her. The jadeite ink python's cold pupils locked onto her instantly, and its massive snake tail swept toward her. Chen Zuwei wanted to dodge, but her body was too tired. She could no longer react in time. Am I going to die? Before entering the game, her father told her that the school exam was very simple, and that with her strength, she could get into the top 10 even with 4 dogs in tow, but now she might be stuck in this game forever. Just as the jadeite ink python's massive tail was about to sweep over, Chen Zuwei suddenly felt a surge of energy. All her previous fatigue was wiped away, and she returned to the state she was in when she first entered the game. At the same time, a pure white barrier appeared around her. What is this? What is going on? Chen Zuwei did not have time to be shocked, because the jadeite ink python's tail was already right in front of her. Oh no, I missed the best time to dodge, it is too late. Zuwei, run! Zhang Yunyuan's anxious roar came from over there. Chen Zuwei ran away immediately. She thought she would not make it, but as soon as she lifted her leg, she found her body exceptionally light. Her agility attribute was already high, and under the acceleration of Xiao Fan's Mercy of the Madonna skill, her body almost turned into a blur, dodging the jadeite ink python's attack. So fast, is this really me? Chen Zuwei could not believe she had such speed. Why are you dazed? Keep fighting. Xiao Fan's voice came, and Chen Zuwei looked back, seeing a scene that shocked her. Xiao Fan looked as if he was coated in a layer of holy light. She did not know how to describe it, as if he had transcended the mortal world. A transparent field of light seemed to have manifested around him, enveloping them all. Seeing Chen Zuwei just standing there, Xiao Fan was infuriated. The Mercy of the Madonna only lasted 15 seconds, and she had wasted 3 seconds just being dazed. What a waste! This state only lasts for 15 seconds, hurry up and fight. Xiao Fan's cold voice rang out. Chen Zuwei and the others finally reacted and quickly continued the fight. Even the fatty who had fallen at the start felt his body recovering as his health continuously increased. How amazing! Feeling that he was in good condition, the fatty also joined the battle. With his addition and the boost from Xiao Fan's status effect, the 4 of them were like they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Following Xiao Fan's kiting strategy, the jadeite ink python lost its speed advantage and could not touch the 4 of them, forced to turn back and forth while the 4 of them unleashed their damage. Seeing this, Xiao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations to the player for creating a heaven tier skill, now performing a zone-wide announcement. Do you wish to hide your ID? Hide it. System, congratulations to a mysterious player for creating a heaven tier skill. This is a special announcement. System, congratulations to a mysterious player for creating a heaven tier skill. This is a special announcement. System, congratulations to a mysterious player for creating a heaven tier skill. This is a special announcement. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a heaven tier skill. Rewarded 200 nuclear power. How stingy. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. When he created his first heaven tier skill, he was rewarded with 500 nuclear power and a chance to create a skill for free. The second time he created a heaven tier skill, he only got 200 nuclear power. Whatever, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Xiao Fan looked at his character information. ID Jiachen. Level 20. HP 1. MP 1 plus 10. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Spirit 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Trait Madonna. Skills Madonna's Aura, Mercy of the Madonna. Equipment Nuns. Nuclear power 635. In addition, he still had 5 unallocated free attribute points. Seeing the change in his mana, Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. It seems the healing effect from Mercy of the Madonna increased my mana. Thinking about it, Xiao Fan felt these two skills were a perfect match. Mercy of the Madonna is a continuous group heal, and Madonna's aura grants 1 point of mana for every 10 points of health restored. Combined, it is a perfect weapon for team battles. The initial reluctance and frustration from having to use his skill creation chance vanished completely. Xiao Fan also noticed that Mercy of the Madonna was an upgradable skill. He checked and saw that upgrading the skill to level 2 required the character to be level 2 and cost 10 nuclear power. Seeing that the 15 seconds were almost up, the Jadeite Ink Python still had 250 HP left. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and spent 10 nuclear power to upgrade Mercy of the Madonna. Skill name Mercy of the Madonna 2 upgradable. Skill grade Heaven tier. Skill description: after active activation, consumes 60 mana points to deploy a field of pure radiance centered on the caster. All friendly units within range immediately gain 40 holy light shields, movement speed increased by 55%, removes all negative states and gains mercy, lasting 15 seconds, restores 6 health points per second. Cooldown 110 seconds. Creation attributes: Intelligence 10+, Spirit 10+, Constitution 10+. Creation trait Madonna unique. After the upgrade, the overall effect of the skill increased slightly, and the cooldown was reduced by 10 seconds, though the mana cost increased by 10 points. Xiao Fan did not mind. After all, once his Madonna's aura stacks up, the mana cost would be nothing. The buff is about to disappear, watch out. Xiao Fan shouted a warning. People in this world had not experienced support skills that exceeded their understanding like Mercy of the Madonna, so Xiao Fan was worried they would not adapt. The moment his words fell, the radiance flowing around Xiao Fan faded away. At the same time, the faint holy aura on Chen Zui and the other 3 suddenly dissipated, and their previously wind-like, agile bodies felt heavy as their swift speed visibly slowed down. Fortunately, thanks to Xiao Fan's warning, the 4 of them were mentally prepared and quickly adjusted their posture and positions. Although their offense slowed slightly, no one made a mistake. The little fatty looked like he wanted more. During those 15 seconds, he finally felt like a real man. What a pity. Chen Zui and the other 2 felt a sense of loss as well. The green-eyed ink pattern python's health has dropped below half. Although they lost the buff from the Mother's Blessing skill, everyone had recovered their status. With the addition of the fatty and the chemistry built during the previous battle, the 4 of them attacked the green-eyed ink pattern python in an orderly manner. Once Xiao Fan's skill cooldown was over, he used it again without hesitation. A holy radiance descended, enveloping the group once more. Oh yeah, that feels great. The fatty fought with such gusto, yelling excitedly, his shield whistling through the air as he swung it. Before the effect of the second skill had fully worn off, the green-eyed ink pattern python was already at the end of its rope. With a final, unwilling whimper, its last sliver of health was completely drained. Its huge, hideous body stiffened suddenly, then lost all strength, collapsing with a thud that kicked up a cloud of dust. A brief silence fell over the scene. After a long while, we 5 actually killed a level 3 world boss. Zhang Yunyuan looked at the massive snake carcass that no longer moved, her voice trembling with disbelief, as if she were still in a dream. In the world of Cloud Sea, higher levels have absolute suppression over lower levels. Unless you possess high-tier skills like Earth or Heaven grade ones, players of the same level simply cannot kill a beast of the same level. That is also the reason why the school assessment requires teams. But today, the 5 of them, all level 2 beginners, killed a level 3 beast, and a boss that is even stronger than the average level 3 beast at that. We did it, we killed a level 3 boss. The group gathered around excitedly, their voices filled with thrill. We have to thank Xiao Fan. If it were not for his timely commands, we would not have been able to react at all. Chen Zui looked at Xiao Fan, a hint of admiration and respect appearing in her eyes. Xiao Fan, thank you, it was my fault for targeting you earlier. Zhang Yuanyuan lowered her head, her cheeks flushing red. Brother Fan, you are just too awesome. I cannot believe you came up with the idea to kite the aggro to deal with this beast, the fatty said with a grin. Killing this beast was the result of everyone's efforts, Xiao Fan said with a polite smile. He had noticed earlier that Chen Zui and the others had no combat techniques whatsoever, relying entirely on raw stats and skills to brute force their way through. They did not even have a simple division of labor based on their skills. But thinking about the skills they had created, Xiao Fan could understand why. A level 3 boss only gave 16 points of nuclear energy, Zhang Kao said with a sullen face as he looked at the loot. They risked their lives and spent nearly half an hour killing this boss, only to be rewarded with 16 points of nuclear energy. Never seen anything so stingy. It is not even as good as killing level 1 beasts. Xiao Fan also realized that the output of Cloud Sea was extremely low. A level 1 beast gives 1 point of nuclear energy, and a level 2 beast gives 4 points. The rewards are calculated exponentially, and bosses grant double rewards. At first glance, the rewards seem okay, but in Cloud Sea, killing beasts only drops nuclear energy. There are no other equipment or items at all. To get equipment, weapons, or upgrade stat-based skills, you need nuclear energy. The demand far exceeds the supply. There is over an hour left before the exam ends. Let us split the nuclear energy we get for the remaining time equally among the 5 of us, Chen Zuwei suggested after a moment of thought. For these 16 points, I suggest the 4 of us take 3 points each, and Xiao Fan takes 4. We would not have won against this beast without his timely commands. I have no objections, the fatty said, raising his hand first. We do not either, Zhang Yunyun said, pulling Zhang Keo along as they smiled friendly at Xiao Fan. Then it is settled, Chen Zuwei decided. Xiao Fan did not refuse and accepted it directly. Nuclear energy is not only the sole currency in the game, but can also be exchanged for real-world currency. 1 point of nuclear energy equals 1,000 Dragon Country coins. The exchange rate is high, but it is still in short supply. Xiao Fan checked his backpack. He currently had 629 points of nuclear energy, equivalent to 629,000 Dragon Country coins. Making money in Cloud Sea is definitely easier than in the real world, Xiao Fan sighed. However, most of this energy was a reward for his creation of heaven-grade skills. The 2 skills he had created now were 1 passive and 1 support skill. He had absolutely no ability to fight solo. Next time I will create a powerful offensive skill. Xiao Fan, was that Halo just now your skill? Chen Zuwei hesitated for a moment before asking. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan and the other 2 also turned to look at Xiao Fan, their faces filled with curiosity. The status that suddenly descended upon them was just incredible. Not only did it wipe away their fatigue, but a white barrier appeared on them, and it even granted speed and health recovery. They did not know how to describe that feeling, other than just thinking it was powerful. Yes, since the skill was already exposed, Xiao Fan simply admitted it. It really is yours. Even though Chen Zuwei already had the answer in her heart, hearing Xiao Fan confirm it personally left her feeling incredibly shocked. Chen Zuwei considered herself quite knowledgeable, but she had never seen a skill like that. To be able to grant others such powerful status effects. No, it is not that I have not seen it, I have not even heard of it. This kind of skill is definitely not a yellow grade skill. For some reason, Chen Zuwei suddenly remembered the previous system announcement about someone creating a heaven grade skill. Could this person be Xiao Fan? Soon Chen Zuwei dismissed the thought. My grandfather said that the first skill created when entering Cloud Sea cannot possibly be a heaven grade skill, due to limitations in attributes and characteristics. As for the second system announcement, the 4 of them were fully focused on fighting the green-eyed ink-patterned python at the time, so how could they have bothered to check? The skill Xiao Fan created must be of a very high grade. Realizing this, Chen Zuwei did not ask further. It is an unwritten rule in Cloud Sea that asking others about their high-level skills is no different from trying to steal them. Zhang Yuanyuan and the others clearly realized this too, and everyone tactfully kept their mouths shut. Let us go, we still have some time left, let us continue hunting beasts. 20 minutes ago, in the open space in front of Cloud Sea Forest. The principal and the dean looked at each other, the shock in their eyes impossible to hide. After a long while, the dean swallowed hard. Someone else has created a heaven-grade skill. The principal nodded stiffly. Yes. Looking at the chaotic scroll on the World Channel, with everyone still in shock over the birth of another heaven-grade skill, the principal could not quite describe his mood. Since the Black Mist invasion, all of humanity had only created 4 heaven-grade skills. And in just one day today, 2 heaven-grade skills had been created in the game. I wonder who these 2 people who created the heaven-grade skills are. Investigate, hurry and investigate, find this mysterious player at all costs. Player leaders from various national factions issued orders one after another. Did Chen Zuwei's team just clear out a whole pack of ferocious beasts? The dean of students turned his head, and when his gaze landed on the scoreboard, he was instantly stunned. At this moment, Chen Zuwei's team was still firmly at the top, and their score clearly showed 100 points. That was more than triple the score of the team in second place, which had 33 points. The principal adjusted his glasses and furrowed his brows. If I remember correctly, their team only had 50 points half an hour ago. Gaining 50 points in less than half an hour, how is that even possible? It certainly is strange, the Dean of Students said, also looking puzzled. Killing 50 beasts in half an hour. There are not even any beast packs in the Misty Forest, so how on earth did they do it? There is only one possibility, the principal said, suddenly thinking of something as his gaze sharpened. What possibility, the Dean asked. Their team killed a high-level beast. To reach 50 points, it must have been at least a level 5 beast or a level 3 field boss. That is impossible, the Dean shook his head, refusing to believe it. The Misty Forest only has level 1 to 2 beasts, otherwise we would not dare bring students here for exams every year. Let us go in and take a look just to be safe. All right. The two took out their weapons and walked toward the Misty Forest. Before long, the principal and the Dean discovered the massive corpse of the green-eyed patterned python. They actually killed a level 3 field boss, and it was a snake-type boss at that. The Dean of Students was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Putting level suppression aside, snake-type beasts are among the most difficult to deal with in Cloud Sea. Chen Zuwei's team actually managed to kill a level 3 field boss. That explains the sudden 50-point increase for their team. I have always heard that the first skill in the Chen family's skill chain is extremely powerful, but I did not expect it to be this strong, the Dean remarked. He naturally assumed that being able to kill the green-eyed ink-patterned python was entirely due to Chen Zuwei's Earth-tier skill. Earth-tier skills are indeed strong, the principal agreed with a nod, though a flash of doubt crossed his eyes. Are Earth-tier skills really that powerful? Chen Zuwei's team has broken the highest college entrance exam record in Heicheng, which was 91 points. They are very likely to be specially recruited by the Ministry of Defense to enter the first zone of the beginner villages. The Dean of Students could not help but say happily. It had been a long time since any students from Heicheng had entered the first zone. He had been mocked by friends from other cities for this, so perhaps this time he could finally hold his head high. The principal shook his head. It is not that simple. Heicheng is just a small place after all. Those students from prosperous areas not only have access to higher level and more diverse skill chains, but they can even create better and more advanced skills. The first beginner zone is a place where true talents gather and hidden dragons lie. Regardless, there is no problem with Chen Zuwei and her team entering the beginner zones of districts 2 to 5. The Dean sighed inwardly. Often, your starting point determines everything. The exam is about to end, let us head back. 5 hours passed quickly. The scoreboard had stopped counting points. Even if they killed more beasts, no points would be added. The various teams dragged their exhausted bodies and began to walk out of the forest. Let us head back too, Chen Zuwei said. In the last hour, with the boost from Xiao Fan's skills, their speed in hunting beasts had significantly increased. They had obtained a total of 25 core energy units, with each person receiving 5. In this exam, the 5 of them could be said to have gained a bountiful harvest. Xiao Fan's current attributes. ID Jiachen. Level 2 0. HP 1. MP 1 plus 31. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Spirit 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Trait Saintess. Skills Saintess Halo Saintess Gift 2. Equipment Nuns. Core Energy 630. The Saintess Halo gives 2 little mana. 10 points of healing only add 1 point of mana. It seems it will take a long time to farm for more mana. Xiao Fan sighed as he looked at the 31 points of mana he had permanently gained. It is too hard. This skill cannot be upgraded, I have to keep farming healing. I can only say it will be quite decent by the late game. Brother Fan, I noticed that your healing is completely different from everyone else's. The fatty suddenly leaned in and said. No kidding, anyone could tell that. Zhang Yunyun could not help but roll her eyes. The group was in high spirits, the previous friction was gone and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. I am talking to Brother Fan, can you not interrupt? The fatty retorted. Like I care, Zhang Yunyun turned her head away. Oh, how is it different? Xiao Fan asked with interest. Gee, how do I put it? The fatty smacked his lips, tilted his head to think for a moment and then replied. Other people heal the body to stabilize blood levels, but you stabilize blood levels to heal the body. Right, that is exactly it, Zhang Keo also realized in a flash. Chen Zuwei turned back to join the discussion. Whatever the method, as long as it works, it is fine, and I think Xiao Fan's healing method is actually better. The old way of healing is very troublesome. Sometimes you even need to find a safe place to perform surgery. Xiao Fan's healing does not require any of that, we can heal during battle just like we did before. Now that you mention it, Zuwei, you are right, Zhang Yunyun chimed in. Xiao Fan, you created that skill yourself, right? Chen Zui suddenly asked. That is right, Xiao Fan nodded directly. Seeing Xiao Fan admit it, the others all looked at him in disbelief. Creating a skill, Xiao Fan actually dared to create a skill. They had to remember that before the exam, their homeroom teacher had strictly warned them never to try to create skills in the game. Yet not only did Xiao Fan create one, he created such a powerful one. Brother Fan, you are the best, the fatty gave a thumbs up. Just luck, Xiao Fan said calmly, looking inscrutable. You are being too humble, Xiao Fan, Zhang Keo said, looking at him with envy. Successfully creating a skill, this must be every player's lifelong dream. No wonder I had never heard of it before, so it was his own original creation. Xiao Fan, you have really changed so much, Chen Zui muttered to herself while looking at Xiao Fan's back. When Xiao Fan and his group exited the forest, they found that most of the students had already come out. The area around the scorer was especially crowded. Faintly, you could hear girls gasping, and some people were talking about records being broken. The five of them looked at each other, their faces filled with anticipation. They had calculated their score long ago. If nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely take first place. I am going to check the scores, the fatty said, impatiently running over and using his massive frame to push through the crowd. Zhang Keo and Zhang Yunyuan also ran over to support him. Only Xiao Fan and Chen Zui remained where they were. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After a long moment, Chen Zui spoke first, her tone tinged with a hint of caution. Xiao Fan, do you still hate me? Looking into Chen Zui's hopeful eyes, Xiao Fan remained silent for a moment before answering. The past is behind us. You and I were never meant for the same path. It was my mistake to think otherwise back then. Xiao Fan had only remembered the history between the original host and Chen Zui in the last 2 days. When Xiao Fan was 8, his parents tragically died in Cloud Sea and his uncle took him in. During that time, his uncle was afraid of anything happening to him, so he took him everywhere he went. Back then, his uncle worked at the Chen family estate, so he followed him there every day, which is how he met Chen Zui, the eldest daughter of the Chen family. They were the same age and had compatible personalities, gradually becoming good friends. As they grew older, their friendship began to sour in the eyes of Chen Zui's mother. To her, Xiao Fan was merely a servant's nephew, hardly worthy of playing with her golden child. To ensure Xiao Fan would completely leave her daughter's world, Madame Chen not only fired his uncle but also had him beaten as a warning. The chronic illness his uncle suffered from stemmed from that very beating. Their childhood bond was severed, to the point where they did not speak a single word to each other during their 3 years in high school. Xiao Fan did not know how to answer Chen Zui. After all, he was no longer the original host. Xiao Fan, I really did not know about what happened back then. It is all in the past, Xiao Fan interrupted, cutting her off. It really was in the past, after all, the person was already gone. Chen Zui's eyes turned red, and in the end, she said nothing more. Brother Fan, we got first place. We even broke the college entrance exam score record for Heicheng. The fatty waved his arms as he rushed toward them, his jubilant flab jiggling with particular vigor. It was a bit of an eyesore. Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Keo followed closely behind him, their faces flushed and panting, but they could not hide the excitement in their eyes. 125 points. That is 75 points more than the second place, and a full 34 points higher than the previous record. We are definitely going to make it into the top 5 novice areas this time. The fatty shouted at the top of his lungs, afraid that someone would not hear him. Immediately, countless gazes of envy, surprise, and even jealousy fell upon the 5 of them. The fatty puffed out his chest, his small eyes squeezed into 2 slits from smiling. So strong, simply too strong, you guys cannot even dream of being this good. Let us keep teaming up to level up once we reach the novice area, Zhang Keo suggested. Sounds like a plan to me. The fatty and Zhang Yuan said in unison, even Chen Zui nodded. Xiao Fan actually preferred to level up on his own. Until he gained absolute power, he did not want to expose too many of his secrets. Having teammates would inevitably lead to them becoming familiar with each other's skills. However, his 2 current skills still required a team to be effective. Worst case, I will just leave the team once I reach a higher level. Thinking this, Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. It is settled then, we will team up to level up once we get to the novice village. Deal. Once all the students had exited the forest, the principal pressed the login device and everyone instantly returned to the school playground. Once the novice area admission letters arrive, you will officially become game players. The principal gave another passionate speech, but seeing the tired faces below, he announced the official end of their school days. Xiao Fan returned home first, only to find it empty. Looks like uncle is still at the hospital. He put down his backpack and headed straight to the hospital. Xiao Fan, you are back. Seeing Xiao Fan arrive, his uncle smiled and sat up. His aunt also breathed a sigh of relief. It is good that you made it back safely. Xiao Fan greeted his aunt and turned his attention to his uncle. Uncle, how are you feeling? I am much better. The doctor says I can be discharged tomorrow. Seeing that his uncle did not seem to be lying, Xiao Fan relaxed. By the way, how did you do in the game entrance exam? Not bad. Xiao Fan did not mention his specific score. He wanted to wait until the admission letter arrived to share the good news. But this answer in the eyes of his uncle Xiao Yi and his aunt meant that he had not done well and was embarrassed to talk about it. The two exchanged a look and tacitly changed the subject. Xiao Fan did not stay long before his uncle urged him to go home and rest. As soon as his back disappeared from the ward, Xiao Yi's smile vanished, replaced by a look of helplessness and bitterness. If I had not gotten sick, Xiao Fan would not have fallen behind the others in the exam due to lacking a novice weapon. Xiao Yi looked self-reproachful. Brother Yi, do not say that. You are the pillar of this family. As long as you are well, we can keep going. Liu Ziyuan held her husband's hand comfortingly. I borrowed quite a bit of money for this treatment, and Xiao Fan is about to enter the novice village. With Annan and Lil in high school, it all costs money. Maybe I should re-enter the game. No, his wife cut him off before he could finish. Brother Yi, have you forgotten how your older brother and sister-in-law died? If you extract your core power to trade for money, you will not be able to keep up with the attribute levels and gear in the game, and you will never escape if you encounter danger. Liu Ziyuan shook her head as she tried to dissuade him. But if I do not enter the game, making money in reality is too hard. I heard that the Jinsheng company has set up a gold farming team. With high-level players protecting them, gold farmers only need to hunt low-level monsters, and the profit is split 50-50. I want to give it a try. Xiao Yi had already checked online. This was indeed the fastest way to make money right now. Are you crazy to trust those people? They say it is protection, but if they encounter danger, those people will run faster than anyone. How would they care if you live or die? Liu Ziyuan stood up in anger, wiping her tears as she cried. Xiao Yi, I am telling you now, if you are still thinking about entering that game, I will divorce you. Seeing that his wife was in tears, Xiao Yi apologized while pulling her into his arms. I am wrong, honey, I will not enter the game. I will never mention it again. Liu Ziyuan did not dare to struggle for fear of hurting him. Annan and Lil are still young, and I do not want them to grow up without a father. We can find other ways for money. I just want the family to be safe and sound. Liu Ziyuan leaned on her husband's shoulder, her voice choked with tears. I know, I will not talk about entering the game again. Xiao Yi stroked his wife's hair, but his eyes stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. The Chen family estate. The Chen family was the top family in Heicheng, with an estate in the heart of the city covering 160 acres, extremely luxurious. Chen Zuwei's scores had just come out and were sent to the Chen family. Haha, Weiwei is truly the most gifted child among the younger generation of our Chen family. A score of 125, even in the central region, is a genius-level achievement. She has really brought us glory. Chen Zhihao was in a great mood looking at his daughter Chen Zuwei's scores. What? Of course, Weiwei has always been our pride. The one speaking was Chen Zuwei's mother, Li Weiyang. She was wearing a royal blue silk kipao, the fabric shimmering like flowing water, accentuating her graceful figure. Her hair was meticulously styled into a low bun, revealing her smooth forehead and elegant neckline. Around her neck hung a necklace of vibrant green jade, with matching cabochon earrings on her lobes, all emanating a warm and expensive luster. A smile played on her lips, and her eyes held a perfect balance of reserve and pride. Since our Weiwei did so well this time, about that quota for the first district. Li Weiyang looked at her husband with an inquiring gaze. Chen Zhihao gently rubbed the rim of his teacup with his fingertips. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. With Weiwei's results this time, as long as we put in a little effort, that spot in the first district will certainly be hers. At this point, Chen Zhihao suddenly paused, his brows knitting slightly as he looked at the score report in his hand. Did not I instruct you before the exam to have Weiwei team up with that boy from the Shen family? Why are the two of them in different teams? Upon hearing this, Li Weiyang was taken aback. She walked over quickly and took the score report from Chen Zhihao's hand. She looked it over, puzzled. They are not together. I specifically instructed Weiwei before the exam. Li Weiyang scanned the report carefully. Indeed, the name of the young master from the Shen family did not appear in the top-ranked team, but a name she loathed to the extreme did. Xiao Fan, how could he possibly be in a team with Weiwei? Li Weiyang's voice turned sharp, shedding all her previous elegance and gentleness. Xiao Fan, who is that? Chen Zhihao frowned, finding the name vaguely familiar, but unable to recall who it was. Have you forgotten? He is the nephew of that servant who tried to cling to our Weiwei. Once she said that, Chen Zhihao remembered as well. Back then, their daughter Chen Zuwei was young, and not only was she friends with a servant's nephew, she even argued with them because of him. It had made him so angry that he even had people beat that servant up. This brat is like a ghost that will not go away. I let him get close to Weiwei because of my negligence when they were kids. After all this time, he is still pestering her. If I had known, I should have driven that whole family out of Heicheng back then. Looking at the jarring name on the list, Li Weiyang suddenly came up with an idea. Old Chen, can we swap this Xiao Fan's results and assign him to the 18th District Beginner Village? A hint of malice flashed across Li Weiyang's face. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom has established 18 beginner villages within Cloud Sea, and each has different resources, facilities, and environments. The 1st District Beginner Village has the top-tier resources, while the 18th District is the worst of them all, where there is not even a guarantee of safety. Although it was impossible for Xiao Fan to enter the 1st District like her daughter Chen Zuwei ever in his life. Still, she wanted to cast the person pestering her daughter into the abyss forever. She wanted to ensure he could never turn his life around. It would be best if he just died in the 18th District's beginner village. Chen Zhihao was silent for a moment, his tone hesitant. Although the current domestic situation is a bit chaotic, the authorities still attach great importance to the college entrance exam. At the end of the day, the state values promising players, so I am afraid it will not be that easy to change his results. Li Weiyang scoffed at this. That Xiao Fan is just a servant's nephew. He probably will not even learn a single black-tier skill in his entire life. What kind of potential could he possibly have? His first place in the exam was just riding on our Weiwei's coattails. Even if we change his results, what can he do? Is our Chen family afraid of him? Chen Zhihao thought it over and decided his wife was right. Besides, with their daughter Chen Zuwei's talent, she might have a chance to become a top-ranked player, meeting even better people and leading the Chen family to even greater heights. People like Xiao Fan only deserve to be servants, just like his uncle. I will take care of it. Chen Zhihao's expression turned somber. What? There was no option to apply for preferences in Blue Star's college entrance exam. The beginner villages were allocated entirely based on exam rankings. 15 days after the exam, the acceptance letters would be sent out in waves. Xiao Fan had been home surfing the web these past few days, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the game Cloud Sea. After being discharged from the hospital, his uncle Xiao Yi could not wait to rest before going back to work, and his aunt Liu Ziyuan also found a part-time job. Xiao Fan felt a twinge of pain for them. Although he was not the original owner of this body, he had truly felt the warmth from his relatives these past few days and had fully integrated into this family. He still had 630 core power in the game, but it could only be exchanged for real currency once he entered a beginner village. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan could not wait to receive his acceptance letter and re-enter Cloud Sea. He checked online and found that, with his scores, getting into the 2nd District Beginner Village was absolutely certain. Once I am in the game, I have to find a way to make money to improve the family's situation. Just then, Xiao Fan noticed that the fatty had updated his social media feed. He opened it to see a photo of an acceptance letter for the 2nd District. The caption read, "Fatty has been accepted into the 2nd District." Shortly after, he saw Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Keo's posts, showing they had also received their acceptance letters for the 2nd District. It looks like the letters are arriving today. Xiao Fan could not help but feel excited. However, by the time his uncle and aunt returned from work that evening, Xiao Fan still had not received his. Maybe it will arrive tomorrow. Xiao Fan did not think much of it. Then 5 days passed, and Xiao Fan still had not received his. The distribution of acceptance letters followed the order of the districts, with higher-ranked districts receiving them earlier. Seeing classmates already posting their letters for the 15th district on social media, Xiao Fan realized something was wrong. Dinner time. When his uncle Xiao Yi learned that Xiao Fan had not received his letter yet, he felt even more guilty. Since the exam, Xiao Fan had not mentioned his scores. Xiao Yi assumed that because he could not afford to buy Xiao Fan a beginner weapon, Xiao Fan had not done well on the exam. The atmosphere at the dinner table was heavy. Xiao Fan ate in silence, and after finishing, said a quick word and returned to his room. After a long while, Xiao Yi sighed. "It is all my fault. If I had not spent the money on my hospital stay, Xiao Fan would not have done so poorly just because he did not have a beginner weapon." Liu Ziyuan set down her bowl and chopsticks, watching Xiao Fan's retreating back. Though her heart ached, she tried to comfort her husband. "Do not think like that, brother Yi, we really had no choice." Silence returned to the dinner table. Xiao Ye looked out the window, a certain resolve forming in his heart. Today was the last day for the acceptance letters, and Xiao Fan finally received his. It clearly read, 18th District Beginner Village. How can it be the 18th District? We both got first place and the fatty and the others got 2nd District letters. How could I possibly be in the 18th? There must be a mistake at the school. What? Xiao Fan walked straight into the principal's office, clutching his admission letter. Seeing Xiao Fan enter, a flicker of unease crossed the principal's face, though he quickly hid it. Student Xiao Fan, what brings you here? Xiao Fan remained expressionless and placed the admission letter on the desk in front of the principal. Principal, if I recall correctly, placements for the novice villages are based on exam rankings. I placed first in the city, so why did I receive an admission letter for District 18? The principal looked at the letter in front of him and gave an awkward smile. Xiao Fan, all 18 novice districts are established by our country. It is essentially the same wherever you go. Xiao Fan was almost driven to laughter by this comment. The principal was actually trying to change the subject with a logical fallacy. Before he thought it might have been a clerical error by the school, but now he was certain. This was a conspiracy. Since you believe all 18 districts are the same, can I choose to go to Novice District 1 instead? The principal choked on his words. Do not joke like that, Xiao Fan. Who is the one joking here? Xiao Fan's voice suddenly rose. I was the top scorer in the city. Everyone else gets into District 2 and I get the absolute worst one, District 18. Do not you think you owe me an explanation? Please do not get agitated, Xiao Fan. Let us talk this out calmly. As the principal tried to appease him, he inwardly cursed the Chen family for taking things too far. Even if they had moved Xiao Fan to District 3, 4, or 5, he could have come up with an excuse, but placing him in the worst one, District 18. What possible justification could there be for sending the top student of the college entrance exam to the worst district? Fine, let us talk calmly. Xiao Fan slumped into a chair, crossed his arms, and stared at the principal. Please tell me why my first place ranking resulted in an assignment to District 18. The principal stammered for a long time without finding the right words. Finally, he seemed to make a decision. Xiao Fan, you only managed to take first place because you were teamed up with Chen Zuwei. The principal adjusted his glasses, his tone turning stern. Given your foundation and potential, ending up in District 18 is a perfectly normal result. I rode on Chen Zuwei's coattails. Xiao Fan pointed at his own nose as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. He admitted that Chen Zuwei was crucial to the team's success, but without him, they never would have survived the wild boss encounter. If they had died, what score would there even be to talk about? He earned this top spot with a clear conscience. The school mandated a team exam, yet when it comes to me, you suddenly care about individual ability. Do not you think that is hilarious? Xiao Fan mocked. HMPH, the principal slammed the table, his face flushing with the indignation of someone caught in a lie. Xiao Fan, do you have any respect for your teachers? I respect those worthy of it, not someone with no moral integrity. Xiao Fan stood up and roared, the frustration of the past few days finally boiling over. The principal's chest heaved, his face turning red with anger. In all these years, no student had ever dared to speak to him like that. Any lingering guilt he had felt toward Xiao Fan vanished instantly. He sneered. The admission letter was issued by the Gaming Bureau. Take it if you want or do not if you do not. The school cannot help you. You, Xiao Fan, did not expect the principal to be so shameless. He knew that continuing to argue at school was useless. If the school would not help, he would go to higher authorities. I refuse to believe that having my exam results tampered with will go unpunished. With that, Xiao Fan grabbed the admission letter and walked out. This was his evidence. The principal watched Xiao Fan walk away and immediately made a phone call. Just as Xiao Fan stepped out of the school gate, a luxury car pulled up beside him. The window rolled down and a man in a black suit sized him up. Xiao Fan, our boss wants to see you. Seeing Xiao Fan did not move, the man sneered. If you do not want anything bad to happen to your family, you would better get in the car. Are you threatening me? I am giving you a warning. Xiao Fan clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his mind filled with overwhelming rage. Weakness is an original sin. I must become strong, I must. Only by becoming strong can I protect my family and stop being bullied at the whims of others. In that moment, Xiao Fan underwent a profound change. He swallowed his humiliation and got into the car. The car stopped in front of a high-rise building, and Xiao Fan was led into a conference room. Wait here, our boss will be here shortly. The man in black left after saying that and locked the door. Who could it be? Xiao Fan searched through all the memories of the previous owner, but he could not find anyone he had offended. Before long, the door to the conference room opened, and a man wearing a traditional Chinese tunic suit walked in. The man had a commanding presence, clearly someone who had held a high position for a long time. Xiao Fan looked at his face and finally remembered who he was. Chen Zui's father, Chen Jiqing, the head of the Chen family, the most powerful family in Hecheng. At that moment, Xiao Fan finally understood why his exam results had been swapped. A wave of intense humiliation and fury surged through him. Back when the original owner was just friends with Chen Zui as a child, his uncle was nearly beaten to death for it. Even for the college entrance exam, it was Chen Zui who invited him to join the team, yet the Chen family had secretly tampered with his results to force him into the worst district. He had done nothing wrong, yet everything had gone wrong for him. All because he was weak. Kid, I remember warning you not to keep pestering Zui. This incident is just a warning. If you dare to appear in front of Zui again, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chen Jiqing looked down at Xiao Fan from his position of power. You, your uncle and aunt and those twins. If you want them to live, let this matter go. Take your admission letter and go quietly to District 18. Xiao Fan's face turned livid. He knew there was no way to change his assignment now. He could not put his family in danger just for the sake of an admission letter. Chen Jiqing looked at the furious youth and curled his lips in a mocking sneer. What, not convinced? Let me tell you, do not even think about stepping out of the novice village in this lifetime. He had seen plenty of people like Xiao Fan. Unreconciled, so what? This world is ruled by power. Bottom feeders like Xiao Fan would never have access to high-end resources in their entire lives, ending up as nothing more than ordinary people. What did they have to compete with a family like his? It was noon by the time Xiao Fan exited the building. The scorching sun poured down without mercy, baking the earth and beating upon his thin shoulders, feeling as hot as if it were trying to brand him. He squinted and looked up at the blinding sun, his clenched fists slowly relaxing, though his fingertips still trembled slightly from rage. The light was too intense, as if it could pierce through everything, yet it could not reach the shadows within his heart. Chen family, one day I will make you regret this. So what if it is District 18, so what if the resources are poor? He, Xiao Fan, had the weight of 5,000 years of Earth's culture behind him. One day I will show you that not only will I make it out of the novice zone, but I will stand at the pinnacle of the world. And when that day comes, I will make your Chen family pay for what you have done. What? Yunhai Government Service Hall. Here you can exchange your acceptance letter for a gaming login device, and from then on, you become a true player. When Xiao Fan arrived, the government service hall was already packed with people. Most of them were students there to pick up their login devices. There were 17 windows in the hall, corresponding to 17 novice villages. For Novice Village Zone 1, you have to go to the provincial office to collect the device. At this moment, there were few people at the windows for Zones 2 to 5, long lines at Zones 6 to 17, and not a single soul at Zone 18. Fanji, over here. Xiao Fan heard the fatties voice the moment he stepped inside. He turned his head to see the fatty, Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Kao standing by window 2. Seeing him look over, the three of them waved at him. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment, then walked over. Fanji, why are you so late? The three of us have been waiting for quite a while. The fatty was beaming, clearly in a great mood lately. Yeah, Xiao Fan, we 5 agreed to team up for leveling in Zone 2. We were waiting specifically for you, Zhang Kao said enthusiastically. Zhang Yuanyuan looked a bit gloomy. It is a pity that Zhu Wei was admitted to Zone 1. We will not be able to fight alongside each other anymore. Seeing this, Xiao Fan realized that the three of them did not know yet that he had been accepted into Zone 18. Xiao Fan said, I will not be able to team up with you guys. Hearing this, the three of them looked at him in unison, the smiles on their faces instantly vanishing. Why Fanji, we had an agreement. I was counting on that powerful skill of yours to help me rack up kills. Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Kao looked concerned as well. Xiao Fan, what happened? Is something wrong? Xiao Fan took out his acceptance letter and said, I am going to Zone 18. Looking at the Zone 18 acceptance letter, the three of them were in disbelief. How is that possible? We are the top in the city, the three of us all got Zone 2 letters. How could you be assigned to Zone 18? Zhang Yuanyuan stared intensely at the letter, as if trying to burn a hole through it. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Fanji, you are so talented, how could you be sent to Zone 18? The fatty shook his head frantically. Xiao Fan, did the school make a mistake? Did you go and ask them? Zhang Kao asked with a frown. Xiao Fan nodded. I asked, and the school said that my potential only qualified me for Zone 18. That is total nonsense. Fanji, you are someone who successfully created your own skill. The skill you created is so powerful that it would have been enough to get you into Zone 1, let alone Zone 18. the fatty said indignantly. Zhang Yunyuan and Zhang Kao seemed to have guessed something, as they remained silent. Xiao Fan patted the fatty on the shoulder. Since you say I am so good, what difference does the zone make? It is just Zone 18, not the 18th level of hell. But how can it be the same? Zone 18 has fewer resources and is dangerous. If it were not dangerous, I would not even want to go. Xiao Fan interrupted the fatty and shrugged dismissively. Anyway, I am going to pick up my device. See you around. With that, Xiao Fan turned and walked toward window 18. Looking at his thin back, the three of them felt a heavy heart. No one knew better than them just how strong Xiao Fan's talent was. A proud girl like Chen Zuwei chose pre-existing skills upon entering the game, but Xiao Fan had already created his own. He was simply a level above them. Alright, let us go get our devices too. Although Xiao Fan is going to Zone 18, I believe with his strength, he will not be weaker than anyone in Zone 1. Once we finish the novice village, we can still fight together, Zhang Kao said, trying to comfort them. Yeah, definitely. Xiao Fan soon got his Yunhai login device and returned home. Xiao Fan, you must remember, safety is the most important thing. Your uncle just wants you to be safe. I know, I understand. Xiao Fan nodded earnestly, and under the worried gazes of his uncle and aunt, he pressed the button on the login device. Watching Xiao Fan's figure vanish into the living room, Xiao Yi composed his expression and turned to his wife. Honey, the company is sending me away for a while. I will have to leave the house to you. Hearing this, Liu Ziyuan turned back in surprise. Why so suddenly? The salary for fieldwork is better, and I really want to earn a bit more money. Liu Ziyuan was silent for a moment, then you take care. Yes. A whistling gust of wind swept past, kicking up dust everywhere. Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, and seeing the sand and dust coming at him, he hurriedly covered his eyes with his hand. Cough cough, why is there so much dust? Xiao Fan waved his hand to clear the dust in front of him. Before him lay rolling mountain ranges, vast like a sea, extending to the very edge of the horizon. Is this the true world of Yunhai? Xiao Fan had checked online. The Yunhai forest from the exam was just a novice trial ground, equivalent to a tutorial in an online game meant to help players get familiar with the mechanics. The real world of Yunhai was grand and spectacular, filled with all kinds of magical places. Deserts, snow-capped mountains, lakes, forests, and other fantastic realms that did not exist on Earth. It had been 10 years since Yunhai arrived, and humanity had explored less than 5% of the world map, showing just how enormous it was. Hey kid, are you a newcomer? Just as Xiao Fan was lost in thought, a rough voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned abruptly and caught sight of a dilapidated village. Broken? It was really broken. Dilapidated wooden fences were crookedly arranged in a circle, barely serving as a boundary. Many parts were broken and the walls were overgrown with weeds. The scene inside was completely visible. Randomly built thatched huts seemed like a gust of wind could blow them away. Aside from that, there were only a few players. The three characters above the main gate were now cruelly prominent. Zone 18. This was the novice village of Zone 18. Xiao Fan knew the environment here was not great, but he had not expected it to be this rundown. It was even worse than many villages on Earth, primitive enough to be compared to a tribal village in Africa. It was said that the novice village in Zone 1 was as prosperous as the capital. Both were novice villages, how could the difference be this huge? I am talking to you, kid. The rough voice sounded again, and Xiao Fan came to his senses, noticing a man standing nearby. The man looked to be around 40, about 1.8 meters tall, with solid muscles and a slightly tanned complexion. He was wearing a slightly small chainmail and holding a large white axe. Though his voice was gruff, the man's expression did not show much impatience, and he did not look like a bad guy. Xiao Fan nodded. I am a new player this year. My name is Xiao. He paused for a second and then changed his answer. I go by Ju Chen. The man did not care at all about Xiao Fan hiding his real name. I am Feng Zook, the manager of Zone 18. We will talk once everyone arrives. As the 20th new player stepped onto the landing point of District 18, Feng Zook cast a glance at the list in his hand, then finally took a slow step forward. Everyone is here, he said, his voice quiet yet clearly audible to everyone present. Now, let me go over the rules for District 18. As he finished speaking, the eyes of all the players turned to focus on him. I am Feng Zook, the village chief of Newbie Village District 18. Once you enter the village, each of you can collect a map for free. The map marks the types and levels of dangerous beasts near District 18. Of course, these are not absolute. The creatures in Cloud Sea are just like those in reality, and we cannot guarantee that higher-level beasts will not appear in the Level 1 beast zones. You will need to be careful yourselves. It is best to return to the village before dark, as the wilderness is very dangerous at night. Of course, the village itself might not be entirely safe at night either, so try not to sleep too soundly. The thatched cottages in the village are available for rent, costing only 10 nuclear power points per month. In Cloud Sea, no one is obligated to help you, including me. However, if you have any simple questions, you can come ask me. The largest thatched cottage in the village center is my residence. Finally, let me remind you of one thing. There is no hospital in District 18 and there are no healing class players. Do not push yourselves too hard when hunting beasts. It is best to avoid getting injured. Now, does anyone have any questions? Fengsuk looked around and seeing that no one spoke, waved his hand. Let us head into the village. Watching Fengsuk walk away, the 20 new players hurried to follow behind him. There was a simple table at the village entrance with 20 maps laid out, which were presumably the District 18 maps Fengsuk had mentioned. One for each person, exactly enough. Xiao Fan picked one up and flipped through it. It clearly marked the beasts found in each area around District 18, along with their types, characteristics, and levels. For a beginner player, it was indeed very useful. After getting their maps, some players suggested taking a tour of the district, and many others raised their hands in agreement. Xiao Fan glanced at the small, easily surveyed village and politely declined the invitation. Once the others had left, Xiao Fan immediately opened his game interface. Checking his information. ID Jiachen. Level 20. HP 1. MP 1 plus 31. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Spirit 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Trade Saint. Skills Aura of the Saint, Grace of the Saint 2. Equipment Nuns. Nuclear Power 630. Additionally, he had 5 free attribute points. Looking at the massive fortune of 630 points, Xiao Fan decided to find Fengsuk and rent a thatched cottage. The environment in District 18 was too poor. What if it rained or got windy while he was sleeping outside? The weather in Cloud Sea changed just like in reality. The daytime temperature was fine for now, but who knew if things would change at night? He had enough nuclear power to spare, so he might as well rent a cottage and be more comfortable. When he found Fengsuk's residence and mentioned he wanted to rent a house, a flicker of surprise crossed Fengsuk's eyes. It was rare to see a player willing to rent a house on their very first day in the beginner village. Xiao Fan traded 10 nuclear power points to Fengsuk and was given a red flag. Fengsuk told him that any thatched cottage without a flag in front was unoccupied, and he could just pick one and stick his flag there. Xiao Fan walked around the village and eventually chose a house near the entrance. First, it would be harder for other players to notice if he had to carry out any secret operations. Second, if anything special happened in the village, he would be the first to know at the entrance. The cottage was small, containing nothing but a bed. Xiao Fan did not mind and placed his backpack in the corner. He began to think about his next steps. After renting the house, he had 620 nuclear power points remaining. Without any weapons or offensive skills, he lacked the capability to hunt beasts alone. Oh right, Xiao Fan suddenly remembered that you could create your own weapons in Cloud Sea. Although he had no skills now, given his attributes, he could still hunt low-level beasts if he had a weapon. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan opened the game interface and searched for a long time before finally finding the weapon creation menu. Player level 2 low, cannot create weapons. Damn, I need to be level 5 to create weapons, what a harsh game. Xiao Fan could not help but curse under his breath. He was only level 2, and reaching level 5 would require 11,000 nuclear power points. He only had 620. That was a bit far off. Xiao Fan finally understood why, despite the immense power to be gained in Cloud Sea, so many people remained in reality, unwilling to enter the game. It is a game where you have to pay just to breathe. No weapons, no skills. It seems like I will have to team up with others to level up. Xiao Fan felt a faint sense of regret that he had not created an offensive skill. Seeing it was still early, Xiao Fan decided to step out of the village to have a look. According to the map, there was a forest to the southwest. The outskirts of the forest were filled with harmless plants and red-eyed rabbits. Red-eyed rabbits were level 1 beasts, the weakest among all level 1 creatures. Even a level 1 player could easily kill them. With his current strength, the outskirts of the forest were the only place he could wander. The other players were still exploring the village, so no one noticed Xiao Fan leaving. As soon as he entered the forest, Xiao Fan noticed colorful little flowers growing beneath many of the large trees. Good news, these flowers had health bars. Bad news, the health bars were green. Name 7 colored flower harmless. Level 1s. HP 1. Sigh, if only they were red, Xiao Fan thought with a look of regret. Just as he was about to leave, an idea flashed through his mind, and he stopped and doubled back. Let me test this out. Xiao Fan crouched in front of a 7-colored flower and carefully pulled it up, roots and all. When he checked the information for the flower again, he saw that it had indeed lost 2 health points. His eyes lit up. He set the flower aside, and once its health dropped to 80, he picked it up and replanted it in the ground. The health is increasing. Watching the flower's health climb from 80 to 82, Xiao Fan could not hide his excitement. He stared intently at the health bar. Watching the health climb from 82 to 84, 86, 88. Xiao Fan's heart was pounding in his throat with nervousness. Finally, the health reached 90. Plus 1 MP. Seeing that notification, Xiao Fan was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. It actually works. The health restored by planting the flowers counted as his healing output, which could activate his passive skill, Aura of the Saint. Xiao Fan looked at the 7-colored flowers growing all over the forest. This means I can farm infinite mana here. I am destined to create countless skills. With this much mana, I will be able to overwhelm anyone in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and the speed at which he pulled the flowers picked up. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Xiao Fan planted the last flower before reluctantly standing up. The wild is dangerous at night, and he did not want to take any risks. Check character profile. ID Jiachen. Level 20. HP 1. MP 1 plus 551. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Spirit 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Trait Saintess. Skills Aura of the Saintess, Gift of the Saintess level 2. Equipment Nuns. Core power 620. I actually farmed 520 points of mana all afternoon. This MP is already equivalent to that of a level 7 player. Xiao Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that the hard work of the afternoon was worth it. By the time he returned to The Chinese letter village, the sun had set, and a light had been lit at the village entrance. After Xiao Fan entered the village, other players blocked the entrance, adding a final layer of defense to the dilapidated village. Feng Zuk was there too. He glanced at Xiao Fan but did not ask about his whereabouts. I have something to tell you. 2 people need to patrol the village entrance every night, and you 20 people have been divided into 10 groups. Since you were away during the day, they already finished organizing, and you are paired with Zai's Yunwei. Hearing this, Xiao Fan frowned. He had no objection to patrolling at night, but it was a bit too much that they did not wait for him to group up and just assigned him a teammate randomly, right? He remembered Zai's Yunwei as the only new female player who arrived today. She had long black hair, was short, and looked a bit frail. They paired up in 2s and she was the only one left, so you have to group with her, Feng Zuk explained further. Xiao Fan completely lost his temper. He did not know any of the 19 people, and they had no obligation to wait for him to return to form a team. Xiao Fan nodded, accepting the grouping. It was just a night patrol anyway, it did not matter who he was with. Since there are people on patrol tonight, you should go back and rest early. Try not to go out alone in the future. The area near the mountains is still quite dangerous. Feng Zuk had a good impression of Xiao Fan, so he kindly warned him. Thanks, Brother Feng. Xiao Fan greeted him and returned to his thatched cottage. After planting flowers all afternoon, Xiao Fan was so tired that he fell asleep the moment he lay on the bed. He slept without dreams all night. Jiachen, are you there? Early in the morning, while Xiao Fan was still half asleep, he heard someone calling his game ID outside the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Xiao Fan got up and opened the door, only to find the 19 new players who entered the game with him yesterday standing there. Is there something you need from me? Xiao Fan frowned. A male player with the ID Han Murin stepped out from the crowd. Jiachen, we are planning to team up and hunt beasts in the forest to the southwest. Do you want to join us? There are 20 of us, just enough to form 4 small squads. I am in, wait for me a second. After saying that, Xiao Fan turned around and hurried back into the room to grab his backpack. He was just worrying about not having a team, especially since he currently had no weapons or damage skills. Watching Xiao Fan come out with a large bag, the others looked puzzled. Jiachen, we are going to hunt beasts, why are you carrying such a big bag? Asked a player named Garfield Not Fat. Oh, Xiao Fan patted his forehead. I forgot to tell you I am a healer class player, this bag contains medicines and bandages. Upon hearing that Xiao Fan was a healer, the other 19 people's eyes lit up. At their current level, having a healer in the party was undoubtedly an extra layer of safety. Suddenly, everyone's look towards Xiao Fan became a bit friendlier. You have to know that in Cloud Sea, healers are extremely rare because they have poor self-protection, cannot run away when meeting danger, and cannot heal themselves if injured, making it a high-risk profession. Alright, let us go quickly. On the way, the 20 people were divided into groups. Xiao Fan, Han Murin, Garfield Not Fat, Fast as Wind, and Zazai formed a squad. On the way, all 4 introduced their skill chains. I learned the yellow tier saber technique skill chain Fatal Strike, Han Murin said, resting a large white saber on his shoulder. I learned the yellow tier sword technique skill chain Gale Slash, Fast as Wind said, gripping the long sword at his waist. I learned the yellow tier archery skill chain Aimed Shot, Garfield Not Fat said, pointing to the white bow on his back. I learned the yellow tier spear technique skill chain Overlord Spear, Zazai said, swinging his long spear. Without exception, all 4 had learned yellow tier skill chains. Those who had learned higher level skill chains would not have come to District 18. This lineup is actually quite good, with both long range and melee capabilities, and plus my healing, leveling in the early stages will not be a problem at all. Xiao Fan was in a good mood. With reliable teammates he could level up faster. Soon, Xiao Fan understood why his 4 teammates appeared in the rookie village of District 18. The 20 people quickly reached the forest Xiao Fan had visited yesterday. Let us split up here. If any squad encounters danger, others should help if they can. After all, there are not many people in District 18, and we need to stand together to go further in Cloud Sea. Han Murin gave final instructions, and the 4 squads separated, heading in different directions. Xiao Fan saw the colorful flowers by the road and his hands were itching to pick them. There will be plenty of chances to farm mana later. The most important thing now is to earn core power to level up. The 10-point spirit attribute gave Xiao Fan an extremely strong perception, allowing him to detect any beast within 100 meters. Be careful, there is a beast nearby. Xiao Fan detected movement and quickly reminded the other 4. No way, it is so quiet here, how could there be a beast? Jiachun, you are not joking, are you? Zaza said, looking around with his spear. Xiao Fan, well, I do not know how to evaluate that. I am not joking, the beast is not far from us now. Seeing that Xiao Fan's expression was serious and not like he was lying, the other 4 quickly adopted defensive postures, scanning their surroundings warily. The beast got closer and closer and finally. There. Xiao Fan pointed his finger to the right. Everyone turned their heads and saw a white rabbit staring at them with crimson eyes. The rabbit was as big as a normal dog, its ears estimated to be half a meter long, and its eyes were as red as blood. Name Red-Eyed Rabbits. Level 1. HP 1. Archer, shoot it now, Xiao Fan commanded, pointing in the direction of the red-eyed rabbit. Huh? Garfield Not Fat was stunned for a moment before realizing that Xiao Fan was commanding him. Okay. Garfield Not Fat hurriedly readied his bow, and since the distance was too far, he chose to use the skill Charge Up. Following a sharp whistling sound, his arrow flew out and landed in the soil right in front of the red-eyed rabbit. Xiao Fan's vision went black. What? My god, you cannot even hit it from this close. Your archery skills are truly a waste of time. Jai Rufeng could not help but complain. Watch and learn, I am going in. Jai Rufeng gripped his long sword tightly, eager to give it a try. Hey, do not do anything reckless. Xiao Fan hurried to stop him, but before he could finish, Jai Rufeng had already dashed out like an arrow from a bow, moving so fast he left only a blur behind. Beast, taste my blade. Xiao Fan could not help but feel a jolt. Jai Rufeng really lived up to his name, his speed was incredible. Seeing Jai Rufeng close in on the red-eyed rabbit in the blink of an eye, his movements were clean and decisive. There is an opening. Everyone's eyes were instantly fixed on him. Villain, prepare to die. Jai Rufeng held his long sword high, pointing directly at the red-eyed rabbit, his face full of excitement and confidence. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jai Rufeng felt a sharp pain in his chest as if he had been struck by a giant boulder. Immediately after, he was sent flying backward uncontrollably. Seeing this, Han Murin and the other 2 rushed forward to catch Jai Rufeng. As a result, due to the massive force, all 3 of them were knocked over along with him, collapsing into a chaotic heap on the ground. Watching the red-eyed rabbit in the distance look at them with a mocking gaze, Xiao Fan felt his vision darken with frustration. At that moment, he finally understood the true weight of being in the 18th area of the novice village. Cough cough, and this beast is so powerful. Jai Rufeng scrambled up from the ground, looking terrified. Xiao Fan. The red-eyed rabbit's strength was at the very bottom among Tier 1 beasts, only slightly stronger than the ones in the Cloud Sea forest of the trial grounds. Plus, they were fragile with only 120 HP, so any tier 1 player could solo them with a little care. But the red-eyed rabbit had a skill where it could jump up and glare at people, which was why Xiao Fan had chosen to have the archer, Garfield will not gain weight, attack from a distance. But he never imagined his teammates would be so unreliable. Fortunately, the red-eyed rabbit did not deal much damage, and none of the 4 were hurt. Brothers, listen to my command, let us surround and kill this red-eyed rabbit together. Han Muren climbed up from the ground and shouted, waving his broadsword. Jiu Chen, you stay back and try not to get hurt. If you see someone injured, find a chance to heal them. Han Muren commanded calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Fan nodded and stood aside. Han Muren's instruction was reasonable. It seems Han Muren's leadership is not too bad after all. No sooner had this thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind than he saw Han Muren wave his arm. The rest of you charge with me. After shouting, he led the charge with his long blade. Xiao Fan slapped his forehead, his vision darkening again. How did he ever get the illusion that Han Muren was actually reliable? For the next while, the 4 of them chased the red-eyed rabbit around in circles. 10 minutes passed and they had not even touched a hair on the rabbit, while they were exhausted to the point of collapse. The red-eyed rabbit seemed to be toying with them, not running far away, just leading the 4 of them around. Garfield will not gain weight had the least stamina. He was already covered in sweat, bent over and panting. I cannot do it anymore. I cannot run. Xiao Fan. He truly did not understand why a ranged archer was joining the chase. If this continues, we will not be able to kill a single beast in a whole day. Xiao Fan watched as the 3 of them slowed down, their stamina clearly running out. Once their stamina was depleted, they would not even be able to run if they encountered other beasts. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan could not stand it anymore. He ran over and helped Garfield will not gain weight up. Are you okay? I am fine. Garfield will not gain weight responded instinctively, then turned to see it was Xiao Fan and said anxiously, you are a healer, why are you running over here? Do not get in the way of our hunt. Xiao Fan. Do you see that tree? Xiao Fan said, pointing to a large tree nearby. A tree? What is up with that tree? Garfield will not gain weight's eyes were filled with pure unadulterated foolishness. Aim at that tree. When I say shoot, you fire immediately, Xiao Fan instructed. Why would you want me to shoot a tree for no reason? Garfield will not gain weight did not understand. I told you to shoot, so shoot. Do not ask why. Xiao Fan's tone suddenly became stern, his face growing cold. Seeing Xiao Fan like this, Garfield will not gain weight was so startled he immediately drew his bow and aimed at the large tree. Jiu Chen looked so scary just now, Garfield will not gain weight muttered to himself. Only when he saw that Garfield will not gain weight was ready did Xiao Fan speak. Follow my orders now. Zaza attack from the right, Han Muren attack from the left, Jai Rufeng attack from the front. The 3 were already feeling numb. The red-eyed rabbit was too fast and they could not catch up at all. Just as the 3 were lost, Xiao Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Perhaps because Xiao Fan's voice was so authoritative, the 3 subconsciously followed his instructions, immediately changing their formation and closing in on the rabbit from 3 sides. With people in all 3 directions, the red-eyed rabbit's movement range was significantly restricted. Seeing this, their eyes lit up. This method works. Encircle it, do not let it run away, Han Muren shouted excitedly. The rabbit looked left and right. Given its strength, letting the 3 approach was a death sentence. Seeing them getting closer, the red-eyed rabbit turned around, trying to flee from the rear. It is trying to run, go, do not let it get away. Seeing the rabbit try to escape, Han Muren panicked, and the 3 picked up their speed. Xiao Fan stared intently at the rabbit's trajectory, calculating rapidly in his mind. It is over, it is going to get away, came Han Muren's crestfallen voice. Now Xiao Fan's eyes flashed suddenly. Fire the arrow. As soon as he spoke, Garfield will not gain weight, who had been ready for a long time, released his fingers, and the arrow shot through the air with a piercing whistle. The red-eyed rabbit leaped in front of the big tree, and just as it jumped up again, preparing to escape, a long arrow struck it right in its sturdy hind leg. The rabbit's jumping body lost power due to the injured leg and crashed to the ground. The 3 were already in despair, but they had not expected Garfield will not gain weight's shot to pin the red-eyed rabbit down at the critical moment. At this point, even if they were slow-witted, they knew exactly what to do. Strike while it is down. Brothers, let us go, kill it together. Following Han Muren's shout, Zaza and Jai Rufeng attacked simultaneously. A sword, a spear, and a knife landed on the rabbit, and in an instant its HP bar dropped to 0. It was dead for good. We actually killed the red-eyed rabbit. Awesome, that villain dared to tease us, but in the end it still died under my blade. It thought it could escape your grandpa Jai Rufeng's clutches in its dreams. The 3 of them cheered and whooped in excitement. I actually hit it. Garfield will not gain weight looked at his own hand in disbelief.
What?
Xiao Fan finally let out a sigh of relief and patted Jiafei Bujiafei on the shoulder, saying, "Well done." "Jiachen, no, Brother Chen, you are absolutely amazing." Jiafei Bujiafei gave a thumbs up. He knew deep down that if it were not for Xiao Fan, he never would have been able to hit that red-eyed rabbit. Han Muren and the other two also walked over at this moment. "Jiafei, great job, that arrow just now was god tier. Yeah, if it were not for your crucial shot, that red-eyed rabbit would have gotten away. The point is, you are actually quite reliable." Hearing their praise, Jiafei Bujiafei said sheepishly, "I was able to shoot so accurately all thanks to Brother Chen." With that, Jiafei Bujiafei explained exactly what had just happened. After hearing his story, the other three looked at Xiao Fan in sheer shock. Thinking back, they had only changed their formation to force the red-eyed rabbit into that position because of Xiao Fan's commands. Could it be that Jiachen had calculated everything all along? That is way too insane. The four of them looked at Xiao Fan with expressions shifting from shock to disbelief, then to respect, and finally to pure admiration. "I suggest we let Jiachen be the team leader. Does anyone have any objections?" Han Muren suddenly asked. Judging by the situation just now, Jiachen's command was clearly a cut above his own. In a position of leadership, the most capable should lead. "I agree with both hands and feet," Jiafei Bujiafei immediately chimed in. "We have no objections either." Zaiza and Zhuro Feng exchanged looks and also agreed. Han Muren finally looked at Xiao Fan. "Jiachen, the command of the team is in your hands now." "All right, fines." Xiao Fan nodded. He had to be the leader. Otherwise, with the abilities of Han Muren and the others, he feared he would not level up even in a lifetime. The five of them rested for a moment, waiting for their stamina to recover before heading further into the forest. This time, Xiao Fan stood in the very center of the formation as the commander.
Whoosh!
An arrow flew through the air, striking the red-eyed rabbit perfectly, and Han Muren's team, who were already prepared, rushed up to finish it off. "Heh, another one down, Brother Chen is truly amazing," Han Muren said with a flattering smile. Along the way, they finally realized just how powerful Xiao Fan's command was. Under his leadership, the team was practically unstoppable. Not a single red-eyed rabbit they encountered managed to escape. In just one day, they had killed 57 of them. It was nothing short of invincible. Xiao Fan smiled. "This is the result of all our hard work." In reality, he only had to put in effort at the beginning. As their teamwork became more practiced and tacit, he only needed to give simple commands for the four of them to understand his intent. Xiao Fan's current skills still relied on teamwork, so during his time in the rookie zone, he decided to cultivate these four as his permanent teammates. If their character proved to be good, he would not mind helping them create skills suited to them later on. After all, he could imagine far too many potential skills. "It is getting dark, let us head back." Xiao Fan looked at the sky. Dusk was approaching. The five of them walked out of the forest. "We killed 57 red-eyed rabbits, giving us a total of 57 core points. I suggest we split them 11 each and give the remaining 2 to Brother Chen. What do you think?" Han Muren said after calculating the day's earnings. "I have no objections. If it were not for Brother Chen, we would not have been able to kill a single rabbit today. I would even agree to giving him more," Jiafei Bujiafei said quickly. "It is only right. I have no problem with Brother Chen taking more. I do not have any objections either." "All right, then that is how we will distribute them." Seeing that everyone agreed, Han Muren finished distributing the core points, with Xiao Fan receiving 13. "Syed is still too slow." Xiao Fan sighed internally. He still needed 11,100 core points to reach level 5. At 13 points a day, it would take him over 2 years to get there. "Once the team is properly trained, I will take them to hunt higher-level beasts," Xiao Fan decided to himself. The other 4 each received 11 points, which was just enough for them to hit level 2. Aside from Xiao Fan, the other 4 were still only at level 1. After receiving the 11 core points, the 4 of them chose to upgrade without hesitation. 5 free attribute points. Which ones are you planning to add to? After reaching level 2, Han Muren asked the others as he saw the 5 attribute points provided by the system. "I am not sure. How about adding 1 point to each attribute?" Jiafei Bujiafei suggested. "Back at school, the teacher told us that the best way to allocate free attribute points is to add 1 to each, so that your physical fitness can be improved in all aspects. Only those extreme people focus on adding to a single attribute, but that leaves weaknesses in your physique." Zaiza recalled what they had learned and suggested. "Right, that is it exactly," the other 3 nodded in agreement. Xiao Fan stood there speechless. They think focusing on one attribute leaves weaknesses. But if you add one to each, your whole body becomes one giant weakness. Thinking about how he would be teaming up with these four for a long time, Xiao Fan paused and spoke up. I would not recommend you allocate them that way. The four of them had already summoned their systems to add the points, but stopped when they heard Xiao Fan. Why not, Brother Chen? Han Muren asked in confusion. Adding one to each attribute gives a balanced improvement, but it is extremely limited. It is better to focus on one area to give yourself an outstanding specialty. Hearing this, Han Muren thought for a moment before answering hesitantly. But if we only focus on one area, does not our body develop obvious weaknesses? Xiao Fan shook his head. When one of your attributes is exceptionally high, it can mask many of your weaknesses. Take Zhiro Feng, for example. If he puts everything into agility, he might not be able to win a straight fight, but the enemy might not be able to catch him either. Zhiro Feng's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing that. I have decided I am going to put everything into agility from now on. Xiao Fan thought to himself, there is no need for that. I was just giving an example. Besides, we have teammates, they can cover for the areas you are lacking in. Xiao Fan's words made it feel as if a new world had opened up for the four of them. So it could be done like that. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that Xiao Fan's method for allocating points was the logical one. So Brother Chen, how do you think we should allocate our points? The four of them looked at Xiao Fan in unison. Considering their professions and the team configuration, Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. For Han Muren, I suggest going with 5 strength points. A weapon like a blade needs to be domineering, violent, and direct. For Zhiro Feng, I suggest 3 strength and 2 agility. That way you are both fast and carry heavy damage. For Jiafei Bujiafei, I suggest the same 3 strength and 2 agility, so you can run and fight. For Zaizai, I suggest 3 strength and 2 constitution, so you can deal damage while also tanking. This allocation strategy was something Xiao Fan had summarized from his experience with online games in his past life. It fit their current situation, and they could always use core points to buy other stats later. Alright, let us do it that way. The other 4 chose to trust Xiao Fan without hesitation. Help me. The 4 of them had just finished allocating their attribute points when they heard calls for help nearby, mixed with some agonizing screams. The expressions of Xiao Fan and his group of 5 changed. Another team is in danger, quick, let us go see. Han immediately spoke up. The 5 of them immediately ran towards the source of the sound. In another part of the forest, 4 players were running for their lives. Save me. Screams from a woman echoed behind them, but the 4 of them did not even dare to look back. After their squad separated from the main group, they had wandered the forest for a day without killing a single red-eyed rabbit. But fortunately, they had not encountered any danger either. Just a moment ago, seeing it was getting dark, they decided to head back to the novice village. But right then, the ground began to shake, and a massive diamond behemoth emerged from the forest. They had seen the map of District 18. The diamond behemoth was a level 4 fierce beast. How could they possibly defeat it? The 5 of them did not think twice and bolted toward the edge of the forest. They shouted for help as they ran, hoping that the other 3 teams would hear them and come to their rescue. But before any other team could arrive, Zai's Yunwei was caught by the diamond behemoth because she was too slow. Hearing the screams behind them fade away, the other 4 turned pale and ran even more desperately. The ground behind them shook violently, and the sound of the beast drew closer. The 4 runners felt a wave of despair. They simply could not outrun the diamond behemoth. What should they do? I hear noises over there, it sounds like someone is coming. Quick, run that way. As if injected with adrenaline, the 4 of them sprinted wildly in that direction. The further they ran, the more Xiao Fan's brow furrowed. Brother Chen, what is wrong? Han asked with concern upon seeing Xiao Fan's furrowed brow. Something's not right. Xiao Fan stopped in his tracks, a strong sense of unease welling up in his heart. Seeing this, the other 4 quickly stopped as well. At that moment, Xiao Fan's expression shifted drastically. Run, hurry, runs. Just as he finished speaking, he saw 4 people running toward them. It was the other team that had left with them that morning. And a diamond behemoth over 2 meters tall was behind them. Name Diamond Behemoth. Level 4. HP 1. Damn it, how could there be a level 4 fierce beast here? According to the map issued in the novice area, the outskirts of the forest were the territory of level 1 red-eyed rabbits, with only an occasional level 2 beast appearing. Who could tell them why a level 4 beast would appear here? And it was a diamond behemoth, known for its sheer brutality. We cannot win, there is no way we can win. The 4 players saw Xiao Fan's group and their eyes lit up. Help, save us. Save your head, Han could not help but curse. He had no intention of saving anyone now. He wished he could just hack the four of them down himself. What are you waiting for? Runs. Xiao Fan's voice rang out, and the other four finally reacted, taking off at full speed. In an instant, the escape of 4 people turned into the escape of 9. Feeling the sounds behind them getting closer, Xiao Fan's face looked extremely grim. They simply could not outrun a level 4 diamond behemoth. The only skill Xiao Fan could use now was his skill, Mother's Gift. Skill name Mother's Gift level 2 upgradable. Skill grade Heaven. Skill description, after active activation, consumes 60 mana points to unfold a pure field of radiance centered on the caster. All friendly units within range immediately gain 40 points of Holy Light Shield, movement speed increases by 55%, all negative status effects are removed, and they gain Blessing for 15 seconds, restoring 6 HP per second. Cooldown 110 seconds. Creation attributes, Intelligence 10+, Spirit 10+, Constitution 10+. Creation trait Mother Unique. He had upgraded this skill to level 2, providing a 55 speed bonus, but it only lasted for 15 seconds and had a cooldown of nearly 2 minutes. Xiao Fan started calculating quickly in his mind. No, even if I use the skill, we will not escape. Brother Chen, what do we do? If we keep going like this, we will never get away. Han's face was flushed red from the exertion, his eyes bloodshot. Brother Chen, we cannot get away. Why do not we just kill it? Jairu Feng was fast, and he suggested this immediately after glancing back. A level 4 fierce beast, can they actually beat it? If his teammates were Han Zuwei and the others, Xiao Fan would definitely dare to stop and try. But with Han and the others... Recalling their pathetic performance earlier, Xiao Fan really could not be sure. But right now, they clearly could not run away. Which meant he had no other choice. Either fight and kill the Diamond Behemoth, or be chased down and killed one by one. Then we fight, follow my commands. Xiao Fan quickly scanned his interface. ID Jiu Chen's. Level 2 0. HP 1. MP 1 plus 551. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Spirit 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Trait Mother. Skills Mother's Aura Mother's Gift level 2. Equipment Nuns. Core Energy 643. He also had 5 free attribute points. Now is not the time to hold back. Xiao Fan quickly thought it through, spending 100 core energy to buy 100 experience points to reach level 3, gaining another 5 attribute points. With 10 free attribute points, he added 4 to intelligence, 4 to spirit, and 2 to agility. Intelligence related to his skill effects, spirit to his thinking and reducing external mental influence, and agility to his speed. These were the attributes he needed right now. Xiao Fan also noticed that his skill Mother's Gift could also be upgraded, but it required 100 core energy. Xiao Fan chose to upgrade it without hesitation. Skill name Mother's Gift level 3 upgradable. Skill grade Heaven. Skill description, after active activation, consumes 70 mana points to unfold a pure field of radiance centered on the caster. All friendly units within range immediately gain 70 points of Holy Light Shield, movement speed increases by 60%, all negative status effects are removed, and they gain Blessing for 16 seconds, restoring 10 HP per second. Cooldown 100 seconds. Creation attributes, Intelligence 10+, Spirit 10+, Constitution 10+. Creation trait Mother Unique. After the upgrade, the speed, shield, healing, and duration all increased by a small amount, and the skill cooldown was reduced by 10 seconds. Xiao Fan checked his current attributes. ID Jiu Chen's. Level 3 0. HP 1. MP 1 plus 551. Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 14. Agility 12. Constitution 10. Trait Mother. Skills Mother's Aura Mother's Gift level 3. Equipment Nuns. Core Energy 443. With his current mana, he could use Mother's Gift 13 times. If nothing goes wrong, this should hold out until we kill this fierce beast. Closing the page, Xiao Fan took a deep breath, intending to use Mother's Blessing immediately. First, to clear the negative status effects of the group and prepare for the upcoming battle. Second, to use the speed boost to position Han and the other 3. Xiao Fan commanded, after I use the skill Garfield, you run behind the beast. Han, you head right and swift as the wind go left. Zeza, you attack the beast directly to draw its aggro first. The other 4 attack the beast immediately. Skill, what skill? Just as Han was looking bewildered, he suddenly felt a magical force settle upon him. The exhaustion in his body vanished in an instant, and he felt as light as a feather. At the same time, a white barrier wrapped around him. What is this? How amazing! Do not just stand there, get into position. Hearing Xiao Fan's voice, he snapped back to reality and scrambled to the right, only to realize he was moving terrifyingly fast. My god, I can run this fast. Ignoring the others, Xiao Fan stared fixedly at the diamond behemoth in front of him. Closer, even closer. Zaizai striking. Zaizai looked up at the 2-meter-tall diamond behemoth, his legs trembling. As a novice player, how could he have ever seen such a terrifying creature? But at Xiao Fan's command, Zaizai, already accustomed to obeying orders, instinctively lunged forward with his spear. The height difference caused his spear to accurately pierce the diamond behemoth right in the between its legs. -3 HP. This, I am sorry, I did not mean to. Even Xiao Fan could not help but wince and clench his own muscles at the sight. But now was not the time to be feeling sympathy pains. Now is the time you four go up and attack it. Xiao Fan said this, only to realize there was no one around. Where is everyone? Xiao Fan turned his head and realized those players had actually used the speed from his mother's blessing skill to run far away. Damn it, are they brain dead? Xiao Fan could not help but curse. The 9 of them had a good chance of taking down the diamond behemoth, but at the critical moment, these 4 just abandoned them and ran. Roared. Zaizai's low damage but highly insulting strike had completely enraged the diamond behemoth. It swung its massive fist at Zaizai. Dodge, everyone else attack. With the speed boost, Zaizai barely managed to dodge the behemoth's fist. At the same time, the attacks from Han and the other 2 landed on the diamond behemoth. -5 HP. -6 HP. -10 HP. With a single round dealing only 24 damage, Xiao Fan's face grew grim. This damage was quite low. Keep attacking. After that insulting strike, the diamond behemoth's aggro was locked onto Zaizai, which gave the others a window to deal damage. Han, who had invested 5 points into strength, dealt the highest damage and was also the most aggressive attacker. Chen, I cannot hold on anymore. By this point, he had already dodged 3 attacks using the speed boost, which was his absolute limit. Just as he finished speaking, the behemoth's fist swung at him again. I cannot dodge this. Realizing this, Zaizai felt a surge of despair. The next second, the behemoth's fist landed on him. -90 HP. Good lord, that is a lot of damage. Zaizai had 200 HP after hitting level 2, plus an additional 2 points in vitality, totaling 210 points. The 90 damage wiped out nearly half his health. Luckily, Xiao Fan's shield was still up, absorbing 70 of the damage. Then, immediately, +10 HP. +10 HP. It was Xiao Fan's blessing, restoring 10 HP per second. In the blink of an eye, Zaizai's health bar was full again. So when the behemoth's fist slammed down, Zaizai barely felt a thing. In Cloud C, player bodies were digitized. As long as the health bar was full, any physical trauma was healed. My god, this shield is broken, I feel like I can take another punch. Xiao Fan, take another one then. Zaizai. After dodging 2 more times, the diamond behemoth's fist struck Zaizai again. -90 HP. This time without the shield, Zaizai felt like his entire body was being crushed. +10 HP. +10 HP. Fortunately, the mother's blessing effect had not worn off yet, providing just enough healing at the critical moment to help Zaizai recover. The skill had 2 seconds left. Alright, stop attacking, split up and run. Xiao Fan commanded while pulling Zaizai to run into the distance. By then, Zaizai's health had been healed to 180, and his body was restored to a healthy state. Having run 20 meters away, the effect of Mother's blessing vanished. The sudden drop in speed felt strange to them. Skill cooldown is 100 seconds, everyone hang in there. Actually, the others were fine, but Zaizai was the main target. The diamond behemoth kept chasing him. Originally, Xiao Fan's plan was for the 4 of them to take turns tanking the damage. With the shield and the healing, no one would be in danger. He had not expected Zaizai's shot to be so taunting, though thankfully nothing went wrong. When the others heard it would only take 100 seconds to recover their status, they felt encouraged. The hope that had faded away came flying back. Zaizai Chen, the beast is just chasing the 2 of us. We will not be able to hold out for 100 seconds like this. Xiao Fan, it is not chasing both of us, it is just chasing you. Zaizai. Xiao Fan looked at the diamond behemoth pursuing them relentlessly. If we keep going like this, we will be caught sooner or later. Xiao Fan checked the skill cooldown, calculated in his head, and immediately issued a command. Garfield attacked the beast, delay its pursuit. Garfield had been running in front of the behemoth, but ever since it started chasing Zai Zai, he had been behind it. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's order, Garfield stopped in his tracks, notched an arrow, and fired at the diamond behemoth without hesitation. Whoosh! Accompanied by the whistling sound of the arrow, Garfield's long shot landed precisely in the diamond behemoth's rear end. Roared, an even angrier roar than before. Zai Zai could not help but look back in curiosity. By this time, the diamond behemoth had given up on him and was turning to chase Garfield instead. The arrow sticking out of its backside was painfully obvious, wobbling with every stride the beast took. My God, your viciousness is on par with mine. Ah, help me. Garfield went pale at the sight. He only wanted to help Xiao Fan buy some time, but he never thought he would actually hit the mark. Accurate when it should not be, and missing when it should be. What a shot, what a jerk. Hearing Garfield's cry for help, Xiao Fan turned around in a hurry. Looking at the long arrow shivering in the behemoth's backside, he immediately understood what had happened. Xiao Fan patted his forehead. Where there is a genius, there is surely a madman. The ancients were truly wise. Run, Xiao Fan warned quickly. Oh right, Jiafe Bujiafe finally snapped out of it. Luckily, he was already far from the Vajra behemoth, and with the 2 points he had added to agility earlier, he was running quite fast. Feng had somehow made his way to Xiao Fan's side. It looks like Jiafe is holding aggro pretty well. Can I sneak in some damage? Perhaps given confidence by Xiao Fan's skills, the despair in their eyes had vanished, replaced by a burning desire to defeat the Vajra behemoth. Xiao Fan looked at him in disbelief. Feng was improving fast. He had actually learned how to sneak in hits. Sure, just be careful. Feng was already fast, and with his added agility, he was perfectly capable of getting in to land some sneak attacks. Got it, Brother Chen, make sure to cast your skills as soon as they are off cooldown. With that parting advice, Feng dashed toward the Vajra behemoth. It was clear the beast was truly enraged. Even after Feng landed 3 strikes, it did not switch aggro, staying locked onto Jiafe Bujiafe alone. Seeing this, Han Muren grew eager to try it himself. If Feng can do it, surely I can too. With that thought, Han Muren grabbed his broadsword and turned toward the Vajra behemoth. Han Muren do not. Seeing this, Xiao Fan felt his vision darken and shouted a warning to stop him. But it was too late. Han Muren's blade had already struck the beast. Run, Xiao Fan was so angry he could cough up blood. Han Muren had gone full strength build, making him their heaviest hitter. The fact that the behemoth ignored Feng did not mean it would spare him. Sure enough, the next second, the Vajra behemoth stopped in its tracks and turned to face Han Muren on the right. Hearing Xiao Fan's shout, Han Muren instantly regretted his impulsiveness. Seeing the behemoth lock eyes with him, he looked like he was about to cry. He was not as tanky as Zai Zai, and he was not as fast as Feng or Jiafe Bujiafe. At such close range, there was no way he could outrun it. Brother Chen, what do we do? Zai Zai asked anxiously from the side. Xiao Fan checked his skill cooldown, 30 seconds left. Han Muren will not last 30 seconds, what do I do? Xiao Fan was sweating profusely. Just as they were running out of options, an arrow flew from the distance and struck the Vajra behemoth once again. Realizing it was the same person who had shot it in its rear earlier, the beast ignored Han Muren and charged back toward Jiafe Bujiafe. Still the best or not I? Jiafe Bujiafe held his head high, then turned and bolted the moment he saw the beast charging him again. Han Muren collapsed to the ground, panting heavily from the scare. That was close, way too close. In that moment, he finally understood what Xiao Fan meant about team members complementing each other. Feng did not dare go for any more sneak attacks. He reached down to help Han Muren up. Buck up, we have a tough fight ahead. Remember to follow orders next time and do not act on your own. Yeah, I know, Han Muren nodded solemnly. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit, Jiafe Bujiafe could be pretty reliable when it really mattered. The cooldown for Saint's Blessing was down to 10 seconds. Xiao Fan prepared to move. Skills are almost ready, get ready. Xiao Fan then turned to Zai Zai beside him. Once my skill is up, go and take the aggro from the Vajra behemoth. Seeing Zai Zai nod, everything was set. Everything, that is, except for Jiafe Bujiafe. He had been kiting the beast for nearly a minute and was reaching his limit. But hearing that Xiao Fan's cooldown was ending, he gritted his teeth and held on. Just a little longer, just a little. Look out, get out of the way. As Jiafe Bujiafe was running with all his might, he heard his teammates' shouts from behind. What is going on? He looked back and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The Vajra behemoth had stopped at some point, held a rock it had found from somewhere and was winding up to smash it at him. Damn, this foul beast does not fight fair. Terrified, Xiao started dodging in an S pattern, praying he would not get crushed by the rock. He had tried his best, but his luck ran just a bit short. The rock struck him, minus 120 HP. Two huge numbers floated above his head. The damage of a Vajra behemoth using a weapon was truly terrifying. Xiao looked at his still intact body and froze. Plus 10 HP. Plus 10 HP. What are you staring at? Run, Xiao Fan shouted. Xiao realized that Xiao Fan's skill had kicked in. The white shield had absorbed 70 points of the 120 damage, which is why he had not taken a lethal blow. The fatigue status had been wiped by the skill, and taking advantage of the speed boost, Xiao scrambled away. Zai go take the aggro, the other two focus on damage. With Xiao Fan's buff, the group regained their confidence. Zai looked at his spear, gritted his teeth, and lunged toward the Vajra behemoth's rear. This was the ultimate aggro-pulling skill, the rear-end spear. In the ensuing battle, whenever Xiao Fan's skill was ready, they would attack. When it wore off, they would run. Their coordination grew smoother by the second. 20 minutes later, as the last of the Vajra behemoth's health hit zero, it let out an unwilling roar, and its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Did we win? We actually beat the Vajra behemoth. Us level 2s killed a level 4 beast. Amazing. Han Murin and the others were ecstatic, hugging each other in excitement. The group, who had not been very close before, suddenly felt a much tighter bond. That was the kind of camaraderie forged by facing life and death side by side. Xiao Fan finally relaxed. Damn, that was way too dangerous. Next time, he definitely needed to develop a powerful offensive skill. We owe it all to Brother Chen. If it were not for him, we would have been killed by the behemoth ages ago. Brother Chen is a legend. Brother Chen, you really are our brother. The four of them surrounded Xiao Fan, looking like they wanted to put him on a pedestal. Alright, it is getting dark. Let us head back quickly before the village gates close. Xiao Fan looked up at the sky. Right, back to the village, and those four cowards. We came all this way to save them, but they just ran away at the crucial moment. When I see them, I am going to beat them to a pulp. Han Murin raised his fist, his voice thick with anger. Hearing this, Xiao Fan and the others remembered the four new players who had abandoned them, and their faces darkened as well. This would not end here. Village Chief, we encountered the Vajra behemoth right near here. A voice came from not far away, followed by the sound of several people walking toward their direction. The five of them exchanged looks. It is one of those bastards who ran away, Han Murin said, his face grim. Clearly, after escaping back to the village, those guys had brought Feng Zuk back to help. A little bit of a conscience, but not enough. What? Huh, you are still alive. Feng Zuk walked out of the forest, carrying his large white axe. He was followed by 8 people. Besides the 4 newbie players who had run away, the remaining 4 were veteran newbies from District 18. Seeing that Xiao Fan and the others were fine, Feng Zuk looked surprised. Xiao Fan thought to himself, so were they here to collect their corpses? You are still alive, that is great. The person who spoke was named Gaebudong, one of the 4 who had run away earlier. The moment he finished speaking, Han hit him right in the face with a punch. He had put all his points into strength, so his punch packed a serious wallop. Why are you hitting people? Gaebudong stepped back, clutching his face, which was already swelling up. We are hitting the kind of jerks who sell out their teammates. Everyone get them. With a wave of Xiao Fan's hand, Xiao and the other 2 could not wait to rush toward the 4 runaways, pinning them to the ground and beating them up. Feng Zuk and the others saw what was happening but said nothing. Gaebudong had already told them what happened, so it was only natural for Xiao Fan's group to be angry. A beating to let off some steam was getting off easy. Alright, stop hitting them. It is going to get dark soon, let us head back to the village first. Han and the others had been hitting them for a while before Feng Zuk finally intervened. The 4 of them stopped and glared viciously at the other 4. It is good that you are alive, Feng Zuk said. Xiao Fan sneered, thanks to them we are. A flash of embarrassment and guilt crossed the faces of Gaebudong and his group. What they did was indeed not right. But that was a level 4 beast, we are only level 1, how could we have possibly won? We ran to go back to the village to get reinforcements, Gaebudong tried to explain. Jai Rufeng snorted, what good would going back for reinforcements have done in that situation during the day? If Brother Chen had not led us to kill that beast, by the time you came back, the grass on our graves would have been a meter high. Gaebudong's, well, it would not have been that fast. Wait, that is not right. What did they just say? They killed that diamond behemoth. Impossible, that is absolutely impossible. Gaebudong opened his eyes wide and shook his head, refusing to believe what Jai Rufeng said. You are saying you guys killed that diamond behemoth? Are you kidding me? How is that possible? Who the hell is kidding with you? Is the greatness of Brother Chen something a bunch of nobodies like you can imagine? Jiafei Bu Jiafei said, raising his fist to shove Gaebudong in the chest. Feng Zuk and his group were also shocked. What did they just hear? These 5 newbie players killed a level 4 diamond behemoth. How can it be so fake? That is a diamond behemoth, known for its sheer brutality. Who would dare provoke one if they are under level 4? Feng Zuk looked at Xiao Fan, hoping to see that it was a joke, but his peripheral vision caught the massive body of the diamond behemoth not far behind him. In that moment, what he considered absurd became reality. Behind him, Gaebudong and the others noticed the corpse of the diamond behemoth. The voice that had been filled with disbelief seemed to choke, and they could not make another sound. It is not that there are no cross-level challenges in Cloud Sea, but those people are all the elites of the game, the top players on the leaderboards. And Xiao Fan and his group, they are just new players who have been in the game for less than 2 days. And they crossed 2 whole levels. Simply unheard of. Feng Zuk only had one thought left in his mind. Why would a player with such talent be assigned to District 18? Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, the 4 from Han's team held their heads high looking proud. Look at that, that is what we killed. We should go back. Xiao Fan reminded them. Feng Zuk and the others finally snapped out of their shock, looking up to see that the sun had already set and it would be completely dark before long. Take them and go find the body of Zai's Yunwei and bring it with you, Feng Zuk instructed Gaebudong. Xiao Fan and the others only then learned that the girl, Zai's Yunwei, had been killed by the diamond behemoth before they arrived to help. No wonder only the 4 of them had run away. On the way back, the mood of the team was heavy. They 20 newbie players had just entered the newbie area yesterday, and on their first day of hunting beasts, a living person had been left behind forever. At this moment, they truly felt the cruelty of Cloud Sea. Does not the map say that there are only red-eyed rabbits in the outskirts of the forest, and occasionally 1 or 2 level 2 beasts? Why did a level 4 beast appear today? Gaebudong's voice had a hint of tears. When he heard Zai's Yunwei calling for help during the day, he had not even dared to turn back, and that feeling of helplessness still felt crushing now. Feng Zuk did not even look back. I told you before, there is nothing absolute in Cloud Sea. The beasts here are not restricted to any specific location. What happened today is just bad luck for you all. The team fell into a sudden silence, and no one spoke for the rest of the way. The level 4 beast, the Diamond Behemoth, contributed 16 points of core power to Xiao Fan's squad, with Xiao Fan receiving 4 points and the other 4 receiving 3 points each. ID Jiachen. Level 3-0. HP 1. MP 1 plus 666. Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 14. Agility 12. Constitution 10. Trait Saintess. Skills Aura of the Saintess, Blessing of the Saintess level 3. Equipment Nuns. Core power 447. Today's battle permanently increased his blue bar by another 115 points, and now his total blue bar had broken through the 1000 mark. Additionally, reaching level 4 required 1000 experience points, which is also 1000 core power. Xiao Fan frowned, as he had only gained less than 20 points of core power all day today. The core power gained from killing beasts is too little. At this moment, Xiao Fan deeply missed the core power rewarded by the game system when he created skills. Before, he had even complained that the second time he created a skill, it only gave him 200 core power. Thinking about it now, he was really being ridiculous. Maybe tomorrow I can take them to the level 2 beast area to check it out. Xiao Fan urgently needed to reach level 5 and create an output skill. Right now, he was relying too much on his team. The sky turned completely dark, and the team finally returned to the newbie village under the cover of night. The barricade at the village entrance was not yet blocked, and under the lights, everyone in District 18 was there. You are finally back. A man around 30 with the ID Daegyungying looked relieved to see them. After the group entered the village was immediately blocked off. Daegyungying glanced at Xiao Fan's group behind Feng Zuk, his gaze lingering on the tragic corpse of Zai's Yunwei, and he clearly hesitated before finally sighing. It is already good enough that you survived such a situation with a level 4 beast. This was Daegyungying's most honest thought. He had originally assumed that all 5 of Xiao Fan's group would die in the forest, and he had not expected them all to survive. If it were not for the somber atmosphere, he would have wanted to ask about the specific details. Purple Charm's body was buried at the edge of the village. Before long, the system would completely erase her remains. A burial is the final shred of dignity the Dragon Nation grants its players. Fengsuk walked into a small thatched hut nearby. Inside was a wooden plaque engraved with about 200 IDs, and he carved Purple Charm's name onto it as well. Clearly, these were the names of players who had perished in Novice Village District 18. Alright, everyone go back and get some rest. After finishing this, Fengsuk waved his hand, signaling the other players to leave first. Once everyone had left, Daegyungying, who was standing nearby, asked impatiently, "Boss, what is going on? How are those 5 people actually fine?" Fengsuk glanced at him. "What, are you hoping they died?" "That is not what I meant," Daegyungying hurriedly explained. A group of novice players who just entered the game managed to survive against a level 4 ferocious beast, a diamond behemoth. I am just really curious what they did. Fengsuk looked up at the pitch-black night sky, his voice carrying an unusual tone. They did not survive at the hands of the diamond behemoth, they survived because they killed a diamond behemoth. What? Daegyungying's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. "Boss, you are not joking, right? They killed a diamond behemoth." "I saw the diamond behemoth's corpse with my own eyes. What do you think?" Daegyungying was so shocked he could not speak. Fengsuk's eyes grew deep. It seems among the new players who arrived this time, there is a hidden genius. Perhaps in the regional tournament a year from now, our District 18 will have a chance to compete for some resources. The night passed quickly. In the morning, the novice players planned to continue hunting outside the village. Although Purple Charm's death caused a bit of a mental shock to everyone, this was something they had to experience if they wanted to survive in Cloud Sea. The team cannot understand was left with only 4 members, and they intended to disband and join the other 3 teams. In Cloud Sea, there is no limit to team size, but players generally choose to form teams of 5. This not only ensures a certain level of safety, but it also makes the distribution of core energy more reasonable. After what happened yesterday, it was absolutely impossible for the 4 members of Cannot Understand to go out hunting by themselves, which is why they proposed joining the other 3 teams. Han Murin rolled his eyes. Yesterday, the 4 members of Cannot Understand had abandoned them and fled on their own, and today they wanted to join them. It was simply a pipe dream. They would never take in people who abandoned their teammates. However, seeing that Xiao Fan had not said anything, Han Murin and the others exchanged glances and refrained from expressing their stance. Their team was now led by Xiao Fan. "Jiuchen, I know what happened yesterday was our fault, but I was really scared out of my mind at the time. I was just thinking of returning to the village to find help. I did not want to abandon you guys." Cannot Understand still tried to explain. "Our team plans to enter the Northwest Forest today." As soon as Xiao Fan said this, everyone was stunned. The Northwest Forest is the territory of the level 2 ferocious beast, the red flame fox, and the level 3 ferocious beast, the green wood wolf. Xiao Fan's team actually wanted to go hunt level 2 and level 3 beasts. This was the result of Xiao Fan's careful consideration yesterday. The gains from killing level 1 beasts were too small, and he was currently desperate to level up. The best way was to hunt level 2 and level 3 beasts. Now that all 4 in his team had reached level 2, and after yesterday's events, their team coordination was pretty good. Going into the level 2 and 3 zone was perfectly fine. He had originally intended to tell Han Murin and the others about this just now, but he had not expected Cannot Understand to be the first to propose joining their team. Hearing Xiao Fan's plan, Han Murin and the others were not afraid at all. Instead, they were eager to try. Killing a level 4 beast yesterday had given them unprecedented confidence. "We already killed a level 4 beast, so what is a level 2 or 3 beast? We can take them out with a flick of our wrists, right? Right, we are going to the Northwest Forest today. If you want to join, come along. Let us be clear first, we are going to hunt, not to protect people. Do not blame us for being harsh if you try to slack off. If you can fight, come to the Northwest Forest." Han Murin and the others started talking over each other. Han Murin's expression turned sour. He was only level 1, how could he dare to go to the Northwest Forest? "Jiuchen, this is only the 3rd day in the game. Is not it a bit reckless to bring people into the Northwest Forest?" "Reckless? We killed a level 4 beast, why would we be afraid of level 2 or 3 ones? Han Murin said with his head held high. "What? They killed a level 4 beast? Is that for real? Oh my god, they came back safely yesterday. I thought the village chief had saved them. Turns out they killed their way back themselves." What? Yesterday, when Xiao Fan and his group returned to the village with Fengsuk and his team, these novice players naturally assumed Fengsuk had saved them. They never expected that it was actually Xiao Fan and his crew who had killed that level 4 beast. How can the gap between people be so massive? They went into the forest yesterday and barely managed to kill a few red-eyed rabbits, returning almost empty-handed. Xiao Fan and his group were already killing level 4 beasts. For a moment, various envious, jealous, and hateful gazes fell upon the 5 of them, making Han Murin and the others feel wonderful. Ever since they were young, they were always the bottom of the barrel at school. When had they ever received such attention from others? In the end, the 4 members of Cannot Understand Still did not have the courage to join Xiao Fan's team. They split into 2 groups and joined the other 2 teams. After what happened yesterday, those 2 teams were quite happy to accept them, as in their eyes, more people meant more power and more safety. Not long after leaving the village, the 2 groups parted ways, and Xiao Fan led his team towards the northwest. Just as they entered the northwest forest, seeing the 7 colored flowers on the ground, Xiao Fan stopped in his tracks. "What is wrong, Brother Chen?" Zaiza asked, walking forward. "You guys first pull these 7 colored flowers up by the roots and put them to one side." Because of hunting yesterday, Xiao Fan had not been able to farm his mana. Although his total mana had already exceeded 1,000, after his skill, Saintess is gift leveled up to level 3, it consumed 70 mana points per use. This meant he could only use it 15 times a day at most, and that was factoring in his own mana regeneration. To hunt more beasts, the skill Saintess is gift definitely had to be used frequently. Counting it this way, 1,000 mana points really were not quite enough. Beasts had to be killed, but mana farming could not be neglected. He decided to use the 7 colored flowers to farm a wave of mana every time he passed by them. Jiafei Bujiagfei looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. "No way, Brother Chen, did these 7 colored flowers offend you? You want to pull them up by the roots? That is just cruel, destroying flowers like this." Xiao Chen's face was dark. "I told you to pull them, so just pull them." Jiafei Bujiagfei and the others dared not speak again, and obediently crouched down to pull up the 7 colored flowers. Xiao Fan stood to the side, and when he saw that the 7 colored flowers' health bar had only 20 left, he replanted them. +1 MP. +1 MP. +1 MP. Watching the blue bar in his status screen steadily climb, Xiao Fan curled his lips in satisfaction. Nearby, the team of 4, Garfield is not fat and his group, witnessed this scene, all of them dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. So Brother Chen made a slave away pulling flowers for so long. Zai watched Xiao Fan expertly planting the flowers and could not help but mutter, just to plant them back again. "Is not this insane? What a lunatic." Even though the 4 respected Xiao Fan as their big brother, they could not help but feel a bit of disdain seeing this situation. After replanting all the flowers that Garfield is not fat's group had pulled up, Xiao Fan finally stood up. "Let us go, time to hunt." Garfield is not fat, so he really just did that to plant flowers. Not long after entering the forest, the team encountered a level 2 beast, the Red Flame Fox. Name: Red Flame Fox. Level 2. HP 1. Watch this. Zai was the first to act, thrusting his spear at the Red Flame Fox. After yesterday's battles, the group had implicitly understood their roles in the team and knew how to coordinate. Seeing Zai draw aggro, the other 3 began to attack. -20 HP. The Red Flame Fox's damage was not high. Zai calculated he could fully take it, so he did not run. The other 3 outputted heavy damage, killing the Red Flame Fox in just over 10 seconds. Simple and easy. The 4 felt quite proud. In the following battles, the 4 became increasingly in sync. Whenever Zai's HP dropped to 100 or Xiao Fan sensed multiple beasts nearby, he would activate his skill, Saintess is Mercy. When the skill ended, Zai's HP was full, and the surrounding Red Flame Foxes had been wiped out. It was incredibly fast. Careful, other beasts are coming. Xiao Fan sensed massive movement not far away and quickly alerted his teammates. He acted as the team's commander, healer, and scout. With his current mental power, no beast within a 100-meter radius could escape his detection. Sure enough, the next second, a massive green wolf appeared before them. Name: Greenwood Wolves. Level 3. HP 1. The Greenwood Wolf did not have much HP, but that meant its damage would be higher than other beasts. Fortunately, Xiao Fan and the others were at full status, and the cooldown for Saintess is Mercy was over, so they could handle it if they were careful. Zai do not tank head-on, take turns drawing aggro, it is best not to take damage at all. Xiao Fan commanded. Received. Zai looked much more serious. They were only level 2, so they had to give it their all against a level 3 Greenwood Wolf. The Greenwood Wolf howled and lunged toward Fast as Wind, who was closest to it. Seeing this, Fast as Wind dodged, and the next second, Garfield is not fat's arrow struck the greenwood wolf precisely in the abdomen.
Minus 10 HP. Decent damage.
Hit. The greenwood wolf turned around in anger to charge at Garfield is not fat, but before it could run 2 steps, a long spear poked it right in the rear. After yesterday, Zai seemed to have discovered a whole new world. If he could poke someone in the rear, he would never aim anywhere else. He used to call his weapon the Overlord Spear, now he called it the Rear End Spear. The greenwood wolf poked in the rear turned to bite at Zai.
Minus 100 HP.
When this damage number appeared, Zai was terrified. That is not much less than the level 4 Diamond Behemoth.
God, the damage is too high, Brother Chen, save me.
Xiao Fan immediately activated the skill Saintess is Mercy, using the speed boost to help Zai escape the greenwood wolf's attack range. At the same time, his HP gradually recovered under the influence of the skill.
Plus 10 HP. Plus 10 HP. Plus 10 HP.
With Zai gone, the greenwood wolf's aggro shifted to Han Murin, who was closest and had dealt the most damage.
Minus 100 HP.
Red numbers floated up from Han Murin. Fortunately, the shield provided by Saintess is Mercy reduced the damage by 70 points. Han Murin took one more swing and quickly retreated from the attack range. The greenwood wolf's aggro then shifted to Garfield is not fat. Before it could run a few steps, it was poked in the rear again by Zai, who was protected by a shield. A few seconds later, the greenwood wolf let out a whine and closed its eyes in resignation.
Simple and easy.
Zai looked at his slowly healing wounds and thought his big brother Ju Chen was a genius. How on earth did he come up with the idea of healing by increasing the HP bar?
And it actually worked, damn it. So this is how the game can be played.
Then what were bandages and surgery used for in the past? The subsequent battles went exceptionally smoothly. The team became increasingly in sync, slaughtering everything in the northwest forest. During breaks, Xiao Fan would just pull and plant flowers, leaving the 4 of them stunned. They really could not understand why their big brother had to mess with those 7-colored flowers. They were growing perfectly fine, did they offend him? After killing another greenwood wolf, Han Murin's expression changed. What is wrong? Garfield is not fat stepped forward to ask. Mom's not home and her group are having some trouble, they are asking us for help. Mom's not home was a new player who had come with them. After returning to the starter village yesterday, Feng Zuk had added all the players as friends. In Cloud Sea, the regional chat channel only unlocks when a character reaches level 5. The world chat channel only unlocks at level 20. Before level 5, players communicate either by finding each other or by adding friends. Previously, Feng Zuk had not added them as game friends, which is why they did not understand they had to go back to the village to ask for help. After what happened yesterday, Feng Zuk added everyone as friends, and the new players also added each other. Forget it, yesterday we went to save them and they ran off on their own. Today they dare to ask for help again. Do they think we are idiots? Garfield is not fat waved his hand angrily. Yesterday's incident had given him a bad impression of these new players who arrived together. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and asked, did they say what the situation is? Han Murin tapped the air a few times, clearly operating his game interface. They said they encountered a level 1 wild boss. Xiao Fan looked at the sky, it was already getting dark. It seems that in Cloud Sea, things tend to go wrong when it gets dark. It was like that in the trial ground, the Cloud Sea forest. No wonder Feng Zuk did not let them leave the starter village at night. Let us go take a look, we have not killed a boss yet, we can head home right after. Xiao Fan spoke after a moment of thought. Boss rewards are richer than normal beasts, and their team had not seen a wild boss yet, so it would be perfect practice. Sure, if Brother Chen says we are going, then we are going. Exactly, I have been wanting to see a wild boss. Do not know if it can take one of my hits.
They are getting off easy.
Let us go, let us go. As soon as Xiao Fan spoke, the 4 of them agreed immediately, and the group headed toward the southwest forest.
What?
Southwest forest. Mom is not home and his 6 teammates were hiding in the bushes, watching the massive red-eyed rabbit not far away with great caution, not daring to make a sound. That red-eyed rabbit was more than 10 times larger than the ones they had encountered before, crouching there like a giant bear.
Name red-eyed rabbit boss. Level 1. HP 1.
Mom is not home had originally thought his luck was pretty good today, as the team had hunted over a dozen red-eyed rabbits, each earning 2 points of core energy. After what happened yesterday, their team planned to return to the starter village early, but an unexpected situation arose. A red-eyed rabbit boss was blocking the only path back to the village. Fortunately, they were vigilant and spotted the red-eyed rabbit boss immediately, so they did not alert it. The group hid in the grass, intending to wait for the rabbit to leave before heading back to the village. However, as the sky grew darker, the red-eyed rabbit boss showed no intention of leaving, and the group finally began to panic. A level 1 field boss is equivalent to a level 3 fierce beast. Since they were all only level 1, how could they possibly win? So they thought about calling for help. Luckily, they had added each other as friends last night and could send a distress signal via the game interface. The question was, who should they ask for help? Mama's Not Home's first instinct was to ask Fengsuk for help. Although Fengsuk had said earlier that no one was obligated to help them, did not he still come when Budong asked him for help yesterday? But this idea was quickly dismissed by his teammates. First, because someone had just asked Fengsuk for help yesterday, they were afraid he might be annoyed if someone asked again today. Second, it takes half an hour to get here from the starter village, and who could guarantee the boss would not find them in those 30 minutes? After some deliberation, they decided to call Xiao Fan's team for help. The Northwest Forest is only 10 minutes away, and if Xiao Fan's team could kill a level 4 fierce beast, they should be able to handle a level 1 boss. Will Jiachen's team actually come? Budong whispered. After all, they had abandoned Xiao Fan's team yesterday after calling them for help. Hanmu Ren said they are already on their way, so let us just wait. Mama's Not Home rolled his eyes. He was also disgusted by his team's behavior yesterday.
That is good.
The group continued to lie in the grass, waiting motionlessly for reinforcements. As it got darker, the atmosphere in the team grew increasingly tense, and everyone's heart was pounding. Just then, the figures of Xiao Fan's team finally appeared from the other side of the forest. They are here. Mama's Not Home stood up excitedly and immediately sent a team-up request to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan declined it without a second thought. Stay back, we will handle this boss. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Mama's Not Home's team was naturally relieved. They did not want to fight a level 1 boss at all. They had only sent the request out of fear that Xiao Fan's team might blame them later for not helping. The group quickly retreated 100 meters. The red-eyed rabbit boss, which had been crouching peacefully, swept its crimson eyes toward them the moment it saw Xiao Fan's team. Hanmu Ren checked the rabbit's stats and found it was about the same level as a green wood wolf. Without waiting for Xiao Fan's orders, he clapped his hands easily. All right, brothers, let us get to work.
Eat my spear.
As soon as Hanmu Ren finished speaking, Zai Zai rushed out, and the other three moved up in perfect sync, managing aggro while dealing damage. Within 10 seconds, the red-eyed rabbit's health bar was depleted, and it collapsed to the ground. This scene looked like a dream to Mama's Not Home and his team. The smooth maneuvers, the tacit coordination, the damage, the positioning, the aggro management. Everything felt so unfamiliar yet so logical. The group was too shocked to speak. At that moment, they finally believed that Xiao Fan's team had indeed taken down that level 4 beast on their own. But they could not understand why, as fellow novice players in Sector 18, the gap was so huge. It was as if they were not even playing the same game. What exactly was wrong? On Xiao Fan's end, the moment the red-eyed rabbit boss fell, the system sound rang out. Congratulations to your team for defeating the level 1 field boss red-eyed rabbit. Each member of the team receives an additional boss reward of 10 core energy. Seeing the system prompt, Xiao Fan could not help but widen his eyes and look up at the other four. Jiafei Bu Jiafei and the others were also looking at him in shock. Did everyone get it? Xiao Fan asked. Yeah, Jiafei Bu Jiafei and the others nodded frantically. There is an extra core energy reward for killing a boss. Everyone was overjoyed. This trip was not in vain. Xiao Fan was also pleasantly surprised. When he killed a boss in the Cloud Sea Forest during the exam, there was no extra reward at all, just slightly more core energy than a regular beast. He had not expected the rewards for killing a boss in the official game to be so generous. He knew it. How could there be no extra reward for defeating a boss? 10 points of core energy is already quite generous for the drop rates in Cloud Sea. And it was 10 points per person, that is 50 points in total. This was just a level 1 field boss. Would the rewards be even better for level 2 or level 3? Thinking of this, Xiao Fans looked toward Mama's Not Home and his team softened. Call us anytime you encounter a boss in the field from now on, Xiao Fan said to the group. Seeing that Mama's Not Home and his group were still dazed, Jiafei Bu Jiafei frowned. Hey, our leader is talking to you. Hearing his voice, Mama's Not Home's team woke up from their shock and nodded quickly. Yes, we understand. Thank you, big brothers. They were more than happy to have Xiao Fan's team help clear the bosses. The low-profile attitude of Mama's Not Home and his team made Hanmu Ren and the others feel extremely satisfied.
They held their heads high with pride. That is right, we are just that strong.
On the way back to the village, Han Mu Ren calculated the day's earnings. Excluding the 10 points per person from the red-eyed rabbit boss, they had gained a total of 198 core energy points. Each person got 39 points, and the remaining 3 points were given to Xiao Fan as usual. With the boss bonus, today's harvest was nearly 5 times more than yesterday. The corners of the mouths of Jiafei Bu Jiafei and the others were almost reaching their ears from happiness. Going to the Northwest Forest was definitely the right choice. Xiao Fan, however, was not quite satisfied with this result.
It is too slow, still too slow.
50 points a day means it would take over 200 days to reach level 5, and that is assuming the core energy is only used for leveling.
Sighed.
Xiao Fan sighed to himself, but he knew this was not the time to be impatient. Tomorrow, I will try to get them to level 3, and then we can go check out the inner circle of the Southwest Forest.
Let's view character information. ID Jiachen. Level 30. HP 1. MP 1 plus 879. Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 14. Agility 12. Constitution 10. Trade Saint.
Skills Aura of the Saint, Gift of the Saint 3.
Equipment Nuns.
Core Power 499. Xiao Fan looked at his panel. Today, his mana pool had permanently increased by over 200 again. From now on, I will plant flowers to farm some mana before heading into the forest to hunt every day. I will not have to worry about mana control anymore. The later you get with the Aura of the Saint skill, the more you can feel how insane it is. If it were not for this skill, Xiao Fan could only cast Gift of the Saint 3 times a day at most, which would significantly impact the team's hunting speed and safety. Xiao Fan and his group returned to the novice village before dark. Dao Guangying watched their retreating figures and said to Feng Zuk, who was beside him, "These new players are quite good. They have been out for 2 days and actually only lost 1 person. The usual newcomers would have been mostly wiped out by now." The death rate for novices in District 18 has been hovering around 90%. However, this fact has been kept under tight wraps. People in the real world only know that District 18 is slightly more dangerous than other novice districts, but they do not realize the mortality rate is this high. Dao Guangying's words implied something deeper, but Feng Zuk did not take the bait, only nodding in response.
Indeed, they are good.
Dao Guangying rolled his eyes and finally could not help but ask, "Boss, are not you curious about what kind of skill chain Xiao Fan actually learned?" Feng Zuk turned around and patted Dao Guangying on the shoulder. "What would curiosity get me? A genius who has not grown up yet is not truly a genius."
You do not think much of him then?
"No, I think very highly of him. All right, do not overthink it, get some sleep." Watching Feng Zuk walk away, Dao Guangying frowned.
What a strange man.
The next day, Xiao Fan took the team to the Northwest Forest again. At dusk, they were lucky enough to encounter a level 2 field boss, the Crimson Flame Fox.
Name Crimson Flame Fox boss. Level 2. HP 1.
The group, now working in perfect sync, took less than a minute to kill it. This was something Jiafei Bu Jiafei and the others would not have dared to imagine before. Congratulations to your party for killing the level 2 field boss Crimson Flame Fox. Each team member receives an additional 20 core power as a boss reward. The boss's extra reward did not disappoint. Each of them received a massive sum of 20 core power. Xiao Fan had also figured out a pattern. Bosses or high-level beasts would appear in the area every evening. That night, Xiao Fan hoped to encounter a boss. After all, the rewards were truly generous. The party's haul today was even better than yesterday's. In addition to the bonus core power from the boss, they each split 49 points of core power. Combined with yesterday's earnings, Jiafei Bu Jiafei and the others finally had enough to level up to 3. Under Xiao Fan's instruction, the 3 did not hesitate to spend 100 core power to buy experience. Now everyone in the party had reached level 3. "I have decided to take you all to the inner reaches of the Southwest Forest tomorrow," Xiao Fan announced.
The other 4 agreed immediately. Brother Chen, I am with you. Same here.
I never imagined I could reach level 3 on just the 4th day of playing this game. All of this is thanks to you, Brother Chen. From now on, whatever you say, I do. We will follow Brother Chen's lead. The 4 members of the team all expressed their loyalty. Xiao Fan nodded. It is settled then.
Early the next morning.
Mom isn't at home, seeing Xiao Fan's team heading towards the Southwest Forest with them, asked in surprise. "Jiachen, you are not going to the Northwest Forest today." Xiao Fan nodded. "We are planning to head into the inner reaches of the Southwest Forest today."
What?
Once those words were out, everyone looked at Xiao Fan's team in disbelief. You have to know that the inner reaches of the Southwest Forest are the territory of the level 4 beast, the Diamond Behemoth, and there is even a chance to run into a level 5 Thunder Leopard.
How dare they?
Jiuchen, I know your team is strong, but is not going into the inner reaches of the Southwest Forest a bit too risky? Mom isn't at home cautioned. Xiao Fan knew he was acting out of good intentions. Do not worry, we will not enter the center. We will just hunt beasts on the outskirts.
Mom isn't at home.
The outskirts are still part of the inner reaches. What is the risk? It is just a diamond behemoth. We could kill it when we were level 2. Now that we are all level 3, it will be even easier, Jiafe Bujiafe boasted. What, you all leveled up to 3 yesterday? The crowd was shocked once again. They had barely been in the game for 5 days. Most of these people were still missing core power to even reach level 2, and yet Xiao Fan's entire team was already at level 3.
How on earth did they level up that fast?
It is said that the geniuses in District 2 take a whole week to reach level 3. Does not that mean Xiao Fan's team is even more genius than those geniuses?
But if they are so powerful, why are they in District 18?
Mom isn't at home could not figure it out, but he was stunned. At this moment, everyone except Xiao Fan's team could not help but feel regret. If only they had joined Xiao Fan's team from the start. Upon arriving at the Southwest Forest, Jiafe Bujiafe and the others instinctively crouched down where the 7 colored flowers grew and began picking them. By now, they had gotten used to Xiao Fan's bizarre hobby. It is just picking flowers. As long as Brother Chen is happy, they will pick as many as he wants.
Mom isn't at home.
Wait, why are they picking flowers again? Did those 7 colored flowers offend them?
This is so baffling.
Looking at Xiao Fan, who had not moved, Mom isn't at home felt a bit sorry for him. His teammates are all weirdos, it must be tough for Jiuchen. Just as this thought crossed Mom isn't at home's mind, he saw Xiao Fan walk over to a picked 7-colored flower. Then he picked it up and skillfully replanted the flower back into the ground.
Mom isn't at home. Wait, are they all insane?
The others were also left completely confused by the behavior of Xiao Fan's team.
They finally reached a conclusion.
There is not a single normal person in that team.
Jiuchen, we are heading in first.
With a quick greeting, Mom isn't at home and his group hurried into the forest. Xiao Fan finished planting all the flowers, clapped his hands together and stood up.
Let us go too.
On the way, Xiao Fan opened his character information.
ID Jiuchen. Level 30. HP 1. MP 1 plus 1879. Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 14. Agility 12. Constitution 10. Trade Saint. Skills Aura of the Saint, Gift of the Saint 3. Equipment Nuns. Core Power 568.
His mana pool had surpassed the 2000 mark, a level of stats only reachable by players around level 18. Now he could use his skills with confidence, without any fear of running out of mana. Having encountered the King Kong Behemoth again, the group no longer felt the fear they had before. Xiao Fan activated his skill immediately, and the other 4 took advantage of the speed boost to kite and deal damage. 5 minutes later, the first King Kong Behemoth fell. This is so simple, Jiafe Bu Jiafe said, holding his head high with a smug look on his face.
Next one.
It was evening again, and a King Kong Behemoth over 3 meters tall appeared before the group.
Name King Kong Behemoth Boss. Level 4. HP 1.
The expressions of the group suddenly turned grave. This level 4 beast boss was the most powerful one Xiao Fan had ever seen. He glanced at his mana pool. He had 740 points left. Adding in natural recovery, he could cast Blessing of the Madonna about 8 more times.
Everyone get ready to fight.
Xiao Fan warned in a deep voice, and the 4 others immediately gripped their weapons, eyes locked on the giant shadow closing in.
Roar!
The King Kong Behemoth let out a thunderous roar, its crimson giant eyes staring fixedly at the 5, and then it swung its arms as thick as tree trunks and charged. Zeza, you go first. Jiafe Bu Jiafe, take the aggro. Remember not to be greedy with your attacks.
Xiao Fan called out.
In Cloud Sea, due to the unique healing mechanics, there was no concept of a tank class, nor any taunt skills to lock aggro. After several days of observation, Xiao Fan discovered that the beast's aggro was mostly determined by distance and damage. He had always wanted to groom Zezai as the team's main tank, but Zezai currently lacked defensive skills, and he himself lacked stable healing skills. I still need to level up. Only by leveling up can I create more skills. The moment Xiao Fan spoke, he activated the skill Blessing of the Madonna, and Zazai rushed out without hesitation holding his long spear. Facing a level 4 boss, he did not dare to use his signature spear technique, fearing that the aggro would be locked onto him alone. The long spear pierced the King Kong behemoth boss in the thigh.
-7 HP.
The damage was not high, but the aggro was instantly locked onto Zazai. This interval was the best time to deal damage, so Jiafei, Bu Jiafei, and Jurufeng quickly attacked.
-8 HP. -9 HP. -8 HP. -9 HP.
Numbers kept popping up over the King Kong behemoth boss's head.
-20 HP.
Han Murin did not have a speed boost, so he did not dare attack aggressively, but since he was a full-strength build, his damage was quite substantial. The King Kong behemoth boss's giant fist smashed toward Zazai. To let his teammates deal more damage, Zazai had no choice but to take the hit head-on.
-200 HP.
A huge number flew up from Zazai's head, scaring him so much he almost dropped the spear in his hand.
Damn, that damage is high.
Even Xiao Fan was stunned for a moment. Brutal, that is too brutal. Fortunately, the skill blessing of the Madonna had blocked 70 points of damage. After Zazai reached level 3, he had added 2 more points to his stamina. He originally had 330 HP, but after one punch from the King Kong behemoth boss, he only had 200 HP left.
+10 HP. +10 HP.
The healing effect of Blessing of the Madonna started, and Zazai's body showed no abnormalities. Zazai move out of attack range, Jurufeng take the aggro, everyone else stop attacking. Xiao Fan made a quick calculation. As long as everyone took only one hit each combined with the healing skill, it would not cause any permanent physical damage. After Zazai ran off, the aggro naturally fell onto Jurufeng, who was still attacking.
Seeing this, the others began to attack again.
Jurufeng used his speed advantage to dodge one punch from the King Kong behemoth boss, only taking the second one. He only had 300 HP, and after taking a punch, he was left with only 130 HP. The shield had offset 70. This low HP made his body feel terrible. Jiafei, Bu Jiafei, take the aggro, Xiao Fan shouted while helping Jurufeng up.
+10 HP. +10 HP.
Under the healing of Blessing of the Madonna, Jurufeng's HP bar kept recovering, and his condition improved significantly. Seeing that the skill effect was about to disappear, Xiao Fan hurriedly shouted for everyone to dodge and stop attacking. Next was just running as hard as they could. The King Kong behemoth boss was too fast. It was extremely difficult to hold out for 100 seconds. Fortunately, Jiafei, Bu Jiafei was already at a distance, and with the agility he added, he barely managed to hold on until the cooldown for Blessing of the Madonna ended. Xiao Fan activated the skill again, and Zazai successfully took the aggro, allowing Jiafei, Bu Jiafei to realize he was already drenched in a cold sweat. He had almost been caught by the King Kong behemoth. With the negative status removed and the speed boost, Jiafei, Bu Jiafei ran far away quickly. This will not work, we cannot keep going like this. That last sequence was too close for comfort. It made Xiao Fan realize that any mistake now could lead to casualties. Once someone fell, the others would all die at the hands of the King Kong behemoth. What do I do? Xiao Fan's cold sweat poured down. We might not be so lucky next time.
He glanced at his status page. ID Jurchen.
Level 30.
HP 1.
MP 678/2524 plus 2179.
Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 14. Agility 12. Constitution 10. Trait Madonna.
Skills Madonna's Aura, Blessing of the Madonna 3.
Equipment Nuns. Nucleus Power 568. I have got it.
Xiao Fan looked at his attributes. I just do not have damage-dealing skills, but my base attributes are not worse than the average players. I can be the last one to take the aggro. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan spent 50 nucleus power to buy 10 points of agility. To be safe, he spent another 50 nucleus power to buy 10 points of constitution. This brought his agility to 22 and his constitution to 20. He was almost twice as fast as before. Xiao Fan felt confident, and seeing the skill effect about to end, he ran toward the King Kong behemoth boss. With a speed of 22 and the 60% acceleration from the skill, Xiao Fan felt like he was flying. Jiafei, Bu Jiafei, seeing the skill ending, was just about to bite the bullet and take the aggro when he saw a blur of motion flash by. My god, what is so fast? Jiafei, Bu Jiafei, already on edge, nearly fell over. Looking closely, that blur was actually Xiao Fan.
Brother Chen.
He did not have time to wonder why Xiao Fan was so fast. Brother Chen, run away. Why are you a healer running to the feet of the boss? Han Murin and the others also shouted when they saw Xiao Fan appear.
Brother Chen, run.
Xiao Fan remained calm, seeing that there was only 1 second left on the skill.
Stop attacking, all of you.
As soon as he said this, the other 4 instinctively stopped. Immediately after, they saw Xiao Fan raise his fist high and smash it into the King Kong behemoth boss. The aggro was instantly locked onto Xiao Fan.
What are you waiting for? Run away.
Xiao Fan shouted and took the lead, running toward the distance.
What?
The crowd watched as the raging behemoth boss chased after Xiao Fan, yet it could not even touch a single hair on his head. Jiafei Bujiafei opened his mouth wide, looking completely incredulous.
Brother Chen is actually this fast.
In the battles over the past few days, Xiao Fan had always been the one commanding, activating skills and scouting monsters. He had never joined the fight like this until today. Until this moment, Jiafei Bujiafei and the other 3 suddenly realized that his individual attributes were actually this incredibly strong. Brother Chen is truly Brother Chen. Turns out he did not fight before because he did not want to, not because he could not. The same thought flashed through everyone's minds: he is too strong. Once his skill cooldown ended, Xiao Fan immediately activated the skill again, and the 4 of them who were already prepared jumped back into the battle. When the skill effect ended, Xiao Fan drew the aggro, and once the skill was ready, the 4 joined the battle again. Half an hour later, as the last drop of HP was drained from the behemoth boss, its massive body collapsed to the ground.
Xiao.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Congratulations on your team defeating the level 4 field boss behemoth. Every member of the team receives an additional 40 nuclear energy as a boss reward. Defeating a level 4 beast boss is thrilling, but the rewards are truly generous. 40 nuclear energy, that is what they usually earn in a whole day on the outskirts of the Northwest Forest. It seems if you want to earn nuclear energy, you have to kill bosses.
Xiao Fan thought thoughtfully.
The sky began to darken, and not wanting to stay out in the wild for too long, they rested for a moment before heading home. In Cloud Sea, the rewards for killing beasts increase exponentially with the level of the beast. Killing a level 4 behemoth gives 16 nuclear energy, while the behemoth boss gave 64. Even excluding the extra nuclear energy from the boss, their team managed to earn 432 nuclear energy today. Each team member got 86 and Xiao Fan got 88. Adding the extra rewards, they actually obtained 126 nuclear energy today. This was something they would not have even dared to imagine before. Following Brother Chen was such a great choice, the 4 of them could not help but think.
Xiao Fan took a look at his character page. ID Jiachen. Level 30. HP 1.
MP 1890/2724 plus 2379.
Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 14. Agility 22. Constitution 20. Trade Saint.
Skills Aura of the Saint, Gift of the Saint level 3.
Equipment Nuns.
Nuclear energy 596. Today he spent 100 nuclear energy to buy 10 points in agility and 10 in constitution, and ended up with 128 nuclear energy. If nothing goes wrong, I can reach level 4 in another 4 days.
Xiao Fan calculated silently.
Over the next few days, Xiao Fan took his team into the inner area of the Southwest Forest every day. As expected, a field boss would appear in the forest every evening. With the previous experience, the team was no longer so afraid when facing the behemoth boss. They had easily defeated the behemoth boss for several consecutive days. By the 4th day, Xiao Fan finally saved enough nuclear energy to level up. He did not hesitate to spend 1,000 nuclear energy to buy 1,000 experience points.
ID Jiachen. Level 40. HP 1. MP 1 plus 2869. Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 14. Agility 22. Constitution 20. Trade Saint.
Skills Aura of the Saint, Gift of the Saint level 3.
Equipment Nuns. Nuclear energy 86.
Additionally, he had not used the 5 free attribute points given by the system after leveling up. Looking at the remaining 86 nuclear energy, Xiao Fan felt a sense of loss. Since he entered Cloud Sea, his nuclear energy had never been this low. His sense of security had been cut in half. Reaching level 5 requires a full 10,000 nuclear energy. At 100 per day, it would take him 100 days to save up enough.
Too slow, it is just too slow.
Besides hunting bosses, is not there a faster way to earn nuclear energy? Xiao Fan thought to himself, his understanding of Cloud Sea was still too shallow. He had no choice, his family situation meant he had to explore this game on his own. Fortunately, he had an imagination that transcended this planet, allowing him to create skills beyond people's wildest dreams. At the same time, he also needed time to grow. It was Xiao Fan's turn to patrol tonight. His original partner was Purple Charm, but since she met with an accident, he was left alone. Brother Chen, let me accompany you on patrol today.
And me too.
Brother Chen, the brothers will all accompany you. Han Muren and the other three offered to stay behind. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, and was just about to choose someone to accompany him when a voice came from behind. You all go get some rest, I will accompany him on patrol today. Han Muren and the others turned around and discovered that the speaker was actually Feng Zuk. Feng Zuk slowly approached with his white axe on his shoulder. No need, village chief, we would not want to trouble you. We will just accompany Brother Chen. Although Feng Zuk was also in THE Chinese letter, his level had reached 10. To newcomers like Han Muren, he was like a god. Yeah, village chief, why should we trouble you with such a small thing as patrolling? Feng Zuk ignored the two and looked straight at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan instantly understood that he had something to tell him. Go back and rest, we still have to hunt tomorrow. Since Xiao Fan said so, Han Muren and the others had no choice but to leave.
Village chief, do you have something for me?
Xiao Fan looked at Feng Zuk. In fact, he had been waiting for Feng Zuk to approach him. As the village chief of District 18, Feng Zuk's knowledge of the area and Cloud Sea was far superior to his own. He might be able to learn something different from him. Moreover, Xiao Fan had always felt that District 18 felt quite strange. He had always heard that District 18 had poor resources, but after coming here he found that was not the case. Every level had places to hunt beasts, the monsters were within reasonable difficulty, and it was not as hard for players to level up as people said. Except for the poor facilities in the newbie village, Xiao Fan did not think this place was as terrifying as others made it out to be. What on earth was going on? Xiao Fan saw Feng Zuk stay silent, simply standing the axe in front of him, resting his hands on it, looking at him with admiration and an emotion in his eyes that he could not quite decipher. Village chief, Xiao Fan felt a vein pop on his forehead.
Sit down.
Feng Zuk pointed to the ground under the street lamp at the entrance of the village. When he discovered Xiao Fan's team had reached level 3, he was shocked but did not plan on telling them about the situation in District 18. Until today, when he found out Xiao Fan had reached level 4.
What?
There is a huge gap between 100 core power and 1000 core power. To have saved up 1000 core power in just 4 or 5 days, how is that even possible?
Unless...
Xiao Fan's first skill created a heavenly tier skill. Feng Zuk had heard from an old friend that when a player creates a heavenly tier skill for the first time, the system grants an extra 500 core power points. Thinking about it that way, everything that happened before makes sense. Why Xiao Fan could save up 1000 core power, why their team leveled up so fast, and why they could even defeat fierce beasts above their level.
Because he possesses a heavenly tier skill.
A heavenly tier skill truly powerful. Seeing Xiao Fan here, Feng Zuk was not sure whether to be happy or to feel sorry for him. The two sat on the ground, with the street lamp at the village entrance shining like a spotlight on the old man and the youth, making it look like some kind of inheritance ceremony.
Serious and solemn.
Feng Zuk pondered for a moment and asked, Your first skill is a heavenly tier skill, right? Xiao Fan was not surprised that Feng Zuk could guess it was a heavenly tier skill, and since he had nothing to hide, he simply nodded in admission. That is correct, I do have a heavenly tier skill. I knew it, although Feng Zuk was already certain, hearing Xiao Fan admit it personally still left him incredibly shocked. How many heavenly tier skills are there in the entire Cloud Sea? For a rookie player like Xiao Fan to create one as his very first skill is simply unheard of. If you do not call that a genius, you would have to call him a freak, would not you? Feng Zuk did not ask why Xiao Fan had been assigned to District 18. He just turned to look at the mountain range outside the village. Xiao Fan followed his gaze but could see nothing but darkness, yet Feng Zuk seemed lost in thought. After a long while, he spoke slowly. 4 years ago, a player stumbled into the black fog and discovered this mountain range. After exploring, he found that the level of the fierce beasts here was not very high, and they were distributed in different areas according to their levels. This kind of place is perfect for building a novice village, so he reported it to the government. After various assessments by the government, they built Novice Village District 18 here. Back then, the resources of District 18 were among the best of all novice villages. and countless rookie players tried every possible way to join. District 18 was truly bustling with activity back then. Just as the government planned to fully develop the District 18 novice village, an accident occurred. That night a beast tide struck. Without any defenses, the village was completely overrun, and almost all the rookie players perished there. A beast tide, this is a phenomenon that simply does not happen in other novice zones. Cloud C has a special novice protection mechanism. Whenever a zone has more than 100 rookie players, it is automatically set as a protected zone, and players above level 20 cannot log in there. At that time, District 18 already met the criteria and was recognized by the system as a novice zone, so the government could not provide rescue. After the incident, the government originally wanted to abandon District 18. Novices are fragile by nature, and such a dangerous place is not suitable for them. However, District 18 is rich in resources, so many people did not want to give it up. Later, after a period of investigation, no more beast tides occurred in District 18. The previous beast tide was deemed an accident. More and more novices started entering District 18, and then the beast tide came again. So as long as there are many people in District 18, the beast tide comes. Xiao Fan seemed to catch on to something. Feng Zuk shook his head. It comes even when there are few people. Xiao Fan. It might be the system's novice protection mechanism. The scale of the beast tide depends on the number of people in the novice village. In recent years, very few people have come to District 18, so the scale of the beast tides has not been large, but it remains very difficult for those novices. Speaking of this, Feng Zuk looked toward the end of the village, and Xiao Fan immediately remembered the thatched hut engraved with countless names, all players who had perished in District 18. Later on, the strength of the new players arriving in District 18 got worse and worse. Many times, they died in the wild before the beast tide even arrived, Feng Zuk sighed. Xiao Fan knew this all too well, remembering those painful-to-watch actions from Han and his trio when they first started. Forget it, better not to think about it. How long have you been in this novice village? Xiao Fan asked curiously. He then saw Feng Zuk's expression turn strange, filled with both nostalgia and pain. After a long while, all his emotions turned into a single sigh. 4 years, I am the one who discovered District 18 in the first place. Hearing this, Xiao Fan said in disbelief, you have only reached level 10 after 4 years. Feng Zuk, not exactly. Then what is it? Xiao Fan asked. I was already level 10 when I discovered this place. Xiao Fan. So he has not leveled up even once in 4 years. Xiao Fan started to panic. Surely you have not gone 4 years without leveling up at all. Is there something terrifying about District 18? Xiao Fan asked. It has to do with Cloud C's special leveling mechanism. What mechanism? Xiao Fan asked again. After a player reaches level 10, they have to enter the trial grounds. You can only continue to level up once you have cleared the trial inside. 4 years and you still have not cleared the trial grounds, Xiao Fan said in disbelief. Feng Zuk's face flushed and he scolded, what do you know, kid? The terror of the level 10 trial grounds is beyond your imagination. It is not just about strength, you need wisdom too. So you are saying you lack wisdom, Xiao Fan retorted. Damn it, Feng Zuk was so angry he almost cursed out loud. Alright, please go on, Xiao Fan quickly said. Feng Zuk then explained everything about the trial grounds in detail. Xiao Fan understood. The trial grounds are essentially dungeons in a game. Players have to figure out the mechanics inside the dungeon themselves. Simply put, it is about breaking new ground. Only after clearing the dungeon can you continue to purchase levels to rank up. What is even more frustrating is that the trial dungeon for every novice zone is different. In other novice zones, because there are so many people, teams have already cleared the trial dungeons. Later players can just look up strategies online and clear them easily. But here in District 18, let alone talented people, there are not even enough people in general. Feng Zuk still has not managed to find a suitable team, let alone clear the trial dungeon. It is worth mentioning that the trial dungeon requires a minimum of 5 players and a maximum of 10. Furthermore, you only get 3 chances to die in the trial dungeon each day. Use them all up, and you truly perish. So far, Feng Zuk has only been able to find 5 level 10 players. He had almost given up on waiting and was prepared to try clearing the dungeon with those 5. But then Xiao Fan and his group arrived in District 18. Xiao Fan's strength reignited Feng Zuk's hope. But I am only at level 4. If each level requires 10 times the experience of the last, he would need 1 billion units of nuclear energy to reach level 10. With that many zeros, it is a number only an entire city could dream of. Xiao Fan found it hard to imagine how long it would take him to earn that much. especially when he only makes 100 units a day. Could there be other ways to earn nuclear energy in this game? The more Xiao Fan thought about it, the more unreasonable the game seemed. The experience required will not continue to increase tenfold after level 5. Feng Zuk seemed to sense what Xiao Fan was thinking and offered an explanation. Xiao Fan let out a sigh of relief, though not entirely. After all, it already takes 10,000 experience to reach level 5, so even without a tenfold increase, 10,000 is still the baseline. It is a pity Chinese letter players cannot trade too much nuclear energy at once, otherwise I would have lent you some. Feng Zuk said with regret. He had accumulated plenty of nuclear energy from hunting over the years, while he was unable to level up. But the game system has a protection mechanism for novices, limiting trades for new players to 1,000 nuclear energy per month. Otherwise, he would have been happy to lend Xiao Fan the energy to level up, so they could tackle the trial dungeons together. Xiao Fan felt a bit of regret too. He could have had an easier path. But on second thought, this mechanism protects people from backgrounds like his. Otherwise, wealthy players would never even have to stay in the novice zone. Xiao Fan felt strangely balanced after that thought. By the way, village chief, do you know of any places near District 18 where one can obtain a large amount of nuclear energy? Feng Zuk replied there are, but it is dangerous. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Such a place actually exists. How dangerous is it? Xiao Fan asked. Feng Zuk answered, even my team has only been there once. Xiao Fan's expression dimmed instantly. If even someone at level 10 like Feng Zuk had only been there once, one could imagine how perilous it must be. He had to be responsible for his team's safety, so such a place was surely not. We each earned 1,000 units of nuclear energy that time. Xiao Fan thought, I am going. Danger is exactly what I am looking for. That is 1,000 units per person in one go. If it was not dangerous, it would not be worth that price. Seeing Xiao Fan's reaction, Feng Zuk knew he was determined to go, and he sighed inwardly. Is this the confidence of a player with a heavenly tier skill? He certainly has more reason to be bold. Following that, Feng Zuk shared all the information he had about the location. According to him, it was a small secret realm. Inside the realm, there were 3 bosses and countless minions. While those minions were not high level, they were overwhelmingly numerous. Speaking of which, Feng Zuk still felt a lingering fear. If it were not for our high levels and high stats back then, we would have been worn down and killed by the swarms of minions. Could those minions not be killed separately? Xiao Fan asked. Feng Zuk paused for a moment. At the time in the secret realm, they had rushed in seeing the low-level minions, but the more they fought, the more appeared, until they were surrounded layer by layer. They had only focused on fighting, never stopping to think about anything else. Hearing Xiao Fan's question now, it seemed like Feng Zuk had realized something. If those minions could indeed have been handled separately, then what was that near-death experience of being surrounded all about? Please continue, Xiao Fan said, not pressing the point. He already had his answer. Having never been exposed to games before, combined with the lack of skill variety, people here fought quite directly, especially ordinary folks. Feng Zuk remained silent for a moment before continuing about the 3 bosses. The 3 bosses are all level 5. Because our levels were high, the first and second bosses were not too difficult. The hard part was the 3rd boss. The horizon began to pale as the ink-black night slowly faded. The distant mountains became visible, resembling a wash painting slowly being revealed by clear water. The first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, painting the sky in a soft, golden red. The two had talked all night. As the sky brightened, Feng Zuk stood up. I understand your desire to go to that secret realm, but I must remind you, with your talent, as long as you survive, there are infinite possibilities for your future. Feng Zuk still did not want to see Xiao Fan take such risks. After all, Xiao Fan was the first player in 4 years to reignite his hope. Thanks for the reminder. Seeing the determination in Xiao Fan's eyes, Feng Zuk paused for a moment. Good luck. Watching Feng Zuk walk away, Xiao Fan sighed to himself. If talent were truly enough, would he still be stuck in District 18? His uncle's illness, his impoverished family, and the humiliation from the Chen family. These matters weighed heavily on his mind. He could not afford not to risk everything. But having said that, he would not throw his life away recklessly. They would go to the secret realm, but only once Jiafei and the others reached level 4. And he also needed to accumulate more nuclear energy. After reaching level 4, he could upgrade his skill Mercy of the Mother, but it would cost 1,000 units. Plus, he needed to save some energy for emergencies. And he needed to grind a bit more mana for Halo of the Mother. Brother Chen, you have not slept all night, why not take a day off? Jiafei Bu Jiafei suggested. Xiao Fan shook his head. His mental stats were high, so he did not feel very tired after one night awake. He could just activate a skill while hunting to recover his state. No need, let us go, I have something to tell you all. On the way, Xiao Fan told them about his plan to take them to the secret realm, with the prerequisite that everyone had to reach level 4. That secret realm sounds really cool, Zai Zai's eyes shone. 1,000 per person, let us do it. Jiafei Bu Jiafei raised his hands and cheered. Jai Ru Feng and Han Mu Ren were also filled with anticipation. Over the next few days, the group hunted beasts desperately, hoping to reach level 4 as soon as possible. During that time, 2 other teams also encountered wild bosses twice. Even though those players had reached level 2, they were still afraid to enter the level 2 beast zone in the northwest forest. So when they met bosses, they sought help from Xiao Fan's team. With the mindset that every little bit helps, Xiao Fan's team dealt with them while they were passing by. After 7 days of effort, Xiao Fan's team finally all reached level 4. Xiao Fan spent 1,000 units of nuclear energy to upgrade Mercy of the Mother. Skill name Mercy of the Mother 4 upgradable. Skill tier Heavenly. Skill description, activate to consume 80 mana points, unfolding a field of pure radiance centered on the caster. All friendly units within range immediately gain 80 points of Holy Light Shield, movement speed is increased by 65%, and all negative status effects are cleared. Units also gain Mercy, lasting 15 seconds, which restores 15 health points per second. Cooldown 90 seconds. Creation attributes, Intelligence 10+, Spirit 10+, Constitution 10+. Creation trait, Holy Mother unique. Very good, the effects are improved and the cooldown is reduced. But that 1,000 nuclear energy really stings. After upgrading his skills, Xiao Fan was left with only 70 core power, which he could use to buy a bit more stats in a pinch. He took a look at his character info. ID Jiachen. Level 40. HP 1. MP 1 plus 4409. Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 14. Agility 22. Constitution 20. Trait Saintess. Skills Aura of the Saintess, Blessing of the Saintess level 3. Equipment Nuns. Core Power 70. Besides that, Xiao Fan still had not used the 5 free attribute points he got from leveling up to 4. Now his mana was close to 5,000. Since casting Blessing of the Saintess takes 80 mana with his natural regeneration, he had enough to use the skill over 60 times. With everything prepared, Xiao Fan's team left the beginner village. Watching them walk away, Daeguang Ying looked worried. Boss, are we really not going to help? With Jiachen's talent, if he manages to grow, he might actually be able to help us clear the level 10 trial grounds. Feng Suki shook his head, it is not the time to help him yet. Daeguang Ying rolled his eyes, when is the time, when they can clear the secret realm by themselves, or when they fail and die inside it. Feng Suki, alright, enough of that. Only if he can clear the secret realm can it prove he is the teammate we are looking for, Feng Suki said, his gaze fixed on Xiao Fan's retreating figure. Daeguang Ying did not get it. If he can take 4 level 4 newbies and clear the secret realm with that kind of terrifying ability, why would he still need to find us for the level 10 trial grounds? Cannot we just go find him then? Feng Suki countered. Daeguang Ying, no wonder you have survived in District 18 this long, you are full of tricks. The secret realm entrance was in the center of the southwest forest. To be safe before entering the forest, Xiao Fan went through his usual routine of picking and planting flowers to gain some extra mana. Looking at the vibrant 7-colored flowers, Xiao Fan could not help but sigh. As expected of the flowers in Cloud Sea, they are constantly being pulled and replanted, yet these 7-colored flowers are still doing just fine. He decided that once his mana hit the 10,000 mark, he would let these poor flowers be for a while. On the way to the secret realm, their team ran into a few diamond behemoths. Xiao Fan did not even need to use a skill. Jiafei, Bujiafei, and the other 3 took care of them in a flash. They were not the same people they were back then. Back at level 2 they could kill you, and now at level 4 they can take you out in a second. They were just that strong. This must be it. Xiao Fan stared at the white vortex about 2 meters in diameter in front of him. The light current at its edge kept surging like liquid, emitting a hazy glow. The center of the vortex was deeper than ink and more void than the night, like an eye of the universe slowly opening to coldly watch this world. It matched the entrance to the secret realm that Feng Suki had described perfectly. Brother Chen, let us head in. Jiafei Bujiafei was impatient. They were terrifyingly strong now. Yeah, Xiao Fan nodded and, following Feng Suqi's instructions, placed his hand on the vortex. A system prompt popped up in front of him. Confirm entry into the secret realm Misty Forest. Confirm. The next second, all 5 of them disappeared from the spot. When his vision cleared again, Xiao Fan found them standing in the middle of a forest. There was no sun or moonlight above, only an endless stretch of darkness. The forest was shrouded in a gray mist. He could only see the looming silhouettes of towering ancient trees standing like silent giants. Gnarled roots broke through the soil covered in thick moss. Everything around them was unusually quiet. There was not a single sound. The atmosphere felt eerie, and Zai could not help but shiver while hugging her arms.
This place is kind of creepy.
Xiao Fan thought it was fine. He had seen scenes even creepier than this back when he played the game in his previous life. Except back then it was just a computer screen, but now he was actually experiencing it in person. There was a bit of a difference there, he supposed. Brother Chen, what do we do now? Arriving in this strange, eerie place they had never encountered before, Jiafei, Bujiafei, and the others subconsciously looked to Xiao Fan for directions.
Xiao Fan frowned.
Although Feng Suqi had told him about the scenery in the secret realm, Feng Suqi and his team had relied on their level advantage to brute force their way through. If their team tried that, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. It would be great if we had an assassin to scout the path and lure the monsters. Xiao Fan sighed internally. He even wanted to set the roles for this game himself. After a moment of thought, Xiao Fan put the 5 unused free attribute points all into spirit. As soon as his spirit hit 19 points, Xiao Fan instantly felt a difference. Jiafei, Bujiafei, shoot in the direction I point in a moment. Everyone else get ready to attack once the mobs get close. Right? Jiafei, Bujiafei nodded, gripping his large white bow with an extremely serious expression. His aim had actually always been decent. It was just that his low strength meant he could not hit targets at first. After taking Xiao Fan's advice and building his stats with 3 points in strength and 2 in agility, he could hit at least 80% of his shots now. Xiao Fan did not dare to walk forward, but fortunately, now that his spirit was at 19, he could vaguely sense the monster's locations. Jiafei, Bujiafei, that way, Xiao Fan pointed to a large tree ahead.
Got it.
The distance was a bit far, so Jiafei, Bujiafei used the skill power shot.
Whoosh.
The team heard the sound of the arrow hitting the wood.
Missed.
Jiafei, Bujiafei touched his head in embarrassment.
Sorry, Brother Chen.
Do not talk, get ready for battle. Xiao Fan said in a low voice. Just as he finished speaking, everyone saw 4 spiders rushing toward them at high speed. Those spiders were pitch black, and if they were not each the size of a cat, it would have been hard to even see them with the naked eye.
Name Dark Spider. Level 3. HP 1.
With such low HP, they are not even as strong as a level 3 green wood wolf. Seeing the monster's stats, Zai felt a huge weight lift off her heart. They had even hunted level 5 thunder leopards before, so why would they be afraid of a tiny level 3 spider?
Watch my spear.
Used to being the first one to draw aggro, Zai picked up her white spear and prepared to charge in.
Zai do not.
Seeing her move, Xiao Fan's expression changed, and he quickly yelled to stop her. But he was one step too late. Zai had already covered 2 meters. Oh no, Xiao Fan thought to himself. Sure enough, the next second, 8 more dark spiders rushed out from the forest. Xiao Fan's previous guess was correct. The distance of the players and the amount of noise they made determined how many mobs were drawn to them. Seeing 8 more small monsters rushing out, Zai was instantly stunned. These dark spiders are not that strong, but we cannot handle this many at once.
Get back here now.
Hearing Xiao Fan's warning from behind, Zai finally snapped out of it and scrambled back to his original position. Garfield, shoot the lead monster, everyone else prepare for combat.
Xiao Fan gave quick commands.
Seeing the monsters about to charge, Xiao Fan immediately activated his skill, Madonna's Gift.
Try to stand your ground and keep attacking.
Xiao Fan warned, not daring to guarantee that moving out of this range would not attract even more monsters.
Minus 20 HP. Minus 20 HP. Minus 20 HP.
The dark spiders did not deal much damage. With the 80-point shield and 15 HP regeneration per second from Xiao Fan's skill, the group could handle it even while standing still. Standing still and trading blows was actually quite satisfying. Even Xiao Fan threw a few punches, though his damage was limited since he had no weapons, no skills, and no strength investment. It was mostly just to feel involved. Now that the team members were all level 4, they had a level advantage over the level 3 monsters. and their damage was noticeably better than before. After Xiao Fan's skill effect wore off, those 12 spiders were wiped out. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the dark spiders had low health and low damage, the sheer number of them was putting a lot of pressure on the team. Brother Chen, I was wrong. I should not have disobeyed your commands and acted on my own. Zai apologized in a low, hushed voice. The others stayed silent. Zai had definitely been too reckless this time. If Brother Chen had not warned him in time, they might have attracted even more monsters. They also realized this secret realm was extremely dangerous, much more so than hunting beasts outside. One wrong move could mean the end of them. Getting 1,000 nucleus points really was not going to be easy. Seeing Xiao Fan did not respond, Zai did not even dare to raise his head. Brother Chen, I will not ever do it again. After a long silence, Xiao Fan finally spoke. There will not be a next time. Yeah, I will definitely follow orders from now on. Zai nodded vigorously, promising. They had only just entered the instance. Xiao Fan did not want this incident to affect their progress, so he decided to put it aside for now. Still too weak. Xiao Fan shook his head. He suddenly realized he seemed to be missing a life-saving skill. His mana pool was breaking 5,000, but his HP was only 460. A single mistake could be fatal. Actually, when he created Madonna's aura, he had considered whether he should swap mana for health. But he had just entered the game and thought he would possess countless powerful skills in the future, all of which would require mana to cast, so he chose mana over health. Now reality had dealt him a heavy blow. If you want a future, you have to survive first. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan felt conflicted again. Should his next skill be for damage output or for survival? Forget it, only children make choices. There is no point in thinking about it now. Let us just clear this secret realm first. From here on out, whoever disobeys orders will be kicked from the team when we are finished. Xiao Fan's tone was calm but commanding. Do not worry, Brother Chen, we promise to follow your lead, the others quickly assured him. Leave Xiao Fan's team? Are you kidding? Even little cutie knows that sticking with Xiao Fan is the only way to thrive in Cloud Sea. Have not you seen how jealous the other new players are of us? Stay close to me and do not move unless I say so. Xiao Fan gave the instruction and started moving forward. As he walked, he scanned for monsters. He needed to gauge exactly how much distance triggered them. The other four quietly followed behind him with weapons drawn. With every step, Xiao Fan would check for nearby monsters. Finally, when he took another step, 4 dark spiders rushed out from the forest. Attack in place, Xiao Fan ordered. Hearing this, the 4 immediately tightened their grip on their weapons, eyes locked on the charging monsters. Knowing the dark spiders did not hit hard, they were not afraid. There were only 4, they could easily take them. Han, who had invested heavily in strength, killed one in 2 hits using his skill. How is everyone's status? Xiao Fan asked in a low voice. In Cloud Sea, you can only see the status bars of game creatures. Players cannot see each other's status, or the secret of Xiao Fan's mana bar would have been leaked long ago. The other 4 did not speak, just nodded. Good, speak up if your HP gets low, and I will use my skill to heal you. Xiao Fan instructed before heading to pull the next wave. Gradually, Xiao Fan fully mastered the monster aggro distance. He would pull a wave, clear it, and if their status dropped, he would pull 3 waves at once and activate his skill. The goal was not to waste a single resource. The team became more and more efficient at killing, and their pace kept picking up. After killing the umpteenth wave, Xiao Fan frowned. Back when Fengsuk told him there were many mobs in the secret realm, he did not take it to heart at the time. How many more could there be? Now he truly understood what that word meant. They just would not stop, it was impossible to kill them all. Thank goodness Madonna's gift provided status restoration, otherwise sheer exhaustion would have brought them down. Brother Chen, what is wrong? Han leaned in with a look of concern when he saw Xiao Fan pause. I am fine, let us keep going, Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Finally, after killing a few more waves, they arrived at the secret realm's first boss. The dim cavern was almost filled by the spider's hideous body. A pair of red eyes glowed like light bulbs. Big, it was truly massive. Name Dark Spider Boss. Level 5. HP 1. This was the first level 5 boss the group had encountered, and everyone's expression grew solemn involuntarily. According to Fengsuk, this boss does not move. If you get out of its attack range, its HP instantly refills. It is known as a leash reset. The spider's main attack is its 8 legs, and it shoots web silk during the fight. If a player touches the silk, they get stuck and lose mobility. Fortunately, the spider's attacks are not directed, and its inability to move limits it. As long as you are careful not to get stepped on or touched by the webs, it is quite simple. Xiao Fan explained the precautions to the other four. Han's face turned bitter upon hearing this. Garfield and Windspeed both had agility investment, making them faster and more flexible at dodging. Zai Zai's weapon was a spear, giving him an attack range advantage, and he had stamina stats, so taking a hit or two was fine. Only he, despite having the highest damage, was squishy, lacked flexibility, and had to fight in melee. He was afraid he would not be able to dodge. Xiao Fan considered this and told Han to buy up to 12 agility points. After reaching level 4, everyone had saved some nucleus points, so Han bought the stats without hesitation. Be careful yourselves, I will remind you as well. If there is danger, I will activate my skill. Hearing Xiao Fan say this, the group felt much more at ease. No one knew the brilliance of Xiao Fan's commanding better than they did. Now, they cooperated exactly as he instructed. Let us begin. As the four entered the attack range, the dark spider's massive body moved. A hideous long leg was raised high and brought down with a heavy crash. Zai Zai dodged to the left, Xiao Fan shouted. Zai Zai stopped attacking immediately and ran left. A second later, the spider's leg landed exactly where he had been standing. Throughout the battle, Xiao Fan kept his eyes locked on the spider's movements. Finally, when the boss was at 50 HP, Xiao Fan noticed its tail twitch twice. He realized instantly that the boss was going to spit web silk. Attention, the boss is going to spit silk. He immediately activated Madonna's gift. Sure enough, the next second, the boss's tail launched countless strands of silk. The other four had already stopped attacking, and seeing the white silk flying, they used the skill's speed boost to dodge. After spitting silk once, the boss returned to regular attacks. The four breathed a sigh of relief and resumed attacking. When the boss was down to a sliver of health, it started spitting silk again. The four were ready to finish up, but hearing Xiao Fan's warning, they scrambled to dodge. This time, the dark spider boss spat silk 3 times in a row. Had it not been for the skill's speed boost, they never would have dodged it. After the silk was exhausted, Garfield fired an arrow, emptying the boss's last bit of HP. The 8 long legs hung limply, the giant red eyes lost their luster, and the dark spider boss fell completely still. Do not lower your guard until the boss is dead.
Yes.
The four broke into a cold sweat. If Xiao Fan had not warned them in time, they might all have been stuck in the silk.
Let us move.
After clearing a few more waves of monsters, the team stepped into the second boss's territory. Instead of the expected gloom, they were met with a weirdly brilliant sea of flowers. Huge flowers bloomed in the center. The petals were almost transparent, eerie blue, and slightly glowing, illuminating the cavern like a dream. The giant flowers trembled slightly, and their information appeared. Name: Carefree Ghost Orchid Boss.
Level 5. HP 1.
It is so pretty, Garfield said, looking intoxicated. I have never seen such beautiful scenery, Zai Zai exclaimed with wide eyes. I really want to stay here forever, Windspeed said with closed eyes, looking blissful. Xiao Fan was observing the boss when he suddenly heard Windspeed, sensing something was wrong. Turning back, he realized his 4 teammates were all relaxed, devoid of any caution toward the boss. Not good, this boss can confuse players. When they first entered, Xiao Fan had noticed a fragrance in the air that induced mental relaxation. He had not thought much of it, the cavern was full of flowers, so scent was normal. Feng Zhuge had not mentioned that the second boss had psychedelic effects. Thinking about it, Feng Zhuge and the others were already level 10 players when they came here. A level 5 boss's mental confusion could not affect them. I am not affected, probably because of my high mental attribute. Xiao Fan's mental stat was now 19, far exceeding typical level 4 players, which is why he remained immune. It seems I cannot rely entirely on the experience Feng Zhuge gave me. The experience of entering the realm at level 4 versus level 10 is completely different. Everyone wake up, Xiao Fan's voice suddenly boomed. Yet the four showed no reaction, still immersed in the scent. Xiao Fan's expression darkened. The psychedelic effect was even stronger than he imagined. The coming battle is going to be difficult. With no choice, he activated Madonna's gift. The skill cleared their negative status, and the four immediately snapped out of it.
What happened?
Windspeed looked bewildered. He had entered the cave, smelled a relaxing fragrance, sank into it, and then there was nothing.
Ah, Brother Chen, are we starting?
After waking up, Zai Zai saw Xiao Fan's skill and immediately got ready for combat. Xiao Fan explained grimly, the boss's scent is psychedelic. You were all confused, and when I called out, you did not respond, so I had to use my skill.
What? The four were terrified.
The boss can actually confuse players. How is that even a thing? Before entering, they had only seen beasts. While the levels differed, the attack styles were simple and violent. The first boss, Spitting Silk, was a huge shock, and now this one confuses them without warning. It is terrifying. Sweat formed on their backs. Looking at the giant flower in the center, it lacked a hideous form but brought a more unsettling pressure. They gripped their weapons tighter.
Brother Chen, what do we do now?
Garfield's face turned red. After learning about the psychedelic scent, he was holding his breath, afraid to inhale. They could dodge regular attacks, but mental attacks were impossible to dodge. Xiao Fan's skill can clear status, but it has a cooldown right. Xiao Fan truly had no better way to handle it. At the end of the day, it is because they are too low level and have too few skills. Finally, Garfield contributed his jacket, dividing the cloth among everyone to use as face masks, which would block some of the scent. Following Xiao Fan's advice, they bought mental stats up to 10.
This boss fight must be quick. The 5 crept toward the center.
The Orchid boss does not aggro by proximity, only when players attack does it fight back.
Zai Zai initiate.
The moment Xiao Fan spoke, Zai Zai stepped forward and thrust his spear into the stem.
Minus 15 HP.
A number floated above the Orchid boss.
Everyone's eyes brightened.
Under a level disadvantage, hitting that much damage meant the boss's dual defenses were not high.
What?
Meanwhile, the giant flower in front of them shifted slightly, and a small flower bloomed quietly beneath Zaiza.
Zaiza, get out of the way.
Seeing this, Xiao Fan quickly warned him. Zaiza reacted quickly and immediately moved to dodge the flower at his feet.
Minus 8 HP. Minus 7 HP. Minus 6 HP.
3 numbers floated up from above his head. Zaiza gave a strange cry. Did not I already dodge it? How am I still losing health? Xiao Fan was also confused, until he saw the small flower the boss summoned wither almost instantly, and he had a guess. The small flowers summoned by the boss cause damage when they wither. This is a non-targeted skill. In other words, this damage is unavoidable. Fortunately, the damage is low. Xiao Fan had roughly figured out the boss. Its resistance and damage were not high, and its main attack seemed to be mental hallucination. However, it would be very dangerous if the boss summoned flowers too quickly or in too large a quantity. Fortunately, after attacking for a while, Xiao Fan found that this boss was not that overpowered. It summoned one flower roughly every 10 seconds, and only one at a time. After putting on the masks and increasing their spirit stats, Han and the other 3 were not affected as much by the floral scent as before. They could easily hold out until Xiao Fan's skills cooled down. The more he used it, the more Xiao Fan felt that Grace of the Madonna was a god-tier skill.
It has shields, healing, purification, and speed boosts.
Except for lacking damage, it is perfect in every way. Moreover, this skill can be upgraded, and Xiao Fan was looking forward to seeing how powerful it could become in the future. Han and the other 3 were fighting fast. Since dodging the boss's skills was useless, they just stood their ground and attacked. Before long, the boss's last bit of health was wiped out. The beautiful petals gradually withered and fell. Yet a moment later, a new bud, moist as jade, quietly bloomed from the spot where it had faded. Seeing that the boss was dead, Jiafei Bujiafei tore the mask off his face and let out a long sigh of relief.
It is finally dead. Easy peasy.
Our squad is invincible. Han, Zaiza, and Jurufeng also took off their masks, and the 4 of them high-fived in celebration. Xiao Fan wore a faint smile, but suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged into his heart.
Something's wrong.
Xiao Fan's face changed drastically. He looked at Jiafei Bujiafei and the others not far ahead and shouted, "Quickly, get out of the way." Hearing Xiao Fan's voice, the 4 of them subconsciously followed his command and scattered. The moment they separated, a giant flower thorn pierced through the spot where they had been standing. When the sharp thorn hit the ground, it plunged more than a meter into the soil. If the 4 of them had not dodged in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With lingering fear, they stared at the new bud born after the boss's death. Only when they saw it wither did they realize their backs were already soaked with sweat. My god, who would have thought that even after the boss's HP was depleted, it could still launch a fatal blow. It is a good thing Brother Chen warned them. Jiafei Bujiafei and the others turned around and looked at Xiao Fan with gratitude. Brother Chen, thank you. If it were not for you, one of us would definitely have been pierced by that thorn just now. Brother Chen saved our lives again. Seeing that no one was hurt, Xiao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us go, be careful from now on.
Yeah?
The 4 of them nodded like chicks pecking at grain. The secret realm is too terrifying. All sorts of bizarre tricks they had never seen before kept emerging. They had to stick close to Brother Chen. After passing through the hollow tree at the end of the flower sea, which was wreathed in a hazy glow, Xiao Fan's squad stopped. The third boss of the secret realm was perched in the center of their vision in a breathtaking pose. It was a giant tree large enough to blot out the sky. Its gnarled branches stretched out like intertwined dragons, almost filling the space above. The lush canopy was layered, and the branches spread wantonly in all directions, weaving into a canopy of deep green leaves. Its knotted root system dug deep into the earth like dragon veins, resembling a terrifying existence that was sleeping and must not be disturbed. Name Ancient Lord of Thousand Whiskers Boss.
Level 5. HP 1.
This was the strongest boss Xiao Fan's squad had ever seen. 1100 HP was completely beyond the scope of a level 5 boss. As expected in Cloud Sea, nothing is easy to get without some effort. They looked up, shocked by the giant tree in front of them. Everything they had seen in the secret realm today had already exceeded their understanding of the game Cloud Sea. Standing under this towering tree, they felt so small. How were they supposed to fight this? Brother Chen, the four of them looked at Xiao Fan in unison, waiting for his command. This boss has two skills. One is Entangle and the other is randomly appearing saplings. According to Fengsuk, Entangle is the boss's main attack method. However, the boss only extends one branch at a time to chase one person. If someone is entangled, the boss will extend another branch to chase someone else. The saplings appear randomly during the attack. They last for 5 seconds, chase a random player, and explode, causing area damage and a slowing effect. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan made a decision. I will start the fight to attract the boss is Entangle. You guys attack directly, keep a close watch for the saplings, dodge them if you can. If you cannot, the person being chased should get away from the others. If your status is bad, call me to activate my skills. Among the five, Xiao Fan was the fastest, with his agility reaching 22 points. Plus the occasional skill-based speed boost, he should not be caught by the branches, barring any accidents. As long as he does not get entangled, the other four only need to dodge the saplings. After preparing, they moved forward, and Xiao Fan raised his fist and smashed it into the roots of the boss.
-2 HP.
An embarrassing number appeared above the boss. Xiao Fan, alright, this boss not only has high health, but its double resistances are also not low.
-2 HP. -2 HP.
After Xiao Fan threw 2 more punches, a branch reached out toward him.
You guys can start.
Leaving that behind, Xiao Fan started running all over the cavern to dodge the branches. The other four started attacking the boss.
-6 HP. -7 HP. -7 HP. -12 HP.
The damage was pitifully low, and the four of them had no choice but to bite the bullet and keep attacking. To avoid being targeted by saplings and causing group damage, the four of them stood in 4 directions to attack. It was not long before saplings began to appear around the big tree. The first sapling chased Han, and because his speed was slow, he was caught by the sapling.
-50 HP.
The sapling's explosion took away 50 HP, and his movement suddenly became sluggish.
Damn, how disgusting.
Han could not help but swear. This slowdown affected not just movement speed but attack speed too. Even his arm holding the blade became sluggish. Fortunately, the slowing effect only lasted for 3 seconds. This boss clearly had intelligence. When it could not catch Xiao Fan in a straight line, it started taking shortcuts and turning corners to chase him. Luckily, Xiao Fan had fast reflexes and would activate his skills to dodge whenever things went wrong.
The boss's HP dropped steadily. 520. 440. 310. 200.
As the HP kept decreasing, Xiao Fan kept running while watching the tree for any strange movements, fearing a final surprise. Fortunately, the boss did not pull any more tricks. Once the HP was cleared, all the branches of the great tree straightened and in front of everyone vanished into stardust. Congratulations to your squad for clearing the secret realm Mist Forest. Each player is rewarded with 1000 nucleus energy points. Are you sure you want to leave the secret realm?
Confirmed.
A second later, Xiao Fan's squad appeared at the entrance of the secret realm in the southwest forest. Judging by the weather, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. All in all, they had been in the secret realm for about 8 or 9 hours. Earning 1000 nucleus energy in 8 or 9 hours was equivalent to their total income for the past week. Although the secret realm is dangerous, it really pays well. While we are rich, we earned 1000 nucleus energy in a day. Jiafe Bujiafe looked at the extra 1000 points of nucleus energy and jumped 3 feet high with excitement. The others were not much better. They stared at the nucleus energy on their panels with silly smiles, looking just like obsessed fans. 1,000 a day. Does not that mean in 10 days they would have saved up 10,000 to level up to 5 and unlock their second skill? Just thinking about it made them excited. Brother Chen, are we coming to the secret realm again tomorrow? Han asked. Yes, Xiao Fan nodded without hesitation. Only a fool would not take money when it is available. It was not too late, so the squad hunted a few more fierce beasts before walking out of the forest. On the way, they ran into 2 other squads encountering bosses and helped them resolve them as well. 10 nucleus energy points received. On the road, Xiao Fan checked his character profile. ID Jiachen. Level 40. HP 1. MP 1 plus 4909. Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 14. Agility 22. Constitution 20. Trait Madonna. Skills Madonna's Aura, Grace of the Madonna 4. Equipment Nuns. Nucleus Energy 1111. Very good, his mana had already broken through the 5,000 mark. I am afraid only players above level 30 could have such stats. With Nucleus Energy at 1111, that bit of lost security was back. On the way, when others learned that Xiao Fan and his group had gone to the secret realm today, they were all shocked. They had all arrived in District 18 on the same day. Xiao Fan's squad had already collectively leveled up to 2, and even cleared a secret realm they had not even heard of. And they were only level 2, hunting level 1 red-eyed rabbits. Why is the gap between people so big? For a moment, the way everyone looked at Xiao Fan's squad changed again. If there had been jealousy before, now there was only awe and a trace of worship. Big brothers, could you tell us what is inside the secret realm? Layama Buzagia smiled as he stepped forward carefully and said. The others looked over with curiosity as well, they were also curious. Han and the other 3 had been wanting to show off, so as soon as they were asked, they immediately added embellishments and bragged. There are countless mobs in the secret realm, spiders that spit silk, flowers that deceive the heart, and trees that block out the sun. The people from the other 2 squads were fascinated, never knowing the world of Cloud Sea contained such magical things. These creatures sounded terrifying just from listening to them, yet Xiao Fan's squad had actually cleared the secret realm. For a time, the look of admiration on everyone's faces towards Xiao Fan's squad deepened. When everyone returned to the novice village, it was not yet completely dark. Feng Zuk was standing at the entrance of the village, and upon seeing Xiao Fan and the other 4 return safely, a massive wave of shock surged within him. They actually really cleared that secret realm. He originally had not had any faith in the 5 of them, considering he had almost died in that secret realm himself. Dao Guangying was right, the level 10 trial grounds might really depend on him in the future. At this moment, Xiao Fan's status in Feng Zuk's heart rose significantly. Garfield saw the village chief standing at the entrance and stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Village chief, how did you know the 5 of us cleared the secret realm, and that you were waiting here specifically for our return? Feng Zuk was dumbfounded. Who said I was waiting here for you? Well then, congratulations to you all, Feng Zuk said with a forced, insincere smile. Haha, it was not anything too impressive, it was all thanks to Chen Ji's leadership, Garfield said, waving his hand nonchalantly, though he could not hide the pride in his eyes. Feng Zuk looked at Xiao Fan, silently asking for confirmation. Xiao Fan just shrugged helplessly. By the way, a new player arrived in District 18 today, Feng Zuk said suddenly. No way, village chief, how could a new player enter the game at this time? Mom's not home asked curiously. The novice players currently in Cloud Sea are all students who just graduated after the college entrance exam. Logically, after that period, no new players should be entering. They had all been in District 18 for half a month, so how could someone be arriving now? Sigh, this person's situation is a bit special, Feng Zuk replied with a sigh. How so? Garfield asked curiously. I cannot really explain it. If you want to know, go ask them yourselves. You are all new players, so you should look out for each other in the future. Where are they? Over there, Feng Zuk said, turning to point in a direction behind him. The group's gaze followed his fingertip to a dark corner of the village, where a figure suddenly caught their eyes. It was a girl who seemed to blend into the shadows. She was incredibly thin and small, wearing a neat black combat outfit, like a forgotten beast cub, hugging her knees and curled up in the corner, becoming a tiny, inconspicuous ball. Her waterfall of long, dark hair fell down, completely covering her face, making it impossible to see her expression or appearance. She was as silent as a cold statue. That does not look very sociable, Zai Zai said after craning his neck to look for a long time. Feng Zuk replied, normal, she is a fallen genius. Mom's Not Home asked, "What do you mean?" She came from District 1 of the novice villages, Feng Zuk said, shocking everyone. Everyone was stunned. District 1 of the novice villages. That was where the geniuses gathered. Unlike the other 17 novice villages, District 1 only accepted novice players by invitation. They only invited players with exceptional talent, others had no chance of joining. Of course, they had the capital for it. It is said that the resources there are abundant, and the novice village is even more prosperous than the capital city. It has everything. A rundown place like District 18 could not compare to them at all. Why would a genius from District 1 appear in the worst place, District 18? Everyone could not understand. What is more, the cost of switching novice districts is extremely high. Generally, whichever novice district a player enters when they first start the game is where they have to stay. If a player wants to switch, they must erase all their data to move to another district. This means that if you want to switch, everything you worked for previously must be reset, including your core power, level, and even skills. With such a huge cost, almost no novice player would choose to switch districts halfway through. So what on earth happened to make a novice player switch from a place like District 1 to District 18? Everyone was extremely curious. "Let us go ask her," Mom's Not Home suggested. Driven by curiosity, the group walked over to the girl. The girl did not seem to notice their arrival, still burying her head between her legs. "Hello, my name is Mom's Not Home. I am a novice player too." Mom's Not Home reached out and introduced himself. No reaction. "Hello, my name is Mom's Not Home, and I am a novice player." Mom's Not Home spoke again. Still no reaction. It was very awkward. Mom's Not Home was stunned. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. "All right, everyone is tired from the day, let us go get some rest," Xiao Fan said. A player who abandoned everything to come from District 1 to District 18 must have experienced something unimaginable. Maybe she is currently in a lot of pain, so it is normal not to want to talk to anyone. If they bothered her anymore, it would show a lack of boundaries. Since Xiao Fan said so, the others nodded and left on their own. Until everyone else had left, the girl finally looked up slowly, revealing a face of extreme beauty. At this moment, those beautiful eyes were filled with despair, like dead ashes. She watched the backs of Xiao Fan and the others as they left, then curled back into a ball. For the next few days, Xiao Fan took the team into the secret realm every day. As they grew more familiar, clearing the secret realm was not as difficult as it had been before. They could even hunt beasts or beat bosses for a while after coming out each day. The new female player stayed curled up in that corner every day, not leveling up, not speaking, and not even moving. Xiao Fan suspected her brain might be broken, was staying hunched over all day, good for her neck. However, that was none of his business. Other novice players tried to talk to her at first, but after a few times of getting no response, no one bothered anymore. Gradually, everyone ignored her presence. After entering the secret realm for several consecutive days, Xiao Fan felt excited when he saw his core power had reached 9540 points. "If I go into the secret realm for one more day tomorrow, I will have enough core power to reach level 5, and then I can create my third skill." Xiao Fan was looking forward to it. What kind of skill should he create for his third one? There were too many powerful skills Xiao Fan could imagine, but creating skills in Cloud Sea had its limitations. The skill must not only match his own attribute characteristics, but also align with the entire game's settings. For example, since the game world is low fantasy, if he tried to make a world-ending skill right off the bat, it would likely fail. And the skill must also match his own attribute characteristics. His attributes were still low, and creating the skills Mother's Halo and Mother's Gift was already pushing his limits. But as his attributes continued to rise, he would have more options for the skills he could create. Other players were the same. In this game, the higher the player's level and attributes, the higher the level of the skills they could create. Xiao Fan was now primarily considering the type of his next skill. Damage output, healing, or the defensive skill he had been thinking about for a while. In the past few days, his mana had crossed the 10,000 threshold, which was enough for him to keep Mother's Gift active all day. But his health was only 460. He had not encountered much danger for a while, which was thanks to the survival capabilities of the Mother's Gift skill. However, with his growing understanding of Cloud Sea, Xiao Fan realized this game was not as simple as he had imagined. The monsters here had all sorts of bizarre abilities, and it was still quite dangerous if you did not understand them completely. "Forget it, I will stop thinking about it for now and consider it when I reach level 5. Xiao Fan closed his eyes. He had become accustomed to the environment of the thatched cottage over the past few days and no longer felt the discomfort he had when he first arrived, falling asleep the moment he closed his eyes. In the middle of the night, Xiao Fan woke up with a start. He sat up from the bed and found that he was drenched in cold sweat. In his sleep just now, he had felt an intense sense of crisis. What is going on? Xiao Fan looked out the window. It was very quiet outside, not a sound to be heard. Could it be that I have been under too much stress lately? Xiao Fan comforted himself, but the sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. Since I cannot sleep anyway, I will go outside and take a look. Xiao Fan's thatched cottage was near the village entrance, and he had only taken a few steps out before seeing two players guarding it. It was Mom's not home and a novice player with the ID Chi Gyogyo. The two were nodding off, and only when Xiao Fan walked up to them did they notice him and quickly stand up.
Chenji, why are you here?
Xiao Fan had quietly become a big brother-like figure among this batch of novice players.
Everyone respected him.
Mom's not home, and the other player felt naturally embarrassed to be caught sleeping while on guard duty. I could not sleep, so I came out to take a look. Xiao Fan paused, his gaze sweeping over the two. You should be careful while patrolling at night. It concerns the safety of the entire novice village. It was not that Xiao Fan wanted to lecture them, but if danger occurred in the novice village, no one here, including him, would be able to escape. Chenji, we were wrong. We were just too sleepy and do not know how we ended up falling asleep, Mom's not home said, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Be careful in the future. Xiao Fan nodded at him and then turned to look outside the village. The night was as thick as ink, covering everything ahead and making it impossible for him to see what was out there. Seeing Xiao Fan frowning while looking outside the village, Mom's not home stepped forward curiously and followed his line of sight, but only saw pitch blackness. Chenji, what is the matter? Mom is not home asked. The unease in his heart was getting stronger. Xiao Fan looked outside the village, where something seemed to be lurking.
What on earth is it?
Xiao Fan did not speak. His eyes remained locked on the area outside the village.
He felt it. Ferocious beasts were coming. And not just one. A beast tide.
Xiao Fan suddenly remembered what Feng Zuk had said to him the other day. Every once in a while, a beast tide would appear in District 18.
That is right, it was a beast tide.
Xiao Fan's face changed instantly. Quick, go wake everyone up right now. His voice was slightly hoarse from extreme fear, yet it allowed for no questioning. Mom's not home froze, turning to look at the calm night outside, feeling confused. Chenji, it is so quiet outside, where is there any danger? The other player, Chi Gyugyu, hearing Xiao Fan's words, also stepped forward to look. Chenji, there is nothing out there. I told you to go wake people up, Xiao Fan shouted sharply. He could feel it, the beast herd was getting closer.
Immediately, right now.
Mom's not home and the other player looked at the furious Xiao Fan, whose eyes were slightly bloodshot from either anger or fear, making him look somewhat frightening. The two were startled into action, grabbed the nearby bronze gongs and ran behind them.
Clang, clang, clang.
A hurried, urgent sound of a gong suddenly rang out, shattering the silence of the night.
Danger, everyone get up, hurry.
Mom isn't home and Kai Gyugyu sprinted toward the village, striking the gong and shouting as they ran. After earning enough nuclear energy, the newcomers had rented out thatched huts in small groups. In the entire 18th district, everyone was asleep in their homes, except for the new girl in black. With no one outside, the two had no choice but to run through every area and shout. After they left, the girl in black, who had been curled up all this time, suddenly lifted her head to look toward the village entrance, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes.
In the end, she buried her head back down.
The sound of the gong was particularly jarring in the quiet night, and most of the players were instantly jolted awake. Feng Zuk was the quickest to react. Almost as soon as the sound began, he grabbed his giant white axe and ran out. Seeing Xiao Fan standing at the entrance, he paused for a second before immediately asking what happened. A beast tide is coming, Xiao Fan said, his face pale as he pointed outside the village. By then, the savage beasts were already not far from the village gate, pairs of scarlet eyes appearing in the darkness. Seeing this, Feng Zuk's expression changed drastically. How can there be another beast tide? We already had one today.
Village chief, what happened?
Players were arriving at the village entrance one after another, the VETERAN Chinese letter players leading the way. A beast tide is coming, get ready to fight, Feng Zuk said with a grim face. Why another one? Zhao Guangying at the very front looked horrified. Who the hell knows, this damn game does not want us to survive. Feng Zuk cursed, standing in front of Chinese letter village fence with his axe, his nerves tight as he stared hard at the area outside. I hope there are no big ones this time, he muttered. The newly arrived players who had just rushed over were still confused, but when they saw the pairs of scarlet eyes getting closer and closer outside the village, they understood instantly. Everyone turned pale with fear, their eyes filled with terror. Savage beasts, oh so many savage beasts. Why are those beasts attacking The Chinese letter village? So the 18th district of The Chinese letter village really is this dangerous? Well, I want to go home. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly turned chaotic. Exiting the game temporarily requires nuclear energy. To control the consumption of nuclear energy, the government only allows each player to exit the game once a month. These people still had 7 days to wait before they could exit. Furthermore, players cannot log out while in secret realms, trial grounds during combat, or when being targeted by monsters in the game. In other words, you can only exit the game if you are in an absolutely safe environment. Shut the hell up, all of you. Fengsuk let out a sudden, thunderous roar, and instantly everyone fell silent in terror. Cannot you see what time it is? Why are you all still screaming here? If you do not want to die, pick up your weapons and fight with me. If those beasts get into the village, none of you will make it out alive. Though usually not exactly approachable, Fengsuk was not a harsh or cruel man. But now, with his face dark as water and eyes flashing with severity, the new players were too terrified to utter a single word. What are you standing there for? Those who have learned archery skills stand in front and shoot. The rest of you wait in the back, and when the beasts get close, just kill them, Fengsuk commanded. Chenji, Jiafei Bu Jiafei, and the other 3 quickly gathered around Xiao Fan upon seeing him. Do as the village chief says, Xiao Fan told the 4. Okay. Jiafei Bu Jiafei took his bow and arrow and crouched in the front, while the 3 Zaizai members stood behind to protect him. Fengsuk pulled everyone into a team. In the entire 18th district of The Chinese letter village, including the 19 newcomers, there were only 40 people in total, and that is not counting the one lying half dead in the corner. Xiao Fan frowned. There were too few people. He could only pray that the incoming beasts were low level and few in number. Otherwise, it was unlikely they would be able to defend the village. Booms, booms, booms. The ground shook violently as the beast horde drew closer. Finally, aided by the darkness, Xiao Fan saw the monsters running at the front clearly. A level 4 fierce beast, the Vajra Behemoth. Instantly, everyone's face turned grim. The new players were terrified because they were only level 2, and a level 4 beast was strong enough to kill them instantly. The veteran players knew that in a beast tide, the lowest level creatures always arrive first, and the levels only increase as the tide continues. Starting at level 4 was already a challenge for them, let alone the new players. I wonder how many of these new players will survive this. Fengsuk stared ahead, silently mourning for the new players in his heart. If anyone dares to take a step back, do not blame my giant axe for being heartless. Fengsuk swept his gaze across everyone, and those who were planning to run immediately abandoned the thought. Fengsuk was already level 10. Killing these level 2 newbies would be as easy as flipping his hand. They could not run, so they had to fight. Seeing the King Kong behemoths closing in, Fengsuk gave the order, archers fire. Out of the 40 people, only 5 had learned archery skills. Upon hearing the command, a scattered volley of arrows flew toward the Vajra behemoths. Among the 5 archers, only one was a level 10 veteran, and he immediately used his yellow tier skill, double kill shot. Xiao Fan had originally assumed that with a 6-level gap in power, this archer could take down 2 Vajra behemoths in one shot. In reality, he thought too much. It took the veteran 3 arrows just to kill 1 diamond behemoth. Even Garfield not fat next to him took 4 arrows to kill 1. Come to think of it, it must be an issue with their stat allocation. So far, it seems every player Xiao Fan has encountered just adds 1 point to every attribute, prioritizing a balanced build. The downside to this build was obvious. No ability stood out, making them essentially well-rounded nobodies. Although attribute points can be bought, very few ordinary players are willing to spend core energy to purchase them. As for the other 3 novice archers, it goes without saying, perhaps out of fear, they could not hit anything at all. That is enough, go to the back and fire whenever you find an opening. Seeing the diamond behemoths drawing closer, Fengsuk finally spoke up. The 3 archers acted as if they had been pardoned, scrambling toward the back almost on all 4s. Xiao Fan did a rough count, there were nearly 30 diamond behemoths. If you do not want to die, you better give it your all and fight. Fengsuk's roar echoed, and he immediately unleashed his 3-axe strike skill. With 3 swift swings of the giant axe in his hand, 6 Vajra behemoths were instantly taken down. Truly worthy of a veteran rookie, Xiao Fan thought to himself in admiration. Fengsuk's strike was clean and decisive. As the cold blade flashed, he did not just slay the beasts, he ignited the team's morale, turning the once sluggish atmosphere into a fervor. Seeing how formidable Feng Zhuge was, the other novices felt much more relieved and began hacking away at the beasts outside the village with their weapons. If one person could not kill a beast, they would gang up on it together. In no time at all 30-something behemoths were wiped out. "Did we win?" a newcomer asked, unable to contain his excitement. Before the other novice players could enjoy the moment, Feng Zhuge poured cold water on them. "Win, do not get ahead of yourselves, this was just the first wave." "What, there are more coming?" The new players turned pale, their faces filled with terror. Soon, another wave of beasts came rushing from the distance. It was the level 5 beast, the Thunder Leopard. "We are done for, we are finished. Why did the level of the beasts increase?" A novice player said with a long face. As if the level 4 diamond behemoths were not terrifying enough, now level 5 Thunder Leopards had arrived. With 30-some Thunder Leopards, even the faces of Xiao Fan's team changed. Fortunately, the main force consisted of veteran players like Feng Zhuge who were level 10. They killed the majority of the Thunder Leopards, while Xiao Fan's team handled a smaller portion. As for the rest of the novices, they did not kill a single one, and 2 of them were injured. Xiao Fan dragged the 2 men aside to stop their bleeding and bandage them up. The status of Feng Zhuge's team and his own squad was still okay, so there was no need to use healing skills now. As for the other novice players, using skills on them would be a waste. These injured ones could just scrape some healing later. The 30 Thunder Leopards were wiped out, but this time no one felt happy. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pitch-black night. Feng Zhuge suddenly turned back to look at the 4 members of Xiao Fan's squad. "You guys are really something." Xiao Fan's team had truly made Feng Zhuge view them with new eyes during the previous battle. He discovered that this team had a clear division of labor, seamless coordination, and dealt high damage, not even inferior to some veteran players. Moreover, they gave him an indescribable feeling, as if their playstyle was completely different from theirs. How on earth did they do it? Feng Zhuge was curious, but his attention was quickly drawn away by the newly emerging beasts. This time it was the level 6 beast, the Forest Shadow Bear. This type of beast is fast, hits hard, and is extremely tricky to deal with. The battle was being carried mostly by Feng Zhuge and the other veterans, with Xiao Fan's squad fighting carefully, while the remaining novices were going down left and right. With no other choice, Xiao Fan had to activate the skill Mother's Grace. Feng Zhuge was still fighting hard to hunt down the beasts. The continuous night combat had left him exhausted, yet he could not rest. In fact, even a moment of distraction could allow the beasts to break through their defenses. Suddenly, a white shield appeared in front of Feng Zhuge. Then, his exhaustion vanished instantly, and his condition returned to the peak energy he had during the day.
Plus 15 HP.
The sudden healing left Feng Zhuge stunned for a moment. He had just been clawed by the deep forest shadow bear, losing 10 health points, and with no healer around to treat him, why was he being healed?
Roar.
While Feng Zhuge is stunned, he gets swiped by the beast again, an even harder hit than before. Minus 30, a number floats up from him, but his health bar does not change at all. What is going on? After slaying the beast in front of him, Feng Zhuge quickly realized that the shield that had suddenly appeared was absorbing the damage, and he also noticed his body felt significantly more agile.
Boss, what is this thing?
The other veteran players also noticed the changes in their bodies and turned to ask Feng Zhuge. "I do not." Feng Zhuge had just started to speak when he heard the excited voice of Jia Jai Ru Feng not far away. Brother Chen finally used his skill. This makes things so much easier. Feng Zhuge's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief.
What?
The 36th skill, the third one.
Skill?
These changes were actually Jia Chen's skill. Skills can work like this. Feng Zhuge's mind was churning with massive waves of shock. In his understanding, no matter how powerful a skill was, it still required using a weapon to fight, and doctor skills, no matter how strong, only increased the success rate of life-saving. Xiao Fan's move had shattered his cognition. Skills could be created like this, accelerating, healing, buffing stats. A completely different paths. But it was truly powerful. Feng Zhuge suddenly had a feeling that the skills in Cloud Sea should have been like Xiao Fan's all along. He suddenly recalled Xiao Fan, admitting that his first skill was a heaven rank skill. Is this a heaven rank skill, indeed powerful? Feng Zhuge exchanged glances with the other veterans, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. However, the battle continued. After the brief shock, they continued to fight the beasts. Those injured novice players, who were originally lying on the ground trembling, suddenly noticed their health points were steadily increasing. As their HP bars recovered, their wounds slowly healed. What is this? Why is this happening? Although everyone was puzzled, recovering was a good thing. With no time to think further, they picked up their weapons and continued fighting. Everyone was fighting hard, and no one noticed the girl in black behind them, who was watching them with pure disbelief. Heaven rank skill, it really is a heaven rank skill. Someone here was actually able to create a heaven rank skill at THE Chinese letter stage. The tips of the girl's fingers turned slightly white from the exertion. Her expression was one of shock and excitement, mixed with something indefinable. She wanted to stand up and help, but the moment she thought about how she was currently just a level 0 trash without skills, she chuckled at herself and sat back down, though her eyes were no longer filled with the despair they had before. After the 30 level 6 forest shadow bears were destroyed, Mom isn't home said with a long face, village chief, there will not be any more beasts coming, right? Honestly, level 6 beasts were their absolute limit, the limit of survival. Feng Zuk hesitated for a moment. Those of you who are level 2 players should not participate in the next fight. The implication was clear, the beast tide was not over yet. Hearing him say this, all THE Chinese letter players looked filled with despair. What good would not participating do? If veterans like Feng Zuk could not stop them, they would die in the end anyway. Ignoring them, Feng Zuk turned to Xiao Fan. Was that your skill just now? Xiao Fan nodded. That is right. How many times a day can you use this skill? Feng Zuk asked. As for a day, I can use it continuously, but it has a 90-second cooldown. Xiao Fan answered truthfully. His current mana had exceeded the 10,000 threshold and was constantly increasing during the battle with the healing effects. Now, let alone a day, he could use his skill uninterrupted for a week. What? Feng Zuk's voice rose sharply. He did not even know how many times he had been shocked today. A skill that powerful with only a 90-second cooldown, and one that could be used continuously all day long. Is this a heaven rank skill? No wonder those 4 players with heaven rank skills eventually became powerful figures. 2 up. The beasts were coming again. As expected, this time there were 30 level 7 beasts. These beasts were a challenge even for veterans like Feng Zuk, and the members of Xiao Fan's team were nervous to the point of breaking. Although their strength was slightly better than the OTHER Chinese letter players, they were only level 4. With a 3-level suppression, as long as they were injured by the beasts, there was a risk of losing their lives. Chenji, you have to keep using the skill, Jiafei Bu Jiafei said pitifully. Xiao Fan nodded. He did not need them to say it, he knew the skill could not be interrupted. The balanced stat allocation really affected strength. Against level 7 beasts aside from Feng Zuk, the other veterans' damage was lacking. Facing a beast tide, the slower the kills, the greater the pressure. Fortunately, with Xiao Fan's skill, and the shield, healing, and restored stamina, they finally eliminated the level 7 beasts. Xiao Fan had originally intended to seize the opportunity to ask Feng Zuk how many waves of beasts to expect. But after the level 7 beasts were wiped out, level 8 beasts arrived one after another, not giving anyone a moment to rest. The intensity of the beasts' attacks was increasing. Fortunately, Xiao Fan's skill could clear negative status effects. The pressure from level 8 beasts on Xiao Fan's team was already extremely high. Hanmu Ren had already been injured several times, and Xiao Fan had to constantly heal and shield him just to keep him alive. Feng Zuk's side was not doing much better. They were completely relying on Xiao Fan's skills to hold the line. The cooldown time of the skill was the hardest time for them. Just as they were down to the last 4 level 8 beasts, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, level 9 beasts appeared in the distance. The frequency of the beasts' attacks increased again. Feng Zuk's expression instantly turned grim. If you guys cannot hold up, go to the back, Feng Zuk said, looking at Xiao Fan's 4-person team. Honestly, that the 4 could last until the level 8 beasts had already shocked him. That had never happened before. THE Chinese letter players, who previously came to the 18th district, would not survive past the beast tide even after a year of growth. Yet Xiao Fan's team had only been here for less than a month, and not only were they alive, they were fighting alongside them against level 8 beasts. This was already a miracle. Jiafei Bu Jiafei had no choice but to retreat. They had reached their limit. Even without making any mistakes, it would be hard for them to fight a level 9 beast, and with the 5-level difference suppressing them, they could barely inflict any damage. Last wave, hold on. Feng Zuk said to the veterans beside him. Boss, with Jiachen's skills, it is only a matter of time before we take down these level 9 beasts. Dao Guangying smiled at Xiao Fan. After such a long battle, his face was covered in blood, rendering his features unrecognizable, save for a flash of white teeth under the light. Xiao Fan felt a moment of being touched. Jiachen, thank you. Feng Zuk's voice was not loud, but it reached Xiao Fan's ears clearly. Do not mention it, I am a part of the 18th district after all. When the last level 8 beast was killed, the level 9 beasts had already arrived at the gate, and Feng Zhu's group continued the fight. Level 9 beasts took a long time to kill. And with the novice village right behind them, Feng Zhu and the others could not retreat, even if they were injured. Because once they retreated, the village would be gone. They had no choice but to tank the beast's damage. The fighting was brutal, but there was no other way. Xiao Fan stared at his skill 400. He would cast it the moment it was ready, fearing that a second's delay would mean someone dying. I must create a large area AoE skill next time, Xiao Fan vowed to himself. Of the 30+ level 9 beasts, Feng Zhu and the team had killed less than half in half an hour. Fortunately, no one was injured. According to Feng Zhu, this should be the last wave of the beast tide. If nothing else went wrong, they had held out. Chinese letter players behind them stood together, watching the battle in front, praying silently with teary eyes. That was the only thing they could do right now. If nothing else went wrong, then something did go wrong. Just as the veteran group cleared away most of the beasts, a dull tremor erupted without warning beneath their feet, crawling up from the soles of their feet and making even the air feel tight. Booms, booms, booms. As the sound of vibrations came from afar, the expressions of everyone changed. How can this be? The beast tide usually ends after killing the level 9 beasts. Xiao Fan could not see Dao Guangying's face, only hear the extreme fear in his voice. Why were there beasts after level 9? As the sound grew closer, information on the beasts behind appeared. Names: World-Devouring Tiger. Level 10. HP 1. Level 10 beasts, over 30 level 10 beasts. It is over. At this moment, all the blood drained from everyone's faces. They had not even finished the level 9 ones, and now level 10 beasts were here. Why are there level 10 beasts? Previous beast tides only went up to level 9. It is over, this time it is really over. We are all going to die, everyone. At this point, even the veterans who had survived several tides broke down, let alone the newbies. Well, I am going to die. I miss my mom. I am sorry, Mom. I will not make it back alive. Damn Cloudsea, I should not have entered the game in the first place. What? The scene was filled with sounds of regret, despair, and weeping. Everyone shut up and stay calm. We are not dead yet. Keep killing, Feng Zhu roared while hacking at the monsters. Even if we can kill these level 9 ones, what about the level 10s behind? There are 30 of them and there are only 20 of us. We cannot win. Boss, it is useless, Dao Guangying said, his voice full of despair. Xiao Fan watched the level 9 beasts in front, and the level 10s getting closer, his fists clenched tight. Feng Zhu's team was struggling against the level 9s. Against level 10s, there was no chance of victory. Am I going to die just after arriving here? I still had so many powerful skills to create. Skill, right, I can create skills. I currently have 9540 nuclear energy. If I just get 460 more, I can hit level 5. Once I reach level 5, I can create a new skill. I remember Feng Zhu, SOYING Chinese letter players can trade 1000 nuclear energy points a month. With that in mind, Xiao Fan ignored the danger and ran to Feng Zhu. Lend me 500 nuclear energy points, now, immediately. Given our current strength, we will not survive this final wave. Give me 500 and I can reach level 5 to create a new skill. I have confidence I can create a skill that can deal with these beasts. As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, the system notified him that he had received a transfer of 1000 nuclear energy points from Feng Zhu. I am counting on you, Feng Zhu said solemnly. He had no choice but to trust Xiao Fan. If he could create such an amazing heaven rank skill, he should be able to create an even better one, Feng Zhu thought. After receiving the points, Xiao Fan immediately bought 10,000 EXP to reach level 5. ID Jiachen. Level 50. HP 1. MP 1 plus 9809. Strength 10. Intelligence 14. Spirit 19. Agility 22. Constitution 20. Traits Madonna Gardener. Skills Aura of the Madonna Mother's Grace LVL 4. Equipment Nuns. Nuclear Energy 540. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Second self-created skill slot opened. Would you like to create a skill now? Seeing the gardener trait, Xiao Fan wanted to cry. Gardener, what kind of trait is this? Damn game giving me a gardener trait at a critical moment. Are you trying to kill me? Could it be because I have been planting 7-colored flowers lately? It is very likely. In my past life, I died saving people and the system gave me the Madonna trait. So traits are defined by the player's recent behavior. Damn it, if I had known, I would have messed around with lightning and fire. Xiao Fan could not help but feel some regret. Lightning and fire were the most aggressive elements. If he had traits related to them, he could create high-damage AoE skills to resolve the current predicament. But instead, he had spent his time planting flowers for mana. Madonna Gardener, he had to create a skill based on these two traits, otherwise he risked failure. Jiachin, are you done creating? Activate a skill. Right away, Xiao Fan saw Mother's Grace 400 was done and activated it first. Gardener, how do I create a skill with this? Watching the level 10 beasts get closer, Xiao Fan broke into a cold sweat. This opportunity was different from before. Once he failed to create the skill, the entire village, including himself, would die. This was the last chance for him and everyone in the 18th district. Damn it, all or nothings. Xiao Fan spent 30 nuclear energy points to bump his intelligence from 14 to 20, and bought 1 point for spirit. Now both his intelligence and spirit reached 20. Xiao Fan clicked on Create Skill. Please create a skill for your character. Xiao Fan quickly finished drafting it. This skill creation will cost 10 nuclear energy points. Confirm. Confirm. Skill created, verification. This skill has not appeared in the game before and requires system review. Failure is possible, proceed. Yes. System reviewing, plays wait. It must succeed, Xiao Fan thought, staring at the panel, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. Jiachin, hurry, we cannot hold on much longer. The appearance of the level 10 beasts was taking a toll on the morale of many veterans. The team, which had been resisting fiercely, showed signs of breaking down. Right away, almost there. Xiao Fan swallowed hard. Come on, system, faster. Ding. Congratulations, skill creation successful, view now. It succeeded, Xiao Fan took a deep breath. View. Skill name, grafting. Skill rank, God rank. Description, consumes 200 mana to mark flower and wood marks in a designated area. After 5 seconds, all units within the 2 marked areas will swap HP and all attribute resistances. This state lasts for 3 minutes. When the effect ends, all friendly units are restored to full state. Enemy units receive a large-scale magic damage and are inflicted with a 5-second weakness, lowering ATK and def. Additionally, if enemy units die during the effect, they cannot be revived afterward. Note, this skill only takes effect on targets up to 5 levels higher than the user. Cooldown 24 hours. Created stats, INT 20, SBR 20, Con 20, AGI 20. Trait Gardener Uniques. What? Hahaha, it worked, the skill creation was successful. Xiao Fan's face flushed with excitement. In his eyes, this skill had the power to completely change the current situation in District 18. However, the system still placed restrictions on it. Whether it was the 200 mana cost, the 24-hour cooldown, or the limitation that it only worked on targets no more than 5 levels above his own, these were all mandatory additions forced by the system during the review process. Even so, it was more than enough for now. As for the mana cost, he did not need to worry about it at all thanks to his Halo of the Madonna skill. He was currently level 5, and the level 10 Savage Beasts fell right within the 5-level threshold of the skill. The only downside was that it was not an upgradable skill like Gift of the Madonna. Jiachin, have you finished yet? If your first-tier skill is ready, use it now. Feng Zhu's roar echoed. The battle at the village entrance was brutal, and if Xiao Fan could not create the skill in time, everyone would die. Xiao Fan did not have time to be happy and immediately cast his new skill, grafting flowers onto trees, upon hearing the plea. He marked all the players in District 18 with the flower symbol, calculated the timing, and placed the wood symbol where the level 10 savage beasts were about to pass. A 5-second countdown began. 5, 4. Outside the village, there were only 3 level 9 beasts left, and the wood symbol was just behind them. Jiachin, we cannot hold on any longer, hurry up and heal us. Feng Zhu sounded like a dying tiger, his voice filled with despair, yet Xiao Fan did not move. Low health was exactly what he needed right now. Only then, after swapping statuses, would the level 10 beasts have even lower health. Jiachin, did not you hear me? I told you to cast your skill. Seeing his teammates' health dropping to the brink of death, Feng Zhu let out a roar filled with tragic desperation. Wait, just wait, 2 more seconds, it will be ready in 2 seconds. Xiao Fan's hands were trembling with tension. He counted silently as he watched the level 10 beast step into his marked wood symbol. 2. People are going to die if you wait any longer. Feng Zhu was furious, seeing a teammate with less than 10 HP remaining. 1. Cast the skill. 0. Swap. It is over, Feng Zhu looked death in the face as he watched his teammate, who had less than 10 HP, get swiped by a beast. And then, he stood back up. Feng Zhu. Damn it, how is he not dead? Feng Zhu was stunned. The player who thought he was going to die was even more shocked. How am I not dead? The player checked his health bar in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull. 2000 HP. So, did that beast slap not only fill his health, but add another 900 on top of it? What kind of logic is this? The novice players also noticed their health had become 2000 and were frozen in place. And veteran player in the heat of battle was so stunned by the change in his own health that he forgot to react and took a hit from a level 9 beast.
Minus 30 HP.
Why is the damage lower than before? In an instant, everyone was left bewildered. Little did they know, the level 10 beasts were even more confused than the players. Although they lacked intelligence, their beastly instincts told them something was wrong. But the system's beast-tied mechanism forced them to keep attacking. Look at the health bars of those level 10 beasts. Finally, an veteran player noticed something off. At his shout, everyone looked at the beasts outside the village.
8/1100.
560/1110.
712.
What? Holy cow, not a single one of them is at full health.
Wait, no.
Why do these health bars look so familiar? And just now these beasts had 2000 health, why did it drop to 1000? We swapped health bars with these beasts. Then someone finally realized. No wonder these health bars felt familiar. They were the exact amounts of health they had moments ago. It really was a swap. How could such a bizarre thing happen? Feng Zhuge suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Xiao Fan and his eyes widened. This could not be the new skill you just created, could it? Xiao Fan let out a long breath of relief, but maintained an air of mystery. The health and resistance swap lasts for 3 minutes. You have 2 minutes and 48 seconds left. It really was you. As his guess was confirmed, Feng Zhuge was deeply shocked again. How could a skill even be created like this?
Is this something a human could even conceive?
What on earth was he thinking? Turns out skills can be used this way. Feng Zhuge wanted to say more, but Xiao Fan interrupted. You have 2 minutes and 39 seconds left. You will have plenty of time to ask later. Now it is more important to kill the beasts. The level 9 beasts were wiped out, and the level 10 beasts had arrived at the village gate. This time, it was not just 20 veteran players holding the line. Every single player in District 18 was defending the gate. The novice players, now equipped with the health and resistance of level 10 beasts, were so excited they could not wait to charge out and slaughter the enemy. Seeing this, Xiao Fan finally relaxed, only to realize his back was drenched in sweat.
Good thing it worked.
Ding, congratulations to the player for creating a god tier skill. A region-wide announcement is being made. Do you wish to hide your ID? With the crisis averted, Xiao Fan realized that grafting flowers onto trees was a god tier skill. I did not know this game even had god tier skills higher than heaven tier. Why have not I heard anyone talk about it before? Upon further reflection, Xiao Fan guessed that no one had ever created a god tier skill since the game's launch, which is why players assumed heaven tier was the highest. So I am the first person to create a god tier skill.
Xiao Fan's eyes brightened.
The rewards must be generous. The appearance of a god tier skill would surely attract the attention of all factions on Blue Planet. Since his level was still low, Xiao Fan chose to hide his ID to avoid unnecessary trouble. System, congratulations to a mysterious player for creating a god tier skill. Announcement issued. System, congratulations to a mysterious player for creating a god tier skill. Announcement issued. System, congratulations to a mysterious player for creating a god tier skill. Announcement issued. Novice areas could not see region-wide announcements, so the people in District 18 were still unaware that they were using the only god tier skill in all of Cloud Sea. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a god tier skill for the first time. Reward, 2 extra free skill creation opportunities.
How many?
Xiao Fan, previously relaxed, tensed up again. 2 free skill creations, I hit the jackpot. Before, he had been struggling with whether to create a damage skill or a survival skill when he hit level 5.
No need to choose now.
Turns out only kids have to choose, he could have it all. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a god tier skill for the first time. Reward, 50,000 nuclear power. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first to create a god tier skill in Cloud Sea. Reward, 500,000 nuclear power. Xiao Fan, *macron Japanese letter. If he read that right, that was 500,000 nuclear power. Xiao Fan stared fixedly at the system interface, counting again and again until he confirmed it was indeed 500,000. His first Heaven tier skill only gave 500 nuclear power, but a God tier skill gave 50,000. As the first person to create one, he got an additional 500,000.
Xiao Fan extremely happy.
This money was enough for his early development and could improve his situation at home. In 7 days, I can temporarily log out and return to reality. Then I can sell some nuclear power points so my aunt and uncle will not have to work so hard. Xiao Fan had transmigrated here, taken over the original owner's body, and chose to take on his responsibilities as well. Of course, that was because he accepted the original owner's family.
Cloud Sea World.
As the system broadcast ended, the game world felt like it had been paused, with all players staring at the system message in disbelief.
God tier skill.
Someone actually created a God tier skill. There is something higher than Heaven tier skills. This broadcast shattered everyone's understanding of the game. Heaven tier skills were already the ceiling for player combat power. A God tier skill, just how strong would that be? Damn it, I told you to find those 2 people who created Heaven tier skills. But it has been a month and we have not found them, and now someone else creates a God tier one. Whatever it takes, I want this person found.
Yes.
Various factions were in a stir.
District 18.
The 3 minutes passed, and with only 2 or 3 beasts left at low health outside the village, the marks vanished, all players' stats were restored, and those remaining beasts were finished off by the final explosion damage. By now it was dawn, and no more savage beasts appeared after the level 10 ones.
Novice District 18 was saved, and everyone survived.
The cheers of the survivors rang out across the land.
We survived, thank goodness.
Woo woo woo, I was so scared we won.
We won, we actually won.
Watching the players cheering, crying, and celebrating, Feng Zhuge suddenly felt his eyes get misty. 4 years, this is the first time everyone has survived a beast tide. Yeah, even I could not imagine we would make it out alive.
I take back what I said earlier. What did you say?
That a genius can carve out a path to life in any desperate situation. Feng Zhuge looked at Xiao Fan with a hint of admiration.
Next was everyone's favorite part. Distributing nuclear power.
The beast tide was dangerous, but the rewards were equally bountiful. Feng Zhuge checked, and they had earned 71,268 nuclear power in one night. Based on contribution, Xiao Fan ended up with 17,920 nuclear power. 20 veteran players received 2,000 each. Xiao Fan's squad members got 1,000 each, and other players got over 600. Xiao Fan accepted it without modesty, and no one had any objections. In fact, they felt Feng Zhuge had already been very generous to them. Xiao Fan was the biggest winner of this beast tide.
Checking character info. ID Jiachen.
Level 50.
HP 1.
MP 4490/10594, plus 10,029.
Strength 10. Intelligence 20. Spirit 20. Agility 22. Constitution 20.
Traits Madonna Gardener. Skills Halo of the Madonna, Gift of the Madonna level 4, grafting flowers onto trees.
Equipment Nuns.
Nuclear power 568,415. He also had 5 unused free stat points. Seeing that long string of numbers for his nuclear power, he felt completely secure. After reaching level 5, he could upgrade Gift of the Madonna again, which would cost 10,000 nuclear power. Upgrade money's no object. Xiao Fan was rolling in wealth now. Grafting flowers onto trees was strong, but it had a 24-hour cooldown, so his main skill remained Gift of the Madonna. Skill name Gift of the Madonna level 5 upgrade available.
Skill rank Heaven tier.
Skill description: upon active activation, consumes 100 mana to unfold a pure field of radiance centered on the caster. All friendly units in the area immediately gain 100 holy light shields. Movement speed increased by 75%, all negative statuses cleared, and they gain gift, restoring 20 HP per second for 16 seconds.
Cooldown 80 seconds.
Created stats: Intelligence 10+, Spirit 10+, Constitution 10+.
Created trait Madonna Unique.
That 10,000 nuclear power was not spent in vain. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. Not only was the skill effect greatly enhanced, but the duration was extended by 1 second. The cooldown was only 80 seconds, basically negligible. They had fought all night. All the players went back to catch up on sleep. Only Xiao Fan and Feng Zhuge remained. Jiachen, your newly created skill is Heaven tier, right? Feng Zhuge asked, unaware of the God tier announcement due to his level, so he naturally assumed Heaven tier was the peak.
Something like that.
Just one tier higher than Heaven tier, Xiao Fan thought to himself. As I thought only Heaven tier skills are that powerful, no, this skill is even strong for Heaven tier. Feng Zuk looked as if his expectations were met. Hehe, Xiao Fan gave a modest smile without explaining further. Both skills are Heaven tier. To think such a genius could emerge in District 18, Heaven is watching over us. Xiao Fan, not just 2 Heaven tier, there is a God tier 1 too. Oh village chief, about the 1000 nuclear power I borrowed earlier. Xiao Fan initiated a trade, but Feng Zuk rejected it instantly. If it were not for you, District 18 would be finished. You keep that nuclear power. Jiuchen, I believe in you, reach level 10 as soon as possible. Reach level 10. Xiao Fan noticed that experience requirements doubled after level 5, but he had enough nuclear power to reach level 10 if he wanted. But he did not. Because he wanted to farm traits. He previously hypothesized that traits were defined by a player's recent actions. Actually, this is not a bad thing for players. Being able to choose traits means there are far fewer limitations when creating skills. What kind of trait should I try to roll? Xiao Fan pondered. By now, the sun had fully cleared the horizon. Golden sunlight poured down, falling on Xiao Fan and wrapping him in a hazy, glowing aura. The sun, the moon. Xiao Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Both the sun and the moon are associated with divinity, whether in folklore or mythology. The sun is the glorious creator, sparking life with endless passion. The moon is the serene and profound guardian, dispelling darkness with its subtle radiance. If he could roll these 2 traits, there would be so many skills he could create. Whether it is damage dealing, healing, life-saving, or utility skills, he could cover it all. That is it. Xiao Fan said excitedly. But how am I supposed to roll these 2 traits? How about I try watching the sun for an hour every day and then the moon for another hour? I would be happy with either one. No sooner said than done. Xiao Fan had originally planned to go back and rest, but now he decided to watch the sun for an hour first. With that in mind, Xiao Fan leaned against a nearby wall, tilted his head back and began to gaze at the sun. 1 hour later, Xiao Fan felt a bit dizzy from the exposure, and his brain felt like it was about to burst. When he looked down now, he could not even see the path clearly. And this was only in the morning when the sun was not even at its strongest. This trait is damn hard to roll. Xiao Fan stood up, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. He braced himself against the wall and walked unsteadily toward his room, completely unaware that the girl in black had been watching him the whole time, her expression thoughtful as she followed him with her gaze. She had witnessed everything that happened the previous night. She had assumed District 18 would fall, but to her surprise, they had held their ground. She was left absolutely stunned by the final scene where they swapped health points. That kind of skill was something she had not even seen back in District 1, a place teeming with geniuses. It was hard to imagine that a player in District 18 could create such a powerful Heaven tier skill. Recalling how Xiao Fan had spent an hour looking up at the sky, the girl in black knitted her delicate brows and looked up at the sun. Why stare at the sun? Could there be some secret to it? Can you really create a Heaven tier skill just by looking at the sun? The girl in black lifted her gaze to the sun in the sky. Well, it is quite dazzling. Over the next few days, the girl in black noticed that Xiao Fan was not just watching the sun, he was also watching the moon. Doing it for an hour every day made her even more certain that Xiao Fan's creation of the Heaven tier skill was related to observing the sun and moon. And so in the mornings when everyone else went out to hunt, and at night when they were all asleep, the girl in black would silently mimic Xiao Fan, gazing at the sun and the moon. But that is a story for another time. After returning to his rented room, Xiao Fan sat down and opened the game interface. The equipment tab in the bottom right had been unlocked. Once a player hits level 5, they can craft their own game equipment. Xiao Fan had not bought a beginner's weapon before because he could not afford it, but now that he had money, he planned to craft one for himself. Going around empty-handed just was not right. He carefully read through the instructions for creating equipment. It was simple, players could craft gear based on their own imagination. As long as it complied with the game's mechanics, the creation would succeed. The amount of core energy consumed would depend on the power of the equipment. Drawing on the online games he played in his past life, Xiao Fan could think of countless weapons he could create. What kind of weapon should I choose? In Cloud Sea, the weapons you create usually correspond to the skills you have developed. Xiao Fan's current skills are all support and magic-based, not relying on any weapons. What he needs now is a weapon that can protect him and help him deal damage. The first thing that came to Xiao Fan's mind was a pistol. Simple, brutal, and capable of ranged attacks. It fits his requirements perfectly. Strangely enough, the real world of Blue Star has firearms, but for some reason, he had never seen anyone use any kind of firearm in Cloud Sea. Logically, compared to cold weapons like swords, firearms should be simpler and more popular. Could it be that you cannot create firearms in Cloud Sea? Just then, Xiao Fan noticed a simulation feature in the equipment creation panel. After checking the instructions and seeing it did not cost any money, he clicked on the weapon simulation feature. Please enter the weapon type. Pistol. Please imagine the appearance of the weapon in your mind. This is easy, no need to describe it, it is already imagined. Please choose your weapon attributes, physical damage, magic damage, or healing power. All of them. Do you want to add extra attribute points to the weapon? You can only choose 2. Strength and agility. Do you want to create a unique special effect for the weapon? Yes. Please create the weapon's special effect. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, increase critical hit rate by 10%. Do you want to create a unique skill for the weapon? Yes. Please create the weapon skill. Splash attacks will deal damage to both the main target and all enemies in a small area around it. Please select the weapon level. Level 5. Creation complete, please name your weapon. Azure Dragons. Ding, weapon creation complete, would you like to view it? View. Immediately, a 3D image of a pistol floated before Xiao Fan. With a highly streamlined body, the entire gun emitted a faint purple glow as if it were made of pure energy, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Except for the color, it was exactly like the weapon he had imagined. Weapon name Azure Dragon Purple Grade. Weapon type Pistol. Weapon level 5s. Weapon attributes, physical damage plus 40, magic damage plus 30, healing power plus 15. Extra attributes, strength plus 5, agility plus 5. Weapon effect, physical critical hit plus 10%. Weapon skill Splash, lasts 15 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Purple grade, does equipment come in different tiers? Seeing the words purple grade after the Azure Dragon, Xiao Fan suddenly understood something. In Cloud Sea, weapons are categorized by color. He had previously seen other players in District 18 holding white weapons, and he thought that was just how they looked, but it turned out that was their level. I just do not know what level a purple weapon belongs to. Weapon simulation complete. Choose to extract the weapon, save the simulation data, or exit. Wait, I can extract the weapon directly after simulation. That is great. Although this weapon is not top tier, it is enough for me right now. Xiao Fan stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and chose to extract. Extracting this weapon will cost 267,890 nucleus power. Confirm. Xiao Fan, what? No. Over 260,000 for one weapon, are you robbing me? Although Xiao Fan had over 500,000 nucleus power, asking him to spend 267,000 on a weapon now was worse than death. Damn it, it really is that kind of game where you have to pay just to breathe. Xiao Fan could not help but complain. He finally understood why everyone in District 18 used starter weapons, and how cheap the 30,000-point starter weapons at school actually were. No choice but to accept it. Since it is the first weapon I have simulated, I will just save the data. Xiao Fan clicked on Save Weapon Simulation Data. Then he simulated some clothes, pants, and accessories. The prices were getting more and more expensive. Cannot afford it, simply cannot afford it. Actually, things are not too bad as they are, Xiao Fan consoled himself. Over the next few days, Xiao Fan's team continued to farm the Mist Forest as usual. Is Brother Chen losing his mind? Garfield whispered to Fast as Wind, looking cautiously at Xiao Fan, who was staring up at the sun. Fast as Wind nodded with a serious expression. Be confident, remove the is. The sun is so blinding, how can Brother Chen stare at it every day? Cub glanced at the sun and immediately had to look away with stinging eyes. Han frowned. Do not talk about Brother Chen behind his back. He is so powerful. What is wrong with him looking at the sun by day and the moon by night? Garfield, you did not spare him either. The four of them did not understand, but they respected his choices. Xiao Fan heard the chatter behind him and cast a look of disdain. HMPH, they do not understand this game at all. That said, Xiao Fan decided that if he could really farm out a special trait this time, he would find a way to help the other four farm theirs and build them a set of skill chains. They are his teammates after all, cannot have them being too weak. The yellow tier skill chains they learned in school would likely become useless as soon as they left the starter village. A month passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, no novice players in District 18 went out to hunt. In Sea of Clouds, you can only go home once a month. Everyone planned to head back to let their families know they were safe, and Xiao Fan was no exception. I wonder how Uncle's illness is doing, Xiao Fan thought, then clicked to log out of the game. Ding, player detected logging out of Cloud Sea. Would you like to materialize attribute points?
Yes.
Detected 63 attribute points earned in Cloud Sea. Materialization requires 63,000 nucleus power points. Confirm payment. Why does it want money again? Xiao Fan's face darkened.
No for now.
Ding, player detected logging out of Cloud Sea. Would you like to materialize skills?
Xiao Fan,
Should I say yes or no?
better say no.
No need to ask, skill materialization definitely costs even more. Xiao Fan originally thought he was quite rich, but now
It is too painful to look at.
Xiao Fan chose not to materialize anything because he felt he should focus on the game for now. Only by increasing his game strength can he earn more nucleus power. Materializing now would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It would hinder his progress and do more harm than good. The system then prompted for equipment and item materialization. Xiao Fan decisively chose no for things he did not have. Suddenly, everything went dark, and when Xiao Fan opened his eyes again, he was at the Cloud Sea login bureau. Players can log in from anywhere, but you always log out at the bureau. When Xiao Fan arrived, the area was packed with people, mostly new players who had joined this year. He pushed through the crowd to the nucleus power exchange window. There was a bulletin board next to the window. Today's exchange rate, 1 nucleus power equals 1,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. There was no one in line, only a staff member looking boredly at the computer. Hello, I would like to exchange some currency, but I am not sure how to do it, Xiao Fan said politely. The staff member was a young lady with a delicate appearance. When she turned to see Xiao Fan was such a handsome young man, her cheeks flushed slightly. He was very young, obviously a new player this year. Remembering she was still on duty, she quickly straightened her expression. Are you sure you want to exchange nucleus power for Dragon Kingdom coins? Seeing her become serious, Xiao Fan wondered if there was a rule against it, so he asked, is it not allowed? No, the girl quickly waved her hands and explained, it is just that it is very hard for beginners. It is better to save your nucleus power to improve your strength. Actually, it was not just beginners. Even veterans would not exchange nucleus power for local currency. Only players with no future in the game who desperately needed money would do this. Seeing how young and handsome he was, she did not want him to be one of those people. Xiao Fan knew she had good intentions and smiled, thank you, but I only need to exchange 100 nucleus power. 100 nucleus power equaled 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. That was enough to pay off the debts from his uncle's illness and improve their family's situation so they would not have to struggle so much. Besides, 100 nucleus power really did not mean much to him anymore. Seeing that Xiao Fan insisted, her favorable impression of him vanished instantly. Anyone who did not want to become strong in the game did not deserve her favor. Hand over your login device, she said, her tone much colder. Xiao Fan was puzzled by her sudden change in attitude, but handed over the device. She placed it into a metal slot, tapped the screen a few times, and asked for his bank card number. The money has been deposited. Xiao Fan nodded. Her mood swings were fast, but her efficiency was also high.
Brother Fan.
Just as Xiao Fan stepped out of the bureau, a familiar and urgent voice called out from behind. He did not need to turn around to know it was his deskmate, the little chubby guy. Xiao Fan stopped and turned. The chubby guy was panting as he ran out of the lobby. Brother Fan, why are you walking so fast? I almost could not catch up. Looking at him, Xiao Fan found it amusing. Have not seen him in a month and he is still so.
Tug.
Xiao Fan looked him up and down and realized he had lost a lot of weight. His round belly was noticeably smaller, and his double chin had subsided quite a bit. Xiao Fan asked Chubby, did you go on a diet? The chubby guy straightened up and laughed bitterly. Do not mention it, Brother Fan. You do not know what I have been through this month. If I had known, I would have gone to District 18 with you. District 2 is no place for humans. Do not say that, you will get beaten up if someone hears you. Xiao Fan patted his shoulder and asked curiously, what happened in District 2? With District 1 being invitation only, District 2 was the dream of every player, equivalent to Tsinghua or Peking University on Earth.
What?
The fatty wiped away non-existent tears with a miserable expression, his voice full of woe. Brother Fan, I have had it so rough.
Talk while we walked.
Xiao Fan and the fatty left the login administration bureau, and on the way home, the fatty recounted every detail of his month-long experience in the newbie Zone 2. As the second largest zone with the most abundant resources in the beginner village, Zone 2 was also where the most newbie players gathered. Let us put it this way, Any family with a bit of power would do everything they could to get their descendants into Zone 2, which led to a severe shortage of leveling resources there. Eventually, newbie players began to team up to occupy leveling spots, and over time, various groups were formed. Every year after entering Zone 2, the first thing a newbie player had to do was join a group. Otherwise, they would not even be able to find a place to level up. "What is wrong? You have not found a team yet?" Xiao Fan asked, surprised. Upon hearing this, the fatty deflated like a punctured ball, his shoulders slumping and his face full of frustration. "I wanted to join, but no team wants me," the fatty said, looking at Xiao Fan with tearful eyes. "It is still you who is the best, brother Fan, for not looking down on me. Those teams in Zone 2 require at least a profound grade skill chain and a minimum attribute point requirement of 5. Being stared at like that by the fatty, Xiao Fan could not help but shiver. He looked so pitiful, like a ghost. Xiao Fan roughly understood the fatty's situation. Anyone capable of entering newbie Zone 2 was no weakling. By comparison, the fatty, who had only learned a yellow grade skill chain, was a bit lacking. "What about Zhang Kao and Zhang Yunyuan? Did not you all go to Zone 2 together? Where are they?" Xiao Fan asked with a frown. At these words, the fatty's face turned black. "Do not mention those two to me. They are two snobbish, ungrateful wretches." "What happened?" Xiao Fan asked. "At first, when I was rejected by teams, they both insisted that they would stay with me to find a team together. But within 2 days, they joined a group, and later on, they even mocked and ridiculed me when they saw me." The fatty clenched his fists, intense hatred flashing in his eyes. Xiao Fan fell silent. He was not surprised that Zhang Kao and Zhao Yunyuan could do such a thing. They were never the type to value loyalty or sentiment. He could understand them abandoning the fatty for the sake of leveling, but the mockery was too much. Regardless, they were former teammates who had fought side by side. Such backstabbing was utterly shameless. At this moment, Xiao Fan did not know what to say. Since they were not in the same zone, he could not help the fatty. "Brother Fan, seriously, let me transfer to District 18 to hang with you." The fatty stopped and looked at Xiao Fan, his expression earnest. "I do not mind, but do you know the cost of a zone transfer?" Xiao Fan said seriously. "Your level resets to 0, your skills are wiped, and all your nuclear power is reclaimed by the system. It is equivalent to wasting a whole month's effort in Zone 2. Are you sure you want to start over?" The fatty nodded without hesitation. "Brother Fan, as long as I can be with you, starting over is nothing." Seeing the fatty's sincere expression, Xiao Fan felt moved. Besides, his current team was missing a main tank, and the fatty had previously learned shield skills, which fit the requirements perfectly. Even if his skills were wiped, he could just help him create an even more powerful skill chain. "All right," Xiao Fan nodded, then asked curiously, "What level are you now?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across the fatty's face, and he lowered his head, whispering, "Brother Fan, to be honest, I did not do anything in Zone 2 for a month. I am still at my trial exam level." Xiao Fan. No wonder he gave up so easily. He had nothing to lose after all. The two agreed to meet at the Login Administration Bureau in 3 days, and Xiao Fan walked toward home. After staying in the game for a month, Xiao Fan felt like he had been away for a lifetime. As soon as he reached his doorstep, a piercing cry came from inside the house. "It is my aunt. Could something have happened to my uncle?" Xiao Fan's heart tightened. He could not think twice, so he immediately pushed the door and rushed in. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his aunt and his 2 cousins crying on the sofa. He looked around the room and did not see his uncle, and his heart sank, plummeting instantly. Hearing the noise, the aunt looked up. When she saw it was Xiao Fan, her crying stopped and she choked out, Xiao Fan, you are back." The cousins also greeted Xiao Fan with red eyes. "Cousin, you are back." "Yes," Xiao Fan nodded at them and hurried to the aunt in the middle. "Aunt, what happened at home? Where is uncle?" Upon hearing this, the aunt's tears started falling again. "Your uncle is missing." "Missing?" Xiao Fan frowned. At first, he thought his uncle's illness had worsened, but he had not expected this result. "How long ago? Why would uncle go missing? Did you call the police?" Xiao Fan asked. "After you logged into the game, your uncle said his company required him to go on a business trip and he had been gone for a while. Soon after, there was no more news. He would not answer calls or messages. At first, I thought he was just busy, but later I found out he had quit his job to join a gold farming group from the Jinsheng company, and he went into the game behind our backs." The aunt wiped her tears as she spoke. "A gold farming group?" Xiao Fan's face changed drastically. This was an extremely high-risk profession. Because nuclear power was in short supply, some companies would hire players who could not make it in the game to farm for them. They claimed to provide high-level player protection. But in reality, if they encountered danger, they would not care about the gold farmers at all. After all, it was perfectly normal for players to die in the game. Wu, I told him that if we did not have money, we could just earn it slowly, but he just would not listen. The aunt collapsed, covering her face, her cries filled with heart-wrenching despair. Xiao, the cousin next to her, quickly embraced her and started sobbing as well. Xiao Fan was silent. His uncle was probably feeling guilty because his illness had drained the family savings. His uncle was naturally stubborn, and given the family's situation, he probably felt he had no choice but to join the gold farming group. Seeing that the mother and daughter were too heartbroken to listen to anything, Xiao Fan turned to his sobbing younger cousin, Xiao. And how exactly did uncle go missing later? Although Xiao was heartbroken, he was a boy after all. He held back his tears, his eyes filled with pain. I do not know. The Jinsheng group only said that Dad left the designated area without permission while farming gold, and that is when he went missing. Messages to Dad's in-game account have not been responded to either. Based on the contract he signed, they have no liability.
Do they have proof?
They have the game recording. We watched it and what they said seems to be true. Xiao's voice grew quieter.
Xiao Fan did not know what to say.
According to the regulations, the organizing company is not responsible for accidents that happen when farming personnel leave the designated area.
Did you see why Uncle left the farming area? Xiao Fan asked again.
Xiao thought for a moment and shook his head. The recording showed that after Dad and the others killed a beast, they sat down to rest, and shortly after he got up and left on his own. Xiao Fan's brow furrowed even more deeply. His uncle knew that areas outside the farming zone were unsafe, so why would he suddenly leave? This was very strange. The aunt, who had been crying, suddenly stood up with a resolve on her face that he had never seen before.
I am going into the game to find him.
Xiao and Xiao were stunned, then worried. Although their mother had entered the game before, her level was low and she did not even have a complete skill chain. Entering the game like that would be no different from seeking death. Mom, do not be impulsive, the game is too dangerous. Xiao looked at his mother anxiously. Mom, you cannot go, Dad is already missing, we cannot lose you too. Xiao grabbed her arm, pleading while crying. Liu Ziyuan looked at the pleading expressions of her children. A flicker of hesitation flashed across her face, but in the end, it turned into resolve. Anne and Lil, have you ever thought that your father might be waiting for rescue in the game? We cannot abandon him. The expressions on Xiao and Xiola's faces froze instantly. That was true. If their father was just in danger, he might very well die without rescue. Do not worry, Mom will definitely come back. Liu Ziyuan stroked the heads of her children. Her gaze was dazed, she said it, but she knew better than anyone that if her husband really was in danger, her own strength would make it very difficult to save him. But she was not willing to just give up. Finally, she turned her gaze to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, if I do not make it back alive, your younger brother and sister are in your hands. Mom, Xiao and Xiao cried out at the same time, and the three of them embraced, sobbing together. Xiao Fan ignored the three. His mind was entirely occupied with how to save his uncle. Players could only leave the newbie zone after reaching level 20, and with his current nuclear power, he was far from leveling up. Even if he leveled up as fast as possible, it would still take months to reach level 20. His aunt could not wait, and his uncle definitely could not. There must be another way. Xiao Fan's eyes were bloodshot. He forced himself to calm down, meticulously searching through his memories for everything he knew about Cloud Sea. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, one word suddenly lit up. Mercenary. A profession that would do anything for you as long as the pay was right. I have over 500,000 in nuclear power. That is more than enough to hire someone. Xiao Fan had no hesitation. In his memories, after his parents passed away, his uncle and aunt had always treated him like their own son, even better than their own children. His uncle had lost his job for his sake and had been beaten by the Chen family until he was left with a chronic illness. Even so, he never resented him, instead comforting him to help him move on. Such family members were worth the sacrifice. Nuclear power could be earned back. Without delay, Xiao Fan interrupted Liu Ziyuan and the children. Aunt, if uncle is in danger, your entering the game will not help. Upon hearing this, Liu Ziyuan's face went pale, but before she could speak, she heard Xiao Fan speak again. Leave uncle's matter to me. Xiao Fan's voice was low, and his tone was filled with unprecedented solemnity. Liu Ziyuan turned back. At this moment, the teenager's upright posture seemed to carry the only hope for their family.
What?
Xiao Fan, do you have any ideas? Liu Ziyuan walked up to Xiao Fan eagerly, grabbed his arm, and a glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes. Rationally, she knew that Xiao Fan was just a novice player who had just entered the game and had limited ability. But at this moment, an inexplicable sense of trust surged in her heart. Brother, do you really have a way to save Dad? Xiao and Xiao stood up together and looked at Xiao Fan with hope in their eyes. Xiao Fan nodded. looking at the three of them soothingly, we can hire game mercenaries and ask them to help find Uncle. Game mercenaries. The light that had just ignited in Liu Ziyuan's eyes dimmed visibly. Hiring game mercenaries is a good idea, but those mercenaries charge high fees. Our family still owes others money, so where would we get the money to hire mercenaries? Besides, game mercenaries only accept nuclear energy, and even if we wanted to borrow some, we would not know where to turn. Jiang Ziyuan let go of Xiao Fan's arm and it hung limply by her side. At this moment, she seemed to lose all her strength, her lips trembling as she struggled to speak. The despair and embarrassment brought by poverty left her at a loss for words in front of the three children. Seeing her pale lips, Xiao Fan guessed what she was thinking and immediately said, "You do not need to worry about the money. I will handle it." Hearing this, Liu Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, and after regaining her senses, she felt a complex mix of emotions. Xiao Fan is just a novice player who has only been in the game for a month. How much nuclear energy could he possibly have earned? He must be planning to go to dangerous places to earn nuclear energy for his uncle's sake.
Hey, really?
Back when Xiao Fan's parents passed away, she had no objections to her husband adopting him. But over the years, her husband treated this nephew better than their own children, and Liu Ziyuan felt a bit of resentment in her heart. The family was poor and there was only so much to go around. If Xiao Fan got more, Xiao and Xiao got less. How could any parent stay balanced in their heart? But every time she thought about Feng Fan losing his parents at such a young age, her heart ached for him. Today, when her husband was in trouble and the children were still young, this nephew was willing to risk his life to earn money to save him. Liu Ziyuan felt a warmth in her heart and an unprecedented sense of being touched. All her husband's efforts over the years had been worth it. But that said, she absolutely could not let her brother-in-law's only child take such risks. Xiao Fan, you are still a novice player. I cannot let you take risks. If something happens to you while trying to save your uncle, even if he comes back, he will never forgive me. Looking at the worry in his aunt's eyes, Xiao Fan was moved. Although he was not the original owner of this body at this moment, he truly felt the selfless love of family. Do not worry, Aunt. I have over 500,000 units of nuclear energy now, which is enough to hire game mercenaries to find someone, Xiao Fan explained. 500,000 units of nuclear energy. Liu Ziyuan's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. As a former game player, she knew very well how hard it was to earn nuclear energy in Cloud Sea. For a novice player like Xiao Fan to earn over 500,000 in just 1 month was absolutely impossible. He must be pretending to be strong just to put my mind at ease. This child is just too sensible. Thinking this, Liu Ziyuan's expression softened as she looked at him. Xiao Fan, I know you want to save your uncle, but I really cannot let you risk your life. Listen to me, it is enough if you can help look after your brother and sister in the future.
Xiao Fan remained silent. Does she not believe him?
Thinking of the 100,000 Long Kingdom dollars he had exchanged today, Xiao Fan took out his phone and transferred the money to her. Aunt, I really earned 500,000 in Cloud Sea. When I logged out today, I also exchanged 100,000 for cash to help with family expenses. I have already transferred the money to you. Hearing this, Liu Ziyuan picked up her phone and sure enough, she saw the 100,000 transfer from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan thought she would believe him once she saw the money, but he did not expect her expression to suddenly become serious. Xiao Fan, Cloud Sea is far more dangerous than you imagine. If you want to survive in the game, save your nuclear energy to increase your strength. If you just want to make money, leave the game and find a proper job to support yourself. Xiao Fan, I really have 500,000. A novice earning 500,000 nuclear energy in a month. Did you hunt a dragon? Liu Ziyuan said with some disappointment. Sometimes being too stubborn leads to arrogance, and she did not want Xiao Fan to be that kind of person.
Xiao Fan, I did not hunt a dragon.
Alright Xiao Fan, you have worked hard this month, take 2 days off at home. Before Liu Ziyuan could finish, she heard Xiao Fan's calm voice. I created a god-tier skill, and the game system rewarded me with 550,000 units of nuclear energy. Xiao Fan confessed truthfully, fearing she would not believe him if he did not explain the source of the money. Liu Ziyuan was completely bewildered. 7 days had passed, and because the owner of the god-tier skill had not been found, the news of its appearance in the game had not spread widely among ordinary people. Xiao Fan, what are you saying? What god-tier skill? Stop joking, what kind of skill would the system reward with 550,000 nuclear energy? In Liu Ziyuan's understanding, the most powerful skills were heaven tier. She did not even know what a god-tier skill was. Xiao and Xiaola, who were standing to the side, had clearly heard of the god-tier skill, and both stared in shock.
Brother, did you create that god-tier skill?
Brother, are you the owner of the god-tier skill? Xiao and Xiao gasped and looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Xiao Fan nodded calmly. That is right, the only god-tier skill in the game was created by me. Xiao and Xiao gulped. Liu Ziyuan was still confused. Xiao Fan, Xiao and Xiao, what are you talking about? What god-tier skill? After the initial shock, Xiao held her mother's hand and explained slowly. I heard it from my teacher. 7 days ago, someone in Cloud Sea created a new level of skill, a god-tier skill. It is speculated that God tier is a grade higher than Heaven tier. It is a pity that countries all over the world searched for 7 days but could not find the owner of this skill. Xiao said with excitement in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Fan. I never expected the owner of the God tier skill to be my brother. Xiao was also circling excitedly before he thought of something, snorted and said, 2 days ago, the White Race Nation even released news claiming that the one who created the God tier skill was their country's top powerhouse artillery fire. Oh, there is such a thing, Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Xiao added indignantly. It is said that 7 days ago, artillery fire happened to reach level 95 and created his 19th ring skill, right before the system announcement for the God tier skill appeared. That is why many people believe he is the owner. But I believe you, brother. Xiao looked up, her eyes full of admiration. Oh, why is that? Xiao Fan asked curiously. Xiao pouted. Given how arrogant and boastful artillery fire is, if he really were the owner of the god tier skill, there is no way he would have chosen to remain anonymous in the announcement. Because of the special nature of Cloud Sea, players are as scrutinized as celebrities on Earth. Powerful players especially have their life stories, interviews, books, and forum discussions broadcasted repeatedly. Ordinary people have a certain understanding of them. At this moment, Liu Ziyuan finally understood. Her nephew Xiao Fan had created a god tier skill higher than the heaven tier in the game, and it was the first and only one of its kind. Liu Ziyuan. It took a long time for Liu Ziyuan to recover from the shock. She did not believe that Xiao Fan would lie to her under such circumstances. This is true. Players in Cloud Sea already hold a high status, and since Xiao Fan has created a god tier skill, his future achievements will surely be extraordinary. No, he is already extraordinary right now. Auntie, I am telling you this so you can rest easy, but given my current strength, please do not let this news spread for now. Right now, Xiao Fan is like a small child holding a priceless treasure. If this news gets out, he will become a target that everyone wants to feast upon. In the real world, the country can still protect him, but what about inside Cloud Sea? There are too many uncertainties. Without absolute power, he does not want to expose the fact that he possesses a god-tier skill. More importantly, he still has enemies. Xiao Fan's gaze was like two sharp blades, fixed directly on the direction of the Chen family residence, as if he could pierce through the heavy walls and crowds to strike directly at the core of the Chen family. The humiliation the Chen family brought upon him, and the fact that they almost beat his uncle to death, felt like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. One day, he would make the Chen family pay the price. For now, he needs to grow and develop. Do not worry, Xiao Fan. We absolutely will not tell anyone about this, Liu Ziyuan promised solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Xiao and Xiao also nodded frantically. Do not worry, brother, we will not tell anyone. Xiao Fan patted their heads. When you enter the game later, I will give you a surprise. There were too many powerful skills that Xiao Fan could think of, and he could not use them all alone. When the time came, he could train his relatives and some teammates. As for his uncle and aunt, once he grows stronger and leaves the beginner area, he could help them become stronger as well. A surprise, Xiao and Xiao exchanged glances, filled with anticipation, wishing they could enter the game right this moment. Xiao Fan said, Auntie, you can rest assured now, right? With a solution in sight, Liu Ziyuan finally looked a bit more relaxed. Thank you, Xiao Fan. You must be hungry after coming back from the beginner area. I will go make dinner. She then turned and headed into the kitchen. We will go help Xiao and Xiao said, following her into the kitchen. Xiao Fan returned to his room alone. He had not expected such a major incident to occur at home while he was away, and fortunately, he returned just in time. Lying on the bed, Xiao Fan picked up his phone to search for information about mercenaries in the game. After learning about his uncle's situation, he did not plan to stay in the real world for long and intended to re-enter the game later to find mercenaries. Currently, game mercenaries have no fixed organization. This profession is chaotic internally, and the quality of their strength is uneven. To better accept missions, many mercenaries band together to form mercenary groups. Good mercenary groups rely on their reputation and mission success rates. Opening the Cloud Sea game forum, Xiao Fan looked up some information about mercenary groups. The three highest-ranked mercenary groups in the Dragon Kingdom are the Tiger Mercenary Group, the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group, and the Night Blade Mercenary Group. The leader of the Tiger Mercenary Group goes by the ID Iron Hammer. He is level 55 and was the owner of a martial arts school before the game launched, having created his own mysterious tier skill chain. Most people in this group are from his martial arts school. Their reputation and success rate are quite good, but the drawback is that they do not accept high-difficulty missions. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan put the Tiger Mercenary Group on standby. The Wild Wolf Mercenary Group has the worst reputation among the three. Their leader is Old Dog, level 55, who was a street hoodlum before the game launched. Old Dog is ruthless but quite talented. To learn an advanced skill chain, he married a player who possessed one, and after learning it, he killed her entire family. The Wild Wolf Mercenary Group is full of people just like him. Although their mission success rate is high, very few ordinary people dare to trade with them. Without a second thought, Xiao Fan immediately ruled out the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group. Finally, only the Night Blade Mercenary Group remained. The leader of the Night Blade Mercenary Group is Night Lonely, level 59, a legendary figure in the game. It is said that he lost both parents at a young age and had only a younger sister to rely on. Back when he was a beginner, Night Lonely was just a player who had learned a yellow tier skill chain. Later, after leaving the beginner area, he and his sister were targeted by a group while hunting beasts in the wild. To protect him, his sister died at their hands. From that day on, his game career became solely about revenge. He was no match for those people during the day, so he lurked at night, accompanied only by a pair of short blades. Over time, he actually created a mysterious tier dual short blade skill chain. Relying on these powerful skills, he killed everyone involved in his sister's death, offending many factions and suffering 2 years of being hunted. It was not until he reached level 50 and created his first Earth tier skill that those pursuing him gave up in frustration. Later, Night Lonely founded the Night Blade Mercenary Group, which consists of people with similar experiences. Night Blade has the best reputation and the highest mission success rate among the three. The drawback is that their fees are very high, and whether they accept a mission often depends on their mood. However, the Night Blade Mercenary Group is excellent at tracking, with a success rate of 80%. They are the ones Xiao Fan decided immediately. He noted down the contact ID for Night Blade. After finishing his meal, Xiao Fan impatiently got his uncle's game ID and sent a message to Fatty telling him to come to District 18 to find him in 3 days. "You have worked hard, Xiao Fan," Liu Ziyuan said with red-rimmed eyes as she watched him leave. "We are family, do not mention it. Rest assured, Auntie-Uncle will be fine." After speaking, Xiao Fan pressed the login button, and a second later, he appeared in District 18. It was the same familiar, dilapidated village, yet Xiao Fan felt a strange sense of warmth. "Nine heavens, why are you back so soon? It has not even been a day," came the voice of Wind Snow Guest from behind. Xiao Fan turned around and explained, "I returned early for some business." "Do you need any help?" Ever since the Beast Tide incident, Wind Snow Guest's attitude toward Xiao Fan had completely changed. Even though Xiao Fan was only level 5, his ever-changing, unpredictable skills were far beyond anything Wind Snow Guest could understand. Moreover, he discovered that Xiao Fan could release skills without even using a weapon, which was unheard of. He now held Xiao Fan in high esteem, perhaps even bordering on admiration. "No need, I already have a solution," Xiao Fan shook his head. "Alright then, if you need anything, feel free to come to me," Wind Snow Guest smiled and walked away. Xiao Fan glanced at The Chinese letter village and suddenly noticed that the girl in black, who was usually curled up in the corner, was gone. It seems that in this environment, no one can endure staying outside. As they were total strangers, Xiao Fan did not dwell on it and returned to his thatched cottage. Opening the Add Friend feature, Xiao Fan entered the ID of the Night Blade agent. "Please fill in the verification information." Xiao Fan typed "commission for tracking." The message was rejected within a second. "Xiao Fan, what is going on?" Xiao Fan frowned and sent the friend request again. However, within another second, the friend request was rejected again. With that speed, the person was clearly online, but for some reason they would not accept. "Request again. Rejected. Request again. Rejected." Xiao Fan tried over 10 times, and every single one was rejected. "Do they think my level is too low?" Xiao Fan was getting annoyed. He was a customer, and the customer is king. Is it really okay to reject someone without even asking? Service attitude poor. Supplanting his anger, Xiao Fan sent another friend request. "Hello, this is an urgent matter. Please accept the friend request." This time, they did not reject me instantly. Xiao Fan let out a sigh of relief. It seems it was because I did not use formal language before. Damn it, does he have any idea that the one sending him the request is the only person in the game with a god-tier skill? No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Fan realized he had been rejected once again. Xiao Fan. Fortunately, this time they gave him a reply. Sorry, the Nightblade mercenary group is not taking any business lately. We posted a message on the World Channel a couple of days ago. Xiao Fan was stunned. He had not even left the newbie zone yet, so he could not see the World Channel. Why cannot you look out for newbie players and post a thread on the game forum? Xiao Fan said, exasperated. He had decided on the Nightblade mercenary group beforehand, and had not bothered to note down information for any other groups. Now that Nightblade is not taking jobs and he cannot leave the game, how is he supposed to hire mercenaries to find his uncle? Xiao Fan felt like crying. If only I had written down a few more mercenary group IDs before entering the game. What do I do now? His uncle's situation was urgent, yet he had no idea how to contact any other mercenary groups. Xiao Fan paced back and forth anxiously. Should I go ask Feng Zuk? He has been in the game for so many years, maybe he knows some information about mercenary groups. With that thought, Xiao Fan quickly left the room and hurried toward Feng Zuk's residence. Feng Zuk had just returned home after patrolling the newbie village, and saw Xiao Fan rushing toward him before he even entered the courtyard. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Feng Zuk asked in surprise. Xiao Fan stopped and gasped for air, asking, I have something urgent to deal with. Do you know of any mercenary groups in the game, preferably ones with a high ranking? Feng Zuk looked troubled. Sorry Jiachin, I really do not know much about that. Although he had not entered the game too late, he had always been in the newbie zone. How could he possibly have any connection to mercenary groups? Xiao Fan did not give up and asked again, what about the others? Does anyone else know? Feng Zuk shook his head. You know how it is in District 18. To put it bluntly, the people who end up here do not come from well-off families in reality, so they would not know any mercenary groups. Xiao Fan felt his spirits deflate. Sorry to bother you, I have some other business to attend to, I will go now. Xiao Fan turned and left disappointed. Is there really no other way? I promised my aunt before I came here. If I cannot find a mercenary group and cannot notify my family, what if my uncle runs into trouble? Xiao Fan turned pale, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. He did not dare to think any further. Are you looking for a mercenary group? Just as Xiao Fan hit rock bottom, a cold feminine voice came from behind him. Xiao Fan turned around and was stunned. It is her. The familiar black clothing, it was the girl from District 1. This was the first time Xiao Fan had seen the girl in her entirety. Her skin was like fine jade, her lips red and teeth white. Her eyes were beautiful but chillingly cold. Xiao Fan had always seen her huddled in a corner, which made her look small and frail. Now he realized she was over 1.68 meters tall, and her tight-fitting black outfit accentuated her graceful figure. It gave off a cold, unapproachable vibe. She was the most beautiful girl Xiao Fan had seen since arriving in Blue Star, without exception. Of course, that was not the point. The point was that the girl had just asked if he was looking for a mercenary group. It was clear she had overheard his conversation with Feng Zuk. Xiao Fan suddenly remembered that the girl in front of him came from District 1, where the players usually had deep-rooted backgrounds. She probably knew some contact info for mercenary groups and had come to find him because of it. That is right, do you have any contact information for any mercenary groups? Xiao Fan asked impatiently, as if grabbing onto a final straw. I have the contact information for all the top 10 mercenary groups in the Dragon Kingdom region. The girl in black remained ice-cold in her demeanor, but Xiao Fan did not care about that at all right now. What do you need mercenaries for? I can help you recommend a suitable group, the girl added. They were complete strangers, yet she was willing to help him. A wave of gratitude surged in Xiao Fan's heart. There really are still good people in this world. But the next second he heard her bone-chillingly cold voice. However, you have to agree to one thing. Xiao Fan, I am retracting my gratitude. No matter how good a person is, their kindness has a price. For the sake of his uncle, he could not afford to worry about anything else. What is it? Xiao Fan asked. You have to agree to let me join your team, she said without hesitation, clearly having thought about it beforehand. Xiao Fan nodded and agreed without even thinking. With the rise in levels, his team composition was falling a bit behind. He had originally planned to find more people anyway, so why not her? Not to mention the fact that the girl in front of him was once a genius player from District 1. Xiao Fan's quick agreement caught the girl off guard. You did not even ask about my situation before agreeing just like that. Does not matter, I am here after all, Xiao Fan shrugged indifferently. The girl could not help but roll her eyes. How can a person be this confident? But then she thought about how this person might possess 2 heavenly tier skills at level 5, something that had never happened since the game arrived, and she felt he had every reason to be arrogant. I have a relative who went missing in the game, and I want to hire a mercenary group to find his whereabouts, Xiao Fan admitted. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately said, if you are looking for someone, I recommend the Night Blade mercenary group. Their captain Yibugu has a special skill that makes finding people very convenient. Xiao Fan shook his head. Are there any other mercenary groups? The girl raised an eyebrow. Do you have a grudge against Night Blade? Xiao Fan, I tried contacting them earlier, and their staff said they are not taking any jobs lately. Is that so? The girl touched her chin. I have Yibugu on my friends list. Do you want me to help you ask why? Xiao Fan, sometimes I really envy other people's connections. Then many thanks to you, Xiao Fan did not stand on ceremony. The girl in black tapped the air back and forth. She was likely communicating with Yibugu. A moment later, she looked up at Xiao Fan. Yibugu reached level 62 days ago, and he is currently preparing to create his 12th ring skill. Until he succeeds in creating the skill, the Night Blade mercenary group will not be taking on this mission. So that is how it is, Xiao Fan frowned. Are there any other good mercenary groups you would recommend? The girl hesitated for a moment and said truthfully, there are many mercenary groups, but Cloud Sea is inherently dangerous. Most missing people do not survive long enough for a mercenary group to find them. Night Blade has the highest success rate for finding living people, while other groups do not guarantee the safety of the target. Hearing this, Xiao Fan felt a sense of urgency. In his current situation, every second wasted meant his uncle was in more danger. Can you tell Yibugu to help me find the person first? I can pay double the nuclear energy. The girl shook her head. I already asked him and he refused. You know how important skills are to players. At a time like this, Yibugu is not going to sacrifice time spent creating a skill for a bit of extra nuclear energy. Creating a skill, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. If I help him create a heavenly tier skill, would he be willing to help me find the person?
What?
You and what did you just say? The girl in black looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. If she heard correctly, Xiao Fan just said he could help someone create a heaven tier skill.
What?
Does he even hear how ridiculous he sounds? What does he think heaven tier skills are? Chinese cabbages. 10 years after the game descended, there are only 4 heaven tier skills globally, and every owner is a top powerhouse of their respective nation. And this guy actually claims he wants to help someone create one. This is simply absurd. Her good upbringing prevented her from mocking him out loud, but the way she looked at Xiao Fan was as if she were looking at a cute little fool. Just deliver my message, you do not need to worry about anything else. Xiao Fan's mind was entirely focused on saving someone, and for that, he was willing to reveal a glimpse of his strength. The girl in black went silent. She suddenly realized that the person in front of her was not an ordinary player. He was very likely a genius who had created 2 heaven-tier skills. The girl kept a calm face, but internally she was roaring. I want a heaven-tier skill too. If only I could be the one to help him find that person. Seeing that the girl had not moved, Xiao Fan frowned, suppressing his impatience. Could you please go ask for me? In truth, Xiao Fan would have preferred to get Knight Ominous' contact info to talk to him directly, but he feared his friend request would be rejected, so he had to rely on the girl to relay the message.
Fine.
The girl in black gave Xiao Fan a deep look and opened her game interface to start operating. Seeing this, Xiao Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. The silence stretched on. In Cloud Sea, danger lurks everywhere once you leave the newbie zone. Over the years, various nations have attempted to establish safe zones outside the newbie areas, spending massive resources in the process. However, every time, the safe zones were destroyed by ferocious beasts before they could be completed, often with significant loss of personnel. Over time, nations abandoned the plan, replacing it with makeshift player settlements. These settlements had only simple walls and escape exits on all sides. If beasts invaded, players would immediately abandon the camp. At this moment, in the center of one such settlement, a dozen tents stood as the temporary base of the Night Blade mercenary group. Inside a tent, a man in his late 20s looked at his friend request box with a serious expression. He was the leader of the Night Blade mercenary group. A rookie who has not even left the newbie zone claims he can help me create a heaven-tier skill. What a load of nonsense. The man sneered. If the person messaging him had not been Qin Muyu, a genius from one of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 great families, he would have blocked the sender already. Creating a heaven-tier skill is as hard as climbing to the heavens, as evidenced by the fact that there are only 4 in the entire world. Wait, no, counting the 2 that appeared a month ago, it should be 6 now. Over the past 10 years, countless brilliant talents have emerged in the game, and their ultimate goal has always been to create a heaven-tier skill. But how many have succeeded in all these years? A beginner, how dare he say such things? Knight Ominous sneered as he prepared to type a rejection, but at the moment he was about to confirm, he hesitated. What if it is true? That is a heaven-tier skill we are talking about. Setting aside the god-tier skill that appeared a few days ago, owning a heaven-tier skill is the dream of almost every player. Even if there is just the slightest chance, he did not want to give it up. Besides, when he reached level 60, he unlocked a very unique trait. He had racked his brains for a long time trying to come up with a good skill, even putting his mercenary group's business on hold to focus solely on skill creation, yet he still had no leads. Now someone appears claiming they can help him create a heaven-tier skill. Even knowing the odds were low, a sliver of hope stirred in Knight Ominous. What am I agonizing over? It is just a waste of time anyway. If he fails to create it, I do not lose anything, right? Knight Ominous laughed at himself. He had grown so cautious over the years that he had forgotten this was an incredibly unfair trade. Well, unfair to the other party, that is. Taking a step back, if he felt the skill the guy created was not good, he could just choose not to use it and he would lose nothing. Thinking of this, Knight Ominous could not wait to delete the rejection message and wrote only one sentence.
Send me his game ID. District 18.
Qin Muyu's eyes widened when she saw the message from Knight Ominous.
He actually agreed.
Qin Muyu found it incredible. Given Knight Ominous's cautious nature, he would actually believe Xiao Fan. After all, he did not know that Xiao Fan was someone who possessed 2 heaven-tier skills.
Did he agree? Xiao Fan asked anxiously, noticing the change in Qin Muyu's expression.
Yeah, Qin Muyu nodded. He is asking for your contact info, looks like he wants to talk to you directly.
Xiao Fan quickly provided his game ID.
Knight Ominous looked at the level 5 account ID that Qin Muyu had sent and fell into doubt once again. Has this guy even been in the game for 3 months? I must be insane to trust a level 5 rookie.
Knight Ominous shook his head and added the friend.
Shortly after, Xiao Fan received 2 friend requests. One was level 0 with the ID Soul Piercer, and the other was level 60 with the ID Shadow. Xiao Fan looked up at Qin Muyu. If nothing else, the Soul Piercer was her. We are teammates now, so let us just add each other as friends, Qin Muyu explained when she saw Xiao Fan looking over. Yeah, Xiao Fan replied and accepted both friend requests. On the other side, seeing that Xiao Fan had accepted the request, Knight Ominous could not wait to send a message.
Can you really help me create a heaven-tier skill?
Xiao Fan replied, of course, but you have to agree to help me find someone. Knight Ominous, if you can help me create a heaven-tier skill, let alone find someone, you can even call me dad and it would not be a problem.
Xiao Fan, why is this guy so eager to take advantage of me?
No problem, I need to know your stats and traits. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and added. If possible, tell me about the weapons you use and the skill chains you have created. Xiao Fan waited 10 minutes, but there was still no reply from Knight Ominous. Why is not he replying? Xiao Fan frowned. On the other side, Knight Ominous sat in silence for a long time. It would not matter to share his stats, traits, or weapons with Xiao Fan. But apart from the 4-ring chain from the newbie zone, the rest of his skill chains were things he had created himself, and the last ring was even an invaluable Earth-tier skill. If he sent them over, he feared the other party might learn them or leak them to others. Especially the latter. If his skills were exposed, it would be extremely dangerous for someone with as many enemies as him. Just as Knight Ominous was struggling with what to do, Xiao Fan sent another message. It is fine if you do not send the skills and weapons. I just wanted to create a more suitable skill based on your current chains, do not misunderstand. Hearing this, Knight Ominous let out a breath of relief. Sorry, my weapon skills are private and I cannot easily tell others. I will send you my stats and traits right away.
What?
Xiao Fan also let out a sigh of relief. So he did not want to cast a skill. Man, does he even realize he is talking to the only person in the game who owns a god-tier skill? Do you really think I would bother learning anything below god tier?
Beep beep, a message notification sounded.
It was Yi Bugu sending over his stats and traits. Xiao Fan noticed that unlike other players who wasted their points trying to balance everything, Yi Bugu had a clear focus.
Strength 80. Intelligence 35. Spirit 59. Agility 81. Constitution 40.
Overall, these stats were heavily skewed towards strength and agility. It was a solid build. It seems Yi Bugu really has something going for him to have made it this far, starting with a yellow tier skill chain. At the very least, he has his own philosophy on stat distribution. Xiao Fan then looked at his traits. Traits have a chance to be refreshed every 5 levels, but duplicates can occur. At level 60, Yibugu had a total of 7 traits. Parents sacrificed, tenacity, sister sacrificed, stealth, messenger of night, avenger, and follow like a shadow. Xiao Fan had always believed that mocking someone else's misfortune was incredibly rude, unless you really just could not help it. Parents sacrificed, sister sacrificed. Seeing those two, he almost spat out his water. Xiao Fan had gained a whole new understanding of what these traits really were. What kind of crazy trait is that? To hold back his laughter, Xiao Fan thought about every sad thing that had happened to him since he was a child, until he remembered that the original owner of his body had also lost both his parents. Not funny. Ignoring those two, the other 5 traits were all decent building blocks for creating a skill. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Fan set his sights on the last trait. Follow like a shadow, that must be the new trait Yibugu unlocked at level 60. This is the one. Based on his previous 3 skill creations, Xiao Fan discovered that higher tier skills required higher stats. Just to be safe, Xiao Fan sent Yibugu another message. I have already thought of the skill. To ensure a high success rate, I need you to boost your spirit to 80 and your intelligence and constitution to 50. Inside the tent, Yibugu's expression darkened. He had only just sent his stats. How could the guy already have a heaven tier skill in mind? Is he treating me like some kind of gullible kid? Everyone who possesses heaven tier skills has spent years agonizing over them, running countless experiments with others before finally succeeding. And he comes up with a heaven tier skill in just a few minutes. If that actually works, what does that make all his previous hard work? Yibugu suppressed the urge to block him and replied coldly with 2 words. Fine. Though he agreed, Yibugu did not plan on actually following Xiao Fan's instructions. Nuclear power is too precious. He would not waste it until he actually saw the skill, even if it meant increasing his own stats. Yibugu let out a cold snort. I will see what kind of skill you have managed to cook up. Seeing that Yibugu had agreed, Xiao Fan sent him the skill he had already drafted. Beep beep, a message notification sounded. Yibugu could not wait to open the chat window and began reading it carefully. As the minutes passed, Yibugu's initial skepticism and disdain shifted into a look of increasing seriousness and focus. Eventually, he looked like he wanted to bury his face right into the chat window. By the time he read the last word, Yibugu was completely stunned. After a long while, he took a deep breath and finally pulled his eyes away from the screen. Shock, absolute shock. This is a skill. Can skills really be created like this? If this is a skill, then what were all those other things he called garbage? Just by looking at the description of the skill Xiao Fan sent, Yibugu could already imagine how powerful it would be. He could not even fathom how happy he would be as a player with a skill like that. At that moment, Yibugu made up his mind. Even if there was a chance of failure, he had to try. He wanted this skill too much. Without hesitation, Yibugu bought and added the stat points Xiao Fan had suggested. To play it safe, he even bought a few extra points. Nuclear energy, after all, is meant to be spent. Besides, this skill is worth it. After buying the points, Yibugu opened the skill creation menu and carefully typed out every word of the skill Xiao Fan had sent. Skill creation finished. Inspection shows this skill has not appeared in the game before. System review required. There is a chance of failure. Do you wish to proceed? It really is a new skill. Yibugu's eyes were red with excitement. Proceed. Ding, congratulations player. Skill creation successful. Would you like to view it now? View it. Yibugu's hands were trembling. Skill name Phantom Shift. Skill tier Heaven. Skill description: during combat you can place 3 phantoms within 100 meters. The phantoms persist for 60 seconds. While active, your attacks will trigger synchronized attacks from the phantoms onto nearby enemies. While the phantoms exist, you can instantly teleport to any of their locations at any time. You are immune to all control effects during this period. Upon expiration, you recover 20% of your max health. Skill 400, 120 seconds. Creation stats: Strength 80+, Agility 80+, Constitution 60+. Creation traits: Shadow type. It really worked, a heaven tier skill. It is actually heaven tier. I am finally someone who owns a heaven tier skill. Seeing the words heaven tier, Yibugu felt a rush of heat surge to his head, and his blood began to boil. He stood up abruptly. Happiness had come too suddenly. Yibugu was at a loss, so excited he did not know what to do. That is a heaven tier skill, the kind everyone dreams of. Congratulations player for creating a heaven tier skill. A server-wide announcement will now be made. Do you wish to hide your ID? Do not hide it. Yibugu chose, not without a second thought. He wanted the people who had been hunting him to see this message, to make sure that from now on, their gaming careers would be spent trembling under his might. Yibugu is now a possessor of a heaven tier skill. System congratulations to player Shadow for creating a heaven tier skill. Announcement issued. System congratulations to player Shadow for creating a heaven tier skill. Announcement issued. System congratulations to player Shadow for creating a heaven tier skill. Announcement issued. As soon as the system message appeared, several members of the Nightblade mercenary group burst into the tent, their faces filled with excitement. Boss, did you just create a heaven tier skill? Yibugu's hand, which had been in the air, froze. A second later, he clasped his hands behind his back. It is just one heaven tier skill. Look at you all so inexperienced. Just a heaven tier skill, do you even hear yourself? Boss, you are too amazing. A heaven tier skill. You are now only the third person in the entire Cloud Sea game to have created one. Everyone from the mercenary group was blushing with pure excitement. Yibugu was the leader of their Nightblade mercenary group. If he owned a heaven tier skill, did not that mean their group practically owned one too? Just thinking about it made their blood pump. What? Yibugu suddenly remembered that Xiao Fan was still waiting for him. They had previously agreed that the condition for creating this skill for him was that he would help look for someone. Now that the skill creation was a success, he had to hurry up and take care of that favor. This was someone who could create a heaven tier skill just like that. He could not afford to be negligent. Yibugu opened his friend list and a deluge of messages poured in. All his friends and customers were messaging him, likely having seen the system announcement earlier. There were too many messages. It took Yibugu quite a while to find the one from Xiao Fan. How is it going? Is the skill heaven tier? Not done yet. Are you there? Have you finished looking at the skill? Could you reply if you succeeded? Can you at least say if you succeeded or not? What? Looking at the string of messages, it was clear that Xiao Fan was very anxious right now. Yibugu slapped his forehead in frustration. It was all his fault. He had been so excited that he forgot to reply. Thinking about the person on the other end being capable of creating a heaven tier skill, Yibugu hurriedly replied. Daddy, on Xiao Fan's end. After sending the skill, Yibugu had not replied to any more messages. He must be busy creating the skill. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan decided to wait a while. However, 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Seeing that there were still no messages in his friend list, an impatient Xiao Fan could only send a message to ask. But he sent several messages in a row and the other party did not reply. Xiao Fan frowned. He did not think there was anything wrong with the skill he created. Compared to those skills in Blue Star, Phantom Shift was on a whole other level, was not it? Could it be that Yibugu is trying to steal my skill? Xiao Fan's expression darkened immediately. If he dares to steal my skill, even if it means exposing that I possess a god-tier skill, I will make him pay. Qin Muyu's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Xiao Fan. She was very curious. Could someone really create a heaven-tier skill just by looking at property traits? This was just too unbelievable. In any case, Qin Muyu remained skeptical. Seeing Xiao Fan getting more and more agitated, Qin Muyu spoke up to comfort him. Do not worry, Yibugu takes his reputation very seriously. Once the skill is successful, he will contact you. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Fan heard a message notification. He did not even have time to talk and open the message. It only had one word. Daddy. Xiao Fan, did the skill creation succeed? Yibugu replied instantly, done, it is a heaven tier skill. From now on you are my godfather, whatever you say goes. Xiao Fan, that is really not necessary. Yibugu, no way, I always keep my word. I said I would call you daddy if the skill was a success and I am not going back on that. Xiao Fan, why does it feel like Yibugu is trying to gain an advantage while playing the role? I only gave you the skill for a trade, I did not take what you said seriously. Seeing Xiao Fan say this, Yibugu felt a bit disappointed. He had wanted to use this chance to build a connection, but he did not expect Xiao Fan to not fall for it. Yibugu did not dare to pester him further. For someone who could create a heaven-tier skill in a matter of minutes, if he could not build a close relationship, he would just make sure to keep things friendly. Great God Jiachin, who are you looking for? Yibugu brought the conversation back to business, and after waiting for a moment, Xiao Fan sent a long string of information. It included his uncle's game ID, the place where he farmed gold, the time and location he went missing, and his abnormal behavior before leaving the party. Yibugu's brows furrowed after reading it. Most people who go missing in Cloud Sea encounter danger, and for these types of quests, the sooner you start searching, the higher the success rate. But the person Jiachin wanted to save had already been missing for 2 days. In this situation, the hope was slim, and Yibugu could only say he would do his absolute best. He added the game ID Xiao Fan sent over, and when there was no response, his heart sank. "I have sent you the information. How long will it take to have news?" Xiao Fan asked on the other side of the chat. "I will go find him personally, and I will notify you as soon as I have news," Yibugu replied. No matter the result, he had to take action immediately. "Thank you." Closing the chat box, Xiao Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. "I hope my uncle can return safely." Xiao Fan looked up and found that Qin Muyu was still standing there, staring straight at him. "Thank you for today." Xiao Fan thanked her sincerely. If it were not for this girl today, he really would not have known what to do. Qin Muyu waved her hand dismissively, and then she seemed to react, opening her eyes wide and saying, "You did not actually create a heaven tier skill for Yibugu, did you?" Xiao Fan nodded, acknowledging it. Qin Muyu's mouth hung open, her face filled with shock, completely stripped of her previous cool demeanor. This person actually, really, was able to help someone create a heaven tier skill just based on skill traits. Although she knew Xiao Fan might possess 2 heaven tier skills, she never thought Xiao Fan could help others create heaven tier skills. After all, skills are things that must be created by the player themselves, combining their own actions to create something better. This ability of Xiao Fan's can already be called shocking. So perverted, I love it. Let us introduce ourselves again. I am Qin Muyu, ID Sehun. Qin Muyu smiled and reached out a hand to Xiao Fan. Over the next 2 days, Xiao Fan waited anxiously for news from Yibugu while gazing at the stars for an hour every morning and evening, and spent his days outside the southwest forest planting 7 colored flowers to farm mana. When he created the god tier skill grafting flowers and trees previously, the system rewarded him with 2 extra free skill creation opportunities, and Xiao Fan wanted to wait until he rolled new traits before using them. The range of skills that could be created with the Saintly Mother and Gardener traits was still too narrow. Qin Muyu did not go hunting either, just following Xiao Fan every day. "We are teammates, is not it normal for us to be in a group together?" Xiao Fan was speechless. "Follow if you want, at least she could help pull some weeds." Through 2 days of getting to know her, he found out that this little girl Qin Muyu had a very unusual background. She was a direct descendant of the Qin family, one of the 4 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Although the Qin family did not master the heaven tier skill chain, they did possess a complete earth tier skill chain. The gap between earth tier skill chains can also be vast. Average skill chains only represent the 4 skill loops in the novice area. Like the Chen family mentioned before, once you leave the novice area, skills need to be created or searched for by themselves. The Qin family's earth tier skill chain continued all the way up to level 80 and was very powerful. Among the 4 great families, besides the Shen family that possessed a heaven tier skill, the Qin family's skill chain was the most powerful. As for why Qin Muyu appeared in District 18, according to her, she wanted to advance too badly. She did not want to continue creating according to the family's skill chain. That way, the Qin family would never have a breakthrough, and she would not be able to go any higher. So when creating the second loop skill, she chose to create it herself. She wanted to walk her own path. But unexpectedly, she failed. Let alone earth or heaven tier skills, even black or yellow tier skills did not succeed. Because of this, Qin Muyu knew the difficulty of skill creation, which is why she was so shocked when she saw Xiao Fan create a heaven tier skill so casually. Failure to create a skill not only affects game development, but also leaves the player naturally missing a skill compared to others. Simply put, the account is ruined. Qin Muyu could not accept that and chose to start leveling over again. The Qin family was very dissatisfied with her unauthorized skill creation and stopped caring about her. In the end, Qin Muyu had to come to District 18. There was clearly some concealment in what Qin Muyu said. Even if the Qin family was dissatisfied, they would not just ignore a direct descendant. Xiao Fan guessed there was something else going on. However, since Qin Muyu did not say more, he did not ask more. Name Jiu Chen. Level 50. HP 1. MP 1 plus 14,029. Strength 10. Intelligence 20. Spirit 20. Agility 22. Physique 20. Traits Saintly Mother Florist. Skills Halo of the Saintly Mother, Blessing of the Saintly Mother 5 Grafting. Equipment Nuns. Core Power 565,555. Over the past few days, Xiao Fan had farmed nearly 4,000 points of mana. With his current mana pool, he would not run out even if he used skills nonstop for a whole day. Besides, he had not used the attribute points from reaching level 5 yet. He wanted to save them until he hit level 10 to create his 4th skill. 3 days had passed and Xiao Fan still had not received any news from Yibugu. His heart gradually sank. Inside District 18, novice players were logging into the game one after another. Xiao Fan had thought the chances of Fatty coming to District 18 were very low. After all, transferring from District 2 to District 18 was no different than transferring from an elite university to a bottom tier one. Even having poor development in District 2 was better than being in a discarded District 18. It was highly unlikely that Fatty's family would allow him to transfer to District 18.
Brother Fan, I am here.
Fatty's voice came from behind. Xiao Fan turned around and saw Fatty running toward him at the village entrance, looking extremely excited.
Your parents actually agreed to let you transfer to District 18.
Xiao Fan put his hands in his pockets and looked Fatty up and down. If he was not mistaken, the guy must have taken quite a beating over the last 3 days. Fatty waved his hand dismissively, then leaned in toward Xiao Fan, acting all mysterious. Let me tell you, Brother Fan, I did not tell my family at all. They think I am going back to District 2 and they sent me off all happy.
Xiao Fan,
by the way, you must not leak this or I am done for. Fatty put his hands together and gave Xiao Fan a pitiful look.
Xiao Fan was speechless. Fatty, really?
Forget it, since he was already here, he could not just chase him away. Anyway, following him, the only player in the district with a god-tier skill, was better than not leveling up once in a month back in District 2.
Oh my goodness, is this really District 18?
Fatty's bulky frame pushed past Xiao Fan, staring in disbelief at the District 18 novice village behind him. The environment is so terrible. Wooden fences with no defensive capabilities, dusty roads, and crude thatched huts like those seen only in primitive tribal villages. It was not just bad, it was practically unlivable. Fatty had, after all, spent time in the District 2 novice village, where the development was no less impressive than a first-tier city in the real world. Seeing such a primitive village now, he felt a huge sense of disappointment.
You have had it rough, Brother Fans.
Fatty patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder and shook his head, feigning heartache.
Xiao Fan.
After Fatty transferred to District 18, all his levels, skills, and core power were reset to 0. That night he stayed in Xiao Fan's thatched hut temporarily. Xiao Fan planned to train Fatty to be the frontline member of their team, essentially the main tank. So he did not want Fatty to create skills based on standard weapon tropes. His first skill should ideally be a taunt or a damage reduction type. Xiao Fan could easily make up hundreds of such skills, but they had to be created based on actual attributes and traits. If he remembered correctly, Fatty's initial stats were low. He had not even met the attribute requirements to create a mystical tier skill back then. Even if Xiao Fan helped him design high-tier skills, Fatty might not be able to successfully create them.
Ding!
Just as Xingli Fan was thinking, a friend message notification sounded. His first thought was that there was news from Yibugu. He quickly opened the message and sure enough, it was Yibugu. The message was very simple. Great God Ju Chen, we have found the person you were looking for. They are still alive. At that moment, the tension Xiao Fan had been holding onto for so long finally dissipated. He flopped down onto the bed, let out a deep sigh of relief, and his hanging heart finally landed. Heaven knows what kind of days he had been living since his uncle went missing. Before Xiao Fan could even start feeling happy, another message came from Yibugu. The situation is not great. His legs were cut off. He was unconscious when we found him. We have brought him to our settlement and a doctor is treating him. He is not in danger of dying, but we did not find the severed legs, so we cannot reattach them.
What?
Xiao Fan stood up abruptly. The heart that had just settled fell sharply in a near spasmodic way, plunging into an endless, icy abyss. The joy of finding his uncle was completely crushed by this crueler truth.
Legs are severed.
These 4 words, like sharp ice picks, pierced through his chest with bone-chilling cold. Xiao Fan swayed, veins bulging on his clenched fists.
Brother Fan, what is wrong?
Fatty noticed something was off with Xiao Fan and stepped forward with a worried look. Xiao Fan did not know how to describe his current mood. He was not the original owner, but having transmigrated into this body, he possessed all the original's memories and inherited all his emotions. Cloud Sea was a game, but not in the conventional sense. If a player was killed or crippled here, they would not just respawn or recover in the real world. Thinking of his uncle, a man who once stood tall and indomitable, now missing his legs, a surge of violent killing intent mixed with heart-wrenching pain rushed to his head. Xiao Fan forced himself to calm down and replied to Yibugu's message.
Do you know who did it?
We will have to wait until he wakes up and ask him, Yibugu replied. All right, thank you for taking care of him. Let me know when he wakes up. How his uncle went missing and who committed such a heinous act, all these things would have to wait until his uncle woke up. Sure, Yibugu agreed happily. He was not afraid of Xiao Fan needing favors, he was afraid of Xiao Fan not needing them. That was the only way he could maintain a good relationship with Xiao Fan. By the way, great god Ju Chen, many people have been asking me how I created a heaven tier skill. Without your permission, I did not dare expose you. I just said I created it myself. You are not angry, are you? Yibugu asked cautiously. No, you did well. Do not let anyone know for now that I am the one who created the skill for you. Seeing Xiao Fan's reply, Yibugu finally relaxed. These days, people had been asking him about the heaven tier skill, and he could not afford to offend many of them, so he had to claim he created it alone. He had been worried that Xiao Fan might mind, but it seemed he had overthought it. Closing the chat window, Xiao Fan's face remained grim. At least his uncle was alive. As for his legs, he would see later if he could create a skill that could regrow limbs. He did not know if such a skill would be allowed by the game, and the creation could very likely fail. He would wait until he farmed a trait compatible with such a skill before trying. Early the next morning, the first thing Xiao Fan did after waking up was open his friends list. There was no message from Yibugu. Looks like my uncle has not woken up yet. The news of his uncle being missing and injured gave Xiao Fan a sense of urgency. He had originally planned to lie low and develop steadily in District 18, but now he was desperate to improve. At the very least, he needed the strength to leave the newbie zone whenever he wanted. Xiao Fan currently had enough core energy to reach level 10, but he held off on leveling up so he could refresh for better traits once he hit the milestone. I will grind for traits for another week before leveling up. Xiao Fan did the math. He had been grinding for traits for about 10 days, so another week should be just about right. By then, whether he got traits related to the sun or the moon, he would be able to create plenty of powerful skills. Seeing Fatty still asleep nearby, Xiao Fan did not hesitate to give him a kick. What is wrong? What happened? Fatty bolted upright from the bed, looking around in a daze until his eyes landed on an expressionless Xiao Fan. Had enough sleep, get up and get to work. Fatty squinted his sleepy eyes and reluctantly looked out the window. The sky was barely brightening, meaning it was only about 5 in the morning. He could not help but feel a sense of awe towards Xiao Fan. Brother Fan is really something. Not only is he talented, but he is also this hardworking. He is definitely just a tiny bit better than me. As the two stepped out of the thatched hut, they ran right into Chin Muyu, who was walking toward them. Fatty's eyes lit up instantly. What a beautiful girl. Faced with Fatty's brazen gaze, Chin Muyu frowned, a flicker of murderous intent flashing across her face. Seeing this, Xiao Fan patted Fatty on the shoulder and introduced him to Chin Liu. This is my friend and our teammate. His game ID is Fatty that glows. This is Soul Thorn, Xiao Fan said, introducing her to Fatty. Fatty snapped back to reality, scratched his head sheepishly, and reached out to Chin Muyu. Oh, so we are teammates. Nice to meet you. Chin Muyu hid her murderous intent, though her expression remained cold. Without even looking at Fatty's outstretched hand, she said to Xiao Fan, "Are we starting the beast hunt today?" "Yeah, we will go as soon as Garfield and the others get back," Xiao Fan nodded. Seeing that Chin Muyu was ignoring him, Fatty retracted his hand without taking it to heart at all. "Fan, Brother Chen, what kind of skill chain do you think I should learn?" After Fatty transferred to District 18, his original game data was wiped, and even his new player weapon, the White Shield, was gone. Since Xiao Fan was grooming Fatty to be the team's main tank, he had already mapped out a plan for his skill chain. "You guys just tag along and collect core energy for a couple of days. We will talk about skills later." Xiao Fan intended to take them both to level up first, especially Fatty, who needed to purchase attribute points before he could create high-level skills. "You guys." Chin Muyu and Fatty looked at each other simultaneously. Both suddenly realized that the other was likely just like them, having transferred from a different newbie zone. At that moment, the 4 members of Garfield's team logged into the game one after another. Xiao Fan introduced Fatty and Chin Muyu to them. The 4 were stunned. What exactly happened during the time they were back in reality? That genius from District 1 actually joined their team instead of hiding in a corner. And another player who would not even stay in District 2 chose to come all the way to District 18 to join them. Man, the world has truly gone crazy in the way they like. After the introductions, Xiao Fan proposed that Fatty and Chin Muyu join the team for leveling. If anyone else had suggested this, the 4 would not have agreed, but since it was Xiao Fan, things were different. After all, if it were not for Xiao Fan, they would still be shivering in the southwest forest like other newbies, hunting level 1 beasts. This time back in reality, when their families heard they had already reached level 4, their jaws practically dropped. The shame of being assigned to District 18 vanished, and they could finally walk with their heads held high. Xiao Fan was the one who gave them all of this. No problem, the 4 patted their chests, not minding at all. Seeing this, Fatty happily went over to strike up a conversation with the four of them. Chin Muyu felt a bit embarrassed. In District 1, where geniuses were everywhere, people usually begged her to carry them. Now that she was in District 18, she was the one who had to be carried by others. Let us go. Seeing that the sun had risen, the group headed toward the southwest forest. Even though 2 level 0 players had joined the team, Xiao Fan did not plan on hunting low-level beasts for them. His goal remained the Mist Forest. After all, the daily reward of 1,000 core energy was just too tempting. Plus, the 4 members of Garfield's team were almost at level 5. Once they got their new skills, the team's strength would skyrocket, making it even easier to earn core energy. On the way, Xiao Fan remained silent, just constantly looking up at the sun. The others were already used to it, and to fit in with the team, Fatty pretended to understand too. Arriving at the southwest forest, Xiao Fan felt the urge to act as he looked at the vibrant 7-color flowers. No, I promised myself I would stop picking these flowers once my mana exceeded 10,000. Xiao Fan fought back the urge to stop. He was worried that if he kept gardening, he would end up re-rolling the gardener trait again when he hit level 10, which would be a huge waste. After hunting a few level 4 and 5 beasts, the group reached the entrance of the Mist Forest. Only then did Chin Muyu realize that Xiao Fan intended to take them into a dungeon. She frowned slightly. Dungeons were indeed the fastest way to earn core energy in the early stages, but they were incredibly dangerous. Chin Muyu did not know that Xiao Fan's team had been farming dungeons the whole time. In District 1, even at level 5, players would only dare to enter a level 5 dungeon after assembling a full group of 10. Their team consisted of Xiao Fan, a level 5 player, 4 level 4 players, and 2 level 0 players, herself and Fatty. Was there any difference between entering a level 5 dungeon with this setup and committing suicide? However, seeing that the 4 members of Garfield's team were calm, and recalling the unfathomable skills Xiao Fan had used during the Beast Tide, she wisely kept her mouth shut. Fatty did not even know what a dungeon was, he just followed wherever Xiao Fan went. Besides, the ease with which the team had taken down the level 4 and 5 beasts earlier had already left him in shock. Once we enter the dungeon, you two stay behind us and do not move around at all. Xiao Fan instructed them, worried. At their current levels, even a single touch from a mob could result in death. Do not worry, Brother Fan, I will definitely listen to you, Fatty promised, patting his chest after seeing the seriousness in Xiao Fan's expression. Chin Muyu nodded as well. No need to be so nervous. As long as you two follow Brother Chen's commands and do not move recklessly, we will keep you safe and clear the dungeon easily. Seeing the geniuses from District 1 and District 2 now having to carefully follow them and beg to be carried, the 4 members of Garfield's team felt their vanity greatly satisfied. That is the feeling, nice. Alright, get ready to enter the dungeon. With that, Xiao Fan placed his hand on the dungeon entrance before them. Upon entering the secret realm, a misty forest appeared before them, as mysterious and eerie as a primeval jungle. Except for Fatty and Chin Muyu, who were seeing it for the first time, the other 5, including Xiao Fan, were already accustomed to it. Fatty suddenly felt nervous and wanted to say something, but seeing Xiao Fan make a shushing gesture, he immediately shut his mouth, hunched his shoulders, and carefully hid behind the group. Chin Muyu stood beside Xiao Fan. On the surface, she seemed better than Fatty, but the tension in her body still betrayed her nervousness. Having cleared this secret realm so many times, Xiao Fan's team knew the monsters' aggro range like the back of their hands. The 5 of them began to lure and kill monsters with the same practiced coordination as before. Chin Muyu had been observing the team's operations from the sidelines, and as they killed more and more mobs, she finally understood why a team of only 5 dared to enter the misty forest. It was because they had mastered class synergy. Chin Muyu was deeply shocked. Class synergy was a tactic developed only in recent years, based on using different weapons and skills to assign specific roles to teammates during combat. At the current stage, class synergy was only utilized by top-tier families and high-end teams. Typical intermediate or advanced players never got to see it. This is because class synergy involves a much higher level role. That is, a game commander. A game commander must not only have an extremely deep understanding of the game, but also know the player's weapons and various skills. They must also be able to adapt to changing situations on the fly. A formidable and experienced commander is extremely rare. Nowadays, the number of such commanders in the entire Dragon Kingdom could be counted on one hand. Chin Muyu looked at Xiao Fan's back in shock. Given the level of coordination displayed by his team, they must have a brilliant commander. She did not even have to think to know that this commander was Xiao Fan. At level 5, he already possessed 2 heavenly tier skills, could spontaneously create new heavenly tier skills based on teammates' attributes, and could even serve as a team commander. Jiachen, who on earth is he? More importantly, why would such a nearly perfect player be assigned to District 18, a semi-abandoned novice village? Qin Muyu could not make sense of it. She could only conclude that she really was the chosen one. To go from a top genius of the Qin family to being cast out, arriving in the worst District 18, only to meet a player as incredible as Xiao Fan and join his team. It is like heaven itself is spoon-feeding me success, right? Qin Muyu suddenly had a premonition that as long as she followed Xiao Fan, she would surely forge a more glorious path in Cloud Sea. No one would have guessed that beneath Qin Muyu's cold exterior lay such a confident soul. As the team killed more mobs, Qin Muyu gradually caught on to the pattern. She pulled out a white dagger and joined in to land some hits whenever she saw an opportunity. Xiao Fan noticed this and sighed silently to himself. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Fatty was left with absolutely nothing after transferring districts, yet Qin Muyu still managed to bring a weapon. It does not take a genius to know she used her money power. Soon, the team arrived before the first boss of the secret realm, the Dark Spider. Fatty and Qin Muyu felt a bit of fear upon seeing the giant Dark Spider. Do not be afraid, you do not need to worry about damage output once the fight starts. Just listen to my commands and dodge the skills. Okay, Brother Chen. Fatty nodded quickly, though he still looked nervous. After all, at his current level, a single hit would basically mean game over. Qin Muyu also nodded with a serious expression. All right, start the fights. Zai led the charge, and the boss's aggro instantly locked onto him. Using Xiao Fan's skill, Mother's Grace, the four of them took turns drawing aggro to chip away at the boss's health. This was the first time Qin Muyu had seen such a combat method. Her eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. So this is how you can fight a boss. This idea is just too genius. Fatty had fought alongside Xiao Fan before and had experienced this style of combat, so he was not as shocked as Qin Muyu. Under Xiao Fan's guidance, the team had no accidents and cleared the first boss easily. However, the second boss, the Forget-Me-Not Orchid, proved to be a bit more difficult. After all, this boss relies heavily on player attributes. If a player's attributes are too low, they will be directly charmed by the boss. If he did not have the skill grafting, Xiao Fan would not have dared to bring Fatty and Qin Muyu to this secret realm. Xiao Fan swapped the boss's attributes with those of Fatty and Qin Muyu. The level 5 boss instantly had its attributes reduced to those of a level 0 player. Jiafe Bujiafe just fired one arrow, and the boss was dead before the effects of grafting even expired. Xiao Fan sighed. A god-tier skill is truly a god-tier skill. It is just too damn powerful. It is just a pity that this skill can only be used once a day. Otherwise, he could not imagine how strong he would become. Except for Fatty, the other 5 had seen Xiao Fan use this skill during the Beast Tide, but seeing it again, they were still too stunned to speak. They really wanted to crack open Xiao Fan's brain to see how on earth he came up with such inscrutable skills. Fatty was completely dumbfounded. His mind was filled with questions like, who am I, where am I, what happened to my health bar? Even though that health bar only lasted for a few seconds, it let him truly feel the strength of such power. All right, let us go. Xiao Fan remained responsible for kiting the third boss, and with his current agility, he rarely made mistakes. The only thing that needed attention was the randomly appearing saplings. The saplings would randomly choose a player to pursue, which meant Fatty and Qin Muyu were at risk. The damage was not high for Xiao Fan and the others, but for the level 0 Fatty and Qin Muyu, it was enough to wipe out more than half of their health. Therefore, for the third boss, Mother's Grace could not be used carelessly. If the two of them took damage while his skill was on cooldown, it would be extremely dangerous. If you're targeted by a sapling, you must stay calm and move away from the group. After instructing them, Xiao Fan started the encounter. Congratulations to your team for clearing the Misty Forest secret realm. Each member is rewarded with 1,000 core energy points. 10 minutes later, as the system notification sounded, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Especially Fatty. When the boss was under 10% health, a sapling targeted him. Under the level suppression, his health bar was almost depleted, but luckily Xiao Fan activated his skill in time to restore it. But seeing the 1,000 core energy credited to his account, Fatty beamed. I did not earn a single point of energy in a month in District 2, but on my first day in District 18, I got 1,000. Coming to District 18 with Brother Fan was definitely the right choice. Qin Muyu fixed her beautiful eyes on Xiao Fan, her gaze shining brilliantly. He really led us to clear a level 5 secret realm. Too strong, simply too strong. After leaving the secret realm, seeing that it was still early, the team hunted some more beasts and defeated a wild boss before returning to the novice village. When the moon rose, Xiao Fan began his 1-hour moon-gazing meditation. Ding, a message notification suddenly rang out. Xiao Fan hurriedly opened the game interface. It was indeed from Night Never Lonely.
What?
Yibugu, great god Jiachin, the person you were looking for has woken up. For details, you can add him as a friend and ask. Xiao Fan, thank you, I appreciate your hard work. Yibugu, you are welcome. Feel free to contact me whenever you need anything in the future. The Night Blade Mercenary Group will not charge you any fees from now on. A couple of days ago, while Yibugu was out searching for someone, he tried using the Heaven tier skill Xiao Fan had given him. It was not just strong, it was practically invincible. He could switch positions with any of his 3 illusions at will. Can you imagine the shock when a ferocious beast flies at him, only to swat at thin air? If he gets crowd controlled by accident, he can just switch with an illusion, break the effect, and even recover health. The first time he used this skill, Yibugu was completely stunned. Health recovery, who knew you could recover health without needing a healer's skill? That was when Yibugu realized that healing skills could be used in such a way. Even if there is no danger, when he places 3 illusions and uses other damage skills, the illusions will also attack nearby targets.
It is just too perfect.
And that was while he was not even very skilled with it. Yibugu could not imagine how strong he would become once he fully mastered this ability. Yibugu could only say that it lived up to its name as a Heaven tier skill. Yibugu had previously created several Mysterious tier skills, and later even managed to create an Earth tier skill. Though he did not say it out loud, he felt quite proud deep down, thinking he would eventually create a Heaven tier skill. But only after truly experiencing one did he realize how far away he actually was from creating one. Such otherworldly, mysterious skills were things he could never dream up in his entire life, yet Xiao Fan pulled them out with ease.
This is a true genius.
Yibugu made up his mind to stay on good terms with Xiao Fan in the future. After closing the chat with Yibugu, Xiao Fan added his uncle's game ID, and the request was accepted almost instantly.
Xiao Fan.
It is me, uncle, how are you feeling right now? Xiao Fan asked with concern. Inside the tent, Xiao felt a mixture of emotions upon seeing Xiao Fan's message. He had been attacked before, and he thought he would never leave the game alive. Before losing consciousness, he thought of so many things. His wife who had never lived a day of luxury with him, his 2 children who had not yet grown up, and his older brother's only legacy, his nephew who had just joined the game. All his loved ones were counting on him, he could not die. He wanted to struggle, but he had no legs, he would never stand up again. At the moment his consciousness faded, he thought he would never be able to go back. Who knew he would wake up and find himself in a human settlement? The person who saved him looked very powerful, but he told him it was a game expert who commissioned him to save him. Xiao thought for a long time, but apart from his nephew who had just started, he did not know anyone else in the game, let alone a game expert. But his nephew Xiao Fan had only been in the game for a month. At best, he was a novice player. How could he possibly be an expert? While Xiao was pondering this, the person who saved him told him that the game expert wanted to add him as a friend. Seeing that the account adding him was only a level 5 account, Xiao found it hard to believe. Now receiving a definitive reply from the other side, Xiao could not describe his feelings. There were too many questions in his mind. But seeing Xiao Fan's concern, he replied with reddened eyes. I am okay, I am feeling much better. After sending this, Xiao thought bitterly to himself. Only I have lost my legs. Uncle, what exactly happened that night? Why did you leave the safety zone and who attacked you? Xiao Fan asked impatiently.
Xiao's face went pale.
Thinking back to that night, a flash of anger crossed his face. But upon remembering the identity of those people, his lips trembled, eventually turning into an almost silent sigh as he swallowed his surging emotions. That night was just an accident. I wanted to go to the bathroom and accidentally wandered out of the safety zone, only to be attacked by a passing beast. Xiao Fan frowned as he looked at his uncle's reply. It was obvious his uncle did not want to talk about it. Xiao Fan could roughly guess the reason. It was because the people who attacked his uncle were not ordinary. In such a situation, even if he pressured him, his uncle would not say anything. Xiao Fan thought for a moment before replying. Oh, an accident? I thought maybe you had accidentally offended someone important. I just wanted to ask so I could be careful in the game and avoid angering them too. Seeing Xiao Fan's message, Xiao sat up from his bed, his face filled with worry. That is right, his nephew was still in the game, and his children would eventually enter the game in the future. Even though those people usually looked down on everyone, who could be sure they would not run into them in the future? Did not he, just a common gold farming player, end up running into them? The game is not real life. Players killing each other in the wilderness is common, and the authorities do not care at all. And those people care even less for the lives of ordinary players. Xiao Yi sighed slowly and replied, "It was the Shen family, one of the four great clans." Xiao Fan, the Shen family has immense power and has always been tyrannical in the game. If you ever meet anyone from the Shen family, you must run immediately, do you hear me? So Uncle really was ambushed by players. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The Shen family very well. Uncle, what happened that day? Why would the Shen family attack you? After a long wait, Xiao Yi sent a long message. Although Cloud Sea is a game, it is also a complete world. It is rich in resources and even gives birth to magical treasures. These treasures can not only increase a player's attributes and abilities, but can also be brought into the real world, making them extremely precious. That day, while hunting beasts, Xiao Yi accidentally spotted a heavenly spirit herb in the distance, just as the official guides described. The herb is very rare, one can be traded for 10,000 core points. With that money, their family's living conditions would improve significantly, and he could even give some to Xiao Fan, who had just entered the game. Xiao Yi silently memorized the location of the herb. At night, during his break, he sneaked out. The herb was not far from the safety zone, so he thought he would be safe if he was careful. He just did not expect that this herb had long been targeted by the Shen family. As soon as Xiao Yi approached the herb, he was swatted away by the guards stationed by the Shen family. Daring to eye what belongs to our Shen family, you are just looking for death. Only then did Xiao Yi realize the herb already had an owner, and it was the Shen family, one of the four great clans. He had no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy, explaining that he did not know the herb belonged to the Shen family and hoped they would spare him. Those members of the Shen family looked down at him with arrogance. They promised to let him go, but in the end, one of them severed his legs and left him in the wild, claiming it was his punishment for eyeing Shen family property. Perhaps the Shen family never expected Xiao Yi to survive, or perhaps they simply did not care about a bottom-tier player like him. Before leaving, the player who broke Xiao Yi's legs even mockingly told Xiao Yi his name. The Shen family, Shen Tao. Little uncle, please quit the game once you are feeling a bit better. Auntie, your nephew, and your niece are all very worried about you. Do not worry about the money, I have earned some in the 18th district. Xiao Yi looked at the message Xiao Fan had sent, then glanced at his own empty trouser legs. He looked hesitant, unable to bring himself to refuse, and finally he let out a deep sigh. Xiao Fan, thank you for your hard work. Closing the chat box, Xiao Fan slammed his fist against the ground with a livid expression. His eyes turned blood red from congestion, and a low, suppressed growl rolled from his throat. Shen Tao, the Shen family. Items in Cloud Sea are ownerless by nature. If the Shen family drove his uncle away for the sake of the heavenly spirit grass, Xiao Fan would not see anything wrong with that. He understands the logic that the capable deserve the best. But it was inexcusable that even after his uncle had apologized and begged for mercy, Shen Tao still broke his legs and threw him into the deserted wilderness. They never intended to let his uncle, Xiao Yi, go in the first place. Xiao Fan's face remained grim. Regarding the Shen family, Xiao Fan only knew they were one of the four great families of the Dragon Kingdom. He knew nothing else. To seek revenge, he had to learn more about the Shen family. Xiao Fan suddenly thought of Qin Muyu. As a member of another of the four great families, she should know something about the Shen family. He had just started to get up to find Qin Muyu when he turned and saw her emerging from the room. Why are you still here? Qin Muyu was a bit surprised to see Xiao Fan. Logically, Xiao Fan should have finished his moon gazing and gone back by now, and it should be her turn. She had kept the fact that she was learning from Xiao Fan a secret from everyone else. These days, she had always waited for Xiao Fan to finish his moon gazing before she came out. Who would have thought Xiao Fan had not left yet today? This was rather awkward. In the dim night, Xiao Fan did not notice Qin Muyu's embarrassment. Seeing her appear, he stood up and walked over. Are you free right now? There is something I want to ask you. Seeing Xiao Fan's sullen face, Qin Muyu wondered what had happened while she replied. What is it? Tell me. How much do you know about the Shen family among your four great families? And do you know someone named Shen Tao? The Shen family, why are you asking about them? You did not accidentally provoke them, did you? Whether in the real world or in the game, the Shen family is one of the top-tier families. Even if Xiao Fan is a genius, he is only a level 5 novice player in a place like the 18th novice village. Logically, he should have no opportunity to come into contact with the Shen family. Seeing Xiao Fan remain silent, Qin Muyu paused for a moment and did not press further. I do not know much about the Shen family either. They rose to power only after the Black Mist descended. It is said that they were a martial arts family with a century of heritage before that. Shortly after the Cloud Sea game launched, the Shen family rose rapidly and became a top-tier family within a few years. The head of the Shen family, Shen Long, is already level 98 in the game. He was one of the 2 players in the Dragon Kingdom to possess a heaven-tier skill. They established a force in the game called the Shen Gate, which has now become one of the top powers in the Dragon Kingdom region. As for the Shen Tao you mentioned, I have never heard of him. He should not be anyone important in the Shen family. I can help you inquire about specific details. After hearing what Qin Muyu had to say, Xiao Fan remained silent. A top power in the Dragon Kingdom, the Shen family was even more formidable than he had imagined. It seems taking on the Shen family will not be easy. An urgent feeling rose in Xiao Fan's heart once again. No matter how powerful the skills he created were, he was only level 5. Seeking revenge on a level 98 Shen Long would be no different than seeking death. Increase strength rapidly, leave the novice zone, and exact revenge. A series of tasks lay ahead of Xiao Fan. His enemy is very strong, and he needs to cultivate some teammates of his own. Thank you for the trouble. Xiao Fan nodded to Qin Muyu and turned to leave. He could not touch Shen Long of the Shen family for now, but Shen Tao, who broke his uncle's legs, had to die first. Watching Xiao Fan's retreating back, Qin Muyu lowered her eyes. She could tell that in their team, Xiao Fan was deeply distrustful of her. She did not know why either. After a moment of silence, Qin Muyu sat down on the ground and looked up at the moon. Over the next 6 days, Fatty and the others clearly sensed a change in Xiao Fan. They would leave the village to clear secret realms at the crack of dawn, and after finishing, they would hunt magical beasts in the forest, only returning to the village after defeating the boss. By the 3rd day, the 4 of them, including Jairu Feng, had enough core energy to reach level 5. Xiao Fan did not let them create skills according to their previous skill chains, he just told them to wait a few days. The 4 of them understood what Xiao Fan meant instantly, and they killed monsters even harder. 3 more days passed, and Xiao Fan had been farming traits for over 2 weeks. He did not plan to keep farming. If he did not get the trait he wanted, it would just be his bad luck. That night, Xiao Fan returned to the thatched hut and opened his personal information.
ID Jiu Chen. Level 50. HP 1. MP 1 plus 16,029. Strength 10. Intelligence 20. Spirit 20. Agility 22. Constitution 20. Traits Saint Gardener. Skills Halo of the Saint, Grace of the Saint level 5 Grafting Flowers. Equipment Nuns. Core Energy 583,888. Xiao Fan first spent 20,000 core energy to reach level 6. His experience bar became 0. Xiao Fan then spent 30,000 core energy to reach level 7. His experience bar became 0. It seems that from level 5 to 10, every level costs 10,000 more core energy. A bit fairer than the first 5 levels, but not by much. Xiao Fan then spent 90,000 core energy to reach level 9. With another 60,000 core energy, he could reach level 10, at which point he would refresh his 3rd trait. Xiao Fan pressed his palms together, closed his eyes, and silently leveled up to 10.
It must appear. Ding, congratulations to the player for reaching level 10. You have one opportunity to create a skill. Do you wish to use it now? Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, saw the system prompt, and clicked no. Then nervously he looked at his information.
ID Jiu Chen.
Level 10 0.
HP 1.
MP 1 plus 16,029.
Strength 10. Intelligence 20. Spirit 20. Agility 22. Constitution 20.
Traits Saint Gardener, Messenger of the Sun and Moon. Skills Halo of the Saint, Grace of the Saint level 5 Grafting Flowers.
Equipment Nuns.
Core Energy 383,888. Seeing the Messenger of the Sun and Moon trait refresh in the list, Xiao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief and was instantly thrilled. Although this trait was slightly different from what he had imagined, it at least had something to do with the Sun and Moon, which indirectly meant that players could indeed roll for traits. Leveling up from 5 to 10 provided Xiao Fan with 25 free attribute points. Combined with the free attribute points he had not used from reaching level 5, he now had 30 free attribute points. He also had 3 opportunities to create skills, 2 of which were rewards for creating a god-tier skill and were free of charge. Once he used these, Xiao Fan's strength would increase significantly. After some thought, Xiao Fan decided to save 1 skill creation opportunity just in case.
What 2 skills should I create?
Healing, crowd control, damage, defense. After weighing his options, Xiao Fan decided to create 1 healing skill and 1 damage skill. In this game where healing relies on physical reality, a healing skill is truly a lifesaver. Although Mother's Gift also provides healing, it is a continuous recovery type, which is sufficient for the team's current attack mode.
But Xiao Fan did not intend to go on like this. Switching aggro frequently is not only a waste of time, but also has a very low fault tolerance. He wanted it to be like the online games back on Earth, where the team's tank takes the damage to improve hunting efficiency. In this coordination mode, he must have a dedicated healing skill to protect the team's main tank. As for the damage skill, no explanation is needed. What kind of healer is a healer without damage? Considering he is a ranged character, Xiao Fan planned to create a magic-based damage skill. With his mind made up, Xiao Fan began to consider his stat distribution. Among the 5 attributes, intelligence is directly related to healing output and damage, so Xiao Fan first added 20 points into intelligence. To ensure the success rate of skill creation, he boosted spirit, agility, and constitution all to 30, which cost him 10 free attribute points and 90 nuclear energy. He only had 10 points in strength right now. Physical damage had little effect on Xiao Fan, and the skills he created were unrelated to physical damage, so he planned to buy strength points later if needed. After distributing the attribute points, it was time to create the skills. A healing skill is actually quite simple. The key is to combine it with unique traits to amplify the healing advantage. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and opened the skill creation page. Please create a skill for your character. Xiao Fan entered the skill he had designed. Skill creation complete. Upon inspection, this skill has not appeared in the game before and requires system review. There is a chance of failure. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Skill under review, please wait. 2 minutes later. Ding. Congratulations player, skill creation successful. Would you like to view it now? View. Skill name Sun and Moon Fireflies upgradable. Skill tier Heaven tier. Skill description, consumes 60 mana to restore 100 plus 50% of your intelligence in health to a friendly unit. In Sun form, healing gains an additional 20% damage. In Moon form, healing grants an additional 20% damage reduction, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown 9 seconds. Creation attributes, Intelligence 35, Spirit 25, Constitution 25. Creation trait, Messenger of the Sun and Moon unique. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. The raw healing output of this skill is not actually very high, but the good thing is it can be upgraded. As the skill level rises, the healing will also increase. It was not that Xiao Fan had not thought about creating higher stats, but in his past experience, the higher the skill stats, the longer the cooldown. In this game, although players can create skills freely, the system automatically balances the skill data during review. Sun and Moon Fireflies does not heal for much, but it only has a 9-second cooldown, which will be even shorter after leveling up, making it perfect for daily main healer needs. This skill also has 2 forms, Sun and Moon, providing extra damage and damage reduction effects respectively. Congratulations player for creating a Heaven tier skill. A server-wide announcement will now be made. Do you wish to hide your ID? Hide. Congratulations player for successfully creating a Heaven tier skill. Reward, 200 nuclear energy. Aside from the first time he created a Heaven tier skill which granted 500 nuclear energy, subsequent ones only awarded 200. Xiao Fan sighed, every bit counts, it is better than nothing. For the second skill, Xiao Fan saved the free creation opportunity and used the one from reaching level 10, costing him 100 nuclear energy. Congratulations player, skill creation successful. Would you like to view it now? View. Skill name Sun and Moon Cycle upgradable. Skill tier Heaven tier. Skill description, consumes 50 mana to release Sunflare on the target, dealing 80 plus 60% of your intelligence as magic damage and applying a mark. The mark explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 40 plus 30% of your intelligence as magic damage to enemies in the area and leaving a scorched zone on the ground for 8 seconds. Enemies standing in the area take continuous damage and have their movement speed reduced by 20%. After using Sunflare 3 times, it switches to the Moonshine skill, dealing 80 plus 60% of your intelligence as magic damage to the target. Moonshine reveals invisible enemies in the surrounding area. Cooldown 120 seconds. Creation attributes, Intelligence 35, Spirit 25, Constitution 25. Creation trait, Messenger of the Sun and Moon unique. This skill has single target damage, area of effect damage, slows, and can even scan for invisible enemies. The downside is the long cooldown, and Sunflare and Moonshine cannot be toggled freely. It only switches automatically after 3 uses. This skill had been adjusted by the system. Xiao Fan felt helpless. All the skills he created had been adjusted to some extent by the system. It must be for game balance. But it was still more than enough. Besides, both of these skills were upgradable. Congratulations player for creating a Heaven tier skill. A server-wide announcement will now be made.
Do you wish to hide your ID?
Hide.
Congratulations, player, for successfully creating a heaven tier skill. Reward, 200 nuclear energy. 2 skills, 400 nuclear energy in the bank. Immediately after, Xiao Fan upgraded both skills to level 5, costing 22,220 nuclear energy.
Xiao Fan not happy.
Seeing that he still had enough nuclear energy, Xiao Fan planned to level up to 11. You have not passed the trial yet and cannot continue to level up. Seeing the prompt, Xiao Fan suddenly remembered that Feng Zhuge had told him before that players must pass a trial after reaching level 10 to continue leveling up. Those old novice players like Feng Zhuge were stuck at level 10 precisely because they could not pass the trial. Once I get familiar with the skills tomorrow, I can prepare to clear the level 10 trial dungeon. Xiao Fan could say that he had improved in every aspect tonight, and his strength had increased a lot. Before dawn the next day, Xiao Fan gathered his team members. The 4 members of Swift as Wind had already reached level 5, but had not created any skills yet. To fit the team's combat needs, Xiao Fan planned to help them create their second skill. Fatty had also reached level 4 this week and had exchanged for a starter weapon, the White Shield, which had already been created by players and could be redeemed by name. Xiao Fan had not let him create his first skill, so they would create it together today. As for Qin Muyu, as a former genius of the first district, she probably would not deign to have others help her create skills right. Sigh if only there were an investment return system. Xiao Fan could not help but sigh inwardly, but unfortunately after waiting for a while he did not hear any system sound. Xiao Fan looked at his last remaining opportunity to create a skill. Should I try to make a skill that returns effects when bound to a teammate? If the system would not give it to him, he would create it himself. Xiao Fan had been considering this from the start, creating a skill that could return attributes and core energy. The only reason he had not done it yet was that he was not sure if the system would allow such a skill to exist. Moreover, the number of opportunities to create skills in the early stages of the game is precious, and a failure would severely impact his future growth. In terms of actual resources, he had no room for trial and error from the very beginning. After much thought, Xiao Fan decided not to use this skill creation opportunity after all. He was about to enter the level 10 trial dungeon for its initial exploration, and he could not predict what might happen, so he needed to save this opportunity for emergencies. If the exploration went smoothly, he would use this chance to experiment with the return skill, and even if it failed, it would not be a major setback. With that thought settled, Xiao Fan stopped worrying about it. "Brother Chen, why are you up so early today?" Zaiz asked, rubbing his eyes. The others nearby, like Jai Rufeng, were also still half asleep. "I plan to help you all create your second skill before we leave the village to hunt today." As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, the group, who had been dazed just a moment ago, instantly woke up. They all stared at him with wide, excited eyes. "Brother Chen, you mean you are going to help us create skills today?" Jiafei asked, his excitement making his fat wobble. They had all experienced how useful Xiao Fan's custom-created skills were, and it would be a lie to say they were not envious. Who would not want to possess such versatile and unpredictable magical skills? Although they saw Xiao Fan use his skills every day, they did not know where to start if they had to create them themselves. Their ingrained thinking and past education left them unable to find an entry point between tradition and innovation. They were like flies in a glass bottle. The future was bright, but they could not find a way out. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that they were not particularly clever to begin with. If they could create skills just by watching others, they would not be stuck in District 18. Zaizai and the others felt that the smartest thing they ever did was to team up with Xiao Fan at the beginning. Now, they believed their growth was no worse than the geniuses in District 1 or 2. Like Fatty, for instance, or Qin Muyu. "Brother Chen, when do we start?" Han Muren rubbed his hands together like a fly, his sycophantic grin too painful to watch. Xiao Fan said right now, one by one. Jiafei and the other 4 glanced at each other and stepped forward almost simultaneously. "I have the highest damage, I go first. I am the fastest, I go first. I am always on the front line, I go first. My aim is the most accurate, I go first. Me, I am the fattest, so I go first." Except for Qin Liuer, the other 5 squeezed together, desperately trying to shove each other out of the way. Xiao Fan sighed, "Seriously, stop fighting, you will not kill anyone doing that." "Alright, Zhang first." Xiao Fan finally could not watch anymore and intervened. Zaizai acted like a victorious rooster, head held high as he glanced at the other 4, then walked up to Xiao Fan with an instantly ingratiating expression. "Brother Liuer, let us start." Xiao Fan nodded, "Send me your attribute characteristics." Zazai's initial attributes were clearly not high, and he had not spent any money to buy attribute points either. In Cloud C, most players do not spend money on attribute points in the early game. First, because they believe upgrading and creating more skills yields better returns. Second, because adding too many attribute points makes the core energy required for materializing them in reality unaffordable. Not every player eventually chooses to stay in the game. The game is too dangerous, and many ordinary players choose to return to reality after a certain age. Generally, when they leave, they materialize their attribute points to strengthen their physical bodies. If they bought too many attribute points, they would not have enough core energy to pay for the materialization, and years of hard work would be in vain. Considering this, Xiao Fan asked Zazai, "Are you willing to buy attribute points?" "Of course I am." Zazai did not hesitate for a second. Perhaps before arriving in District 18, he, like all ordinary players, thought about leveling up to earn core energy and then leaving the game to materialize his attributes. But now he had met Xiao Fan. Zazai had abandoned his original life plan, not just because following Xiao Fan made leveling easier, but also because, through working with his teammates over these past days, Cloud C had ignited an unprecedented interest and passion in him. For him, Cloud C was no longer just a tool to earn money and strengthen his body in reality. It felt more like a world worth exploring, a battlefield where he could fight side by side with his teammates to conquer one peak after another. He loved this feeling. He did not want to leave. After buying the attribute points, Xiao Fan created a skill with a dash and a taunt based on his characteristics. As the vice tank of the group, a taunt was essential, and the dash provided flexibility to attack or retreat during combat. Given the limitations of his characteristics, this was the best he could do. Xiao Fan feared the success rate would drop if he made it too complex. Seeing the skill Xiao Fan sent, Zazai excitedly squatted in a corner to take a closer look. He actually could not quite understand it. "Forget it, I will just create it. Brother Chen would not trick me," Zazai said as he pulled up the skill creation page. Next was Han Murin. Through the same process, Xiao Fan helped him create a displacement and damage boosting skill. Han Murin was slow and had low survivability, so the displacement was a lifesaver in critical moments. Following that, for Jai Rufeng, Jiafei Bu Jiafei and Fatty, Xiao Fan also created balanced skills for both offense and defense, tailored to their attributes and combat roles. Finally, only Qin Muyu was left, but Xiao Fan showed no signs of calling her forward. Qin Muyu stepped forward on her own. "Is not there one for me?" Xiao Fan nodded. "I believe in you. You can do it yourself." Qin Muyu was speechless. Throughout these days of fighting, Xiao Fan had noticed that Qin Muyu was always observing him, or rather observing his skills. Unlike Zazai and the others, Qin Muyu, a genius from the four great families, naturally possessed more insight than most people. Xiao Fan's skills only benefited from a cognitive gap compared to those from Blue Star. They were not actually complex. On the surface, they were easy to imitate, and if she studied them diligently, she would eventually master most of them. However, Xiao Fan was not worried about other players learning to create skills in this style. After all, their understanding of skills was based on his own knowledge. In this regard, Xiao Fan would always be one step ahead of them. Qin Muyu's expression shifted repeatedly. "What if I cannot?" Xiao Fan shook his head. "You can, believe in yourself." Qin Muyu wanted to say something more, but Zazai suddenly let out a bizarre shout from the corner. "Skill created successfully. My skill was created successfully. It is actually an Earth tier skill." Ah. Zazai danced around in excitement. This was an Earth tier skill, something he never dared to even dream of before, and now he truly possessed it. "I succeeded too. Mine is also an Earth tier skill." "Mine is Earth tier as well." The four of them, Han Murin included, had all successfully created Earth tier skills. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. Earth tier, not bad at all. After all, their initial attributes were too poor, and their characteristics were hardly impressive. Getting Earth tier skills was already their limit. Once their levels were higher, they could try for Heaven tier skills. After calming down, the five of them walked up to Xiao Fan, looking so grateful they almost wanted to kowtow to him. "Brother Yan, your kindness is beyond words. From now on, I will do whatever you say. If you say head east, I will never head west." Just as Zazai finished, the others were not about to be outdone, each hurriedly declaring their loyalty. "Me too." Xiao Fan looked up. The sun was already high in the sky. He waved his hand. "Let us go, time to hunt some fierce beasts." Qin Muyu watched their retreating backs, too shocked to say a word. Even though she knew Xiao Fan's talent for creating skills, she was still shocked every single time. First, he casually helped Yibugu create a Heaven tier skill, and now he had helped 5 people with terrible potential create Earth tier skills. How on earth does he do it? One has to realize the astronomical costs and resources the Qin family invests to create a single set of Earth-tier skills, while Xiao Fan created a whole series of them without even pausing for a few minutes. Qin Muyu began to question her own understanding of reality. She thought about it for a long time, then looked up to find that Xiao Fan and the others were already far away, having not even waited for her. Qin Muyu hurriedly broke into a jog to catch up. As usual, Xiao Fan formed a party and pulled everyone in. Fatty was the first to join. He glanced at the party interface and his eyes went wide in an instant. Brother Chen Yu, how did you reach level 10? If he remembered correctly, Xiao Fan was only level 5 yesterday. They had not seen each other for one night, so how was he already level 10? What kind of vehicle did he use to level up so fast? Level 10. Hearing Fatty, the others all took a look at the party interface. The level displayed next to Xiao Fan's ID was indeed 10. It really was level 10. Xiao Fan put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, I gathered enough nuclear power and leveled up last night. Fatty asked that is all it took. He is so damn rich. Fatty and the others accepted it quickly. In their eyes, Xiao Fan being strong just meant they were strong too. Qin Muyu, however, was too shocked to speak. How long had Xiao Fan been in the newbie zone? A month. Level 10, is this some kind of niche slang? Where did he get the nuclear power to level up? Even the top newbie players in Zone 1 are at most level 5 or 6. Xiao Fan was a full 4 or 5 levels higher than them. How on earth did he do it? Xiao Fan did not say, and Qin Muyu did not dare to ask. The squad went to the southwest forest to clear a dungeon as usual. They had just entered the inner forest when they encountered a King Kong behemoth. No one in the squad looked at level 4 beasts as a threat anymore. They were just that arrogant now. Do not steal my kills, let me try my new skill first. Zai shouted and rushed to the front, activating the Earth tier skill he had just created. The white spear in his hand suddenly lit up, with a crimson glow wrapping around the shaft. The next second his body appeared at the King Kong behemoth. Even as the beast attacked him, Zai did not flinch, landing 3 stabs to end the beast's life. So this is an Earth tier skill, it is so damn strong. Zai looked at his weapon with excitement. My god, why are there special effects? Xiao Fan stared at the spear, which should have been white, now glowing deep red as if it were burning with flames, and was instantly stunned. What is going on? Why did his spear mutate? Xiao Fan looked at the others in surprise. Han also widened his eyes and said, I do not know, but that color is pretty cool. Garfield said, could it be a bug? Xiao Fan, what kind of bug would do that? Qin Muyu on the side, what kind of weirdos are these teammates of hers? You guys do not know, Qin Muyu asked with difficulty. Know what? 6 faces turned to look at her in unison. When a player releases skills of different tiers, their weapon will be wrapped in a glow of different colors. Of course, yellow tier skills have no glow, mysterious tier skills have a blue glow, earth tier skills have a red glow, and heaven tier skills have a golden glow. Oh, so that is how it is. The other 5 nodded, suddenly enlightened. Only Xiao Fan frowned. Something was not right. Zai and the others only had yellow tier skills before, so it made sense their weapons had no glow. But he was the only god tier skill holder in the game. Why was there no glow when he used his skills? Xiao Fan asked directly. Qin Muyu rolled her eyes. Is it possible that it is because you have not used a weapon? Although Qin Muyu only entered the game at 18, her prestigious family had been training her gaming abilities since she was 10. Xiao Fan was the first player she had ever seen who used skills without holding a weapon. This was also the first time she learned that one could use skills without a weapon. Xiao Fan realized, so that was it. It was also because the 18th zone of the newbie village only had yellow tier skill chains, which led to him not knowing how cool it was to use skills with a weapon. Xiao Fan decided to get a weapon to try it out later. Still not right? Xiao Fan recalled when the school held the assessment in the Yunhai Forest, Chen Zuwei used an Earth tier skill, and Zhang Kao and Zhang Yunyuan used mysterious tier skills. When the 3 of them used their skills, their weapons also had no glow. You only become real players when you enter the newbie village. In the Yunhai Forest, you were only considered to have entered the game, so some rules were different, Qin Muyu explained. So that is how it is. Xiao Fan understood. No wonder he could see the world channel while in the Yunhai Forest, but could not even see the region channel in the newbie village until he reached level 5. For the rest of the journey, whenever they encountered beasts, the group took turns practicing their skills. With powerful skills and the cool red glow on their weapons, Zai and the others felt they were incomparably cool. Xiao Fan, just wait until I get a weapon. Soon, the squad entered the dungeon. With their strength greatly increased, they decided to be bold and pull 4 waves of mobs at once. Fatty, use your taunt to draw aggro. Zai, pay attention. When I say switch aggro, use your taunt to take it over, okay? Xiao Fan instructed. Got it, brother Chens. Start the pull. Fatty roared. A crowd of spiders ran out of the forest, about 30 of them. Fatty could not help but feel a chill, but he used his taunt and blocked with his large red shield to mitigate some of the damage. Everyone else just focus on damage output, Xiao Fan commanded. Fatty was only level 4, and even though he put 4 points into Constitution, the level 5 spiders still did a lot of damage to him. In just a moment, his health dropped by half. Xiao Fan activated the moon form of his skill Moon and Firefly, and healed Fatty. The initial healing amount of this skill was only 100, plus the intelligence bonus it was 200. After Xiao Fan upgraded the skill to level 5, one heal could restore 300 health. Fatty only had 500 health in total, and Xiao Fan's heal filled his bar instantly. In moon form, this heal also came with a damage reduction effect. Fatty noticed the spider's damage was not so high anymore. Qin Muyu happened to see this scene. After the shock, she silently took note and continued her damage output. Brother Chen is amazing. Fatty shouted, feeling much less afraid while blocking in front. Zaiza kept an eye on Fatty while dealing damage, ready to take over aggro if things went wrong. After 5 waves of mobs, seeing everyone had gotten used to their skills, Xiao Fan used his skill Sun and Moon rotation when Fatty pulled the 6th wave. The level 5 Sun and Moon rotation dealt 240 damage, with an additional 120 AoE damage, plus 8 seconds of damage over time and a slow. The mobs were already at half health, and Xiao Fan threw the skill over. With the high damage and the level 5 level suppression, a bunch of spiders died instantly, leaving only 2 confused ones to be burned to death. The sudden sight left the busy group stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What is going on? How did these spiders die? Cough. Xiao Fan behind them cleared his throat and explained, that is my new skill. New skill? What kind of ridiculous skill is that? Such a large pile of spiders just died like that. Brother Chen is amazing. There was not a hint of jealousy in Zaiza and the others, only excitement at how powerful Xiao Fan's skill was. Xiao Fan. Fatty and the others might not have strong talent, but they are simple-minded. Look at Qin Muyu on the side, her brain must already be running at full capacity. And that was indeed the case. After a few days of contact, Qin Muyu thought she understood Xiao Fan's skills, but at this moment she felt she did not understand anything again. The healing skill earlier was new, but it was essentially the same as Xiao Fan's previous skills, healing through bars. But she could not understand the skill just now. How did Xiao Fan do that? How did so many mobs die? Does the system of Yunhai actually allow such a broken skill to exist? More importantly, Xiao Fan already has 2 healing skills, that swap skill during the Beast Tide and this instant kill skill. The level 10 Xiao Fan already has 4 skills. How can he have an extra skill? Qin Muyu was silent. First the level, then the skills. Today she realized she did not know Xiao Fan at all. The squad cleared the mobs more than twice as fast as usual. When it was time to fight the boss, everyone listened to Xiao Fan's command and output based on their classes. Removing unnecessary movement, the squad's boss fighting efficiency was much higher. After leaving the dungeon, they realized it was not even noon yet. Let us go to the inner northwest forest. That is where the level 6 to 9 beasts are. It is perfect for the squad to level up. With new skills and tactics, Xiao Fan's squad no longer even takes level 8 beasts seriously. At dusk, they finally encountered their first boss in the forest. Name Steelback Beast Boss. Level 8. HP 1. The Steelback Beast is a wild boar-like creature of massive size, especially its 2 protruding tusks, which look sharp and ferocious. Fatty is only level 4 after all, and he felt a bit nervous looking at the level 8 Steelback Beast boss. My turn. Zai pushed Fatty aside and stepped forward, activating his skill. He instantly appeared behind the Steelback Beast, his crimson glowing spear thrusting hard into the beast's rear. Avuo. The Steelback Beast let out a roar and charged at Zai with its sharp tusks. Minus 250 HP. A huge red number popped up above Zai's head, and his frail body was sent flying. Zai only had a little over 600 health, and this one hit from the boss took away nearly half of it, even with damage reduction active. This Steelback Beast boss has such high damage, the others exclaimed upon seeing this. Zai's body hit the ground. Minus 8 HP. He lost a bit more health from the fall. Brother Chen, help. Right after Zai spoke, Xiao Fan's heal landed on him instantly, topping off his health. Immediately after, Xiao Fan's skill Sun and Moon rotation hit the Steelback Beast, instantly shaving off a quarter of its health while also slowing it down. Zai Zai stood up, hee, I am good to go again. The others saw this and began to output damage steadily. 2 minutes later, the massive body of the Steelbeck beast collapsed, providing Xiao Fan's squad with 512 units of core energy. Higher-level boss beasts really do provide more core energy, Xiao Fan sighed with emotion. In Cloud Sea, although leveling up requires a lot of core energy, the energy provided by killing beasts increases exponentially with their level, and bosses provide 4 times as much. After killing the boss, the squad prepared to return to The Chinese letter. Passing through the southwest forest, Xiao Fan saw another squad of novice players hunting a level 2 boss, and it looked like they were near the end. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction. Ever since the beast tide, the other novice players have been visibly working much harder. They are all from the same village, so Xiao Fan was happy to see this. He would not deprive others of a chance to develop and grow just for one boss. He did not need that bit of energy. After returning to the novice village, Xiao Fan went to find Wind Snow Guest. You said you want to go clear the level 10 trial dungeon tomorrow. Why so sudden? Wind Snow Guest frowned and put down the axe he was wiping. Do not you want to go? Xiao Fan asked back. Xiao Fan had originally intended to develop steadily in the novice village, not necessarily until he was invincible, but at least to hoard millions of core energy so he would have the power to take revenge once he left. But ever since what happened to his uncle, Xiao Fan knew he could not keep lying low. He had to have the strength to leave the novice village whenever he wanted. Go, of course I will go. Wind Snow Guest's eyes burned with intensity. He had waited far too long for this day. For 4 whole years, his level had been stagnant, and he thought he would never have another chance. Before Xiao Fan and his group arrived, he had already planned to sell some attribute points and leave Cloud Sea to return to reality. Unwilling to give up, but what else could he do? He was the one who chose District 18. But Xiao Fan's appearance gave him hope again. That mysterious and powerful skill of his was clearly not something an ordinary player could possess. Wait for you at the village entrance tomorrow morning, Xiao Fan said before turning away. Once Wind Snow Guest calmed down, watching Xiao Fan's retreating figure, his heart was in turmoil. How did he reach level 10? Wind Snow Guest opened his friend list and found Xiao Fan. The level displayed next to his ID was clearly 10. How did he do it? It usually takes at least half a year for a regular novice player to reach level 10, and even geniuses take 3 to 4 months. But Xiao Fan has only been in the game for a little over a month. Where on earth did he get so much core energy? Wind Snow Guest could not figure it out, and finally he let out a deep sigh. I wonder if I will ever be able to get back that 1,000 core energy from the day of the beast tide. Under the cover of night, Xiao Fan walked toward his thatched cottage. Just as he approached, he saw a figure standing in front of his cottage, seemingly waiting for him. Something up so late? Xiao Fan walked closer. It was Qin Muyu. Is it because I did not create a skill for her this morning? Xiao Fan pondered to himself. He had not seen Qin Muyu use any skills all day, so she probably had not created one yet. Yeah, Qin Muyu nodded. I have found out the information about Shen Tao for you. Xiao Fan did not expect Qin Muyu to have come to him for this reason, and his expression changed immediately. This guy broke his uncle's legs and dumped him in a place where no players passed by to fend for himself. Xiao Fan would never let him go. Come inside and let us talk. Following Xiao Fan into the house, Qin Muyu continued. Strictly speaking, this Shen Tao is not a member of the Shen family. His father was a sworn brother of the Shen family head, Shen Long, before the game descended, and he was later killed by a beast while trying to save Shen Long in Cloud Sea. Afterward, Shen Long was deeply moved. To thank his good brother, he not only married his widow but also adopted Shen Tao. Xiao Fan, are you hearing yourself? To thank him, he slept with his wife. That is a very niche way of showing gratitude. What a true brother indeed. Xiao Fan, so Shen Tao is Shen Long's stepson. I suppose so, though it is not entirely certain. Qin Muyu also felt something was suspicious about it. I have heard that Shen Tao is extremely ruthless and has done quite a few things to sabotage players behind the scenes. Eventually, Shen Long had no choice but to send him to the sunless human settlement to manage a branch of the Shen Gate there. Xiao Fan silently noted this information. This was a grudge he had to settle. Thank you, Xiao Fan said. Although he did not consider himself and Qin Muyu to be the same kind of people, she had indeed helped him a lot. If it were not for her, he would not have been able to find Night Unlonely and save his uncle. You are welcome, I will be going now, Qin Muyu said and prepared to leave. Wait a second, Xiao Fan called her back. Is there something else? Qin Muyu turned her head, the moonlight shining through the window onto her profile looking stunning. In terms of looks, Qin Muyu was beyond reproach. Why have not you created a skill yet? Xiao Fan asked. Qin Muyu had helped him so much, and Xiao Fan felt a little guilty for not creating a skill for her in the morning. At these words, Qin Muyu lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Are you going to help me create a skill? It is not impossible, Xiao Fan replied. After all, she was his teammate and had helped him. Qin Muyu remained silent again. Xiao Fan saw a flicker of hesitation in her eyes and wondered what she was struggling with. He was the only god-tier skill owner in Cloud Sea. Could a skill created by him be bad? I will come to you for help after I reach level 5, Qin Muyu said suddenly. Xiao Fan. Good grief, so it was because one skill slot was not enough. After reaching level 5, Qin Muyu would be able to create 2 skills. She is full of schemes. Seeing Xiao Fan's expression, Qin Muyu knew he had misunderstood, so she quickly explained. Do not misunderstand, I am waiting until level 5 because I want to refresh my new traits. My current traits are not suitable for creating skills. As a former prodigy, Qin Muyu was so arrogant that she even looked down on her own family's skills, insisting on creating even more powerful heaven-tier skills. Such a person, even after failing to create skills and being abandoned by her family to District 18, would never give up on herself. What really made her want to give up was the new trait she got after re-entering the game. She did not know how to create skills with that kind of trait. It felt more like a mockery and humiliation of herself. And she did not want yellow-tier skills that did not have trait requirements. Qin Muyu's goal had always been higher-tier skill chains. If she could have accepted a yellow-tier skill chain, she would not have ended up in this current state. What is your current trait? Tell me, maybe I can give you some advice, Xiao Fan asked out of curiosity. Ever since he saw Yibugu's trait, Xiao Fan had gained a new understanding of the game's traits. With Qin Muyu saying that, he was naturally very curious. Qin Muyu lifted her eyelids, and seeing Xiao Fan looking at her with such curiosity, a flicker of imperceptible emotion flashed in her eyes. She had seen Xiao Fan's ability to create skills with her own eyes. Perhaps he really could. Qin Muyu raised her head. My trait is renegade. Qin Muyu's voice was a bit hoarse when she said these 3 words. She did not understand. She only wanted to create higher-level skills. What was wrong with that? Why would a trait like this be refreshed upon re-entering the game? Qin Muyu glanced at Xiao Fan cautiously. In her view, it would probably be hard for others to tolerate someone with such a trait. Perhaps Xiao Fan was already considering whether to kick her out of the team, as no team would want a renegade. Renegade. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. This trait actually sounds kind of cool. Seeing that Xiao Fan not only showed no disdain after knowing her renegade trait, but even seemed excited. What is going on? A trait like renegade is indeed difficult for humans from Blue Star to create skills with. But for Xiao Fan, it was not difficult at all. There were plenty of options. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan spoke. I have an idea here, do you want to hear it? Qin Muyu was still dazed, and she snapped back to reality upon hearing Xiao Fan. You already have an idea. It is simple, think about it. While a renegade forsakes certain things, they must also gain something else in return. You can create skills like this. For example, forsake your sanity in battle to gain greater power, or forsake your HP to gain a period of invincibility. These are directions you can think about. Xiao Fan did not create the skill directly for Qin Muyu. Qin Muyu was very smart, just lacking perspective. Xiao Fan believed that with a little guidance she could come up with even more. And that was exactly the case. Listening to Xiao Fan, Qin Muyu did not know what she thought of, but her eyes grew brighter and her expression more excited. That is it, why did not she think of these? Renegade forsaking must surely lead to other gains. The idea Xiao Fan mentioned about forsaking HP to gain invincibility sounded amazing just thinking about it. How does his brain work? He can actually think of such incredible skills. Qin Muyu could not wait to return to her house to create the skill. Xiao Fan figured it out. Yeah, Qin Muyu bowed 90 degrees to Xiao Fan solemnly. Juchen, thank you. Watching Qin Muyu's retreating back, Xiao Fan looked forward to what level of skill she would create. Lying on the bed, Xiao Fan opened the chat page to ask about his uncle's condition. It is much better already. I plan to log out of the game tomorrow. Captain Yi said he would send people to take me home. Xiao Fan replied, Uncle, take care of your health. You do not need to worry about the money. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan did not know how to comfort his uncle. Losing his legs was unbearable for anyone, not to mention his uncle who served as the pillar of the family. Wait until there is an opportunity to see if I can create a skill to regenerate severed limbs. As for Shen Tao, after I leave the novice area, I will make you taste the feeling of having your legs cut off and waiting for death. Early the next morning. ID Jiochin. Level 10-0. HP 1. MP 1 plus 16,529. Strength 10. Intelligence 20. Spirit 20. Agility 22. Physique 20. Traits Saint Gardener, Messenger of Sun and Moon. Skills Saint's Aura, Saint's Gift 5, Grafting Flowers, Fireflies of Sun and Moon 5, Rotation of Sun and Moon 5. Equipment Nuns. Core Power 275,880. Closing the character information, Xiao Fan stepped out of the thatched cottage. Xiao Fan did not know how many days it would take to clear the level 10 trial dungeon, so he told Fatty and the others to level up on their own recently. Without Xiao Fan's recovery, Fatty and the others did not dare go to the Misty Forest dungeon, so they could only go to the Northwest Forest to hunt ferocious beasts. When Xiao Fan arrived at the village entrance, Feng Zuk was already waiting for him. Behind him were Daegyungying and 7 other veteran novice players. These are the strongest players in District 18, Feng Zuk introduced. Yao Xiao Fan nodded, then continued to speak. Before we start, let us be clear. During this expedition, everyone must follow my commands. Based on previous conversations with Feng Zuk, their fighting style was still just to charge in all at once. This method would never clear the dungeon. Xiao Fan did not want to waste time, he wanted to be the team commander from the very beginning. Hearing Xiao Fan say this, the veteran players looked at Feng Zuk in unison. Regarding Xiao Fan, their impression was limited to that skill he used at the end of the Beast Tide that turned the situation around. But they did not think Xiao Fan was qualified to lead this expedition. After all, he was just a player who had been in the game for less than 2 months. How could his understanding of the game compare to Yihan Zuk, who had been here for 4 years? Letting Xiao Fan join the expedition was just because they coveted his extremely useful healing skill. Just do as Jiochin says, from now on everyone must listen to Jiochin. Feng Zuk made the final decision immediately. Others might not know Xiao Fan's abilities, but he knew them very well. Feng Fan's team was now all at level 5, and that was entirely due to Xiao Fan's influence. Hearing Feng Zuk say this, the others did not dare to oppose him and nodded one after another. On the way to the dungeon, Xiao Fan began to learn about everyone's skill chains, as these were things a commander needed to understand. The trial dungeon only gave each person 3 resurrection chances. If utilized well, perhaps they could clear it in one go. The trial dungeon was located in the center of the Northwest Forest. Led by Feng Zuk, the group finally saw the entrance to the dungeon. The system prompt sounded coldly. Confirm to enter the trial dungeon, the Lost Island. Confirm. A pure white radiance instantly washed over the entire world. When the light faded, what came into view was an endless expanse of ocean. Xiao Fan found himself standing on the deck of a wooden boat swaying with the waves. At this moment, Feng Suki walked up to Xiao Fan, looked at the scenery ahead and said in a low voice, "This dungeon is called the Lost Island, but once inside we are on a boat, and there is not an island in sight. Trial dungeons allow for 3 respawn opportunities. Feng Suki had once led a team here to attempt to clear, so he knew a bit about the dungeon." "No island," Xiao Fan looked back. "Then what did you encounter?" "We did not encounter anything. We drifted on the sea for a long time, did not see a single thing, and eventually had no choice but to quit." Hearing this, Xiao Fan's eyes deepened. "Since the dungeon is called the Lost Island, it cannot be empty. You must have missed something." Feng Suki asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "Are there any clues on the boat?" Xiao Fan asked. "No, we searched it before. It is just an ordinary boat." Feng Suki shook his head. "Let's just drift for a while and see." Xiao Fan realized that although there was a series of game systems in Cloud Sea, there were no quest logs or mission prompts in the dungeons, leaving everything to be explored by the players themselves. This was strange and gave a sense of fragmentation. Cloud Sea did not seem like a complete game. The group stood on the deck drifting for a long time, and just as Feng Suki had said, apart from the endless ocean, Xiao Fan saw nothing. "Are we just going to keep drifting like this?" It was a player with the ID Divine Pride who spoke, his face showing impatience. Honestly, Xiao Fan did not know what to do either, as every dungeon he had played before had clear quest objectives. He did not have a clue in this situation either. "What are you in such a rush for? We have barely even started." Feng Suki glared at Divine Pride. He had drifted for even longer during his previous attempt to clear the dungeon. Divine Pride shrank his head and did not dare to speak again. "Where exactly is the Lost Island?" Xiao Fan frowned as he looked at the ocean in front of him, brainstorming. Suddenly, he recalled the Misty Forest dungeon, where you had to clear many mobs before seeing the boss. Could the Lost Island be the same? Maybe we can only see the boss after clearing enough mobs. Xiao Fan pondered. But there are not any mobs here. Looking at the ComC, a thought flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. Could they be in the waters? That was very likely. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. We will know if we test it. Xiao Fan instructed an archer to shoot at the surface of the sea. No way, boss. Why do you want me to shoot the water? The sea is so calm, how could there be monsters? The only archer in the team asked reluctantly. Xiao Fan's expression darkened instantly. Before we entered the dungeon, I said that everyone must listen to my commands. If anyone is not willing, we can quit the dungeon right now and you can go find someone else. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere on deck instantly turned cold. The archer's expression turned ugly as well. After all, he was a veteran of District 18, a senior player. Xiao Fan calling him out in front of everyone made him feel like he lost face. Yet he could not bring himself to quit. Every veteran in District 18 wanted to clear the level 10 trial dungeon, and this opportunity was rare. Feng Suki glared coldly at that player. He would get angry at anyone who jeopardized his trial dungeon attempt. I was wrong, I will follow orders properly from now on. Although the player was resentful, he bowed his head and admitted his mistake in order to continue exploring the dungeon. Xiao Fan did not say anything, his face still cold. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. A sense of pressure welled up in everyone's hearts. After a long while, Xiao Fan spoke coldly. I do not want there to be a second time. Xiao Fan was not intentionally being difficult. These veterans were different from Fatty and the others. Fatty and his crew had been following him since they entered the game and were used to his command style. But these veterans had been in Cloud Sea for many years and had their own ways of playing. If he did not establish authority early on, problems would definitely arise later during command. Everyone else get ready to attack, archer shoot the sea. This time, the player obediently picked up his bow and shot toward the sea. Xiao Fan had expected they would need to shoot many times to draw out the mobs. But to his surprise, after the archer's arrow hit, the surrounding sea surface instantly began to boil. Feng Suki's eyes shook. My god, they really were in the water. The mobs finally revealed themselves. Rows of jagged, serrated dorsal fins, cold gray, massive bodies, and most terrifyingly, their giant mouths filled with uneven, blade-like teeth that looked like countless broken bone blades. Name: Serrated Shark. Level 10. HP 1. The boat was surrounded by serrated sharks. At a glance, there were at least 20 of them. Everyone's heart sank. The joy of finding the mobs vanished instantly. 20 level 10 monsters would be tough to deal with even on land with defensive buffs, let alone on a boat. Is this what a level 10 trial dungeon is? The difficulty is indeed high. Don't just stand there, spread out to the edges of the boat and defend. Xiao Fan's calm voice cut through. The others reacted, scrambling to spread out around the edges of the boat and taking up their weapons to attack the surrounding sharks. Minus 40 HP. Minus 45 HP. 10 people, 20 serrated sharks. On average, everyone had to kill 2. This damage is a bit tough. Xiao Fan's face was heavy. The shark's primary attack was biting. If anyone was accidentally dragged into the water, there was no chance of survival. Xiao Fan could only focus his energy on observing the surrounding sharks to warn other players in time. The serrated sharks dived back into the ocean when they realized they could not bite anyone. Why did the sharks run away? A player asked, confused by their disappearance. They did not run, they are right under the boat. Xiao Fan suddenly sensed something was wrong and shouted, everyone stay away from the edge, hold onto the boat, these sharks are trying to flip it. Xiao Fan grabbed the mast as he spoke, and in the next second the boat began to shake violently. The sharks were indeed diving under the hull, trying to ram it over. Fortunately, the players were agile and held on just in time. Although the wooden boat was not large, it miraculously did not break under the sharks' impacts, but the violent shaking was enough to throw players off if they were not careful. The players gripped the boat and huddled together to prevent anyone from being tossed off. Damn it, these sharks are really pieces of work, Feng Suki grumbled as he looked at Xiao Fan. Jiachin, what do we do now? Although the boat was sturdy, they could not hit the sharks, and this could not go on. Xiao Fan had not expected this level 10 trial to be so difficult. Fortunately, he had created the long-range skill Sun and Moon Rotation buffer, or this dungeon would have been nearly impossible. Skill name: Sun and Moon Rotation level 5 upgradable. Skill tier: Heaven. Skill description: consume 90 mana to release Sun Flare on a target, dealing 160 plus 60% intelligence and magic damage and applying a mark. The mark explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 60 plus 30 intelligence and magic damage to enemies in the area and leaving behind a scorched earth zone that lasts for 8 seconds. Enemies standing in the zone take continuous damage and have their movement speed reduced by 24%. After releasing Sun Flare 3 times, you can switch to Moon Radiance, which deals 160 plus 60% intelligence in magic damage. Moon Radiance reveals nearby enemies in stealth. Cooldown 80 seconds. Creation attributes: Intelligence 35 plus, Spirit 25 plus, Physique 25 plus. Creation trait: Messenger of the Sun and Moon unique. He had previously upgraded this skill to level 5, which increased the cooldown to 80 seconds and the mana cost to 90 points. However, for Xiao Fan, whose mana pool was over 20,000, it was nothing. The skill could be upgraded to level 10, but the core energy cost doubled after level 5. With his current energy, Xiao Fan could only upgrade it to level 7. The sharks seemed to realize they were safe from the players, so they splashed around even more joyfully, occasionally jumping out of the water to check for an opportunity to drag someone under. Xiao Fan waited for the right moment and activated his skill as a shark breached the surface. Sun Flare hit the shark directly. Minus 306 HP. A huge number popped up over the shark, knocking off half of its remaining HP instantly. Stunned by the damage, the shark dived back into the school. Just then, the mark from the Sun Flare exploded, dealing 153 damage to all the surrounding sharks. The surrounding sharks. The Scorched Earth Zone triggered, causing continuous damage to all sharks, and the skill's slowing effect prevented them from ramming the boat. With the chaos earlier, no one had noticed Xiao Fan's movements. The boat quieted down and the group remained confused. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Fan ordered everyone to attack, and told them to move away from the edge as soon as his skill effect ended. Then he would look for another opening. Repeating this cycle after a dozen minutes, they finally ground down the school of sharks. Everyone collapsed on the deck, exhausted. What happened to those sharks? Why did they stop ramming the boat? Given the intensity of the fight, no one had paid attention to Xiao Fan's skill. Now that things were calm, a player asked curiously. Xiao Fan suddenly felt he needed some flashy, glowing visual effects. I will create a weapon for that when we get back. After resting for 3 minutes with no boss appearing, Xiao Fan stood up. Archer, shoot the sea. This time, no one questioned Xiao Fan's command. Another wave of attack began. The moment the team finished off the 5th wave of sharks, the clear blue sky suddenly went dark. A gale roared up without warning, the calm sea was instantly torn apart, and a bottomless black vortex formed frantically on the surface, as if to swallow the entire world. Everyone's eyes turned toward the vortex. A fishtail emerged from the vortex. Before long, a creature with a human torso and a fishtail appeared on the surface of the sea. A salty, fishy stench of seawater washed over them. The monster's upper body was identical to that of a human girl, with long, wavy ice blue hair reaching down to her waist, where dense scales shimmered with iridescent light. Her lower body was a massive fishtail with tail fins as wide as palms. The enormous, translucent fins were spread out, revealing clear, distinct veins. Name: Mermaid Princess Boss. Level 10. HP 1. The first boss of Lost Island has finally appeared. What kind of monster is this? Feng Zook and his team stared in shock at the mermaid princess on the sea. If it were not for that fishtail, she would be an incredibly beautiful girl. The girl had delicate features and her eyes were tightly shut, giving off an aura of serene, timeless peace. No, that is not the point. The point is that they had never seen a boss monster like this in Cloud Sea before. Feng Zook could not put his finger on the feeling. Even though some of the fierce beasts they usually encountered were beyond reality, they were at least within the scope of their understanding. But this human-torsoed, fish-tailed boss completely overturned his understanding. How are we supposed to fight this? They were disappointed when they could not find the boss, but now that they saw it, they felt nothing but despair. Is District 18 truly a cursed land? Is it really impossible for any player to walk out of this novice area? Feng Zook began to doubt whether choosing to stay here was the right decision. Xiao Fan gazed at the boss on the sea with a grave expression. Aside from him, who was an archer, his team consisted entirely of melee warriors. They would have to row the boat over to reach the boss. In this situation, they would have no way to dodge if the boss used an area of effect attack skill. The only silver lining was that the whirlpool beneath the boss had vanished upon its appearance. Otherwise, they would not even be able to get close. Jiuchen, what should we do now? Feng Zook could only place his hopes on Xiao Fan. After what had happened earlier, Xiao Fan's status in everyone's eyes had skyrocketed. He was not just skilled with his abilities, his understanding of the game was also sharper than everyone else's. If it were them, they never would have guessed that the small monsters were lurking beneath the water. Xiao Fan frowned and remained silent. Actually, there was a very simple solution, using his skill grafting. He could swap the boss's HP with the team member who had the lowest health. During the skill's duration, the 10 of them could definitely deplete the boss's HP and pass the first boss without any trouble. However, the cooldown for grafting was 24 hours. They could only run the secret realm once. If he used his ultimate move right at the start, what would they do later? They had to remember this realm was called Lost Island. They had not even seen the island yet, and he was already using his ultimate. No, Xiao Fan shook his head, rejecting the thought. He did not want to use this skill unless it was absolutely necessary. How about we test it out first, at least to understand the boss's mechanics? Xiao Fan pondered. The mermaid princess only had 2,000 HP. Compared to other level 10 secret realm bosses, this HP was not high at all. In fact, it was quite low. Let us try fighting it normally. After all, we have 3 chances to revive. Thinking this, Xiao Fan ordered the players to row the boat forward. Just as the wooden boat sailed within 100 meters of the boss, the mermaid princess snapped her eyes open, and a torrential rain began to fall from the sky. Her cruel azure pupils swept across the boat Xiao Fan and his group were in. Foolish humans daring to provoke me without an ice orb. Her cold voice blasted in everyone's ears. It can actually speak human language. A player pointed at the mermaid princess with wide, shocked eyes, their voice trembling. The others were no better off. First the human fish appearance, and now the ability to speak. These things were far beyond their comprehension. Was this game still the one they were familiar with? Xiao Fan was fine. Back on Earth, he had played games and seen all kinds of strange bosses. Even though they were not immersive like this, they had not surpassed his understanding. While everyone else was shocked that the mermaid princess could talk, Xiao Fan noticed the implication behind her words. Bad move. Xiao Fan immediately realized something was wrong. Hurry, row the boat at least 100 meters away from the boss. Hearing Xiao Fan's shout, the others finally snapped out of it and scrambled to row the boat away. Xiao Fan could only pray that getting out of the boss's attack range would reset its aggro. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The boss dove into the water. Before Xiao Fan and the others could react, a massive fishtail surged up from beneath the boat. The wooden boat was capsized and all the players fell into the sea. Before they could react, the tail swung down with pure force, wiping out 5 players instantly. Their IDs in the team list went dark. Do not revive yet. Xiao Fan's voice rang out, and the 5 players who were about to revive held off. In the water, the players could not even touch a hair on the boss, but Xiao Fan managed to land a skill. Minus 132 HP. The damage is not bad, the boss's defense is not too insane. Immediately after, Xiao Fan's HP was depleted, and the team was wiped out. You have died, would you like to revive one? Watching the mermaid princess return to her original position and close her eyes again, Xiao Fan and the others chose to revive. The small wooden boat they were riding on must have been a secret realm prop, as it remained completely undamaged even after the boss's tempestuous attack. The 10 of them scrambled back onto the boat, slumped and exhausted. This boss is impossible to fight, Daeguang Ying said in a heavy tone. They had worked so hard to find the boss, only for it to be this difficult, and this was just the first boss of the realm. Exactly, we cannot even get close to the boss, how are we supposed to fight it? Just a piece of junk boat. We get capsized before we even get near, and the boss can just retreat back into the sea. Even if the geniuses from District 1 or 2 came, they would not know what to do. District 18 really is not going to let us leave the novice village. Maybe we should just exit the realm. The atmosphere was dismal, and even Feng Zuk was beginning to waver. Thinking of how District 18 went from its past glory to its current downfall, it had almost become a graveyard for players. Perhaps District 18 was never meant to exist. Jiuchen, maybe we should head back, our team really cannot handle this boss. Feng Zuk sighed, speaking with difficulty. Xiao Fan shook his head. No, the problem is not the boss, it is our approach. But we did not even touch the boss, how can we have an approach? Feng Zuk retorted. Did you not pay attention to what the boss said earlier? Huh, what did it say? The crowd looked at each other blankly. When the boss spoke, their attention was entirely on the fact that it could speak, so they had not registered exactly what it said. It said we dared to provoke her without an ice orb. I suspect the ice orb is a crucial item for clearing the first boss, and its function is likely to temporarily freeze the sea surface. Xiao Fan looked at the boss in the distance. He knew the secret realm's mechanics could not be that absurd. There was not even a place to stand beneath the boss, but if the sea could be frozen, then everything made sense. What? There is something like that in the dungeon, a player gasped. They had barely cleared this dungeon a few times, so they had no idea such special game mechanics even existed. So as long as we get the frozen bead, we can temporarily freeze the sea surface and then attack the boss. Feng Zhuge frowned, but we did not see any so-called frozen bead on our way here. Let us go back and look for it. It must be here somewhere, likely nearby. Xiao Fan believed the boss would not have said such a thing without a reason. His words ignited a glimmer of hope in the hearts of Feng Zhuge and the others. Let us go, we need to find the frozen bead. The group rowed their wooden boats around searching. Even though the mermaid princess had closed her eyes, the heavy rain had not stopped. If anything, it was starting to pour even harder. The sea surface turned a gloomy leaden gray, and the thick, oppressive storm clouds felt suffocating. What does this frozen bead even look like? Feng Zhuge scanned the sea surface carefully but did not spot anything. I do not know either, I guess. It is probably just a bead, Xiao Fan replied while continuing his search. They searched the surrounding area several times but still could not find the frozen bead. Could it be underwater? One player suggested. A few players who were strong swimmers risked diving into the sea to check, but they did not find the frozen bead either. Everyone began to feel discouraged. What if there is no frozen bead at all? Think about it. If it could really deal with the boss, why would the boss tell us about it? Xiao Fan. That actually made a lot of sense. He could not even argue with it. However, Xiao Fan remained firm in his conviction. The game system would not design an impossible stage. Not on the surface, not underwater, so where could it be? In the sky. Xiao Fan looked up and realized the rain was getting heavier. He instinctively raised his hand, and a raindrop landed in his palm. Obtained frozen bead fragment 1. Xiao Fan, well, what do you know? There are frozen bead fragments in this rain. If we collect enough of them, we can get the frozen bead. Xiao Fan immediately realized what was happening and shouted to the group. Feng Zhuge stood up abruptly. You are kidding, how did you know? I just found a fragment, Xiao Fan said, holding out his hand to reveal a crystal-clear raindrop in his palm. This is a fragment of the frozen bead. Surge, quickly find the fragments. 5 minutes later, one of the players finally found a frozen bead fragment. Xiao Fan took the fragment and placed it next to the one he had found. The two instantly merged together. Frozen bead 1/5. We need 10 fragments to synthesize the frozen bead. Keep searching. Now that they had a clear goal, the players were full of energy. Frozen bead 3/10. Frozen bead 2/5. Xiao Fan noticed that it seemed each person could only obtain one fragment. 10 people meant exactly 10 fragments. Frozen bead 1. Congratulations, player has obtained frozen bead +1. As the last fragment merged in, the raindrops in Xiao Fan's hand coalesced into a transparent bead the size of a fist. So this is the frozen bead? Amazing. Feng Zhuge looked at the bead in Xiao Fan's hand, having never seen such a mechanism in a game before. You need items to fight the boss, and you have to collect fragments to synthesize those items. If it were not for Xiao Fan, he never would have guessed that a game could work this way. This should do it, let us go fight the boss. The team did not have any specialized builds, so Xiao Fan had to use their old method, having players take turns drawing the boss as aggro to fight. How do we use this frozen bead? Returning to within 100 meters of the mermaid princess, the group felt a bit nervous, as they had just been wiped out a little while ago. Xiao Fan looked at the frozen bead in his hand. Single-use item, frozen bead. Instructions, place it in the sea to temporarily freeze a portion of the water surface. Get ready, once the sea freezes, move onto it immediately and try to head toward the center. Xiao Fan said this as he leaned over and placed the frozen bead into the water. Instantly, the surrounding air cooled down. A chill swept through and the seawater visibly froze into ice. Move! Xiao Fan was the first to step onto the ice. At the same time, the mermaid princess in the center opened her eyes once again. This time she did not speak. The ice blocking her tail prevented her from diving back into the sea, so she just swung her massive tail towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan first cast Solar Flare to slow her down, then immediately activated his skill Grace of the Madonna. Using the speed buff from the skill, the team stumbled and slid into their previously assigned positions. Next came the bow attacks. As soon as the aggro shifted, they would stop attacking so the next person could take over. With this strategy, the players barely took any damage, but the downside was obvious. It was very slow as each person could only attack once at a time. Plus, due to their character builds, no one besides Xiao Fan did much damage. Xiao Fan had hoped to slowly grind the boss down, but as the fight continued, things started feeling wrong. The ice under their feet was shrinking. Xiao Fan suddenly remembered that the frozen beads effect was to only temporarily freeze part of the sea. This meant there was a hidden time limit.
Once the ice melted completely, they would be back to square one, and the mermaid princess might dive back into the depths to deal a fatal blow. Xiao Fan looked at the boss, who still had more than half of her health left, and then at the ice, nearly half of which had already melted. This will not work. If we keep fighting like this, we will not kill the boss before the ice melts. The only way now is for someone to hold aggro steadily while everyone else goes all out. That might give us a chance. But the mermaid princess dealt too much damage, no one could withstand it. It was not a joke that one tail swipe could kill 5 people. Even with his double healing, he could not keep up. If they did not finish her off now, they had get wiped out, and who knew if the frozen bead fragments would even respawn. Sure enough, glass cannon bosses are never easy to deal with. If it comes down to it, I will use grafting. I have already figured out most of the boss is mechanics anyway. With no tank and not enough damage, even Xiao Fan found this situation tricky. At this moment, the other players also noticed the ice melting. Jiu Chen, the ice is constantly melting. Feng Zuk turned to look at Xiao Fan and saw his grim expression. Clearly, he had noticed it too. What do we do? Feng Zuk felt a wave of panic. They had gone through so much trouble to find the mobs and gather the fragments, only to potentially be wiped out because of the time limit. It was frustrating just thinking about it. Xiao Fan could not think of a way out for the moment either. The team composition was too poor. No damage, no defense. Relying on himself alone was still too difficult. When Jiang Fan first entered the game, he thought he would play as a lone wolf in solo dungeons. Experience had proven that he really overthought it. Even with his knowledge, which surpassed this world, Cloud Sea was far more complex than he had imagined. Then again, a game that was invading the human world, how could it be simple? The boss's HP has been whittled down to half, and besides the previous frozen pearl mechanic, no new mechanics have been triggered. Xiao Fan guessed that there probably would not be any more. More than half of the ice sheet has melted, leaving less and less room for everyone to move. A slight mistake could lead to being hit by the boss, so Xiao Fan had to keep his eyes on the boss's movements and adjust the team's positioning in real time. Jiuchen, if this keeps up, we will not be able to kill the boss before the ice melts completely. You have to find a way. Feng Zuk said anxiously. The Kaiten damage strategy Xiao Fan taught them was truly effective. If not for the time limit, it would have been the perfect solution. It is a pity. The damage output is just too far off. We cannot finish it, there is just no way to finish it. Let me think again. Xiao Fan kept watching the mermaid princess's every move, and suddenly he noticed a phenomenon. At first, when there was no ice, the mermaid princess would dive underwater immediately. But after the ice appeared, she only attacked them while on it. Even as most of the ice melted away, she still did not leave the ice sheet. Logically, it would be child's play for the boss to kill them if it dove into the sea, but it did not. That could only mean one thing. Due to this boss mechanic, the boss cannot dive into the sea until the ice disappears. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly came up with a plan. Archers head back to the boat and attack the boss. Everyone else stop. By now, all the players understood the boss is mechanic. They had to kill it before the ice melted completely. Everyone had been picking up aggro faster and faster just to deal more damage, yet at this critical moment, Xiao Fan told them to stop. They did not understand why, but they still followed the command with tacit understanding. The archers did not hesitate, jumping off into the sea, climbing back onto the wooden boat, and drawing their bows to shoot at the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess's aggro instantly locked onto the others. The archer instinctively stopped, but then heard Xiao Fan's order. Archers keep attacking, everyone else do not move yet. The archer froze for a second. If he kept attacking, the mermaid princess would definitely come for him. His fragile health bar could not take a single hit from the mermaid princess. But Xiao Fan had previously said that they must strictly follow commands during battle. Should he listen or not? After just a second of hesitation, the archer made up his mind. Screw it, I have still got 2 revives left anyway, what am I so afraid of? Thinking this, the archer did not hesitate to draw his bow and keep firing. Just as he thought he was about to die at the hands of the boss, a miraculous scene unfolded. The mermaid princess simply moved to the edge of the ice, staring at him with a twisted face full of rage. But since she was out of range, all she could do was stare. Huh, she cannot hit me. Seeing this, the archer was overjoyed. If you cannot hit me, what is so tough about you? The archer made a provocative gesture and shot even harder. And the mermaid princess could only glare at him from the edge the whole time. It really is like that. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Seeing that the archer had stable aggro, he gave the order. Everyone else attack the boss with everything you have got. No sooner had he said that than a flurry of attacks hit the mermaid princess, and her HP dropped visibly.
As long as the archer kept attacking, the aggro remained locked on him. Even though the other player's damage was not high, the speed at which they could stand and unload their damage was very fast. Feng Zuk made a note in his mental notebook. A team for a level 10 trial dungeon must have at least 1 or 2 ranged attackers. Among the 10 people, Xiao Fan, the healer, actually had the highest damage output, throwing out skills as soon as they came off cooldown. Finally, when less than 5 square meters of ice remained, the mermaid princess's HP was depleted. Her beautiful form collapsed and transformed into a white vortex. Finally dead. Everyone slumped onto the ice. They had been swinging their weapons so hard to squeeze out extra damage that they were practically smoking. After the calm came the excitement. They had actually defeated that terrifying mermaid boss. They had cleared the first level of the trial dungeon. You have to understand, they had tried to clear this trial dungeon several times over the years and had never even found the boss. With Xiao Fan leading for the first time, he not only found the boss but also successfully led them to victory. If anyone had doubted Xiao Fan's strength before, now they were nothing but convinced. Feng Zuk had to admit that Xiao Fan was the most genius player he had ever seen. To be honest, he had not held much hope for this trial dungeon, just thinking they would get familiar with it and explore slowly, hoping that one day they might clear it. Now his mindset had completely changed. Perhaps they really could clear this dungeon this time. Jiachen is really strong. After a brief rest, Xiao Fan stood up. Let us continue. The system had not notified them that the dungeon was cleared, which meant there were still more stages. If nothing went wrong, the entrance to the second level would be right. Xiao Fan looked toward where the mermaid princess's corpse had disappeared. The white vortex that appeared there was the entrance. Xiao Fan stepped into the vortex first. The next second, his feet touched solid ground, as if he had walked through a water mirror. An island appeared before his eyes. The sky was gloomy and sea waves crashed against the rocks. The island was covered entirely in stone, not a single plant could be seen. Is this the Lost Island? Feng Zuk emerged from the vortex and looked at the island before him. He felt it was quite strange. It did not look like a normal island, but rather like some desolate, uninhabited alien planet. All the players reached the island, and Xiao Fan silently perceived their surroundings, finding no traces of mobs. But it was hard to say, he had not sensed the sharks under the sea earlier either. It seems that after reaching level 10, my 30 points of spirit are no longer enough for me to easily sense nearby mobs. Xiao Fan chose not to keep buying stat points. He planned to save his core energy so that when he returned to reality next time, he could materialize his current stats first. Otherwise, as his stats continued to rise, he might not be able to afford the materialization cost. Let us go, but be careful. There was only one path on the island, and the group followed it toward the center of the island. The path was lined with oddly shaped rocks, and aside from that, there was nothing, including no mobs. With all these rocks, the next boss could not be a stone monster, could it? A player could not help but mutter. That is not impossible, Xiao Fan nodded. A boss's attributes are always related to its environment. As the team delved deeper, they finally saw the second-level boss in the center of the island. As expected, it was a stone monster. Name Giant Stone Beast Boss. Level 10. HP 1. Blood drains. Xiao Fan rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he had misread it. 20,000. Damn it, the mermaid princess earlier only had 2,000 HP. They are both level 10 bosses. How does this giant rock beast get to have 20,000 HP? Does that even make sense? This power creep is absolutely ridiculous. Does the system even understand game balance? Of course, complaining is one thing, but the fight still has to go on. The giant rock beast's body was pieced together from shards of rock, standing 5 meters tall. On its stone torso, where gravel constantly rolled off, a pair of scarlet lights flared up in its eye sockets like 2 rifts leading to the abyss, glowing with pure malice. The oppressive feeling brought by its massive body made the other players instinctively step back. It is so terrifying. This is insane, Feng Zuk shook his head. The shock brought by this level 10 trial dungeon was no less than when the Black Mist invaded Earth all those years ago. Although he had not left District 18 in all these years, he often checked the Cloud Sea game forums whenever he logged out. He thought he understood the game very well, but ever since the level 10 dungeon started, he suddenly felt like he did not know it at all. First, it was the mermaid princess with a human body and fishtail who could speak, and now it is a giant beast made of stone. For the next boss, are we going to see mutated humans? The game has changed. It is no longer the game he was familiar with, where you create skills to hunt beasts and mutated plants. Why is it like this? It is clear that such unreasonable monsters had never appeared in the game before. What kind of place is District 18 anyway? Does it really belong to the game Cloud Sea? Huge waves of shock surged in Feng Zhu's heart. Xiao Fan did not think that much. In his eyes, whatever monsters appeared in the game were reasonable. What was not reasonable was that long health bar. Everyone get ready, we will try to fight it using the previous method first. The group cautiously approached the boss without triggering its aggro. Looks like distance is not what triggers the fight. Feng Zhu remarked. Following Xiao Fan, he had learned quite a bit of professional knowledge. The group arrived at the feet of the giant rock beast. At this distance, the pressure the boss exerted was even more intense. Fighting back their palpitations, the 10 of them stood in a circle around the boss. This time, Xiao Fan had the archer initiate the fight. He wanted to test the boss's dual defenses. If nothing went wrong, the resistances of this type of boss would be -9 HP. An awkward number floated up from the boss's head. The archer blushed. No, it is not me. Xiao Fan rubbed his forehead. I expected it to be high, but I did not think it would be that high. The giant rock beast moved, its massive fist smashing toward the archer. A player hurriedly slashed at the boss with their heavy blade, trying to pull back the aggro. -6 HP. An even more awkward number floated up from the boss's head. This damage did not even trigger the boss's aggro. The boss did not stop, and its fist continued to smash toward the archer. Xiao Fan did not expect such an absurd thing to happen, and it was too late to rescue him. The fist had already landed on the archer. The immense force sent the archer flying 5 meters away. -120 HP. A number floated up from the archer. Everyone's eyes lit up. That damage is not high. A level 10 player has at least 1000 HP, so losing 120 HP does not do much damage. Seeing this, the archer was not so scared anymore. He crawled up from the ground and continued his attack. They had a healer, and this bit of health could be recovered in no time. Feng Zhu silently noted in his little notebook, the second boss is very tough, but the damage is not high. No need to manage aggro, just attack directly. He could heal through the boss's damage, so there was nothing to fear. Sometimes he would even throw out a skill. -240 HP. The high damage surprised even Xiao Fan himself. This boss has insane physical resistance, but its magic resistance is actually a bit lower than other level 10 bosses. However, this kind of boss must have a special mechanic. Xiao Fan observed the boss's movements while healing. He saved his skill, Saint's Blessing, just in case. Sure enough, when the boss's health dropped by 1/10, it stopped attacking. Stop attacking immediately and spread out. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's order, everyone immediately stopped and scattered. The next second, they saw the giant rock beast stand straight up and then start shaking its body. As the boss shook, the stones on its surface fell off and scattered around. Dodge these rocks, Xiao Fan shouted as he activated the skill Saint's Blessing. The other players reacted and used speed buffs to dodge the falling stones. The stones were too dense, and many players were hit accidentally. -350 HP. The high damage gave everyone a scare. No wonder the boss's direct damage was low, it was waiting for them here. Getting hit by these rocks 3 times would mean death. Fortunately, Xiao Fan's skill could continuously restore their health. While dodging, Xiao Fan had to keep an eye on the other players' health bars. Anyone hit twice received a major heal. Do not panic, stay calm. In this situation, the more panicked you are, the easier it is for things to go wrong. Xiao Fan noticed that as the rocks fell off, the boss's health continued to drop. The skill lasted for 20 seconds before the giant rock beast stopped. By then, the boss only had 13,000 HP left. Which means after this round of skills, the boss lost 5,000 HP. No wonder it has 20,000 HP. It turns out the boss's skill consumes a large amount of its own health. Xiao Fan had the player with the most health go forward to pull the aggro. That player hit the boss with a staff. -50 HP. God, why did my damage increase? Before the player could even react, the boss's fist had already smashed down on him. -240 HP. Damn, the boss's damage increased even more. Xiao Fan had seen this scene before and quickly threw a major heal at that player. As the boss's health decreases, its resistance drops, but its damage increases exponentially. Xiao Fan's expression was grave. At the boss's current health, it will likely use its skill 2 more times. After the third use of the skill, its damage will increase to 960, and at that point, we will need to manage aggro again. What is even tougher is that those stones on the ground do not disappear, limiting the player's mobility. This trial dungeon is truly not simple. If their skills do not evolve, it is very difficult for the people of District 18 to pass the level 10 trial dungeon. These are things for later, let us clear the current challenge first. The players were already continuing their attack on the boss. This time, Xiao Fan's pressure was much higher. The increased damage and chaotic aggro forced him to use twice the energy to watch his teammates' health bars. When the boss's health reached 12,000, it stood straight up once again. Stop attacking and dodge the rocks. With the previous experience, the players did not panic this time and dodged calmly. However, because so many stones were scattered on the ground, causing a lot of inconvenience for their movement, many players were still hit, but luckily the damage from the stones did not increase. However, it was very stressful for Xiao Fan to heal alone. Without a choice, he spent 20,000 core energy to upgrade the skill Saint's Blessing to level 6 to relieve the current pressure. After the skill ended, the boss's health dropped by another 5,000 as expected, and its damage had reached 480. The boss is down to only 7,000 HP, and its defense has dropped significantly compared to before. The players are clearing the monster much faster now. With the boss's damage multiplying, the chaotic aggro management is not working anymore. Manage the aggro, no one should take more than one hit. Archer, pull the aggro first, then Feng Zook next is. Xiao Fan changes tactics, letting players take turns soaking up damage. He does not dare to hold back Mother's Gift, as those two skills are barely enough to keep the team's HP bars up. However, Xiao Fan keeps a close eye on the boss's HP. Once it hits 6,000, he stops using Mother's Gift. Based on the previous pattern, Xiao Fan guesses the boss will trigger its third skill at 6,000 HP. After that, they can finish off the remaining 1,000 HP and end it perfectly. However, the boss does not follow Xiao Fan's expectations. When the HP hits 6,000, the boss does not stop its attack animation. This leaves Xiao Fan feeling uneasy. If he does not use the group heal, the pressure of single target healing is too high. If he does use it, he is afraid the boss will trigger its skill while the ability is on cooldown. Seeing his teammates' health bars looking unstable, Xiao Fan has no choice but to activate the skill to top them off. As the boss's HP drops toward 5,500, it stops attacking. This must be the final skill. Xiao Fan notices the cooldown for Mother's Gift is just coming off, and he quietly breathes a sigh of relief. Lucky me. Spread out. The team is already familiar with this mechanic. Before Xiao Fan even finishes, they scatter in different directions. As the boss shakes its body, Xiao Fan activates his skill. Seeing gravel scattered all over the ground within a 100-meter radius of the boss, a bad premonition fills Xiao Fan's heart. The damage from being hit by a rock is 350. The boss's skill lasts for 20 seconds. After Mother's Gift reaches level 6, it heals 30 HP per second for 17 seconds and provides a shield that absorbs 110 points of damage. By that calculation, as long as I do not get hit by 3 rocks in a row, I will be fine. After the skill ends, the boss will only have 500 HP left and its defense will drop by half again. Then, as long as 2 or 3 players land a hit in time plus my skill, we can easily take it down. Even at the worst, we still have 2 resurrection opportunities. We can just resurrect the players after killing the boss. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan feels a little more at ease. His position is on the outer edge where there is not much gravel, and with his good spirit and agility stats, dodging the falling rocks is not too difficult. But for the other players, it is harder. The rocks on the ground severely limit their movement, and combined with the high-density falling rocks, dodging is extremely difficult. Within 3 seconds, what Xiao Fan feared happens. One player focused solely on the rocks falling from above, accidentally steps on a stone, loses his balance and falls to the ground. A rock hits him directly and his HP bar is instantly wiped out. Oh my god guys, the damage from these rocks has increased. If you get hit, you die. The fallen player speaks in the team chat. Nobody else has time to check the chat channel now. Xiao Fan notices what happened and his heart sinks. The rocks from this final skill can actually one-shot players. Do not resurrect yet the ones who died, Xiao Fan quickly speaks up. There are still 15 seconds of the skill left, and that player only has 1 resurrection chance remaining. If they revive and get hit again, they will die for real when we face later dangers. Besides, the boss will have only 500 HP left when the skill ends. If we can keep 5 people alive, we are solid. 4 is manageable, 3 is a struggle, and 2 is a desperate fight. We cannot end up with only 1 survivor out of 10. Xiao Fan has already prepared for the worst. The player, who is already worried about being hit due to poor positioning, feels relieved after hearing Xiao Fan and contentedly stays on the ground to watch. Everyone be careful, do not get hit, Xiao Fan reminds them while moving. The moment he speaks, he sees the HP bars of 2 other players in the team wiped out. Xiao Fan, melancholy. Captain, should we too resurrect? The two players ask weekly in the team channel. No, Xiao Fan answers with a dark expression. As soon as he says that, 3 more players are hit and die on the ground. Xiao Fan, I am begging you guys stay alive. Only Xiao Fan, Feng Zuk, De Guangying, and the archer are still alive in the team. There are 5 seconds left on the skill, 4 people left, we can do this. Just as Xiao Fan thinks this, the archer and De Guangying are also hit and fall. Xiao Fan, suffocating. Sorry, there are too many rocks, no place to dodge. De Guangying apologizes in the chat channel. Following the boss is third shower of rocks. There is almost nowhere to stand within a 100-meter radius. Only Xiao Fan and Feng Zuk remain at the scene. Watching Feng Zuk standing on a rock, steadily dodging the falling debris, Xiao Fan cannot help but marvel, old ginger is indeed spicier. Feng Zuk has some real skill to have survived in Sector 18 until now. Xiao Fan makes a calculation. After the boss's skill ends, its double resistances will decrease again. Feng Zuk's skill can deal about 120 to 150 damage, and I will supplement it with my Sun and Moon rotation skill. That is enough. There are only 3 seconds left on the boss's skill. Once the skill ends, immediately use your highest damage ability. Xiao Fan shouts to Feng Zuk. Feng Zuk does not answer, he cannot spare the effort. Heaven knows how much energy he has spent dodging these rocks. Feng Zuk makes a mental note. While attacking the giant rock monster, remember to clear the surrounding rubble. The boss's skill finally ends. Watching Feng Zuk still standing, Xiao Fan finally lets out a sigh of relief. Good, the 2 of us still have a chance. The giant rock monster is now down to only 500 HP and looks nothing like it did before. It is only about a meter tall now, gaunt and skeletal, radiating an eerie red glow. Although it lacks the imposing presence from before, it sends a shiver down one's soul. A bad premonition fills Xiao Fan's heart once again. It is already like this, surely the boss is not going to pull any more tricks. With only Xiao Fan and Feng Zuk left, the boss's aggro instantly locks onto Feng Zuk, who is closer. Feng Zuk feels the boss's gaze and silently raises his giant axe. As long as we land 1 hit, we win. Feng Zuk swallows hard, everything rests on this moment. He is only about 5 meters away from the boss. At this distance, he can really do it. Just as Feng Zuk is full of confidence and about to charge in to land his highest damage blow. 2 rays of red light suddenly burst from the boss's scarlet pupils, piercing Feng Zuk like sharp swords. Before he can react, his HP bar instantly evaporates. An evolution caught us off guard. The other players who were planning to revive to sneak in some damage silently choose not to. Damn it, if it were the old boss, they could revive and deal damage, but now the boss's eyes shoot beams, killing anyone they look at. Who dares to go up now? The team channel goes silent, no one is talking, they worked so hard to get this far and now they are facing a wipe. It is so frustrating. Xiao Fan was ready to strike alongside Feng Zuk, but he did not expect the boss to pull one last stunt. In Cloud Sea, whether it was bosses or regular monsters, they were all physical attackers, with maybe some mental attacks, but at this critical juncture the boss evolved to use magical attacks. It is giving us no way out at all. What do we do? 1 hit is not enough to kill the boss and the skill cooldown is 70 seconds. We cannot wait for a second chance. Xiao Fan suddenly feels cold malice locked onto him. The boss's aggro has locked onto him. Cannot dodge it, only 1 chance. As the monster's red beam is about to hit him, Xiao Fan throws out his skill. It is over. Feng Zuk slumped to the ground, his entire body limp. He knew the boss's damage all too well. It had one-shot him at full health. No matter how skilled Xiao Fan was, he was only level 10 and stood no chance of surviving that attack. If I had just 3 more seconds, we could have cleared this boss. Feng Zuk knew that Xiao Fan possessed a high damage skill he had never seen before. If he could have landed 1 final skill combined with Xiao Fan's attack, they could have taken the boss down instantly. But unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Without his damage output, Xiao Fan's skills simply were not enough to kill the boss. Just 1 more hit, I am so frustrated. It is all our fault for not being good enough. If we had not been pinned down by those falling rocks, we would have had a chance to kill this boss. There is nothing we could do. There were too many rocks falling. We did not even have standing room, let alone a way to dodge them, the archer sighed. Although we wiped Jiuchen's strength and leadership are unquestionable. No one is allowed to blame him, Feng Ziaqi said sternly. Come on, village chief, you think too highly of us. How would we dare blame our commander? We are just clumsy, not stupid. A player could not help but roll his eyes. Even though Xiao Fan had only been in District 18 for a little over a month, they could all tell he was different from the rest of them. His skills were powerful, his combat was top-notch, and his leadership was even better. He felt that Xiao's strength was no less than the geniuses from the first and second districts. If we want to pass the trial dungeon, we still have to rely on Brother Chen. Wait, village chief, look. A player suddenly spoke up. Look at what? Feng Zuqi frowned, his gaze shifting instinctively from the chat interface to the battlefield. He saw Xiao Fan cloaked in a white shield, having already appeared in another direction. He dodged the red light from the boss's eyes. Feng Zuqi said in shock. No, that is not the point. The point is, you can actually dodge the boss's red light. Feng Zuqi had only been glanced at by the boss earlier, and his HP bar was instantly wiped out before he could even think. Yet, Xiao Fan had actually managed to dodge it. Ah, Brother Chen dodged the skill, we still have a chance. The player's hope was reignited. Feng Zuqi shook his head, it is useless. Jiuchen's skill damage is a bit short. Even if he lands it, it will not kill the boss unless he can survive until his skill cooldown ends to use a second one. No sooner had Feng Zuqi finished speaking than the boss's HP bar on the field was depleted, finally dissolving into a white halo. That was the entrance to the third boss. Xiao Fan let out a deep sigh of relief. At the critical moment, he had upgraded his Sun and Moon rotation skill to level 8 and his Sun and Moon Firefly skill to level 7. Before throwing out his solar flare, he healed himself in the solar form. The level 7 Sun and Moon Firefly solar form gave him an extra 50% damage boost, which combined with the boss's lowered defense, allowed Xiao Fan to barely one-shot it. As for why he did not upgrade the Sun and Moon rotation directly, what else could it be? He was broke. Upgrading a skill from level 8 to 9 cost 160,000 nuclear energy. It was going to bankrupt him. This skill upgrade alone had cost 140,000 nuclear energy. And this was only the second boss. There was no telling how many levels were left in the dungeon. Fortunately, spending this energy to strengthen himself was within his acceptable limits. Xiao Fan checked his character info. ID Jiuchen. Level 1000. HP 16060. MP 19,852 plus 18,192. Strength 10. Intelligence 40. Spirit 30. Agility 30. Constitution 30. Traits Saintess Gardener Emissary of Sun and Moon. Skills Halo of the Saintess, Gift of the Saintess 6, Grafting Flowers, Sun and Moon Fireflies 7, Sun and Moon Rotation 8. Equipment Nuns. Nuclear Energy 59,702. He had 260,000 nuclear energy when he entered the dungeon, and now he had less than 60,000 left. I wonder how many bosses are left, Xiao Fan thought, feeling a sense of unease. Normally a dungeon would have 3 bosses, but this one was clearly abnormal. It seemed to have deviated from the game's original settings, like shifting suddenly from a low martial arts world to a high martial arts one. Wait, Xiao Fan was suddenly startled. He remembered that when creating skills in the game there was a requirement. They had to match the game's current setting. Yet none of his skills fit the low martial arts setting, and they were all created successfully. This could only mean one thing. The worldview of Cloud Sea was not a low martial arts setting at all. It was inherently a high martial arts world. Xiao Fan's eyes grew dark and unfathomable. Many things in the game could not be explained. Cloud Sea seemed far more complex than he had imagined. On the other side, Feng Zuqi was even more baffled as to why a level 10 trial dungeon could be so difficult. He had originally wanted to record the run to provide a guide for future players. Now he realized it was just too hard. Even having a few heaven tier skills would not make it easy to clear. Even as strong as they were, they could only clear it in such a brutal fashion. Village Chief, should we continue? Dao Guangying stepped forward to ask. Now, apart from Xiao Fan, the whole team had only one resurrection chance left. The danger of the dungeon far exceeded their capabilities. Many players were already starting to lose heart. After all, most of them just wanted to gain stat points in the game to strengthen their bodies in reality. Otherwise, it would be hard to even find a job. The game is great, but it is too dangerous. Without talent, you will die in the game world sooner or later. Most ordinary people would choose to quit the game after level 20. If they could not pass the level 10 trial dungeon, they would have to quit at level 10. It was just their bad luck to be assigned to District 18. I will go ask Jiuchen. Feng Zuqi hoped they would continue. His own talent had not been that bad years ago. Because he insisted on staying in District 18, he faced much ridicule to the point where he rarely returned to the real world. He had waited so long, and it was only with great difficulty that he found Xiao Fan, someone who could possibly lead him out of the beginner village. How could he be willing to give up? Let us go, keep going. Before Feng Zuki could even ask, Xiao Fan's silhouette had already vanished into the white halo.
What?
Where is the boss? After passing through the white halo, a dilapidated altar appeared before them. Standing on the altar were two stone lions, but strangely both were wearing armor. The group looked around, but they did not see the boss for this stage. How come there is no boss? Could it be like the first stage, where we need to trigger some mechanism for the boss to appear? Zhao Guangying speculated. Who said there is no boss? Xiao Fan said calmly. Where is the boss? Hearing this, everyone looked around nervously. If I am not mistaken, those two are it. Xiao Fan pointed at the stone lions on the altar. That is impossible. Are not those just two stone statues? How could they be the boss? The person who said this suddenly remembered that the second stage boss was made of stone, and their voice became much quieter. But these two stone statues do not have health bars. Let us go over and take a look first, Xiao Fan said. The group picked up their weapons and carefully approached the statues, afraid of accidentally triggering the fight. They did not react even when they reached the feet of the statues, so everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Fan discovered that there was something at the feet of both stone lions. On the left was a shield, and on the right was a spear. This damn sense of familiarity. Anyone who has played games knows that these two items are definitely needed during the boss fight. This means the third boss has at least two mechanisms to deal with. Xiao Fan's heart sank. There are two bosses in this stage. It would be fine if each boss had one mechanism, but if both bosses have two mechanisms each, this third stage will be very difficult to beat. Except for him, all other players in the team only have one resurrection chance left, and the boss's mechanisms still need to be explored. This means there is very little room for error in this stage. Furthermore, having two bosses means they will have to endure double the damage during the fight, making the previous kiting strategy much harder to execute. Xiao Fan focused on his last free chance to create a skill. He originally planned to use this skill as an experimental investment feedback skill after passing the level 10 trial dungeon, but it seems he cannot save it now. Please create a skill for your character. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan entered the input quickly. Skill created. Upon inspection, this skill has not appeared in the game before and requires system review. There is a chance of failure. Do you wish to continue? Continue. System is reviewing, please wait. Congratulations, player, the skill has been created successfully. Would you like to view it now? It worked. After checking the skill, a smile finally appeared on Xiao Fan's face. This skill might not seem strong to others, but for him, whether now or in the future, it will be an invincible presence. Xiao Fan's confidence increased instantly. If all else fails, he still has one last trump card. The god-tier skill grafting flowers. There is no way he would fail at this boss. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan felt much more relaxed and turned his attention to the shield and spear under the stone lions. If I am not wrong, these two items will be used during the fight with the boss. Does anyone have the confidence to take one? Xiao Fan said while pointing at the shield and spear. The group looked at each other, not understanding what Xiao Fan was talking about. Jiachen, what do you mean? Feng Zuk asked with a frown. Xiao Fan patiently explained it to the group. As soon as they heard that the person taking the items had to perform special mechanics during the battle, and that a mistake could lead to a team wipe, everyone except Feng Zuk took a step back. Too scary, they did not dare to take them. Then I will take one. Feng Zuk also felt that he was the only one in the team who was somewhat reliable. Seeing that everyone else looked like they were staring at the sky, Xiao Fan said helplessly, Feng Zuk and I will take the items. Xiao Fan chose to take the spear. As soon as he touched the item, a system prompt popped up. Obtained item Spear of Judgment. Item description. Holding this item allows the user to absorb dark energy dropped during combat. When the energy reaches 100, it can break the energy shields of silence and extinction. Okay, I understand. Seeing Xiao Fan pick up the spear, Feng Zuk also reached out to pick up the shield on the ground. In an instant, the ground shook. Cracks spread like spiderwebs on the stone lions. Large pieces of stone skin peeled off. When the dust settled, two extraordinary-looking lions, one black and one white, appeared before them. Name Silence Boss. Level 10. HP 1. Name Extinction Boss. Level 10. HP 1. The information for both bosses appeared. Everyone's expression turned ugly. The boss's HP was not low and there were two of them. Just now one could wipe them out, would not two mean they would be wiped twice? How are we supposed to play this? What does the item description say? Xiao Fan asked Feng Zuk. I will send it to you. Feng Zuk quickly sent him the shield's information. Players holding this item can gain 80 damage immunity during combat and can absorb light energy dropped in battle. When the energy reaches 100, they can cast an energy shield during the battle to isolate the light storm from silence and the dark storm from extinction. Xiao Fan basically understood the use of the two items and had a general idea of the boss's mechanisms. What made him even happier was that the shield holder also had 80 damage immunity. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan had a plan. He asked Feng Zhuge to use the shield to attract the aggro of the boss silence, while the others kited and dealt damage to the boss extinction. With 80 damage immunity, Feng Zhuge could fully withstand the output of the boss. Okay, I can do it. Let us start. As soon as Xiao Fan's words fell, Feng Zhuge and the archer attacked the two bosses from the left and right respectively. The moment the bosses separated, the others began to kite and damage extinction, while Feng Zhuge silently lured silence in another direction. Under damage immunity, the damage from silence to Feng Zhuge was only about 50, which Xiao Fan could easily heal. A while after the fight began, white and black energy spheres started appearing on the ground. Xiao Fan cautiously walked towards a black energy sphere. Spear of Judgment activated 10%/100%. The black ones are indeed dark energy. Absorbing 10 energy spheres will activate the Spear of Judgment. Seeing the system prompt, Xiao Fan began to command. The one with the shield should go and absorb the white energy spheres on the ground. Try to absorb those furthest from the main group. Feng Zhuge had already noticed the energy spheres appearing on the ground, and upon hearing Xiao Fan's command, he carefully moved to absorb the white light spheres nearby. After consuming 10 black light spheres, the Spear of Judgment in Xiao Fan's hand emitted a black glow. Spear of Judgment is now activated. Xiao Fan looked at Feng Zhuge. The shield in his hand was emitting a golden glow, clearly also in an activated state. The biggest problem now is not knowing which skill the boss will use first. If it is a shield-breaking one, that is fine. Xiao Fan can act at any time. If it is a storm skill, the players need to gather and hide within the shield created by Feng Zhuge. Xiao Fan felt it was necessary to warn the others first. Keep an eye on Feng Zhuge's position. When I say stop later, everyone should stand behind him. After Feng Zhuge opens the shield, watch your positioning and make sure to stay within the range of the shield. When Xiao Fan said this, many people began to get nervous, afraid they would run too slowly later. Just as the HP of extinction was down to 60%, Xiao Fan noticed the boss stopped attacking. He quickly instructed the others to gather at Feng Zhuge's location. Feeling the faint storm around them, Xiao Fan asked Feng Zhuge to open the shield. The next second, a dark storm hit. Everything around was in darkness, but fortunately the players inside the shield were unaffected. Xiao Fan and the archer could still sneak in some damage. The shield duration is 20 seconds and the storm lasts for 15 seconds. This timing is not too harsh. When the HP of extinction was down to 20%, it stopped attacking again. This time a dark shield appeared on the boss's surface. Xiao Fan raised his spear and threw it, instantly breaking the shield. Simple. The other players did not stop attacking. Soon, the HP of extinction was emptied, and its body turned into dark energy and disappeared on the spot. Before everyone could rejoice, an accident happened. Jiuchen, this boss's damage has increased. Feng Zhuge's anxious voice came through. Xiao Fan had been focused on the main group, only occasionally healing Feng Zhuge. Hearing him now, Xiao Fan looked back and saw a number pop up over Feng Zhuge's head. -200 HP. This number was 4 times higher than before, and this was even with 80% damage reduction. Xiao Fan quickly switched to moon form to give Feng Zhuge a heal. -210 HP. Another number floated up. Xiao Fan. After leveling the skill Sun and Moon Fireflies to level 7, the moon form offered 50% damage reduction, yet Feng Zhuge was losing even more health. There could only be one explanation. The boss Jai had increased its damage output again. It seems that after the other boss Mai died, this boss Jai's damage has been steadily rising. Feng Zhuge, who had felt quite relaxed earlier, was now drenched in sweat. If the boss's damage keeps increasing, he really will not be able to hold on. Everyone focus fire on the other boss. Use all your skills, do not hold back. Xiao Fan suddenly realized the problem. Double bosses, I should have guessed it earlier. He smacked his forehead, his tone full of regret. This kind of dual boss encounter design usually conceals a berserk mechanism. Once one boss falls, the other enters a frenzy state. That is why you have to keep their health balanced during the fight, or at least not let the gap get too wide. Just now, only Feng Zhuge was fighting Jai, and his damage output was decent, so the boss still had 80% of its health left. To make matters worse, after Mai died, light and dark energy orbs no longer dropped in the area. This ruined Xiao Fan's plan to use shields to mitigate the incoming damage. Fortunately, his Judgment Spear and Feng Zhu's shield were both still active. They still had a chance. The only thing they could do now was to try and kill the boss before its damage became astronomical. Under Xiao Fan's double healing, Feng Zhu could still hold on for now, and the others, sensing the danger, went all out on their damage output. With the boss's health at 65%, it was about to trigger its storm skill. Feng Zhu, deploy the barrier at the boss's feet when I say so. Everyone else, keep attacking and watch your positioning. Do not leave the barrier range. Xiao Fan also moved to the boss's feet and launched full-scale attacks. Watching the boss's health bar drop, Feng Zhu's palms were sweaty with nerves. He wanted to stop attacking to prepare the barrier, but if he stopped, the boss would switch targets. The others did not have shields, and the boss could one-shot them instantly. Feng Zhu kept fighting while keeping his eyes glued to the boss's health. 63%, 62%, 61%, 60%. The boss stopped moving. Feng Zhu took a deep breath, his fingers twitching, ready to activate the barrier when Xiao Fan barked an order. Do not activate it yet. He flicked his wrist, and his energy nearly went out of control. Why? Feng Zhu asked, confused. Wrong, the skill sequence is wrong. Xiao Fan's eyes were locked on the boss, missing no detail. He clearly remembered that when fighting Mai, the boss would close its eyes before the dark storm arrived. When activating its shield, it would lean back slightly to charge up. Right now, Jai was leaning back slightly. That was the animation for activating a shield. These two bosses used their skills in reverse order. Sure enough, a golden shield appeared on the boss in the next second, absorbing all the players' damage. This scumbag boss plays dirty. Feng Zhu was shocked, but at the same time he thought Xiao Fan's observational skills were truly insane. To notice such fine details, Feng Zhu silently made a note of it. Prepare to take aggro. As he spoke, Xiao Fan hurled his spear, successfully breaking the boss's shield. Feng Zhu did not hesitate, stepping forward to take the aggro. Minus 380 HP. This damage was already too high, and the pressure on Xiao Fan's healing was immense. The boss's health quickly dropped to 40%, triggering the second skill, Light Storm. The players had gathered around Feng Zhu at the boss's feet, and at Xiao Fan's command, Feng Zhu activated the barrier just as the light storm began. It was safe inside the barrier, and those who could reach were unloading all their damage. By the time the barrier faded, the boss only had 20% health left. Feng Zhu stepped up to take the aggro. Minus 1100 HP. Good heavens, Feng Zhu was so startled he scrambled back. He only had 1070 HP total. He did not die only because Xiao Fan had used Mother's Mercy right as the boss's skill ended, and the skill's shield absorbed 110 damage. If he was taking this much damage despite 80% mitigation, would not anyone else take 1,000 more damage than they had health? Kite do not get hits. For the last 20%, they could only rely on extreme kiting to DPS. Healing was pointless now. If the boss touched anyone, they died. The terrifying damage was too much for the players, and under the immense pressure, mistakes began to occur. One player was slow to take aggro, and another was instantly killed. That player still had one final resurrection chance, but they dared not use it at this moment. The situation was dire. Even if he did not mess up, he could not guarantee others would not, and if someone else slipped up and he died again, he would be permanently dead. Xiao Fan said nothing. It was only human nature, no one would resurrect at such a time. But he had not expected them to die so quickly. The mental pressure on the players was too great. Although he had adjusted the aggro rotation in time, mistakes were still happening one after another. Before long, only 5 people were left alive. Xiao Fan's only damage skill had a long cooldown, so sometimes he could not pick up aggro in time, yet he had the highest DPS and had to keep attacking. Stumbling through it, the boss was down to its final 500 HP. Wait for one more skill cooldown and I can finish it, Xiao Fan calculated silently. But right at that moment, a player made a mistake, causing the boss to lock onto another player. Whether out of sheer panic or fear, that player instinctively ran towards Xiao Fan, screaming as they did. "Litter, save me." Feng Zhu saw this and roared in anger. Why the hell are you running toward Jiachen? If the boss is chasing you, just die. It is not like you cannot resurrect. Before Xiao Fan could react, that player ran behind him, and all of the boss's damage hit Xiao Fan instead. Xiao Fan was taken out instantly, and that player did not manage to escape either. You idiot, Feng Zhu could not help but curse fiercely when he saw this. Xiao Fan was speechless too. He had been so focused on the boss, who would have thought the danger would come from his own teammate. Luckily, he still had 2 resurrection chances left, so he chose to revive immediately. The team channel was full of cursing, and the player who caused Xiao Fan's death argued weakly. How is this my fault? If someone had not messed up the rhythm by not taking aggro in time, how could I have panicked and killed the captain? Damn it, you killed someone and you think you are in the right. Exactly why the hell did you panic? If you are going to die, just die. Why did you have to take someone else down with you? You are stupid as hell. The player got a bit angry when he saw so many people blaming him. You all died so early, how do you have the face to talk to me? No matter how stupid I am, I have lasted longer and dealt more damage than you all. The team suddenly fell into silence. Jiachun, fill up your health first. Players only recover half of their health after reviving. Feng Zuk felt a tremble in his heart as he looked at Xiao Fan's health bar. Xiao Fan's expression was not good because he realized that after the system balanced the skill he had just created, a huge bug had appeared. It does not matter, the boss one-shots everyone anyway. Feng Zuk, that is true, it just looks a bit risky. Xiao Fan checked his skill, it still had 40 seconds of cooldown. Now besides him, only Feng Zuk, Daeguang Ying and the archer were still alive. As long as they could hold out for this period, Xiao Fan's skill could easily finish off the boss. The other 3 were moving even more cautiously, as they saw the boss's health was below 400. Seeing the 3 of them getting more skilled, Xiao Fan felt quite relieved. Steady, keep this rhythm, as long as the boss does not pull any tricks they can totally pass. Just as Xiao Fan thought this, he noticed the boss suddenly stopped. Xiao Fan, please do not. Roar! The boss Jai let out a long roar, and the massive lion sound left the 4 of them in a daze. Immediately after, the armor on the boss fell off to the ground. It leaped and easily jumped in front of the farthest archer. One swipe and the archer's health was wiped out. Before they could even react, the boss jumped next to Daeguang Ying and wiped out his health with one swipe. Xiao Fan was the first to wake up from the boss's roar stun. He immediately checked the skill cooldown. 10 seconds left. Damn, not enough time. The boss's aggro was locked onto Feng Zuk. Feng Zuk cannot die, he has to stall for a few seconds. Without thinking, Xiao Fan activated his skill, Mother's Gift. This skill could clear debuffs, and Feng Zuk woke up from the stun. Run towards me. Xiao Fan's urgent voice came, and Feng Zuk ran towards him without a second thought. The boss made an easy leap, and its massive claw swiped down at Feng Zuk. Xiao Fan rushed over and shoved Feng Zuk away, taking the fatal hit from the boss himself. There was no choice, Xiao Fan's skill still had a few seconds left. If Feng Zuk died first, the team would be wiped and the boss would lose aggro and reset. After fighting for so long, how could they just give up? If Xiao Fan died first, he would have time to revive and hold the aggro. After clicking revive, Xiao Fan checked the skill cooldown. 5 seconds. Almost there. The scene of Xiao Fan pushing Feng Zuk away was shocking enough, but everyone was stunned that he actually chose to revive. Is the captain crazy? He is out of revival chances. If he gets hit while reviving, he will actually die for real. There is still a chance. At this health, a single skill from the captain can kill the boss. He must have revived after calculating the cooldown. That makes sense, but why has not the captain used his skill yet? Xiao Fan's eyes were fixed on the skill cooldown. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. During this time, Feng Zuk was also killed by the boss. Seeing Xiao Fan revive, his eyes almost popped out. If they fail this time, they could just exit the dungeon and try again tomorrow. But if Xiao Fan dies, given the difficulty of this dungeon, they will never be able to pass it. Why has not the captain used his skill yet? Is it still on cooldown? Why did he revive if the skill was not ready? He is going to die. After Feng Zuk died, the boss's aggro fell on Xiao Fan. It leaped and reached him in the blink of an eye. Captain, hurry up and use the skill. What? The team channel had gone insane. Xiao Fan was the strongest player they had ever met, and the captain they trusted the most. He could not die. But why was not he using his skill? 2 seconds left. Xiao Fan stared fixedly at the cooldown. If he does not use it now, it will be too late. Under the anxious gazes of everyone, the boss raised its claw and swiped down at Xiao Fan. It is over, Feng Zuk felt despair. 0 HP. An awkward number floated above Xiao Fan's head. Seeing Xiao Fan get swiped away by the boss, but stand right back up without losing a single point of health. Everyone was dumbfounded. What happened? How did he survive that? Where did things go wrong? They could not figure it out. Even the boss could not figure it out, standing there wide-eyed for a second. Only Xiao Fan knew how high the damage from that boss attack was. 99/99s. Damn, even a level 90 player would get one shot. Absurd. The skill cooldown finally finished, and Xiao Fan immediately used the skill Sun Flare. Minus 374 HP. The boss only had 5 health points left. Luckily, Sun Flare had a damage overtime effect, so before the boss could react, it was already scorched to death. The boss's body turned into golden light and dissipated in the air. Xiao Fan slumped to the ground, breathing heavily as he checked his stats. ID Jurchen. Level 10-0. HP 1. MP 4432/20152, plus 19,192. Strength 10. Intelligence 40. Spirit 30. Agility 30. Constitution 30. Traits: Mother Gardener, Messenger of Sun and Moon. Skills: Mother's Aura, Mother's Gift 6, Grafting Sun and Moon Fireflies 7, Sun and Moon Rotation 8, Stealing the Heavens and Changing the Earth. Equipment: Nuns. Core Energy 59,702. His 20,000 mana was down to less than 5,000. That boss hit had deducted exactly 9,999 of his mana. Stealing the Heavens and Changing the Earth was the skill he had created earlier. Skill name: Stealing the Heavens and Changing the Earth. Skill grade: Heavenly grade. Skill description: Passive skill. Automatically activates when health is below 50%. When the player takes damage, mana is deducted first. Cooldown: Nuns. Creation attributes: Intelligence 30+, Spirit 25+, Constitution 30+. Creation traits: Sun-type attributes. The skill introduction was simple. Although it was only a heavenly grade skill, for someone like Xiao Fan who had the skill Mother's Aura, it was no less than a god-tier skill. His health might be low, but he would never run out of mana. This was the reason Xiao Fan did not die at the end. After reviving, his health was at 50%, which triggered Stealing the Heavens and Changing the Earth, causing the boss's damage to prioritize deducting his 9,999 mana. For Xiao Fan, this skill was invincible. Once his mana became even higher in the late game, he did not even know how he would be able to die. But what bothered him was that this skill could not be triggered when he was one shot at full health. Xiao Fan could not figure out why. This limitation was frustrating. It meant he could only be a half-health warrior from now on. As a healer, he had to control his teammates' health so it was not too low, and controlled his own health so it was not too high. Too hard. Bug. This is definitely a bug. Xiao Fan refused to accept it. Congratulations on clearing the level 10 special trial dungeon, Lost Island, and obtaining 100,000 core energy. Congratulations on clearing the level 10 special trial dungeon, Lost Island, and obtaining qualification for further growth. Congratulations to your squad for clearing the level 10 special trial dungeon, Lost Island. Your beginner area has gained +1 evolution shard. Evolution shard, what is that? Upon hearing the system notification of the successful clearance, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were only 3 bosses in the trial's secret realm. Everyone had already exhausted their 3 resurrection chances. Even if there were more bosses ahead, they would not dare to continue fighting. The level 10 trial secret realm was too difficult, even more terrifying than the beast tied in District 18. Given the strange and varied abilities of the bosses, they never would have figured out how to handle them without Xiao Fan's command. It is no wonder they had not been able to clear the trial's secret realm for so many years. The rewards for the secret realm were actually quite good. 100,000 core power for each person was almost enough to get them to level 11. However, thinking about the dangers and hardships along the way, 100,000 core power did not seem like all that much. But what is this evolution fragment? It was the first time for all of them to see monsters dropping other types of items, even though they did not recognize it. Could it be like the glacial bead fragment from the first stage? Maybe if we collect 10 evolution fragments, our District 18 can evolve, one player speculated. Hongzuk thought it over carefully and nodded. It is possible, but where are the other evolution fragments? Xiao Fan did not speak. The appearance of the evolution fragments made him feel more and more that Cloud Sea was not simple. He had a rough guess in his mind. The system just prompted that they had cleared a special trial secret realm. In other words, Lost Island was different from other secret realms, which is why it dropped evolution fragments. Perhaps only by defeating or clearing secret realms, labeled as special, would these evolution fragments drop. As for what would happen after collecting all the evolution fragments, Xiao Fan did not know, and it was useless to think about it now. This trial was full of difficulties, but fortunately the outcome was good. At least they could continue leveling up now. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel excited. The path to promotion, which had previously seemed hopeless, was now opened, and all of this was brought to them by Xiao Fan. Captain, thank you. 5 minutes later, the team was automatically ejected from the secret realm. At the entrance of the secret realm, all the veteran players of District 18 had already gathered. Pioneering this trial secret realm was equally important to them. As long as Xiao Fan and his team could clear it and produce a complete guide upon coming out, these people would eventually be able to clear it too. So they had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, each one praying for the pioneer team to succeed. 5 minutes ago, a system message had appeared on the regional channel. Congratulations to this region for the first time clearing the level 10 trial secret realm Lost Island. Starting tomorrow, the difficulty of this secret realm will be permanently reduced by 20%. They cleared it, the village chief and the others really cleared it. Seeing this news, everyone was incredibly excited. What surprised them even more was that clearing a secret realm for the first time would permanently reduce its difficulty. They had really hit the jackpots. Let us do it, we will group up to clear the trial secret realm tomorrow. As Xiao Fan and the 10 others came out of the secret realm, they were met with a crowd of excited faces. After asking, they learned that the regional channel had already announced their success, and the permanent 20% difficulty reduction. Reduced by 20%, that is alright, Feng Zuk nodded slightly. Something is better than nothing. With that original difficulty, any level 10 player who went in would have died. Village chief, hurry back to the village and make a detailed guide for the secret realm. We plan to come and challenge it tomorrow, a player said excitedly. Feng Zuk pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. The other players who had cleared the secret realm also had expressions that were hard to describe. My friend, I can only say that confidence is a good thing. All right, Feng Zuk agreed readily. It would be fine as long as they could understand the guide. Back at the novice village, Jiachen, do you want to explore the level 11 beast zone together tomorrow? Before leaving, Feng Zuk invited Xiao Fan to level up. He knew Xiao Fan had a fixed team, but those players were only level 5 and could not quite keep up with Xiao Fan's pace. Even if their team cleared the level 5 secret realm every day, each person only got 1,000 core power, while killing a single level 11 beast yielded over 2,000. Continuing to team up with his original teammates would surely hinder Xiao Fan's own progress. We will talk about it tomorrow. Xiao Fan waved his hand, neither refusing nor accepting. For him, this was not a multiple-choice question. The level 5 secret realm had to be cleared, the level 11 beasts had to be fought, and the 7 colored flowers had to be harvested. Xiao Fan had originally planned to let go of those 7 colored flowers once his mana exceeded 10,000, but now he realized he could not afford to ignore them at all. After creating the skill Stealing the Heavens and changing the day, his mana was his health, who would complain about having too much health. After returning to his residence, Feng Zuk immediately set to work creating the guide for Lost Island. For parts he was not sure about, he specifically consulted Xiao Fan to ensure it was thorough. Especially for the 2 bosses in the 3rd stage, Xiao Fan told him to fight them in turns and keep their health levels as close as possible, with no more than a 3% gap. Feng Zuk wrote a 5,000-word guide, recording everything from his notebook, and finally sent it to every player in District 18. Half an hour later, he received the first piece of feedback. Village Chief, are you sure you are not just messing with us? Feng Zuk. Get lost, believe it or do not. The veteran players felt their minds spinning after receiving the guide. Shooting at the sea to kill mobs at the start, collecting fragments, freezing the ocean surface, dodging stones falling from the sky, having to move stones, and finally 2 bosses. There were players who had to use shields and spears, and they even had to control the boss's health during the fight. If we take a step back, was it really their problem that they could not clear the secret realm? Oh heavens, distinguish the loyal from the treacherous. It was truly unjust that they could not clear the trial secret realm. This simply was not the Cloud Sea they knew. It is too unfamiliar, please give them back the game they were familiar with. The players who originally planned to group up and clear the trial dungeon the next day fell completely silent after seeing the guide. They felt it was more realistic to save some core power and manifest attribute points to leave the game. As for the new players, needless to say, they could not understand it, at all. They were just a bunch of weak, helpless, and pitiful level 3 players. What did the level 10 trial secret realm have to do with them? The most shocked of all was Qin Muyu. Sitting on the bed in her thatched hut, she stared wide-eyed at the game interface, which was displaying the guide sent by Feng Zuk. She knew that the content of the trial secret realms in each novice district was different. She had seen the detailed guide for the trial secret realm of District 1 when she was there. Compared to District 18, it was worlds apart. That was all Qin Muyu could say. The trial secret realm in District 1 had some difficulty, but it did not have nearly as many complex mechanics as this one in District 18. By comparison, the two trial secret realms did not even seem like the same game. How could there be such a big difference? Qin Muyu could not wrap her head around it. What baffled her even more was that Xiao Fan and his team managed to clear such a high difficulty, complex secret realm on their first try. Xiao Fan was not simple, and neither was District 18. Qin Muyu felt as ridiculous as a princess arriving at a village deep in the mountains, only to discover that it was actually a land of transcendent power. She suddenly remembered that 10 years after the game's arrival, humanity's exploration of Cloud Sea was still less than 1%. Perhaps everyone's understanding of Cloud Sea was wrong from the very beginning. Feng Su Qi had been stuck at level 10 for years, saving up quite a lot of core energy. The night he cleared the trial dungeon, he leveled up to 16, comfortably securing his spot as the top-ranked player in District 18. Xiao Fan did not choose to level up. He had gotten into the habit of keeping some core energy on hand just in case. The next day, the fatty and the others came to find Xiao Fan for the dungeon run as usual, only to find Feng Su Qi there too. Upon asking, they learned he had come to invite Xiao Fan to explore high-level beast zones. The group was instantly thrown into a panic. Was Xiao Fan going to ditch them? The only reason they had made it this far was because of Xiao Fan's guidance. They could not even imagine what miserable lives they would have without Xiao Fan. But then again, Xiao Fan was already level 10, and they were 5 whole levels behind him. Although they were also killing higher-level monsters, they had to admit that Xiao Fan continuing to team up with them was definitely holding back his progress. Just as the group was torn, Xiao Fan walked out of the straw hut. "Jiuchen, have you thought about it?" Feng Su Qi asked immediately upon seeing Xiao Fan. Instantly, the eyes of the fatty and the others locked onto Xiao Fan, their bodies involuntarily tensing up. Xiao Fan replied, "Let us clear the dungeon with them first, then I will go explore the new region with you." Before, when Xiao Fan ran dungeons, he did it with the mindset of building team chemistry. Now that the team members were level 5, Xiao Fan was level 10, and they had 16-level Feng Su Qi. A level 5 dungeon could be easily steamrolled, it would not take long at all. 1,000 core energy per person is not a small amount, so they might as well get it. "Haha, alright, I will join you all," Feng Su Qi laughed heartily. He did not think there was anything wrong with what Xiao Fan was doing. On the contrary, he highly approved of Xiao Fan's character, feeling that he was not only powerful but also a stand-up guy. Loyal to his friends, though only just a little bit shy of his own standard. Hearing Xiao Fan's answer, the heavy hearts of the fatty and his group were finally put to rest. They were suddenly overwhelmed with gratitude. Xiao Fan was still willing to pull them along at a time like this. Having such a big brother was truly their fortune. Walking into the southwest forest and looking at the vibrant 7-colored flowers, Xiao Fan could only silently apologize to them. "I am afraid you will have to suffer for a while longer." Garfield and the others saw Xiao Fan staring intensely at the 7-colored flowers and understood immediately. The whole group naturally squatted down and began to dig, their movements so practiced it was heart-wrenching. They could not figure it out. How was Xiao Fan starting this again? Did he really like planting flowers that much? Feng Su Qi was even more baffled. Walking along just fine, why did they suddenly squat down to dig up flowers? Did these 7-colored flowers provoke you? Are you guys crazy? Just as Feng Su Qi finished his internal rant, he saw Xiao Fan squatting down, replanting the flowers the others had dug up one by one. His expression was serious and solemn. "Feng Su Qi, what a bunch of lunatics. No wonder they hang out together." He really had to see what the deal was with this flower digging. There is plenty of time. After Xiao Fan topped off his mana, the group headed toward the dungeon. "Let me show you my new skill." As soon as they entered the dungeon, Feng Su Qi could not wait to show off the new skill he created after reaching level 15. He moved forward alone, saw the dense swarm of small spiders running toward him, gave a contemptuous laugh and activated the skill. His large white axe was engulfed in red light. The next second, Feng Su Qi spun like a top, dragging the axe handle as he whirled into the spider's swarm. His damage was already high, combined with the level 11 suppression, whoever came died. It did not matter how many there were. "My god, a tier earth skill, that is so cool." The group stared dumbfounded at the spinning Feng Su Qi. That figure was so fast it created afterimages, like a meat grinder spinning in the center of the spiders. Wherever he went, spiders were sent flying, and even the dust and dead leaves on the ground swirled up, forming a sizable vortex. A moment later, the skill ended, and the spiders were wiped out completely. Feng Suki wiped his forehead, spinning too fast. I am a little dizzy. Village Chief, you are amazing. You are impossibly cool. This move is basically a human meat grinder. Too strong, Village Chief. Jairu Feng and the others crowded around, giving him thumbs up and looking at him in awe. Feng Suki shouldered his axe and smirked. It is all right. Actually, he thought he looked incredibly cool too. Ever since he came out of the Lost Island trial dungeon, Feng Suki had been deeply inspired. That was when he realized that skills could be so incredibly varied. Before, he only watched Xiao Fan's skills, and he was still clueless, knowing they were powerful but not knowing how to imitate them. It was not until he got beaten up by the boss in the dungeon that Feng Suki finally got it. So this is how skills can be created. That same night, he based his ideas on observations of Xiao Fan's skills, combined with the skills of the dungeon boss. He created this new skill, Whirlwind Slash. He did not expect to succeed, let alone create one of such high quality. A tier Earth skill. In Cloud Sea, creating a skill of this tier already qualifies you as a minor expert. More importantly, he had a clear understanding of how to innovate his skills. Although the Lost Island trial dungeon was hard, it was a place where you could really learn. Xiao Fan had long guessed that players would sooner or later break through the traditional limitations of reality and create game skills that were not quite so realistic. He just did not expect Feng Sujiang to create one so quickly. But after a moment of reflection, he understood. It was only after experiencing the Lost Island boss that he truly felt the difference in skills and was able to create one so fast. Sometimes getting beaten is the fastest way to grow. With Xiao Fan and Feng Suki there, the following Mist Forest dungeon was a speedrun. Less than 2 hours had passed by the time they walked out. Next, the fatty and the group were heading to the inner northwest forest to hunt beasts, while Xiao Fan and Feng Suki went to explore a new region in the outer mountains. Brother Chen, we will level up as fast as possible and strive to catch up to you soon. Xiao Fan waved his hand, good luck. Due to level restrictions, Feng Suki's exploration of District 18 was limited to the forest where level 10 beasts were active. He had not dared to step foot in the mountains further out, so he felt a little excited about exploring this new area. I suspect the outer mountain area is home to level 11 to 15 beasts. Let us be careful. With his Tier Earth skill and Xiao Fan, a master healer at his side, Feng Suki felt very confident. The continuous mountain range of District 18 stretched across all sides. It was hard to imagine just how vast it was. Xiao Fan and Feng Suki exchanged glances and cautiously stepped inside. The Council Hall of the Dragon Kingdom's Cloud Sea Administration. An elderly man in a crisp Zhongshan suit sat upright at the head of the main hall. His expression was calm, his collar buttoned tightly, and a sense of composure and authority radiated from his brow. Have the players who created the Heaven Tier skills been found yet? Over the past month, the Cloud Sea system has announced the successful creation of 6 Heaven Tier skills one after another. Except for Yi Bugu, the leader of the Night Blade mercenary group, the other 5 owners of these skills chose to remain anonymous. The appearance of every Heaven Tier skill is crucial to the game, and even to the nations behind the players. These days, every country on Blue Star is searching for these owners, and the Dragon Kingdom is no exception. Reporting to the chief, we have conducted both overt and covert investigations these past few days, searching every human settlement in Cloud Sea, but we have failed to locate those 5 Heaven Tier skill owners. The person speaking was Zhou He, the leader in charge of the Cloud Sea military players. The Cloud Sea military is in urgent need of Heaven Tier skill owners. Since the first system announcement, they have been searching for the creators, but to no avail. Hearing this, the old man frowned deeply. What about other countries? Have any of them discovered the people who created these Heaven Tier skills? If it was not their Dragon Kingdom, it had to be players from other countries. The old man's face darkened. If these 5 players were in different countries, that would be fine, but if they were all in one, that would be disastrous. No, according to the information we have received, other countries are also searching for the creators. So far, no nation has found any new players who created Heaven Tier skills, Zhou He replied. Not in the Dragon Kingdom nor in other countries. Then where could these Heaven Tier skill creators be? This matter is too strange. 5 anonymous creators of Heaven Tier skills. It might be understandable if 1 or 2 were missing, but it is not normal that all 5 cannot be found. The conference hall fell into silence, and everyone lowered their eyes in thought. After a long while, Zhou He seemed to recall something and stood up abruptly. Chief, could these 5 players who created Heaven Tier skills be in the newbie zones? As soon as he said this, everyone looked up. Newbie zones, is that even possible? One must know that the birth of every heaven tier skill is built upon a massive accumulation of experience and countless trials and errors. It is an unwritten rule among almost everyone that players below level 50 cannot create heaven tier skills. How could a newbie who has never experienced the game possibly create a heaven tier skill? Chief, the game has been invading for 10 years now. New players are no longer as ignorant as we were when we first entered. They have access to a wealth of game information before entering, and who can guarantee that there are no exceptionally gifted players among them. Johi's words startled everyone. Indeed, this world has never lacked geniuses. Who is to say that a player cannot create a heaven tier skill right after entering the game? And if you think about it carefully, the first and second heaven tier skills were created on the day of the college entrance exam. The timing basically matches the moment they logged into the game to create their skills. I do not think that is a coincidence. At least 2 of the players who created these 5 heaven tier skills must be newbies. As soon as Johi finished speaking, everyone present sat up straight unconsciously. If the people who created the heaven tier skills are truly newbie players, this is a major event for the entire human race and an innovation for Cloud C players. It means the player's strength is growing, which is a good thing. The old man at the head stood up abruptly, his eyes decisive. Contact the village chiefs of every newbie village and have them investigate. Especially in newbie village 1 and 2, search them thoroughly. If there is any place where the players most likely to create heaven tier skills would be, it must be newbie village 1 and 2. Moreover, the factions in these 2 villages are complex and intertwined, making it possible for them to be hiding something. Yes, Chief, just as he was about to leave to execute the order, the old man spoke again. By the way, is there any news about the player who created the God tier skill? As soon as the old man spoke, the expressions of everyone changed. Half a month ago, the system suddenly announced that a player had created a God tier skill, which caused quite a global sensation. After 10 years of the game's invasion, players have a very clear understanding of the skill tiers in Cloud C. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, the 4 tiers. But now, a God tier skill has suddenly appeared in the world. It not only shattered the player's existing understanding, but also felt like a signal, indicating some kind of brand new power. These days, all countries are frantically searching for the owner of this God tier skill, in the game, in reality, in their own countries, and in others. They would scour the earth to find them. Unfortunately, there has been no news until now. Previously, the white race nation was acting very loudly, claiming that their top powerhouse, artillery, was the player who created the God tier skill. At that time, many players from other countries infiltrated the white race region to investigate, including the Dragon Kingdom. You have to understand that artillery was already one of the 4 heaven tier skill owners. If he were to create a God tier skill on top of that, he would firmly sit in the position of the #1 powerhouse in Cloud C. No one knows how strong a God tier skill is. If a player from another country created a God tier skill, that would not be good news for the Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, after investigation, it turned out that all of that was just bragging by the white race nation. He shook his head awkwardly. The heaven tier skill creators had not been found, and the God tier one was even harder to find. They did not even know how to begin looking. No, this player is very mysterious. We have no leads whatsoever. The old man sighed in disappointment. I wonder which country this owner of the God tier skill belongs to. The power of a heaven tier skill is already far beyond human understanding. Just how powerful must a God tier skill be? It is unimaginable, and I do not even dare to think about it. What about the matter of exploring the secret realm? Has the Shen family still not agreed? A few days ago, when the national team players were exploring Cloud C, they discovered a mysterious 20-person secret realm inside a glacier, but the exploration resulted in heavy casualties. According to the survivors who returned, that secret realm is extremely mysterious, and the things inside are beyond their understanding. The state believed this secret realm was highly significant, so they sent Giant King Feng along with 19 level 70 national team players who possessed complete Earth tier skill chains to explore it. Giant King Feng is one of the 2 players in the Dragon Kingdom who possesses a heaven tier skill. However, to everyone's surprise, the exploration failed, and only 8 of the 20 people returned alive. According to Giant King Feng, they did not even see the boss of the secret realm before many people died inexplicably. It is no exaggeration to say that the difficulty of this secret realm exceeds all known secret realms in Cloud C by 100 times. Helpless, the Dragon Kingdom had no choice but to seek help from the other heaven tier skill owner. That is, the head of the Shen family of the 4 great families, Shen Long, hoping to explore this secret realm together. Mentioning Shen Long made Johi furious. That old scoundrel demands that our people withdraw from the fallen star human settlement, where the Shen clan headquarters is located, before he will cooperate. All human settlements in Cloud Sea are managed by state personnel. Shenlong's demand is undoubtedly an attempt to take full control of the fallen star settlement. As the commander-in-chief of the Cloud Sea military, Zhou He was certainly not happy about this. The old man pondered for a long time before finally speaking. Exploring the secret realm is the priority. Agree to his terms first.
Yes, Chief.
The mountains. When we run into beasts later, I will go in front and handle the fighting, while you stay behind and take care of the healing. Feng Zhu had become accustomed to Xiao Fan's unique way of healing by topping off health bars. He had marveled countless times that Jiachen was a freaking genius. This method of healing was not only more convenient than traditional bandages and surgery, but it could also be used mid-combat. It was incredibly useful and absolutely top tier for survival. He used to think that injuries required a long recovery process, but now he knew that as long as the health bar was full, you would not die, and recovery was lightning fast. Of course, if you get a chance, you can deal some damage too. Let us work together to clear them faster. Feng Zhu rambled on incessantly. As they walked, Xiao Fan suddenly stopped, a faint sense of unease stirring in his heart. What is it? Seeing him stop, Feng Zhu halted and asked. Do you hear anything? Xiao Fan asked in a low voice, his brows tightly knitted. Feng Zhu pricked up his ears and listened for a long moment, but the surroundings were dead silent. There was not a sound to be heard. I do not hear anything. Feng Zhu turned to look at Xiao Fan. Did you hear something? Xiao Fan shook his head. I did not hear anything either.
Feng Zhu.
Seriously, man, do you think you are being funny? In the next second, he noticed Xiao Fan's expression turn suddenly vigilant. These mountains are overgrown with trees. Logically, it should not be this silent in here. Hearing this, Feng Zhu's face changed drastically. He finally realized something was wrong. It was way too quiet, unnaturally quiet. Liu Zhu's eyes sharpened as he scanned the surroundings warily. Everywhere he looked, there were jagged rocks. Thick, strangely shaped ancient trees grew among them, their branches twisted and gnarled. Dense, lush foliage interlaced at the canopy, blocking out almost all sunlight and casting heavy, somber shadows in the silence. Something's not right. District 18 is windy all year round, and the wind was quite strong when they left the village today. Feng Zhu looked up. The leaves above were being blown in one direction by the wind, yet they did not make a single sound. The scene was so eerie that Feng Zhu could not help but shiver and lean closer to Xiao Fan.
Jiachen, what do we do now?
Xiao Fan's face looked rather grim. Let us get out of these mountains first. Sticking close together, Xiao Fan and Feng Zhu began to head back the way they came, keeping a wary watch on their surroundings. They walked for quite some time, but all they saw were the same rocks and giant trees. How is this possible? Feng Zhu stopped. They had not entered the mountains that long ago, so how could they still be stuck here after walking for so long? Did we go in the wrong direction? But I am sure this is the path we took to get in. How is there still no sign of the exit? Feng Zhu began to feel anxious. This area was still unexplored territory, and no one knew what kind of dangers lurked within. He and Xiao Fan were the strongest players in District 18. If they ran into any real danger, there would be no way to call for backup. Xiao Fan shook his head, his gaze fixed on the giant trees surrounding them. It is not us. If I am not mistaken, these trees around us have been moving. They are guiding us down the wrong path. Finally, with a pale face, Xiao Fan said something that left Bei Zhu terrified. We might already be close to the inner reaches of the mountain range. What did you say? These trees can move. That is impossible. Feng Zhu shivered in fear, hugging his chest with both arms, his voice trembling. He shifted his gaze toward the massive trees around them. If the trees were moving, the soil around them should be loose, but there was nothing unusual about the roots of these giant trees. There are indeed many mutated plants in Cloud Sea, but those are just mutations, not sentient trees that can walk around. Jiachen, you're not joking, are you? How could a tree possibly move on its own? Feng Zhu forced an awkward smile. If you want to know if they move, why do not you try hitting one and see? Xiao Fan gestured toward a giant tree directly in front of them, his meaning clear.
Hit that one.
Feng Zhu hesitated at first, but then he thought about it. He was level 16 now. Under normal circumstances, the outer mountain range only had level 11 to 15 creatures. With Xiao Fan there as a heavy healer, what did he have to be afraid of? Realizing this, Feng Zhu walked up to the tree with his great axe and swung it at the trunk. As the axe connected, the giant tree began to shake violently.
-300 HP.
A large red number floated up from the tree's head. At the same time, its information appeared above it.
Name Vitality Trees.
Level 11s.
HP 4/5.
My god, it really is these damn trees causing trouble. Just watch me chop them down. Seeing the tree's stats, Feng Zhuge instantly perked up. He had been played by a bunch of trees, and what is more, these were only level 11 creatures, while he was a level 16 player. Unbelievable. Watch out. Xiao Fan's warning came from behind. Feng Zhuge was startled and snapped to his senses. He noticed that as the tree shook violently, many leaves fell from the branches, but instead of drifting to the ground, they eerily hovered in midair. The edges of the leaves glinted with a cold light. They had become as sharp and hard as metal blades, all aimed straight at him. These trees can actually use hidden weapons. Feng Zhuge's eyes were opened wide today. Whoosh! The leaves flew toward Feng Zhuge and Xiao Fan with a whistling sound. Feng Zhuge used his axe to knock the leaves to the ground. Upon contact, they made a metallic clanging sound showing just how hard they were. I am going to chop you to pieces. Feng Zhuge charged forward with his axe, immediately activating his 2 yellow rank skills. Minus 360 HP. Minus 340 HP. With a 5-level gap advantage, Feng Zhuge's damage was quite high. These 3 strikes dealt 2/3 of the Vitality Tree's health. Just as he was about to finish it off with 2 more swings, the giant tree began to shake violently again. Feng Zhuge gave a disdainful laugh. Going to throw your throwing knives again, huh? Fine, I will just stand right here and let you do it. Feng Zhuge stood his ground with his axe, completely fearless. However, no leaves fell off. The Vitality Tree's health bar began to climb rapidly as it shook, in no time at all. 1. Feng Zhuge's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What the heck? Damn it, this is a truly devious old tree. Look at you acting tough, now you are back to full health and all my previous efforts were for nothing. Feng Zhuge angrily lunged forward to hack at the trunk, but every time the tree's health dropped to 1/3, it would skyrocket back up. After hacking away for a long time, Feng Zhuge was exhausted, panting and hunched over. Yet the Vitality Tree remained at full health, and even the trunk had recovered as if it had never been touched. How are we supposed to play this? It was the first time Feng Zhuge had encountered such a creature. It did not do much damage, but the insult. Wait, no, it had an incredibly strong recovery. The speed at which he dealt damage simply could not keep up with the Vitality Tree's regeneration. At that moment, he missed those simple and brutal beasts from the past. At least they were normal, right? Damn it, this game is getting harder and harder to play. The Vitality Tree shook its branches, as if mocking Feng Zhuge. Feng Zhuge. He realized that since Lost Island, the game Cloud Sea had changed. It was no longer the game he was familiar with. Jiachen, what do you think? Feng Zhuge looked at Xiao Fan beside him. Xiao Fan composed himself and said, this Vitality Tree triggers automatic recovery when its health drops below 1/3. In this situation, as long as your damage output can keep up with its recovery speed, you will definitely be able to kill it. Feng Zhuge looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. He was not stupid. Did he not know what Xiao Fan just said? The problem now was that his damage could not keep up with the Vitality Tree's recovery speed. These Vitality Tree's recovery skills seem to have no cooldown, they keep regenerating. Who can handle that? Xiao Fan gave an awkward smile, just kidding. To deal with creatures that have recovery skills, you need skills with a grievous wound effect. It just so happens that the solar flare from Xiao Fan's skill, Rotation of Sun and Moon, has continuous fire damage. Since fire counters wood, it should reduce the Vitality Tree's recovery speed. Everything remains to be seen after testing it. Keep attacking, I have a plan this time. Feng Zhuge looked at Xiao Fan, half doubting, but eventually walked toward the Vitality Tree. Chob chob chob. With 3 axe blows from Feng Zhuge, the Vitality Tree's health dropped by 2/3 instantly, triggering its recovery mechanism. Jiachen, Feng Zhuge shouted at Xiao Fan while chopping. Xiao Fan saw the perfect timing. As soon as Feng Zhuge landed the 3rd strike, he cast the mark of rotation of Sun and Moon. 3 seconds later, the mark exploded, and the continuous fire damage prevented the Vitality Tree's recovery from keeping pace with the burning. It really works, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Although this continuous damage did not come with a grievous wound effect, it effectively functioned as one due to the elemental counter. Seeing the Vitality Tree's health recovery slow down, Feng Zhuge felt reassured and landed 2 retaliatory axe swings. The Vitality Tree's health bar was depleted, and the huge tree was chopped down to the ground. 2048 core energy received. Xiao Fan could not help but sigh, it really is faster to kill high-level creatures. He could get 1024 core energy from just this one tree, which was definitely faster than the level 5 Mystic Realms. After killing the Vitality Tree, Feng Zhuge gave Xiao Fan a huge grin. You are amazing, Jiachen, how did you do that? Xiao Fan did not hold back and explained the concept of a grievous wound to Feng Zhuge. A grievous wound reduces the opponent's healing effects, such as burns, bleeding, or curses. The skills you create can incorporate these grievous wound effects. Hearing this, Fengsuk seemed to have an epiphany. Once Xiao Fan's skill was off cooldown, the two of them continued to chop down the next vitality treant. These vitality treants look like ordinary trees when not attacked, and only reveal their game information when they lose health. But do not assume they are harmless just because they do not show a health bar. They can move to lead players into more dangerous areas. Xiao Fan guessed that these were two forms of the vitality treant. When not showing information, they move silently. When revealing game information, they attack and regenerate, but they do not move. Fengsuk silently noted this information. It was his duty as the village head of District 18. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiao Fan and Fengsuk headed back. In the course of this day, Xiao Fan had earned nearly 200,000 core energy. Before, he thought the 500,000 core energy reward for creating a divine grade skill was a lot, but now it did not seem like much. However, this was also because he and Fengsuk, a level 16 player, were working together. It would be impossible for other level 10 players to be this fast. Besides, he now needed 120,000 core energy to level up to 11. Calculating it this way, the gain was not actually that much. The two of them did not encounter the area boss today, and Xiao Fan, being low level, could not be bothered to fight it, so they went straight back to the novice village. The next day, Xiao Fan and Fengsuk planted flowers as usual, and then went to grind Mystic Realms with Fatty and the others. In the Mystic Realm, watching the golden light flowing on Qin Muyu's dagger, Xiao Fan finally knew she had created a heaven grade skill. I wanted to tell you before, but you were so busy I did not get a chance. Qin Muyu looked at Xiao Fan with burning eyes. That night, she was also inspired by Xiao Fan's words to successfully create the heaven grade skill. At that moment, Qin Muyu finally could not help but have tears in her eyes. Failing to create a skill, being abandoned by her family, the characteristics of an outcast, from a genius in District 1 to a novice in District 18. Those pressures and pains had almost crushed her. Fortunately, she met Xiao Fan, and now she had successfully created the heaven grade skill she had dreamed of. Qin Muyu did not thank the suffering, she only thanked her resilient self in Xiao Fan. Her future would only get better and better. One day, she would be strong enough to make those relatives who chose to abandon her regret their previous decisions. Xiao Fan admired her. A genius is indeed a genius. With just a little guidance from him, Qin Muyu was able to create a heaven grade skill. The people of Blue Star just lost because of their lack of understanding of game skills. It did not mean they were not smart. Fengsuk sighed silently in his heart. He created his first Earth grade skill at level 16, and originally thought he was already very impressive. Now that he saw Qin Muyu creating a heaven grade skill at level 4, he finally understood why a genius is called a genius. No comparison, absolutely no comparison. As for Xiao Fan, needless to say, Fengsuk thought 100 geniuses could not compare to one Xiao Fan. Fengsuk had a question. Who was the little cutie that assigned this monster Xiao Fan to District 18? How is this any different from a pie falling from the sky? Everything is getting better. Let us see who dares to call our District 18 trash from now on. After exiting the Mystic Realm, Xiao Fan and Fengsuk headed to the Vitality Treant area. When they arrived, there were already 8 players leveling up, all of whom had cleared Lost Island with them previously. Last night when he returned, Fengsuk had already told these people about the Vitality Treants. He had also passed on the concept of skills with grievous wound effects that Xiao Fan mentioned. These players had not expected to need some kind of grievous wound effect to grind level 11 creatures. They had all generated skills based on the previously chosen skill chains and had never thought about creating their own skills, let alone having any grievous wound skills. This really panicked them. Could it be that after finally clearing the level 10 trial Mystic Realm, they were going to be stuck on these level 11 treants? They had the feeling of having crossed 1,000 mountains, only to find 18 bends waiting behind them. It was just too hard for them. Fortunately, Daegyungying had just reached level 15 yesterday. He tried to create a skill with a grievous wound effect according to Fengsuk's method. Unexpectedly, he not only succeeded in creating the skill, but it was also an Earth grade skill. Early this morning, Fengsuk had brought the other players above level 10 to grind the Vitality Treants. At first, they were startled by the Vitality Treant's recovery mechanism, but later, after Daegyungying used the skill with a grievous wound, they were barely able to kill the Vitality Treants. Village head, thank you. If it were not for you, we really would not have known how to handle these treants. The crowd stepped forward to thank Xiao Fan and Fengsuk. Haha, if you want to thank someone, thank Jiachin. If he had not told me, I would not have known that skills could have grievous wound effects either. For the 10 years since the game's arrival, players had always tried their best to keep the skills they created secret. Except for the yellow-grade skill chains popularized by the state, ordinary people had no access to high-level skills. Precisely because of this, it was very difficult for ordinary people to create high-level skills. Of course, they did not think that others should share the high-level skills they created. They were saying, "Xiao Fan is truly great. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but he is also willing to share techniques for skill creation. For this alone, they would always be grateful. Do not say so much, leveling is the priority." Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. He could create too many skills, so he did not care about these small details. The two teams of players chopped trees for a day, and seeing it was late, they returned to the village together. While walking, everyone suddenly felt something wrong. Before they could speak, a massive vitality tree appeared in front of them. Big? It is really big. This vitality tree was nearly 5 times larger than the ones they had seen before. The trunk was so thick it would take 7 or 8 people to wrap their arms around it, and its canopy blocked out the sky. It was those vitality trees that led them here. If I am not mistaken, this must be the vitality tree boss. Xiao Fan said as he sent a party merger request to Blade Shadow, who accepted it instantly. We will know once we land a hit. Wind Snow Traveler said, shouldering his great axe and walking forward to strike the giant tree. -80 HP. A number floated up from the giant tree, and its game info appeared above it immediately after. Name Vitality Tree Boss. Level 11s. HP 4920/5000. It really is a boss, everyone attack. Seeing the tree's health bar, Wind Snow Traveler gave a big wave, and the others swarmed forward. The Vitality Tree boss was not as easy to bully as regular trees. It could continuously launch leaf attacks at players that acted like flying knives. Wind Snow Traveler and Blade Shadow had level suppression, so the leaves did limited damage to them, and the archer being long range could keep moving and attacking. Except for those 3, the other players had it tough. They had to attack while dodging the flying leaves, and getting hit by one dealt a huge amount of damage. Fortunately, Xiao Fan was there to give reminders and heal them. When the boss's HP dropped to half, Xiao Fan warned everyone to save their ultimate skills, as they had to deal burst damage when the boss's recovery mechanism activated. Finally, when the boss's HP hit 1500, it started to regenerate, and Xiao Fan had Blade Shadow trigger a grievous wounds effect first. The boss's healing effect was stronger than that of regular trees, so Xiao Fan ordered everyone to use their skills. In an instant, everyone unleashed their skills. Wind Snow Traveler spun like a red top. The others were startled and huddled together, silently poking the boss. The boss's HP was visibly dropping. Once Blade Shadow's grievous wounds effect wore off, Xiao Fan seamlessly reapplied it. The boss, seeing its health not recovering, angrily shook its branches to attack the players. Ignore it, just attack with everything you have got. Given the boss's recovery rate, if we do not kill it before the grievous wounds effect ends, our efforts today will be for nothing. Xiao Fan entered Sun form and used the skill Sun and Moon Fireflies, adding damage to his heals. The Vitality Tree boss had high HP, high defense, and high damage, but its disadvantage was that it could not move. Since its attacks could be dodged, the fight was not too difficult. Finally, before the healing debuff expired, the boss's HP was wiped out. The massive tree withered instantly, and the death animation was truly spectacular. Before Xiao Fan could catch his breath, he heard the system voice. Congratulations to your squad for defeating the special boss Vitality Tree, gaining 8,000 core energy. Congratulations to your squad for defeating the special boss Vitality Tree. Your novice zone has received 1 healing evolution fragment. An evolution fragment. Xiao Fan looked up sharply, and Wind Snow Traveler and the others looked at him with equal shock. They had also heard the system announcement. Following the Lost Island incident, they had obtained another evolution fragment. This fragment was prefixed with the word healing. Healing, could it be related to the boss's abilities? Xiao Fan guessed. The Vitality Tree had self-healing abilities, and after killing the boss, they received a healing evolution fragment. But what exactly are these evolution fragments for? The first one dropped from a secret realm, and the second one dropped from a boss. What are the drop conditions for evolution fragments? Are there other types? It is getting dark, let us head back first. Just as Xiao Fan said this, the system's voice rang out again. Game announcement: dear players, the Cloud Sea server will be shut down for maintenance in 30 minutes, expected to last 1 week. Please log out before the shutdown or suffer the consequences. Game announcement: dear players, the Cloud Sea server will be shut down for maintenance in 30 minutes, expected to last 1 week. Please log out before the shutdown or suffer the consequences. All players could see this announcement. The regional channel for District 18 exploded instantly. Garfield update, the game can be updated. And that is not the point. What is the point is what are they updating? Why will not the system explain it clearly? Carefree, this is not going to be something big, is it? Chiguo, what are they updating that requires a week of downtime? What? 10 years after the game Cloud C arrived, this was the first time a shutdown update had occurred, and all the players were bewildered. Xiao Fan felt it was very strange. In his eyes, setting aside the game interface, Cloud C was like a real world, and this shutdown announcement felt abrupt. Hongyan Fan was also very curious about what the update would contain. Jiu Chen, the server will be down in 30 minutes. If you are still in the wild, head back to the novice village. Chiguo, great god Jiu Chen, we have already returned, only you 10 are left. Zai, yeah, brother Chen, hurry back. Let us go back to the village. Along the way, everyone was guessing what the game update would involve. Xiao Fan quietly opened his character profile. ID Jiu Chen. Level 10-0. HP 1. MP 24,654/24,868, plus 23,752. Strength 10. Intelligence 40. Spirit 30. Agility 30. Constitution 30. Traits: Saintess Gardener, Sun and Moon Messenger. Skills: Saintess Aura, Saintess Blessing 6, Grafting, Sun and Moon Fireflies 7, Sun and Moon Rotation 8. Equipment: Nuns. Core Energy 567,430. This core energy is enough for me to manifest my attribute points. Xiao Fan planned to manifest his attribute points when he returned to reality. He had some other ideas that required enhanced stats. After thinking about it, Xiao Fan bought 10 more points in strength. In the game, he did not deal physical damage, so strength was not very useful, but in the real world, the effect of strength points would be huge. When they returned to the novice village, the system was already at a 5-minute countdown, and other players had already logged out. Qin Muyu saw Xiao Fan return and left him a contact method for reality. See you in a week. Xiao Fan returned to his thatched cottage and chose to log out. For this game update, logging out will not consume core energy. Ding, player temporary exit from Cloud C detected. Do you want to manifest attribute points? Yes. Detected that the player has earned a total of 113 attribute points in Cloud C. Manifestation requires 230,000 core energy points. Confirm payment. Xiao Fan is not at 1,000 per attribute point. Why does 113 points cost 230,000? Is the calculation wrong? Of course, the system would not explain it to him. In the end, Xiao Fan grimly clicked yes. Xiao Fan had basically figured out the pricing for materialization. It should be within 100 points, where one attribute point costs 1,000 nuclear energy, but once you exceed 100, each point costs 10,000 nuclear energy. As for whether the price would go up again after 200 attribute points, Xiao Fan did not know. However, knowing how Cloud C usually operates, he felt it was very likely. No wonder attribute points were not expensive, yet few players bought them. Cloud C has its own special way of balancing things. Ding, player temporary logout from Cloud C detected. Would you like to materialize a skill? Yes. Please select the skill to materialize. Sun and Moon Rotation, Xiao Fan chose his only damage skill without hesitation. Ding, Sun and Moon Rotation is detected as a heaven tier skill. Materialization requires 10 million nuclear energy. Would you like to pay? Yes. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. Skill materialization failed. Xiao Fan has 10 million nuclear energy. Why do not you just rob me? So it turns out people really can laugh when they are speechless. Xiao Fan exited the game in anger. Due to the server shutdown for maintenance, the Cloud C login administrative center was packed with people. There was barely room to stand. Do not push everyone in front, get moving outside. We are all players here, show some respect and do not lift other players up. Move out quickly, do not stay in the lobby chatting. Several staff members were shouting, their faces red, as they tried to maintain order. Xiao Fan had originally planned to exchange some Longuo currency before heading home, but seeing this scene, he had no choice but to give up and let the crowd push him outside. After finally squeezing out of the login lobby, Xiao Fan let out a long breath. Seeing the streets outside the admin center full of people, Xiao Fan realized for the first time just how massive the player base of Cloud C was. Thinking about Newbie Village District 18 with only a few dozen people, it really lacked a gaming atmosphere. Feeling the changes in his body after materializing his attribute points, a hint of surprise appeared on Xiao Fan's face. I have to say, after getting stronger attributes, the difference between the game and reality is quite significant. The sensation in reality feels even more direct and wonderful. Time in the game is synchronized with reality, so it was already nighttime. Xiao Fan dragged his strong body and headed home.
What?
The whole family was relieved that Xiao Yi had returned alive. Compared to losing his life, losing his legs was not so hard to accept. But for the former pillar of the family, the loss of his legs was a huge blow to Xiao Yi. He hated them to death in his heart, yet he could do nothing about it. After all, that was the Shen family, one of the 4 great families of Longguo and the stepson of a heaven-tier skill user. If nothing changed, he would never be able to take revenge in this life, and he even had to worry about them finding out he was alive and retaliating against his family. This pain almost made it impossible for Xiao Yi to breathe, until his wife told him. His nephew Xiao Fan was the only owner of a god-tier skill in Cloud Sea. That was a god-tier skill, even higher than a heaven-tier skill, the most powerful skill in the entire game. When the god-tier skill first appeared and shocked the world, everyone was guessing which powerful faction had created it. Xiao Yi never imagined that the person was his 18-year-old nephew, who had only been in the game for over a month. He did not doubt for a second that Xiao Fan was lying, because the kid had been smart since he was little. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get into. He could only blame themselves for not having the money to buy him a starter weapon for the entrance exam. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to District 18. Even after going to the worst newbie district, Xiao Fan still managed to create the only god-tier skill in the game. He is truly a member of the Xiao family. After learning this news, Xiao Yi was no longer depressed or in such pain. The world did not seem so unfair anymore. Everything was getting better, except for that damn Shen family. Xiao Fan possessing a god-tier skill must never be leaked. Xiao Yi warned his wife and children. Xiao Fan is still low level. Once this is exposed, if it triggers the jealousy of others with ill intentions, someone might come for him. They could not protect Xiao Fan, so they could only keep this secret until Xiao Fan truly grew up. Dad, Moms, we are homes. Xiao Yi was lost in thought when the door was pushed open, and his 2 sons walked in one after another. Home so early today, Xiao Yi collected his thoughts, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Liu Ziyuan poked her head out of the kitchen upon hearing them holding a spatula. You are back, go wash your hands, dinner will be ready in a moment. Okay, Mom, Xiao put down his school bag and headed to the bathroom. Xiao dropped his bag on the sofa and sat down next to Xiao Yi, sounding urgent. Dad, something big happened. What big thing? Xiao Yi turned to look at his son. It is said that Cloud Sea is suddenly shutting down for an update. All players were logged out, so the school did not organize physical training today and let us go early. Shutting down for an update, Xiao Yi frowned. What is that? Such an unfamiliar term. It had been 10 years since the game invaded, and this was the first time Xiao Yi heard about a game server shutdown for updates. I do not know either. They say the game is adding new content. During this time, no players can log in, and it will last for 7 days, Xiao said, relaying what he had heard. If no players can log in, does that mean Xiao Fan is coming home? Liu Ziyuan poked her head out from the kitchen. Brother is definitely coming back. All players were forced out of the game. There were so many people on the road when I came back just now. Then I need to cook a few more dishes. Liu Ziyuan pulled her head back and went back to work. Knowing that Xiao Fan was coming home, the whole family was very happy. Especially Xiao Yi. He did not just see Xiao Fan as a younger generation member anymore. He had grown to a point where he could be the family's pillar. And he was the future hope of their Xiao family. Xiao Fan had originally thought that his uncle losing his legs would be a massive blow to the family, leaving everyone in agony. But in fact, when he returned home, he found all his family members waiting for him to eat with happy faces, and the atmosphere was warm. We knew you were coming back, so we were just waiting for you. His uncle's smile was so wide it almost reached the back of his head. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan's worries completely vanished. At the dinner table, when the family heard that Xiao Fan had already reached level 10 and led veteran players to clear the level 10 trial dungeon, they were too shocked to speak. As a once popular new district, rumors about Newbie Village District 18 were well known to everyone. It was said that the country abandoned District 18 for 2 reasons. First, it was more dangerous than other newbie villages, and second, because the level 10 trial dungeon was too difficult and had never been cleared. If you stayed there, you were likely to get stuck at level 10 forever, so even if they had to start leveling from scratch, players left without looking back. But now, Xiao Fan told them he had already led people to clear the level 10 trial dungeon. A dungeon even the country could not handle, and Xiao Fan had cleared it in just over a month of playing. Ha 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 ha, my nephew has the demeanor of a great emperor, Xiao Yi exclaimed, dancing with joy. Xiao and Xiao also looked at Xiao Fan with adoration. Their idol had shifted from the #1 powerhouse in Longguo, Jian Qingfeng, to their own cousin. As for whether Xiao Fan was lying to them, not a single one of them doubted it. After all, Xiao Fan had only been in the game for a month and was already able to find people to rescue the near-fatally injured Xiao Yi. What kid from an ordinary family could do that? Xiao Fan never talked big. By the way, Xiao Fan, this is the personal contact information for Yi Bugu. He said you can reach out to him if you need anything. Xiao Yi took a business card from his jacket pocket and handed it to Xiao Fan, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Yi Bugu's attitude was just too strange. Logically speaking, Xiao Fan was merely a client, and it would be normal for both sides to be square once the mission was completed. Yet after finding him, Yi Bugu did not just hire the best doctors for his treatment, he even sent people to take care of him 24/7. When he quit the game, Yi Bugu worried about his inconvenience and sent 2 people to escort him, and later even visited him in person with a bunch of gifts. Since when did game mercenary groups offer such good service? This does not make sense. Especially seeing the way Yi Bugu doted on Xiao Fan, acting as if he was worthless for the sake of fawning. Xiao Yi kept feeling there was something going on that he did not know about. Not to mention Yi Bugu's current status is quite different. After Jian Qingfeng and Shenlong, he is the 3rd known possessor of a heaven-tier skill in the Dragon Kingdom, ranking among the top-tier players. Watching Xiao Fan take the business card, Xiao Yi could not help but ask, "Xiao Fan, is there something going on between you and Yi Bugu?" Xiao Fan did not hide it either, saying calmly, "His heaven-tier skill was something I created for him." The lively atmosphere at the dinner table went dead silent instantly, and everyone looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. He just created a heaven-tier skill for someone else like that. Since when did creating a heaven-tier skill become so simple? But thinking about how Xiao Fan was able to create a god-tier skill, this did not seem quite as unreasonable anymore. No wonder Yi Bugu had that kind of attitude, Xiao Yi muttered to himself. If it were me, if someone created a heaven-tier skill for me, I would even call them dad if they asked. That is a heaven-tier skill after all. Little uncle, if you want one, I could create one for you too, Xiao Fan said lightly. Me, Xiao Yi chuckled, no need for me, haha. It is hard enough for me to even get into the game in my current condition, let alone worry about a heaven-tier skill. Besides, creating a heaven-tier skill is not that simple. Such skills have very high requirements for a player's natural talent. The reason Xiao Fan could help Yi Bugu create one was because Yi Bugu himself is a genius. Someone with no family background who could independently create an Earth-tier skill is proof enough of his talent. As for me, this is how my life will be. Luckily, our family produced a genius like Xiao Fan. I am content, and I feel I have not let down my brother and sister-in-law in the afterlife. Xiao Fan knew that saying anything now would be hollow. It was better to wait until he found a way to treat his uncle's legs. When that happened, his uncle would naturally believe him. After dinner, Xiao Fan returned to his room, lay on the bed, and opened the Cloud Sea game forum. These days, he realized he still did not know enough about the game, such as the light effects on weapons for different tiers of skills. If Qin Muyu had not told him, he would not have known. There was a lot of gameplay knowledge on the forum, so he took this chance to learn more. Because the game was offline, the forum was exceptionally active tonight. Every time he refreshed, a few more pages of posts appeared. Most posts were discussing the game's downtime and update. Among them were some posts about seeking revenge, looking for people, warnings about scams, and general knowledge. Xiao Fan browsed for half an hour and still found some useful content. For instance, the pricing for materializing stat points, just as he had previously guessed. Within the first 100 points, one stat point costs 1,000 core power. If it exceeds 100, it costs 10,000, and if it exceeds 20,000, it costs 20,000 per point. I would not call it extortionate, but it is certainly ruthless. Then there was the issue of purchasing stat points. 5 units of core power for 1 stat point. The price is quite reasonable, but there is actually a limit to how many you can buy. The cap increases along with your level, meaning the amount of stats you can buy at each level is limited. Once you hit the level cap, players can no longer use core power to buy stats. They can only increase their stat points by using rare treasures. Xiao Fan, my joy, it is gone. There were too many people on the forum, and just as Xiao Fan was preparing to log off and browse another day, a pinned post suddenly appeared. Big red title, rewards offered for inquiries regarding secret realms. Seeing the word rewards, Xiao Fan silently clicked into it. I recently discovered a secret realm, but during the boss fight, the health bar of one of my teammates suddenly turned red, and they started attacking the party uncontrollably. What is going on here?
First, saving the thread.
How could a brain-dead post like this get pinned? Looks like the op has connections, he added, taking a dig at the first and second replies. Third floor, get ready for an investigation. You are being pretty bold admitting you know they have connections. You are asking to get locked up. Jokes aside, is the op trolling? Teammates' health bar turning red. This sounds absurd even for a joke. That boss must have been a pink Tyrannosaurus trying to seduce your teammate during the fight. That is why he betrayed you. I suggest you tell your teammate to stop prioritizing lust over friendship. He will be fine as long as he does not fall for the temptation. Anyway, hope the op keeps his word and DMs me the reward. Hilarious, I love how the op can spout such nonsense with a straight face.
What?
Xiao Fan guessed that the op might have encountered a boss with a special mechanic. But looking through the replies, not a single person believed what the op said. Most were mocking him for trolling or talking about meaningless things. Though it was understandable. For 10 years, all bosses in Cloud Sea had been straightforward attackers. Who would believe a boss had special mechanics without seeing it themselves? Looking at these comments, Xiao Fan found it amusing. The op must be furious right now. Cloud Sea headquarters.
Bangs.
Joe he looked at the player replies on the forum. So angry he slammed the table and stood up. This is outrageous. I am asking them a serious question and they are treating me like a clown. The man next to him in black tactical gear curled his lip and rolled his eyes. I told you these people on the forum were not reliable. Our unit does not even know what is going on. Do you really think these casual players would? Hearing this, Joe he sat back down powerless. Sai, it is not like I have any other choice. We sacrificed so many comrades just to find the boss and then this happened. I do not know how this game turned into such a mess. Thinking of the fallen soldiers, the man in black's expression turned solemn. After a moment he sighed. Our understanding of Cloud Sea is still too shallow. Joe he turned his head. That is exactly why we must conquer this secret realm. The man in black said nothing. He knew Joe he was right. What that secret realm displayed went far beyond their knowledge. Only by clearing it can they learn more. Joe he did not speak anymore either. Although he felt the forum was unreliable, he still refreshed the thread to check for replies. With this refresh, he finally saw a different kind of reply. You have likely encountered a special dungeon mechanic. Once you understand the mechanics, you will be able to solve this problem.
What?
Hey everyone, come over here. There is a sucker here, let us gang up on him. Talking out of your ass is just for kicks, but for real nonsense, look no further than the original poster. Talking about special boss mechanics. Did you design them yourself? I have been playing for 8 years and never heard of any special boss mechanics. Compared to what the op said, I am more inclined to believe the player was seduced by a pink Tyrannosaurus.
What?
Shortly after Xiao Fan replied to the thread starter, his account showed over 99 notifications. He refreshed the page and took a look, and he was so angry he could feel his face burning.
Damn it, these idiots do not know a thing.
Xiao Fan rolled up his sleeves, ready to go to war with these people mocking him, when he saw a reply from the op below. Hello, we would like to learn more about the special mechanics you mentioned. Let us chat via private message. Seeing the op's reply made Xiao Fan feel a little better. It seems like the op and I are the only sane people on this thread. Xiao Fan suddenly recalled a saying. If you are 1 step ahead of the average person, you are a genius, but if you are 100 steps ahead, you are a lunatic. Hahaha, look, these 2 lunatics are going to private message each other to discuss their madness. Xiao Fan deleted his reply with a dark expression. He opened his private message inbox and saw that quite a few people had sent him messages, mostly mocking him. Xiao Fan ignored them and scrolled for a while before finding the op's message. Hello, may I ask what the special boss mechanism you mentioned actually is? Xiao Fan thought for a moment and explained. Special mechanics are specific rules, skills, and patterns that players must follow or deal with when fighting a boss. After sending the message, the person on the other side seemed to be thinking. After a while they replied, I think I kind of get what you mean, so what is the solution to this mechanism? Seeing the reply, Xiao Fan could not help but roll his eyes. He had not even seen the dungeon yet, so how would he know how to beat the mechanics? You have to enter the dungeon to find out. On the other side, after seeing Xiao Fan's reply, Joe he turned his head and locked eyes with the man in black beside him. I feel like this player knows his stuff. Should we ask for his details? If everything checks out, we could recruit him into our raiding party. The man in black nodded. Yeah, I think so too. Being able to explain these things proves he has some skill. Either way, it is worth a shot. All right. Joe he looked back at the computer and replied, may I ask what your level is? Level 10, Xiao Fan replied truthfully. Level 10, Joe his voice rose sharply. He never expected the other party to be a newbie who had not even left the starter village. He treated the other person like a mysterious expert, and the other person was playing him for a fool. A level 10 player has probably been playing for 6 months at most. What the hell would they know? I cannot believe I was listening to his nonsense so seriously just now. He was so angry he almost laughed. I now admit that what you said earlier was right. There really is not anyone reliable on this forum. But this time the man in black did not agree with him. Ask him if there is any other way. He looked at the man in black in disbelief. Giant King Feng, you cannot be serious about believing a level 10 player. Even we, who have been researching Sea of Clouds for 10 years, cannot figure this out. How could a level 10 player possibly know? I told you to ask, so just ask. Giant King Feng ignored He's sarcasm and said with a serious expression. He opened his mouth, but seeing Giant King Feng's stern look, he had no choice but to turn back and reply to Xiao Fan as instructed. We cannot bring you into the dungeon. Do you have any other ideas? Xiao Fan stroked his chin. You can describe the specific situation of the dungeon and I will help you analyze it. However, there is a small problem. What problem? It is going to cost you. Xiao Fan replied. The other side was asking questions with a reward, but he had already answered 2 of their questions without them mentioning payment. Now that they wanted him to analyze the dungeon, it was only reasonable to ask for money. He clenched his fists. Ever since he found out the other party was just a level 10 player, he had lost all hope in this conversation. If Giant King Feng had not told him to continue, he would not have bothered replying. Now that the other guy actually had the audacity to ask for money, he was so angry he wanted to track him down. I think his analysis and explanation make a lot of sense. You are the one with the bias. The fact that he can say these things proves his understanding of the game is beyond our imagination. He might be a true genius, but all you see is his level. Setting his level aside, Xiao Fan's perspective made Giant King Feng's eyes light up. Hearing this, he froze for a moment, followed by a flash of shame on his face. Before knowing the other party's level, he had been very agreeable to his points, but once he knew he was just a level 10 player, all his thoughts became biased. Giant King Feng was right. No wonder he could create a heavenly tier skill at such a young age. This kind of thinking is not something I can compare with. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, looked at the computer again and seriously quoted a number. 5 million, regardless of whether your analysis is right or wrong, we will pay you 5 million dragon coins. If you're afraid of being scammed, we can pay in advance. Xiao Fan was satisfied with the amount quoted. After all, he did not have to do much other than provide an analysis. With this money, life at home will be much better. Xiao Fan saw the other party had a decent attitude and likely would not go back on their word, so he started. Let us talk about the secret realm situation first. After sending the message, Xiao Fan waited for about 20 minutes, and then the other side sent a long list of questions, which Xiao Fan began to read carefully. According to them, this secret realm was discovered on a glacier, and the level requirement for the secret realm was level 80 or above. The secret realm was different from any they had seen before, and the difficulty was extremely high. The secret realm starts with ice wolves as small monsters. Those wolves not only attack and bite, but they can also freeze players during combat. They have no way to break the ice and save their teammates, so once a player is frozen, it is a guaranteed death sentence. The team had been stuck on the small monsters for half a month with no solution. Later, they found a shortcut in the secret realm. Although this path was a bit dangerous, they could completely bypass those small monsters to reach the first ice wolf boss. So they tried fighting the first boss. At first it was normal, but when the ice wolf boss's health dropped to 80%, one of their teammates' health bar would turn red. Initially, they tried to have the teammate whose health bar turned red step away. But when the boss's health reached 70%, that red health player would lose their mind and attack them frantically. They had no solution. Killing them meant attacking their own teammate, yet they would be killed by their enraged friend. Later, they left the boss's aggro range, and after resetting, they would return to normal. The other party also wrote down many small details. After reading it, Xiao Fan immediately determined that this was the boss's mechanism.